Ling is an introvert, preferring solitude, yet she is not a pitiable victim to be easily bullied. Upon encountering an act of bullying at school, she boldly confronts the situation, only to discover that the individual being tormented is none other than Harry Potter, a name that resonates with her. Initially, she assumes that the peculiarities she experiences stem from her mother's heritage in the wizarding world. However, she soon realizes that the issues pervade this world, leaving her no choice but to endure. But how did she find herself becoming the new Dark Lord? Chapter 1. Ling and Harry Potter. Ling clutched a stack of books, carefully navigating away from the throngs of students as she made her way to the classroom along a narrow path. During her journey, she encountered a few classmates, directing her gaze to the books in her hands to avoid any greetings. As she passed a small flower bed, her peripheral vision caught sight of several burly figures, none other than the notorious troublemaker Dudley Dursley and his companions. Given their demeanor, it was evident they were up to no good, likely bullying Harry Potter once more. Although Harry hopped and dodged, evading their grasp, their group occupied the vicinity around the flower bed and showed no signs of leaving anytime soon. Ling glanced at her wristwatch. Class would commence in 5 minutes, and she needed to pass through their midst. Yet, her social anxiety deterred her from confronting either the bullies or the bullied. Thus, she devised an alternate strategy. Lowering her gaze, Ling stepped aside, utilizing the branches to shield her form. Snake? Help! It's a massive snake. This snake is venomous. Run! The air was filled with shrill screams, accompanied by the sound of heavy feet pounding the ground in haste. Ling remained motionless, counting silently in her mind until she reached 30, before slowly resuming her path toward her classroom. She pondered the fate of the small snake she had just released, hoping it would find a suitable hiding place, as she planned to retrieve it after school. For now, attending class took precedence. Hey, Sylvia. After school, Harry finally called out her English name. For reasons unbeknownst to her, he had been glancing at Ling throughout the afternoon, seemingly hesitant to speak until most of the students had departed. Due to her social anxiety, Ling's relationships with her classmates were rather tenuous. Those who do not fit in are often targets of bullying, and despite her striking beauty, she was not exempt from such treatment. Though Ling struggled with social anxiety, she was not a passive victim. After fiercely defending herself against those who sought to trouble her, they ceased their harassment. In fact, their isolation felt almost benevolent to her, allowing for a peaceful coexistence. To Harry's situation, however, was markedly different. He endured relentless bullying while the others could not inflict physical harm upon him. The emotional isolation was profoundly distressing for him. In such circumstances, Harry felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy towards the girl who shared a similar fate, consistently yearning to cultivate a bond with her. However, the witch treated the entire class with impartiality. She single-handedly had the power to isolate everyone. In her eyes, Harry Potter was no different from the others, despite being the protagonist of the novel she had read in her previous life. What is it? The witch's voice was not loud, but neither was it soft. She had no desire to engage in conversation with anyone. Thank you, for that snake, Harry said, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a small, emerald-green serpent that flicked its tongue in a friendly manner towards the witch. The witch was not taken aback by this scene. It was entirely normal for Harry Potter to converse with snakes, and it made perfect sense that the little serpent would not attack him. The serpent slithered down Harry's arm and onto a desk, attempting to crawl onto the witch's hand. However, its movement was halted by the witch. At some point, she had produced a piece of tissue, wrapped the little serpent within it, and swiftly tucked it into a pencil case before depositing it into her backpack. She had no intention of touching items others had handled upon returning home. She would ensure the serpent received a thorough bath, lest she bring it with her to Hogwarts in September. The rejected little serpent cried out loudly, "Is this your pet, little snake? How cool is that?" Harry wished to forge a connection with the witch. Two ostracized children should naturally band together. The witch was at a loss for words, opting for a single syllable that effectively extinguished the conversation. At that moment, Harry too found himself at a loss for words, leading to an awkward silence between them. "See you tomorrow, Harry. I think I should head home now," the witch declared, shouldering her bag and striding out of the classroom. Unbeknownst to her, Harry's green eyes conveyed a sense of disappointment. But even if she had noticed, her heart would not have stirred. She was not Severus Snape. Upon boarding the school bus, the witch chose a seat towards the back. After a bumpy ride, she finally returned to her home. Pushing open the door, she found the interior empty, yet the silence was precisely what she cherished. She retreated to her room to complete her homework, but midway through, there was a knock at the door. "Miss Sylvia, I have brought your dinner," came a voice tinged with age. "All right, just wait for me in the dining room," the witch replied, finishing her sentence before stepping outside. Upon reaching the dining room, a house elf clad in slightly worn linens stood respectfully at the entrance. However, When he beheld the muggle attire adorning the witch, he could hardly suppress the urge to bash his head against the wall. Calm down, creature. Do not punish yourself. The witch had long since grown accustomed to his reactions, responding with a straightforward and somewhat brusque manner. Tears glistened in Creature's large, tennis ball-like eyes as he covered his face with his hands, and oh, how can Creature bear to see his young mistress dressed in the disgraceful attire of a muggle? This is all Creature's fault, the honor of the Black family. Honor remains unaltered by mere attire now. Do enlighten me about tonight's dinner. The humble house elf, having served the Black family for decades, held steadfast to his convictions, and it was perhaps wiser to divert his attention elsewhere. Very well, Creature replied, dabbing his tears with a napkin. Tonight, for Miss Sylvia, I have prepared a fried egg, a medium-rare steak, and a creamy mushroom soup. Alas, these offerings are woefully scant. How can they possibly befit the esteemed Miss Sylvia? It is entirely Creature's fault for not crafting dishes to suit your palate. Nay, these shall suffice for my appetite. To waste food is a disgrace, and one need not partake in excessive quantities for dinner. After all, British cuisine tends to be rather consistent, and moderation is acceptable. Creature, sensing that the house elf was merely seeking to console himself, felt a swell of emotion, yet his self-loathing only intensified. In response, the house elf found himself powerless, left to lavish praise upon his culinary skills after the meal. Creature tidied the dishes before returning to the ancestral Black residence, where the silence enveloped him, providing a sense of solace. He retreated to his room to complete the remaining assignments, perused a few pages of the history of magic, then proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. Chapter 2. The Doll and Annabelle. July is a splendid time of year, as the owls of Hogwarts tirelessly deliver enrollment letters to every eligible young witch and wizard. Sylvie has been studying Hogwarts curriculum for the past 2 years. While many textbooks remain unchanged for decades, some are revised annually. Creature unearthed Regulus's old textbooks and notebooks, presenting them all before Sylvie. At that moment, she was paralyzed by the fear of choice. However, this was not a grave matter. She methodically selected her first textbook to read, Potions and Elixirs. Goodness. Sylvie recalled the memorable moments from Potions class, Snape's infamous 3 questions of doom, and the crucial steps for concocting the Scabbers potion, specifically the addition of a hedgehog spine after extinguishing the flame. Indeed, this lesson proved to be the most challenging, and she ought to delve into this book. To date, Sylvie has gained a clear understanding of the first and second year courses at Hogwarts. As for the rest, what child would wish to spend all day poring over textbooks? She preferred to read How to Care for Your Little Pets, The Allure of Hexes and Jinxes. Well, regardless, it was all a means of distraction in a world devoid of smartphones. What difference did it make what she read? With the school year fast approaching, Sylvie retrieved the dusty textbooks from the storage to prepare for a little revision. After only a few pages, she felt an urge to toss the book aside. But just then, a knock at the door rescued her. Upon opening it, she found her neighbors, Mrs. Foster and her daughter, Vivian. Upon seeing them, Sylvie felt a wave of discomfort, her gaze settling on the sole non-human presence in the room, a doll nearly her height. After inviting them inside, Mrs. Foster explained their purpose for visiting. We are moving and have many items we cannot take with us, Vivian said, expressing her desire to give some things to the neighbors. With a hint of reluctance, Vivian handed Sylvie the doll. This is a doll I received recently. I want to give it to you, Sylvia. Sylvie glanced at the rather hideous doll, her curiosity piqued. Who could have crafted such an abominable thing? If you cherish it so much, why not take it with you? I believe a doll should be easy to carry. Sylvie accepted it. It's not just a doll. It's her, Vivian insisted. I feel this doll has a soul. Afterward, she elaborated, we simply have too many belongings to manage, and we truly cannot take Annabelle with us. You mean this doll's name is Annabelle? Sylvie inquired as she lowered her gaze to meet the doll's eyes, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. So it was her. Sylvie pondered that it might indeed be dangerous for this group to take Annabelle with them. After all, saving a life is more valuable than building a pagoda of 7 stories. In her possession, Annabelle would not pose any threat. Mrs. Foster, noticing that Sylvie accepted Annabelle, briefly displayed a flicker of guilt and subsequently gifted Sylvie several other items before departing with Vivian from the house. The witch did not overlook the hint of guilt in Mrs. Foster's eyes. Thus, she was aware that this doll harbored a vengeful spirit. Upon examining the small basket they had left behind, the witch discovered £500 in cash. What could this signify? A price on a life? The witch brought Annabelle into the bathroom, intending to cleanse the grotesque doll. Otherwise, she might be tempted to tear it apart. Upon entering the bathroom, the witch fixated on her bathtub for a brief moment before retrieving a foot-soaking bucket, filling it with water, and preparing to toss Annabelle inside. Annabelle, however, exerted her power, clinging stubbornly to the witch's hand, refusing to be submerged in the bucket. Clean yourself, the witch commanded firmly. If you cannot be washed with water, I shall cleanse you with fire. Yet, soaking in the footbath was out of the question. Eventually, a compromise was reached. The witch filled a moderately sized basin with hot water and unceremoniously plunged Annabelle into it. The doll, half the size of a human, huddled miserably in the small basin, excess water spilling over, the fabric of her clothing saturated and heavy. Annabelle had attempted to resist, but before this girl, her strength proved utterly futile. A realization that quickly placed Annabelle in her rightful position of vulnerability. Soaked and abandoned, Annabelle did not wait for the witch to retrieve her from the bathroom. Instead, she instantaneously teleported to the witch's bedroom. The moment the witch laid eyes on her, a puddle had already formed on the bedroom floor. "I see you seek your own demise," the witch stated flatly. With an inscrutable expression, she retrieved a roll of red string from a drawer and dragged Annabelle into a storage room, binding the doll with the string, disregarding her evident fear. Securing her to a heavy object, the witch used a cleaning spell to dry the water on the floor before resuming her magical studies. Several days later, while the witch was engrossed in reading Adventures with Ghouls, a gentle tapping echoed from the window. The window was ajar, yet the owl did not enter directly. Instead, it politely rapped on the glass as if seeking the witch's consent. "While I appreciate your courtesy, must there not be a more direct approach between humans and owls? Please, come in." With the homeowner's permission granted, the gentlemanly owl hopped inside and presented the witch with a letter of acceptance from Hogwarts. The witch placed a few cashews on a small plate and poured some water to accommodate her little guest. The owl, unhurried for a reply, leisurely sipped water and sampled the cashews, appearing quite at ease. The witch opened the envelope and glanced at its contents. Aside from the textbook for defense against the dark arts and her name, this letter of acceptance bore no distinction from the one received by Regulus. Notably, the name printed was neither Black nor Sylvia. Wu Yue, the mother of Wu Ling, hails from a mysterious lineage in China known as the Wu clan. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, she arrived in England, where she eventually developed a romantic connection with Regulus. During her pregnancy, Wu Yue had engaged in discussions with Regulus regarding the name of their child, originally deciding to determine the name through a lottery after the child's gender was revealed. However, plans often falter. Regulus nearly lost his life while attempting to replace a pendant box, and Wu Yue resorted to various means, including the blood of a blood relative, to save him, which left young Wu Ling exceedingly frail. During that tumultuous time, Regulus was in a dire state. Thus Wu Ling's name was entirely bestowed by her mother. Wu Yue must have been quite irate, as Regulus made decisions without her consultation, abandoning both his beloved and their daughter, a profoundly irresponsible act. Chapter 3, Wu Ling and Diagon Alley. As for Wu Ling, she is indifferent to her name. However, if she bears the surname Black, she might encounter numerous complications in the future. Wu Ling is particularly averse to complications. After responding to a letter, she contemplated her impending visit to Diagon Alley. Countless heroines traverse to Diagon Alley, with a significant majority doing so independently, while the remainder are led by Slytherins. Wu Ling resolved to follow the crowd. She need not concern herself with where to procure second-hand textbooks and tools, as she could leisurely explore over the course of a day or two. The Wizarding World is, for the most part, relatively peaceful, ensuring her safety in Diagon Alley. Should misfortune arise, it would likely befall others. After enjoying breakfast delivered by Creature, Wu Ling declared, "There's no need to prepare lunch for me. I shall procure something to eat in Diagon Alley." "Miss is venturing to Diagon Alley? How can you possibly go alone? Might you take Creature along?" With no adult present at home, allowing an 11-year-old Wu Ling to wander Diagon Alley alone seemed perilous. Wu Ling coldly rejected the pitiful Creature, despite his non-human appearance. He could articulate speech, and his recurrent desire to bash his head against a wall could drive anyone to madness over time. Yet, 10 minutes later, Wu Ling found herself regretting her decision, her expression blank as she glared at the wall tile beside the rubbish bin. What was the method to access Diagon Alley again? How many bricks were to be tapped? Forgive her, her aversion to venturing outside had its drawbacks, and she could not recall the details from the original text clearly. Having not visited Diagon Alley in years, an inconvenience indeed. After waiting 2 minutes without witnessing anyone enter or exit, should she return to the leaky cauldron to inquire? Oh no, that would be utterly intolerable. Wu Ling dismissed the thought internally. Then, after a moment of contemplation, a brilliant idea struck her. She opened her palm to reveal a black beetle, capable of detecting unusual spots on the bricks, similar to unlocking a phone pattern. Once located, she could experiment with different combinations to unlock the entrance to Diagon Alley. The beetle swiftly located several frequently touched bricks on the wall, which the witch then collected. Just as she contemplated her next move, a voice suddenly emerged from behind her. "What are you doing?" The witch immediately straightened up and turned to see a tall man with greasy long hair and a prominent nose, clad in a robe. Beside him stood a young girl with thick, somewhat frizzy brown hair and prominent front teeth. The witch was at a loss for words, her face flushing. Although only the three of them were present, the situation felt unbearably awkward. How should she respond? "Oh, sir, this is my first visit to Diagon Alley, and I decline the company of a house elf. Yet now I find myself unsure of how to operate the mechanism. Or perhaps, sir, I find this trash bin to be quite peculiar and wish to examine it up close. Goodness, would it not be better for me to just vanish? Death would spare me from this embarrassing predicament. I was attempting to activate the mechanism for Diagon Alley, but I have a bit of a germ phobia and prefer not to touch the bricks with my hands, so I am searching for a tool. In her moment of desperation, the witch offered a vague response. Snape emitted a nasal sound of skepticism, seemingly unconvinced by her explanation, yet he did not press further, merely instructing her to step aside. Very well, if I must be dismissed, let it be so. The witch sighed in relief internally. She positioned herself behind Snape, aligning with the young girl. I am Hermione Granger. What is your name? Are you from a wizarding family? Hermione, curious about the witch and the wizarding world, inquired further. The witch replied, I am Sylvie. Well, which is my surname, but you may call me Sylvia. My father is a British wizard, and my mother is from China, so I suppose she is a witch as well. Hermione leaned in closer, clearly anxious. You come from a wizarding family, so you must know quite a bit of magic, right? Are all wizarding families like that? I hope I won't be at the bottom when I enter Hogwarts. Not at all. Before enrollment, no one knows much magic. Otherwise, why would they attend Hogwarts for lessons? The witch subtly shifted to the side. All right, let us head inside. Snape's voice was a timely rescue for the witch, and she quickly followed, with Hermione trailing closely behind. Upon entering Diagon Alley, it felt like a completely different world. Hermione didn't know where to direct her gaze, her curiosity piqued by this unfamiliar realm. Meanwhile, the witch felt equally disoriented, finding herself fixated on the small stretch of path before her. She ought to have brought a cloak, she mused. Snape showed no objection to the witch accompanying him. After all, her feet were her own, and no one could hinder her path. He simply wished to conclude this childcare duty as swiftly as possible. Hermione, oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere, curiously asked Snape, What are we going to buy now, Professor? Snape briefly remarked, Now, let us exchange the common currency of the wizarding world. Is this young witch accompanying you? Surely she has sufficient galleons? No, I shall not go. You may proceed. I possess ample funds, even more than necessary. Hermione appeared noticeably disappointed, for it was evident that Snape was not one to engage in conversation easily. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a peer, especially one from a wizarding family, such a promising source of information. However, the young witch was indifferent to her thoughts and soon vanished from their sight. She first visited Flourish and Blotts to procure her textbooks. The staff there were well versed in the requirements for each year at Hogwarts and swiftly gathered the necessary tomes. Placing them before her, the young witch shrank the stack of books and placed them into her prepared bag. An impressive shrinking spell. Your magical aptitude must be remarkable. One of the employees remarked in admiration. Thank you, the young witch replied curtly, then proceeded to the checkout and exited the bookstore. What a shy child she is. The young witch continued her shopping spree, acquiring ink, quills, and other supplies. Though she struggled with them, she did not wish to stand out at Hogwarts by resorting to the use of ballpoint pens, which would undoubtedly lead to numerous complications. Not a single dark wizard emerged from anywhere but Slytherin. Voldemort is a prime example. This voice echoed nearby, coarse and gruff, prompting the young witch to recall a snippet of the original narrative. Is Harry Potter also in Diagon Alley today? Chapter 4. The Young Witch and the Cold War. Just as Hagrid publicly disparaged Slytherin, a voice suddenly rang out from a short distance away. Indeed, every dark wizard has hailed from Slytherin. The Sorting Hat should have placed Sirius Black in Slytherin. I wonder what means he employed to end up in Gryffindor. The young witch spoke these words, surprised by her own audacity, and upon finishing, she was momentarily taken aback. In such a public setting, she wished to envelop herself entirely. Harry gazed at her in astonishment. Sylvia, what are you doing here? You are a witch. The young witch ignored him at that moment. She was unable to absorb any words, not wishing to engage in pleasantries with Harry, desiring only to remain unnoticed. However, she did not regret her bold proclamation that struck a chord. As for whether Sirius was wronged, she cared little. According to the traditions of the Black family, despite the exception of Sirius, the young witch was likely to be sorted into Slytherin. Though the true villain was Wormtail, the truth remained unknown to them. And both were students of Gryffindor. Thus, it was all the same. Lastly, despite Sirius bearing the surname Black, he had been disowned, and the burden of the Black family had fallen upon Regulus, leaving him in a state of half-existence for years, which rendered it difficult for the young witch to harbor any fondness for Sirius. This exchange left Hagrid speechless, prompting him to concede. Indeed, that Black is a born miscreant. If you truly harbor such disdain for Slytherin House, you might as well inform Dumbledore to abolish it altogether. Another voice chimed in from the side, and even without hearing, Rowling knew who it was, having only been apart for a brief moment. Snape shifted his gaze to Harry and languidly remarked, This is the illustrious Harry Potter, who also believes Slytherin should be disbanded, does he not? The master of sarcasm. Seizing the opportunity, Rowling cautiously edged closer to Hermione, attempting to shield herself from prying eyes. secretly giving Snape a thumbs up in admiration. Hagrid, still holding a deep respect for the professor, felt a twinge of embarrassment for speaking ill of a house in front of its head. Who was Sirius Black? Was he not a student of Slytherin? Sensing the tension, Harry, undaunted by the pressure, spoke up. Ling marveled at this brave soul who dared to voice his thoughts in such a predicament, drawing attention to himself. No wonder he had become one of the champions in his 4th year. However, while admiring his bravery, Ling still offered a silent prayer for him. May Potter and Snape never coexist. Go forth, young man. As a fellow student, I shall light a perpetual flame for you. He is a Gryffindor, the one responsible for your parents' demise. Snape's words were laced with malice, and yet, when he uttered the part about Harry's parents, his face involuntarily twitched. Do you know much about them? Hermione, discerning that Snape would not take him shopping anytime soon, leaned into converse quietly with Ling. Not particularly clear, Ling replied dismissively. Ears perked to listen to Snape's one-sided tirade against Harry. Hermione, momentarily taken aback, was at a loss for words, suspecting Ling of intentionally stifling the conversation. However, perhaps it was simply her lack of eloquence. Determined to try again, Hermione ventured, How much do you know? Could you share it with me? This is all I know. Ling thought, feeling that aside from the forbidden topics, there was little left to say. Annoyed, Hermione turned her head away, leaving Ling staring at her back. Ling thought, She nearly flicked her hair into my face. Perhaps she should take her leave. Although the Cold War had originated with her, it was evident that the power dynamics had shifted and there were still many items left to procure. Most importantly, as people began to gather closer, the risk of drawing attention to herself loomed large. Being subjected to public scrutiny was intolerable. Just as Hermione turned her back to her, it seemed an opportune moment to make her move. The elusive and stealthy Ling crouched low, quietly slipping away from the crowd. However, today seemed particularly unfortunate for her, as she collided with someone just as she emerged from the throng. Ouch! Before her stood a child of similar age, perhaps even a touch more frail than Ling herself. The collision nearly sent him tumbling. In a moment of panic, Ling reached out and caught him, successfully encircling his waist. With a firm embrace, she pulled him into her arms. Had their roles been reversed, the scene would have been quite poetic. Instead, it felt rather awkward. As she held him, Ling swiftly recognized his identity, the golden-haired Draco. Indeed, it appeared that today marked the first encounter between him and Harry, as depicted in the novels, making their meeting all the more natural. Draco's startled expression lingered as he realized he was being held by a girl. A faint blush crept onto his pale cheeks, and as he straightened himself, a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. Yet, in his current posture, coupled with his irritated expression, he resembled a small, indignant kitten, adorably fierce. Ling released him and stepped back 2 paces, maintaining an appropriate distance before he could fully comprehend the situation. Are you rejecting me? Draco almost stumbled again due to her abrupt movement, staring at Ling in disbelief once he regained his balance. How could that be? I merely believe there should be some distance between the sexes, Ling replied, wide-eyed as she spoke untruthfully. Draco mumbled under his breath, astonished that such a conservative girl still existed. Nevertheless, he complimented her insincerely. Indeed, most girls today seem indifferent to such matters, often leaving an impression of frivolity. You, however, are somewhat different. I am Draco Malfoy. May I know your name? Ling, but you may call me Sylvia, she replied hesitantly, extending her hand. Draco, too, was reluctant, especially recalling the awkwardness of being in her embrace moments ago, yet he extended his hand to shake hers. However, both withdrew their hands shortly after, donning insincere smiles. Chapter 5, Ling and the Wand. Ling had no intention of engaging in lengthy conversation with Draco, even though he was her blood relative. After bidding him farewell, in an effort to avoid further misfortune, she resolved to act swiftly. Ollivander's wand shop, small and shabby, was no exaggeration. Yet, the craftsmanship passed down through a surname for over 2 millennia was no small feat. The lineage of the magical world was indeed extraordinary. It was remarkable to consider that despite the low birth rate among wizards, each generation of Ollivander's descendants somehow inherited this remarkable legacy. The technological heritage of China has regrettably seen a considerable loss during its transmission. Were each family endowed with such robust lineage, the world would undoubtedly be transformed. The witch stepped inside, lacking the fame and predetermined path of Harry Potter. Ollivander's entrance before her was rather unremarkable. He merely stood by the counter, awaiting her arrival. Welcome. I require a wand, the witch murmured softly. Not a problem. My wand shop is certainly the most suitable place for wizards to select their wands. None in all of Britain can rival the quality of my creations. Ollivander, noticing the absence of her guardian or professor, could not demonstrate his exceptional memory in her presence. He retrieved a measuring tape. And what is your name, miss? My surname is Wu, she replied. Very well, Miss Wu. Which hand do you favor? The right. The tape flew forth to measure her dimensions as Ollivander returned to the shelves, selecting a few long boxes containing wands. Here, try this wand, sycamore with a phoenix feather. The witch grasped the wand and waved it, causing a sudden gust of wind to sweep through the narrow shop, sending dust swirling about. Cough, cough. The witch was momentarily choked, and in her coughing fit, the wand in her hand was replaced. No, not this one. Try this, birch with unicorn hair. Still coughing. Her frail frame stirred slightly, and the topmost boxes rattled ominously, tumbling down perilously close to her. Not this either. Your magical affinity is quite potent. How about this one? Rosewood with dragon heartstring, 11 inches, with excellent flexibility. Bang! A tremendous explosion reverberated, drawing the attention of passers-by. The antiquated glass of Ollivander's shop shattered, nearly injuring someone. Feeling a bit embarrassed, the witch restored order with her wand. Once everything was set right, Ollivander replaced the wand she held and set aside 2 more wands as backups. He continued to switch wands, and over 30 boxes were opened within the shop. Yet the witch still had not found the one that suited her best. Even more disconcerting was the arrival of Harry, Hermione, Hagrid, and Snape, who entered the shop one after the other. Ollivander chose to focus solely on finding the right wand for the witch, rather than discussing wands with them. The witch, wishing to avoid scrutiny, did not want to be the center of attention amidst these familiar faces. Sensing her unease, a box was inadvertently knocked over, and a wand rolled out, landing at her feet. She picked it up and waved it tentatively. Magic flowed effortlessly from her being, and a rose blossomed from the tip of the wand, falling gently to the ground. Mr. Ollivander approached with delight. Hazel, with a dragon heartstring core, 12.5 inches, and remarkably resilient. He animatedly elaborated. The hazel wand is a remarkably sensitive instrument, often reflecting the psychological state of its wielder. It is most suitable for those who possess the ability to comprehend and regulate their emotions. Individuals prone to irritability or recent profound disappointment should exercise caution when wielding a hazel wand, as it tends to absorb such energies and may release them unexpectedly. The positive attributes of the hazel wand far outweigh this minor flaw. In the hands of a skilled practitioner, it can conjure exquisite magic, displaying an extraordinary loyalty to its master. In times of peril, the hazel wand withers in response to its owner's life-threatening circumstances. As Severus Snape grew impatient, having waited long enough, he interjected, "I believe you can assist others in finding their wands now." "Ah, my apologies, Professor Snape," Ollivander replied, seemingly just noticing them. "I shall procure wands for these 2 young sorcerers immediately." "Ah, I presume this one is Mr. Harry Potter?" The witch, acutely aware of Snape's displeasure, turned to Ollivander and inquired, "Sir, how much for this wand?" After settling the payment, she swiftly departed, disregarding Harry's forlorn gaze. Considering her unfortunate day, the witch contemplated leaving Diagon Alley for a Muggle eatery. It was indeed a sound idea, for she wished to savor her solitude without interruption in any establishment within Diagon Alley. Moreover, given that this was England, she did not expect to find a French restaurant in the alley, and snacking would hardly suffice. Dining outside proved more economical. However, as she exited Diagon Alley, the witch found herself at a KFC. Fast food brings joy. Upon returning home, she ignored the textbooks and tools scattered about, instead taking out her wand to examine it. While dragon heartstring is undeniably potent, it is notable that nearly all Death Eaters wield wands made from this material, which left the witch at a loss for words. Nevertheless, it mattered little. She would not align herself with them. Ollivander had fashioned numerous wands from dragon heartstring, after all, and the primary materials remained the same. Although her wand appeared somewhat elongated and lacked exquisite craftsmanship, the witch held no disdain for it. As for the wand's wood, was it sensitive? It required a master capable of understanding and controlling themselves. This was something she had mastered well, having undergone years of training in the wizarding community. The effects of fright were negligible, and extreme joy or sorrow seemed unlikely. Yet, a possibility crossed her mind. Should someone compel her to perform in a public setting, the wand might not function optimally then. That would indeed be a fatal flaw. A small head peeked out from the witch's sleeve. It seemed that Xiaoqing sensed her disquiet and affectionately nudged her skin with its snout. The witch gently stroked its head with her hand, reassuringly stating, "I am fine." Chapter 6. The Witch and the Hogwarts Express. To avoid the embarrassment of arriving late and finding no available seats, the witch arrived early at King's Cross Station. Cleese assisted her in placing her suitcase within a compartment at the rear of the train, lingering to bid farewell to the witch with great reluctance, much like a parent witnessing their child embark on a journey for the first time. As the number of passengers gradually increased, Cleese swiftly returned to the Black family estate. Having risen early, the witch had not slept well and leaned against the seat, drifting into a light slumber. "Hello," a gentle knock echoed on the compartment door, and the greeting faltered midway. The witch, still not entirely lost to slumber, recognized the voice and opened her eyes. "Ah, Sylvia, may I sit here?" Harry inquired, somewhat flustered, recalling the earlier discord between the witch and Hagrid in Diagon Alley. The witch nodded. "Come in. After all, Sharing the compartment with a familiar face was preferable to the awkwardness of conversing with a stranger. Despite receiving permission, Harry encountered some difficulty maneuvering his heavy trunk onto the luggage rack. The witch sighed, and, before the well-meaning Weasley twins arrived to lend a hand, employed a levitation charm to assist him. Have you learned some magic already, even before classes began? Harry suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment. Ever since his visit to Diagon Alley, he had felt somewhat unmoored, having scarcely opened a book, while his classmates seemed to wield magic with ease. The witch pondered internally whether she had overshadowed someone else's moment, then replied, I have indeed learned a little, though not much. I merely skimmed through a few pages, but retained nothing. I suppose I will be at the bottom of the class. Harry's spirits sank further. The witch bit her lip discreetly and remarked, What child truly enjoys reading? There are many like you. Harry found her words amusing, his earlier gloom dissipating. Who could be so comforting in such a manner? Earlier, it seemed you were quite familiar with the wizarding world. Were your parents also wizards? Harry asked, his courage bolstered. This would have been impossible at his previous school. Although both had faced ostracism from their classmates, their situations differed greatly, while the witch was isolated from the entire class, including Harry. Yes, she replied, clearly reluctant to delve deeper into that topic. Harry chose not to press further and instead recalled another question. What was it you mentioned about Sirius Black? Hagrid said he was responsible for my parents' deaths. That is not a secret. Once you arrive at Hogwarts, you may inquire for yourself, the witch responded, unwilling to elaborate on Sirius. However, she harbored thoughts of confronting Wormtail, intending to bring him to Sirius's prison cell to infuriate him. Harry found himself at a loss for words, a common occurrence when conversing with the witch, and they lapsed into silence. This continued until a vendor selling snacks opened the compartment door, inquiring if they wished to purchase a treat, prompting Harry to spring to his feet. Ling was not particularly interested in this, yet she decided to purchase some snacks as a means to pass the time during the journey. However, as lunchtime approached, she found herself more inclined towards a proper meal. Harry, cradling an assortment of treats, generously piled them onto the table and invited Ling to share them. She cast him a glance, pondering that this boy would inevitably squander his inheritance one day, especially since in the original narrative, he had inherited Sirius's fortune, which included the very estate of the Black family that Ling currently possessed. It was rather difficult to feign warmth towards him. With this thought in mind, Ling accepted the packet of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans he offered without hesitation. Ah, a bitter melon flavor. How delightful. Excuse me. May I inquire if you have seen my toad? Poor Neville knocked on their compartment door, his eyes brimming with tears. Sorry, I haven't seen it. Harry replied with a hint of regret, shaking his head. Ling mirrored his gesture and watched as Neville departed in tears. Noticing that the time was right, Ling opened a thermos, releasing the inviting aroma of warm food. With a flick of her wand, she conjured 2 sets of utensils and divided the small steak and fried egg from the thermos, sharing a portion with Harry. She had requested Creature to prepare 2 servings, knowing full well that it was unlikely she would dine alone in the compartment, without extra food. She might face the awkwardness of being observed while enjoying her steak by her classmates, who were mostly snacking or, like Ron, bringing their own sandwiches. The thought of such a scene was indeed a disaster. Harry expressed his gratitude and lavished praise upon the flavor of the steak. The portion was substantial, and with the combination of snacks, Harry was already satiated. Ling, with a hearty appetite, relished her meal, appreciating the brief respite from excessive conversation with Harry. Once they finished their lunch, Ling took out her wand to disperse the lingering aroma in the compartment. At which point there was another knock at the door. This time it was Hermione, accompanied by Neville. Among the 4 present, 3 were familiar faces. Yet the atmosphere was somewhat strained. During this time, Hermione had memorized all the course materials but felt a bit anxious in the presence of her wizarding peers, prompting her to request Ling to demonstrate the magic she had just performed. Have I inadvertently stolen someone else's spotlight? Ling mused. Speaking of magic, she suddenly recalled a spell that could assist Neville in locating his lost toad. She needed to clear the room. Ling instructed Neville to extend his hand, upon which she drew a small arrow with vermilion powder. Miraculously, the tiny arrow sprang to life, swaying slightly like a compass. It will indicate the direction. By following the arrow, you shall find your toad, Ling explained. Wow, that's incredible. Can I learn it? Hermione exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. This, I fear, is not feasible. It is not a spell that can be taught at Hogwarts, but rather one imparted by my mother, requiring a peculiar talent. From my observations, it appears that none of the 999 Britons possess such a gift. Hermione, though somewhat regretful, departed from the compartment to assist Neville in his search for his toad. The spirit initially believed she could quietly traverse the remainder of the journey, yet the compartment soon welcomed another wave of guests. The spirit exclaimed, alas. Despite the Weasley twins not proclaiming Harry Potter's presence, how is it that my dear cousin still arrives? However, this time there was no Ron to taunt Draco, sparking a dispute. Instead, the 2 boys merely shook hands. Chapter 7, The Feast and the Sorting Hat. Upon disembarking from the train, all the first years heard Hagrid's greeting and followed him to the boats. The spirit boarded a small vessel, with Harry closely behind, followed by Hermione and Neville, who clutched his toad. The boats glided effortlessly across the Black Lake, heading towards the illuminated castle. The spirit's fingers lightly skimmed the surface of the lake, creating ripples. Suddenly, her fingers brushed against a slick surface. As she sought to explore further, the sensation vanished, as if it were merely a figment of her imagination. She recalled that a giant squid resided within the depths of the Black Lake, a particularly large one. Oh, I could go for some grilled octopus, she mused. I wonder if Hogwarts' kitchen has such ingredients. Grilled squid, extra spicy. How I long for a snack. I should have indulged in more treats before disembarking. Feeling slightly disheartened, the spirit withdrew her hand and leaned against the edge of the boat, awaiting their arrival at shore. However, it was not long before a tentacle emerged from the depths. Resting on the edge of the boat, nearly capsizing it, the spirit exclaimed, "Oh dear." Harry and Hermione cast her reproachful glances for her reckless hand, leaving the spirit feeling somewhat guilty. Only Neville, bewildered, gripped the boat tightly, fearing it might overturn. The giant squid seemed to sense something amiss and, feeling bashful, lowered its tentacle, yet this action once again unsettled the small vessel, causing it to lurch violently. The 4 occupants aboard lost their tempers, exhaustedly awaiting their arrival. The spirit refrained from further recklessness, and the boat safely reached the shore, where Professor McGonagall took charge, leading the new students to the Great Hall. The ghosts greeted them warmly, yet the first years appeared unenthusiastic, their faces pale with fright. As the Sorting Hat began to sing, the lyrics revealed just how unpopular Slytherin was. Nevertheless, the spirit maintained an impassive expression, desiring merely to navigate her years of schooling with tranquility, avoiding endeavors that would prove both taxing and unappreciated. Professor McGonagall, holding a scroll of parchment, called out, "Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff." Listening intently to the names and houses being called, Ling endeavored to commit them to memory to avert any potential embarrassment in the future. "Which house will you join?" A small voice was nearly drowned out by the jubilant cheers of the crowd, yet Ling still caught it. She turned in surprise to find Harry, his expression tinged with apprehension. Perhaps Slytherin or Ravenclaw, but the likelihood leaned heavily towards Slytherin. Ling pondered that if her surname were Black, based on the alphabetical order of surnames, she should have been summoned to don the Sorting Hat long ago, yet she still had to wait behind Harry. When Harry's name was called, a ripple of excitement surged through the dining hall, and after a minute or two, the Sorting Hat finally declared him a member of Gryffindor. Much to everyone's anticipation, following Ron, Ling's name was at last announced. You prefer tranquility. Logically, Ravenclaw would suit you best, yet Slytherin. The Slytherin table had allocated her a neutral position, neither too prominent nor too obscure, which was precisely to Ling's liking, as a middle ground allowed her to conceal herself effectively. Once Blaise Zabini was sorted into Slytherin, the ceremony concluded. Ling found little interest in Dumbledore's remarks or the tumultuous history between Harry and Snape. Her only desire was to partake in the feast. However, when the table overflowed with food, she was compelled to summon her focus and dine with grace. Although it brought her some discomfort, it was evident that her refined demeanor elevated her standing in the eyes of the older Slytherin students as they appraised the new arrivals. This signified a reduction in future troubles for Ling. Daphne, having received a nod from the upperclassmen, leaned in to inquire, "Are you of pureblood heritage?" Ling maintained a polite smile as she replied, "My father hails from an ancient pureblood family, and my mother is also of pureblood descent. She is Chinese. And I carry her surname." With this information, the Slytherin students welcomed her with increased warmth. Even as they speculated about her lineage, their goodwill remained unblemished. Ling was a connoisseur of meat. Despite her elegant mannerisms, her pace of consumption was swift. A small green creature nestled in her sleeve caught the scent of meat. Peering out with eager eyes at the bountiful spread, Slytherin was generally indulgent towards serpents, though a few timid souls were startled. None voiced their disapproval as Ling discreetly shared a morsel of chicken with her pet. "It's truly beautiful," Draco remarked, crossing over several seats to express his admiration. "Thank you," Ling replied, appearing slightly bashful as she lowered her gaze and focused intently on her steak. Draco did not interpret her shyness as deliberate evasion. Recalling their encounter in Diagon Alley, he believed her modesty to be genuine. To maintain a balanced diet, Ling also consumed a few pea shoots and 2 boiled potatoes. There seems to be a scarcity of vegetables here. Once the main course was finished, it was time for dessert. The witch had consumed several strawberries, a piece of pudding, and an apple pie, finally alleviating the persistent hunger that had plagued her. If one did not harbor excessive fantasies about these morsels, their taste was rather pleasant. An idea struck the witch. Could she transform one type of food into another? Aside from the changes in flavor and texture, anything that remained fundamentally unchanged could bring her joy. However, upon reflection, she considered the irrevocable destruction that might occur to the transformed items, perhaps as she chewed. The delightful soft bread would morph into a potato, leading to quite a disheartening contrast. After pondering for a moment, she resolved to seize an opportunity to inquire with Professor McGonagall, unwilling to relinquish this notion. After all, transfiguration could transform water into wine or other liquids. Surely altering food would be permissible as well, once everyone had thoroughly satisfied their hunger and the table was cleared of all remnants. Dumbledore stood to impart important information regarding the new term, subsequently leading everyone in the school anthem. The witch loathed singing the school song during her previous life. Every Monday's flag-raising ceremony required her to stand for an hour, leaving her with a profound psychological shadow regarding such rituals. Thus, when the school song commenced, she merely opened her mouth silently, blending into the background. Naturally, for every slacker like her, there were those who sang with fervor, such as the Weasley twins. However, was it truly appropriate to liken it to a funeral march? Chapter 8. Pansy and Annabelle. Upon returning to the dormitory, the witch felt a touch weary. Yet the stubbornness of the girls demanded that they bathe before retiring for the night. The dormitory was shared by Pansy Parkinson and the witch. Observing Pansy's evident exhaustion, she suggested that her friend bathe first while she tidied her belongings. As she rummaged through her luggage, the witch first unearthed Annabelle, securing her neck with a red string and hanging her from a corner of the curtain. Pansy did not take long. Towel in hand, she emerged from the bathroom, only to be startled by the sight of Annabelle. "Merlin, what is this?" Pansy exclaimed, clutching her chest in surprise. "Fear not, it is merely a doll. I placed it there to save space," the witch replied, having organized her bathing necessities with little concern. Pansy shot her a fierce glare, then drew back her curtain and leapt onto her bed. The witch, indifferent to Pansy's thoughts, took a quick 5-minute shower. Upon emerging, she discovered Pansy still awake, seated upon her bed with the curtains drawn aside. The witch was tempted to ask if she wasn't tired and why she had yet to sleep, but she deemed it best to remain silent. Nevertheless, Pansy was unwilling to let her off the hook. "That doll, it's a Muggle artifact, I assent it. You brought a Muggle item into the Slytherin dormitory. You must be a half-blood masquerading as pureblood, or perhaps a pureblood traitor like the Weasleys." "How tedious," the witch retorted, disinclined to engage further. "Just wait. I shall inform them of this matter tomorrow, and we shall see how you continue to entice Draco," Pansy declared vehemently as she drew the curtains. The witch gazed expressionlessly at the gently trembling fabric before removing the red string from Annabelle's neck, lowering her eyelids and extinguishing the light to retire to bed. Throughout the night, Pansy found herself restless, plagued by the unsettling sensation of being watched, as if an unseen weight pressed heavily upon her chest, rendering her breathless. Awakened abruptly, she attempted to roll over and sit up, yet found herself unsuccessful. The curtains blocked the moonlight, enveloping her in darkness, and though she could see nothing, she was acutely aware of a presence lying upon her chest. Believing this to be a prank by the witch, a deliberate act of revenge meant to terrify her, she nonetheless felt a twinge of anxiety. She reached out to confront the unknown entity, intending to lift it and hurl it to the floor. However, her fingers brushed against the edge of a cotton dress and the cool surface of a small patch of skin. Pansy hesitated, disbelief washing over her. As she examined it further, she recognized it truly resembled human skin, albeit chillingly cold, akin to that of a corpse. The thought sent shivers down her spine, and without deliberation, she seized the object and hurled it toward the edge of the bed. It burst through the curtains but did not fall to the ground. Instead, it created a narrow gap that allowed a sliver of moonlight to illuminate a portion of its true form, a doll with a hauntingly grotesque visage. In an instant, her racing heart slowed as fear receded, replaced by indignation at having been tricked. "Ah, I knew it was your doing." With her foot, she violently kicked Annabelle from beneath the covers, sending it tumbling to the floor. "Are you even polite?" the doll retorted. Enraged, Pansy threw back the curtains, intent on confronting the witch. Yet, the moment her eyes beheld the figure beyond the fabric, a bone-chilling cold coursed through her, and the more terrifying sight was the shadowy silhouette blocking the moonlight. The indistinct white figure stood rigidly at the foot of her bed, seemingly fixated on her for what felt like an eternity, instilling a profound sense of dread. In the midst of the night, the witch was roused by piercing screams, her patience wearing thin. She mused that she should have cast a silencing charm on her bed the previous evening, lamenting her oversight in only preventing the sounds from escaping the dormitory. Within the chamber, alongside the frantic cries, the thuds of objects colliding with the floor echoed. It appeared that Pansy was not one to surrender easily, engaging in a mutual assault with Annabelle. How delightful. The witch retrieved her wand from beneath her pillow, cast a silencing spell, and drifted back to sleep. For Pansy, that night would be forever known as the Hogwarts Night of Terror. The following morning at 6:30, Ling awoke to the chaotic disarray of her dormitory. A rare pang of regret washed over her. Although most of the discarded items belonged to Pansy, who had failed to pack her belongings, the sheer mess was enough to drive anyone to distraction. Amidst the turmoil, Annabelle lay pitifully in a corner, her hair in tatters and her little dress in shambles. Fortunately, She had not lost any of her components. With an impassive expression, Ling approached and performed a restoration spell, returning Annabelle to her original state, rendering her previous dishevelment unnoticeable. Pansy, being a witch, had unfortunately failed to use her wand effectively against Annabelle initially, and later, in a moment of fright, had forgotten her magic, resulting in Annabelle's dominance the previous night. Now, Ling cast a glance at the unfortunate child curled up under the bed, but did not linger on her, instead heading to the bathroom to freshen up. She tossed Annabelle onto the bed and issued a stern warning. Should you wander about during my class or engage in any undue antics, I will certainly resort to hanging you up with a red string for the entirety of the summer, just as I did before. A flicker of grievance seemed to cross Annabelle's face. Noticing the spirit of resentment within her, Ling entered the bathroom. After washing up, Ling organized the belongings she had not finished packing the previous day, only to realize it was already 7:40, and Pansy had finally begun to show signs of waking. Truth be told, it wouldn't have mattered had she slept a little longer, for first-year Slytherins had no classes on Monday mornings. However, if she truly overslept the entire morning, a trip to the infirmary on the very first day of school would be inevitable. Upon waking, Pansy appeared somewhat disoriented. She first realized she was not in her bed, and then let out a short, sharp scream. The events of the previous night flooded back to her, and she cast a pale gaze towards Ling. What on earth is that cursed doll of yours? Get rid of it immediately, or I shall inform the headmaster. Ling dismissed her outburst, thinking it was rather absurd for Pansy, already afflicted by sleepwalking, to spout such nonsense. Perhaps a visit to St. Mungo's was in order for her. With that, she prepared to head out for breakfast. Chapter 9, Retribution and Nightmares. After breakfast, Ling made her way to the library, intending to spend a considerable amount of time there. To her surprise, she encountered Hermione. Wasn't Gryffindor supposed to have classes in the morning? Or was she mistaken? Was this world a mere offshoot from the films, or a portrayal from the original text? Could it be from some fanfiction realm? After a few moments of contemplation, she decided to abandon the thought. If it were fanfiction, it might offer additional allies against Voldemort. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Ling noticed several individuals whispering and pointing at her, only to avert their gazes when she looked their way. Pansy, however, defiantly glared back at her, wearing an unmistakable expression of schadenfreude, which only served to further mar her countenance. Although the witch did not wish to expose herself to the gaze of others, it did not imply that she would flee in such a circumstance. She made a concerted effort to stand tall, maintaining an impassive expression as she cast a cold glance around her, representing the Black family and the Witch clan. She could not afford to show any sign of weakness in such a setting. Deep down, she feared that others might perceive her fade of bravado. Yet perhaps most of those present were mere first-year students, or perhaps her disguise was so expertly crafted that no one discerned her pretense. Upon leaving the common room, the witch returned to her dormitory, only to find it in disarray. Annabelle, the doll that had previously lain still on the bed, began to tremble and ultimately appeared before the witch in resignation. Tell me what transpired. The shadows on the witch's face imbued her with a somewhat sinister appearance. The vengeful spirit conveyed the events in its own manner. It was simply that Pansy, consumed by anger, lacked the courage to confront Annabelle and thus vented her frustrations on the witch's belongings. How foolish she is. I have not encountered such ignorance in a long time. The witch murmured softly. Annabelle shivered, perhaps not having felt such coldness in quite some time. Disliking complications, she preferred to resolve matters decisively. When Pansy returned to the dormitory and discovered her possessions were not in disarray like the witch's, she breathed a sigh of relief, firmly concluding that the witch was merely a fade of strength, and she could now bully her without hesitation. That night, Pansy tossed and turned in her bed, unable to sleep until the lights were turned off and the other bed remained silent, allowing her to finally close her eyes. Exhausted from a day spent on guard against the witch's potential retaliation, she soon fell into slumber. Meanwhile, on the other bed, the witch lay wide awake, staring at the top of the bed curtain until the sound of snoring from the adjacent bed prompted her to sit up slowly. Throwing off the covers, she descended from her bed. Annabelle, now taking the form of a shadow, stood within the dormitory, but refrained from standing directly by the witch's bed as she had done the previous night, instead opting for a position by the window. The room was filled with a faint scent of incense, discernible only to those who had undergone special training. It could induce slumber and plunge one into nightmares. Weaving dreams in the hands of the witch clan, the witch raised her hand, a glimmer of silver flashing between her index and middle fingers, revealing a slender blade. Annabelle lifted the curtain from Pansy's bed as the witch wielded the blade, ultimately withdrawing it from her own neck. She made a precise incision behind the ear, deftly slicing along the hairline, avoiding blood vessels, and meticulously removing a layer of skin from her face. What remained was an unprocessed mask of human skin, leaving Pansy with a bloodied visage. The witch then employed a restorative spell, allowing Pansy's face to heal before repeating the aforementioned actions. Only when her skin made contact with blood did the witch's obsessive cleanliness cease to plague her. For such rituals had commenced when she was a mere 5 years of age. The moral compass, meticulously sculpted in her previous life, had been entirely reconstructed in a matter of months, transitioning from initial defiance to ultimate numbness. Throughout this ordeal, Pansy experienced pain, yet the power of incense enveloped her, ensnaring her within a nightmare from which she could never awaken. It was not until she had peeled away 5 layers of human skin that the witch relinquished her grip, for she had to dispose of these remnants. However, one final task awaited her: to eradicate Pansy's hair, closing the follicles. For the wizard's potions could never restore what was lost. Otherwise, the wizarding world would not be plagued by so many who bore the Mediterranean hairstyle. The next morning, Pansy awoke from her nightmare, her heart racing with trepidation as she patted her chest. The horrors of the previous night lingered vividly in her mind. She had dreamt of mocking the witch in a public lounge, rallying everyone against her, only for the witch to retaliate with a knife, brutally flaying her own face. The nightmare continued as the witch proclaimed, "Since you lack eloquence, you shall lose this mouth as well." With that, she produced scissors and severed Pansy's tongue, meticulously stitching her own mouth shut with needle and thread. In a final act of defiance, Pansy resisted, only to have the witch viciously grasp her hair and rip away her scalp, blood spraying forth. Just before the professors arrived, the witch cast a spell to restore her scalp, yet no hair would ever grow there again. This dream was truly horrific. Pansy clutched her chest, relieved that it had merely been a dream. However, as her heart rate gradually subsided, she sensed something amiss. Her scalp felt oddly cool. Trembling, Pansy reached up to touch her head, only to discover that not a single strand of hair remained. The witch tidied her bed and cast protective charms over all her belongings when she heard Pansy scream. She leapt from her bed, frantically searching for a mirror on her desk, but upon catching sight of her reflection, she screamed again and smashed the mirror to the floor. "It was you. You did this, you wretched creature." Pansy returned to her bed, retrieving her wand to cast a curse upon the witch. Yet, as the spell's light struck the witch, she remained unmoved, and the curse was absorbed by an invisible barrier. A second later, a more potent light surged back towards Pansy, sending her crashing against the wall, leaving an imprint of her form before she fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Pansy was taken to the infirmary, her condition shocking many. Chapter 10, The Protective Barrier and Transfiguration Class. In Snape's office, the two sat in a heavy silence. The witch lowered her gaze, avoiding his eyes. "Miss Witch, can you elucidate the events that transpired today? Merely days into the term, and you have already sent your roommate to the infirmary." A faint trace of anger lingered in Snape's demeanor. Within Slytherin, students often engaged in clandestine duels to vie for status, and as long as the conduct did not cross certain boundaries, it generally went unpunished. However, with bloodshed now evident and a student carried away to the infirmary, the situation could no longer be concealed. It was an embarrassment for Slytherin, rendering them a laughingstock among the other houses, an intolerable humiliation. "Professor, I did not attack her. I merely cast a protective shield that rebounds any attacks with triple force. She struck me first," the witch insisted, unwilling to accept blame, despite her own dubious methods. Snape regarded her with skepticism. "I have never encountered such a spell. I learned it from my mother. It is a secret art. You cannot verify it," she replied defiantly. Snape scrutinized her for several moments. "I will confirm this with Miss Parkinson. Let us hope you speak truthfully. But what of her hair? How should I know? Perhaps she misused some prank product. I assure you, I remain quite amicable towards my roommate, even though Pansy has damaged many of my belongings. I hold no desire for retribution." Snape furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before gesturing for her to leave. "Very well, you may return. That shield of yours poses a risk of collateral damage. I only wish to protect myself. I do not want to worry my parents. As long as others harbor no ill intentions towards me, there should be no trouble." The witch was reluctant to forego her protective shield. Snape's summons had not cost her a single detriment, much to the astonishment of the Slytherin students, who now regarded her with heightened vigilance. "How did you manage that?" Daphne inquired, feeling a slight camaraderie with her as she sat across from the witch during lunch, noting Pansy's apparent severity of injury. The witch recounted her shield's ability to rebound attacks, hoping to caution others through Daphne's words. "Impressive. If everyone could master this spell, safety would be greatly enhanced." Daphne mused, captivated by the idea. "Regrettably, it is a family secret and cannot be divulged," the witch replied coolly. "That is quite understandable. Every ancient family harbors secrets not meant for outsiders." Daphne quickly provided an excuse. Then, hesitating, she glanced at the witch. "Pansy mentioned you possess a doll from the Muggle world. Do you have an affinity for Muggles, much like the Weasleys?" The witch acknowledged the query. "I do not particularly favor them, but I do not dislike them either. That doll is rather entertaining, so I chose to keep it." Daphne cautioned her. "This could lead to ostracism from Slytherin. It would be wise to dispose of that doll." Suddenly, the witch proposed, "Would you like to see it?" "What?" Daphne inquired, puzzled. Do you know why I carry that doll? Daphne shook her head. Because within that doll resides a vengeful spirit, essentially, a ghost. The witch's lips curled into a subtle, serene smile. No, it cannot be true. In Hogwarts, they all transform into ghosts. Daphne felt a twinge of fear. The witch, using a fork, speared a piece of fried egg and remarked, however, that wraith did not perish at Hogwarts. Hence, she cannot, of course, become a ghost. Daphne, somewhat dazed, wandered away, half convinced by the conversation. The thought of a ghost residing in the adjacent room sent chills down her spine. Meanwhile, the witch continued her day as if nothing had happened, particularly enjoying her newfound comfort without Pansy around. During transfiguration class, she shone brightly, being the first to transform a matchstick into a silver needle, earning herself 5 points. After class, she did not hasten to leave, but instead inquired Professor McGonagall about her question from the opening feast. She presented an intriguing example. If we can transform water into wine, can we not turn bread into steak or lamb chops? Perhaps after it is consumed. It may revert to bread, but at the moment of eating, the flavor could be enhanced. That is a fascinating notion, Miss Witch, Professor McGonagall replied, intrigued. While innate talent is crucial in the study of magic, interests and hobbies foster creativity. We might indeed conduct some experiments. Professor McGonagall provided her with some bread for a grand meal, ultimately concluding that the method was feasible, yet during the chewing process, salivary amylase would partially digest the food, resulting in a blend of flavors between steak and bread. How marvelous. Miss Witch, what is this enzyme you mentioned? Professor McGonagall expressed a keen interest in the unknown. The witch explained, it is biological knowledge from the Muggle world. I believe we wizards can also learn from Muggles to some extent, although they lack formidable magic. Their knowledge has taken humanity to the moon, while wizards remain tethered to the earth. This revelation startled Professor McGonagall, and as a top scholar, it ignited an even greater desire for knowledge within her. The witch briefly shared snippets of the knowledge she had acquired over her lifetime, speaking passionately until her throat grew parched. Thank you, Miss Witch, for enlightening me with this knowledge. In recognition of your thirst for learning, I have decided to award you an additional 5 points, Professor McGonagall declared solemnly. Following this enlightening exchange, the witch felt immensely satisfied. Although she had conversed with the professor for quite some time, causing her cheeks to flush with a hint of embarrassment. The result of such mental exertion was a swift onset of hunger, prompting her to seek nourishment in the dining hall. As she relished her meal, she sensed someone sitting beside her. Turning her gaze, she found it was Draco. I have heard some things, he said slowly. The witch remained silent, her dark, glistening eyes fixed intently upon him. Draco had no choice but to continue, saying, since both your parents are wizards, why do you still engage with Muggles? And why does the Malfoy family, which prides itself on being pure-blooded, conduct business with them? The voice of the spirit was soft, audible only to her and Draco. Yet it drained the color from his face. Chapter 11, Potions Class and Neville. Draco abruptly rose from his seat, visibly enraged. The spirit declared, let it be known. I did not intend to provoke him to this extent. Who knew the Malfoys would dare to deny their actions? Oh, but then again, Lucius would never admit to extracting money from a Muggle's pocket. Draco remained silent, wanting to retort, yet he knew that voicing his thoughts would attract unwanted attention, potentially leading to an investigation into the Malfoy family, which could tarnish their reputation among pureblood families. Although it was an open secret that the Malfoy family discreetly siphoned funds from Muggles, this matter could not be brought to light. Draco exhaled sharply, casting a fierce glare at the spirit before departing without uttering a word. During potions class, Draco deliberately isolated her. The Slytherin students were unwilling to sit beside the spirit, leaving her to partner with Neville. This outcome was not entirely unfavorable, as Neville, having matured, was quite handsome, and currently, he exhibited a certain obedience. After Snape delivered a lengthy introduction, he subjected Harry to a barrage of inquiries about death, resulting in an unfortunate deduction of points. While taking notes, the spirit nudged Neville with her elbow. Despite taking notes herself, Snape had granted a point to Slytherin while blatantly ignoring Neville's similar efforts. Bias was evident in such an unabashed manner. The spirit handled the potion ingredients and brewing process with remarkable fluidity, whereas Neville appeared somewhat flustered in comparison. As she bottled the potion, her peripheral vision caught sight of a porcupine quill in Neville's hand, poised to be tossed into the cauldron, which was bubbling vigorously over the flames. Startled, the spirit exclaimed, "Wait, don't. What are you doing?" Her voice rose slightly, startling Neville, who instinctively tightened his grip on the quill, hesitating, his eyes filled with confusion as he looked at her. "Turn off the heat, then add it," the spirit advised him. "What is happening?" Snape, drawn by the commotion, approached. "Nothing, Professor," replied the spirit. However, Snape remained skeptical, moving closer to inspect. "Your scabious potion is complete, and quite splendid. I must say, I shall award Slytherin 5 points for this, and since you prevented a classmate's mistake, I will grant you an additional 5 points. Although he initially intended to commend Draco, the spirit being a Slytherin student meant that points awarded to anyone would suffice. Then, he glanced at Neville. I believe that even a 3-year-old child would take a moment to review the steps I have outlined before attempting such a task, and certainly, one should not fail to concoct such a simple potion for Scabbers. Due to your near mistake, Gryffindor loses 2 points. Poor Neville turned pale, but fortunately, Snape had already walked away. At that moment, the potion in the cauldron had begun to cool, and he added the hedgehog quills, resulting in a potion of commendable quality. Sylvia, how have you been faring in Slytherin during this time? Although Harry had made new friends in Gryffindor and was aware of the historical discord between Gryffindor and Slytherin, he still wished to get along well with the witch, especially considering the recent disturbances in Slytherin, which led him to believe she was facing discrimination and exclusion. Suspecting that the Sorting Hat must have been mistaken in placing her there. It's been all right. Everyone is quite amiable, as long as I am not a nuisance. It's all the same, she replied. The warmth of Gryffindor is overwhelming for me, while the friendly atmosphere of Hufflepuff is even more disconcerting. Ravenclaw and Slytherin are much more agreeable, particularly given my ties to the Black family. Slytherin is indeed not so bad. Harry felt she was merely reassuring herself. How could Slytherin possibly be agreeable? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he inquired, what did you think of our previous school? Without hesitation, the witch replied, it was quite good. Harry covered his face, knowing it would be so. What previous school? Ron leaned in, curious. A Muggle primary school, Harry explained. Ron, like an inquisitive child, asked, what did they teach there? Car repairs. My dad has a magical car, it's really cool. Harry quickly dismissed this. No, we learn the basics, like spelling and arithmetic. Arithmetic? That sounds difficult, Ron grimaced. Harry elaborated that it was basic arithmetic, and they exchanged thoughts for a while before he suddenly felt as though he had forgotten something. The forgotten witch interjected, you can continue your conversation without worrying about me. In the afternoon, Harry and Ron visited Hagrid's hut, while the witch wandered aimlessly around the campus. Before she could uncover hidden passages or secret chambers, she encountered some trouble. Peeves delighted in tormenting young witches and wizards. Many despised him, yet some found his pranks amusing. However, she did not count herself among them. No one dared to expose their soul in front of a witch, as it was akin to placing oneself beneath the scythe of death. Although Peeves could not be classified as a ghost, in the eyes of the witch, he was no different from them. As Peeves lunged toward her, a net woven of crimson threads appeared around her body, resembling a spider waiting for its prey to ensnare itself in its web. She had never considered forming any relationship with Peeves, be it good or bad, yet when he collided with her, she would not show mercy. As the spider ensnares its prey, it patiently awaits the unsuspecting victim to collide with its web, swiftly advancing to ensnare the creature in silken threads, encircling it repeatedly. Throughout this struggle, the prey thrashes desperately until it succumbs to exhaustion and ultimately meets its demise, granting the spider a sumptuous feast. However, the witch does not follow this predatory method. Instead, she gathers the crimson threads and binds the mischievous spirit to a pillar. To deter any young sorcerers from attempting to release him, she casts a spell ensuring they will withdraw from such thoughts. With all preparations complete, the witch dismisses the non-existent dust from her hands and resumes her leisurely stroll through the castle. Along her path, portraits and suits of armor greet her, offering a sense of ease as they are not human. Occasionally, she pauses to engage in conversation with them. Yet, as she wanders further, an unsettling sensation arises. She seems to have wandered into the infirmary. Upon parting the curtain, she glimpses Pansy, though primarily it is the glaring reflection of her prominent forehead that is particularly striking. Chapter 12, Flight Lessons and Provocation. The witch contemplates retreating, for she has no desire to quarrel with Pansy. Although Pansy perceives a faint sound, by the time she glances towards the doorway, the witch has already slipped away unnoticed. Pansy remains preoccupied, waiting for Madame Pomfrey to reveal when she might regrow her hair. Refusing to leave until then. After a week has passed, the witch gradually acclimates to life at Hogwarts. In light of the numerous points she has contributed to Slytherin during her inaugural week, the students of Slytherin have adopted a noticeably friendlier demeanor towards her. Despite Draco's continued aloofness, the overall attitude of her peers has visibly improved. Draco, too, shifts his stance following a letter delivered to the witch from the wizarding community. During breakfast, as owls flit into the dining hall bearing messages for the students, the witch does not anticipate receiving any correspondence and instead focuses on her meal. Suddenly, a melodious chirp captures everyone's attention, a delightful surprise amidst their mundane routines. The witch raises her gaze to behold a resplendent emerald bird gracefully fluttering down to her table. This azure messenger, unique to the witch's kin, bears a resemblance to the legendary envoy of the Queen Mother of the West, yet lacks the 3 legs. Instead being an ordinary enchanted bird. Upon realizing the witch's awareness, the azure bird emits a burst of flame. This unexpected display startles the other Slytherin students present. Though the witch remains unfazed, She extends her fingers into the swirling flames and retrieves a letter. As she reads its contents, she simultaneously offers the bird a few small fruits. Upon finishing the letter, a rare expression of displeasure crosses her typically emotionless face, abandoning her breakfast. She rises and extends her left arm, allowing the azure bird to perch upon her forearm as she departs the dining hall, all eyes upon her. The letter, in truth, conveyed little of substance. It merely requested her to return to the wizarding tribe during the summer of the following year. The young witch harbored an aversion to that place, for in her memory, it was inextricably linked with blood and specters, rendering even the mischievous spirits appear far more charming by comparison. Both the azure bird and the letter concealed themselves within the flames, leaving the little wizards in a state of bewildered astonishment. However, Draco, being a Malfoy, possessed a knack for opportunism. Thus, he set aside past grievances and approached the young witch. Upon reflection, he realized that although such a girl was rather uncommon in his previous experiences, if one were to alter her gender, her temperament would not be dissimilar to that of Theodore Nott or Blaise Zabini. This thought rendered her more palatable in his mind. The young witch replied, there is truly no need for that. Yet, she was reluctant to complicate matters further, content to maintain a semblance of friendship. It was indeed unfortunate. Attending potions class with them was already burdensome, and now she was to endure flying lessons as well. One day, while in the common room, she overheard a remark that piqued her interest, prompting her to approach the notice affixed to the wall. The announcement declared that they were to have flying lessons with Gryffindor on Thursday. Upon hearing the news, all Slytherin students, save those attending class with Gryffindor, expressed their delight. Especially Draco, who incessantly boasted about his former prowess in Quidditch. The young witch could only ponder, is riding a broomstick not uncomfortable? On the grassy field designated for the lesson lay 21 broomsticks, a number augmented by the presence of the witch. Upon her arrival, she meticulously surveyed the broomsticks, ultimately choosing one that appeared relatively clean and well-maintained. Draco, too, seemed to have an eye for the same broom. But he ultimately relinquished the contest and stood beside her instead. The young witch also noticed Pansy, who, unlike her usual inclination to gravitate towards Draco, stood at a distance wearing a hat. Madame Hooch instructed them to position themselves beside the flying broomsticks, which would then soar into their hands. Although the young witch's broomstick lifted slightly, it required a bit more resolve. However, she remained unconvinced about the idea of flying, and thus that resolve would likely take a while longer to muster. Draco, with an air of self-satisfaction, clutched his broom until Madame Hooch corrected his mistakes, at which point his smug expression vanished. The young witch feigned ignorance, her gaze fixed forward, yet her mind wandered elsewhere, for riding a broomstick was indeed quite uncomfortable. Before Madame Hooch had even sounded her whistle, Neville soared into the air, his face a mask of terror. She appeared at a loss, allowing Neville to ascend unchecked. The young witch shook her sleeves, her wand slipping into her palm. Considering him a passable partner in potions class, she resolved to intervene and assist Neville. She cast a gravity charm upon the broomstick, causing Neville to feel a sudden heaviness at the front, which instinctively prompted him to lean forward. The broom seemed to instantly sense his thoughts, obediently descending towards the ground. However, its speed was rather swift. Neville's anguished cries echoed through the air, causing the hearts of those on the ground to twist in sympathy. Then, they witnessed his broom firmly embedding itself into the earth. And Neville, unable to restrain himself any longer, toppled over like a sack of potatoes. Fortunately, he was close to the ground by that point, sustaining no injuries, merely startled. The witch mused that perhaps she should have cast a levitation charm. The Gryffindor students rushed over to check on him, forming a tight circle, while the Slytherin students remained unmoved. "Well done, Sylvia," someone praised the witch. "You certainly made him look foolish." The witch glanced over and realized it was Zabini, who had just been standing on her other side. It was only natural for him to see. She offered a slight nod, remaining silent. Although not everyone noticed her actions, Zabini's remark drew others closer to her, expressing approval for her behavior. "Do you think she intended to embarrass Longbottom?" "I believe she was more inclined to save him," Pansy said with envy. This was not without merit, as others appeared contemplative. "She has always gotten along well with those Gryffindors. I heard she even attended potions class with Longbottom and corrected his mistakes." Pansy continued to bolster the credibility of her assertions. "Shut up, Parkinson. If you keep talking, no one will mistake you for a mute," the witch replied darkly. "If you cannot control your tongue, I can assist in stitching it shut." The witch had never been fond of idle chatter, yet others did not perceive her as easy to bully, especially with the tone and expression she now bore. It made her seem genuinely inclined to inflict harm on Pansy. Chapter 13, The Ultimate Pitfall for Teammates. Their quarrel was swiftly interrupted by Madame Hooch. Since Neville had not sustained any injuries, they were to continue with their lesson. However, due to Neville's fright, Madame Hooch permitted him to rest on the side. "Could any gentleman or lady inform me who assisted Mr. Longbottom just now? I wish to award them 5 points." Madame Hooch had been focused solely on Neville and had not noticed the witch's actions, yet she could sense that her magic had been well-intentioned. The witch did not seek the spotlight, but there were always those whose wavelengths did not align with hers. It was Sylvia. Professor. Draco stood up. The Slytherins would not miss any opportunity to earn points for their house, so regardless of whether the witch had aimed to embarrass Neville or otherwise, they now had to concede that she intended to aid him. Sylvia? Madame Hooch looked at them quizzically. Was there a first-year Slytherin by that name? It is Miss Slytherin. Her English name is Sylvia, Blaise added. Very well, 5 points to Slytherin. Madame Hooch nodded appreciatively at the witch. Ms. What she conducted her class with a sense of decorum, having been startled by the recent incident involving Neville. Consequently, the students exhibited no particularly remarkable performances, resulting in Gryffindor's lamentable loss of a seeker. Without the advantageous points from Quidditch matches, Gryffindor might as well be termed Gryffindor, particularly with the points that Slytherin may accrue this term. The prospect of Gryffindor's reputation suffering is quite palpable. She must elevate the point disparity between the two houses to over 200. Thus, even with Dumbledore's potential bestowal of a significant score of 160 at the semester's end, Slytherin would still prevail. How many points, then, must she allocate? She recalled that Dumbledore had previously awarded the trio 50 or 60 points each, in addition to 10 points for Neville, which had marginally allowed Slytherin to be surpassed. How disheartening. Later that evening, as she passed by the Slytherin common room, she overheard Draco's triumphant laughter. Those two fools are certain to be caught by Filch. They are utterly foolish, he declared to those around him. Are you sure they will actually come? They may appear dim-witted, but one cannot dismiss the possibility of their malice. Someone questioned him. Nonsense, Draco replied. Even if they choose not to go, I suffer no loss. This narrative trigger reminded her of the midnight duel plot. Although they had uncovered the location of the Philosopher's Stone, it was of no concern to her, as there was little risk involved. Nevertheless, Draco's anticipation of their folly was unavoidable. Wong underestimated the potency of the narrative. By the second week, Harry still caught Professor McGonagall's attention. Although he joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team later than expected, it was not by much. This incited discontent among the Slytherins, and Wong felt even more irate than Draco. It was not out of jealousy, but rather due to her impotence in altering even the most trivial matters that bore no significant relation to the critical plot. What could she hope for in the future? I can hardly endure them, Hermione lamented. In Gryffindor, she had few friends, managing only a strained camaraderie with Wong. They had the audacity to consider the broomstick as a reward that blatantly contravened school regulations. So what? Wong thought, not particularly concerned. Although she lacked close friends, she understood that it sufficed to listen quietly during such moments. I truly cannot fathom why they persist in treating rule-breaking as an adventure. If the only consequence were to befall themselves, I would have little to say, but their actions implicate the entire house. Hermione continued to vent her frustration. Perhaps only when they are penalized with a deduction of 100 points will they learn their lesson. Actually, it should be 150 points. Along with a detention in the Forbidden Forest, including you, Hermione indignantly stated. Even if they were to lose 200 points, they would remain oblivious to their mistakes and would still find it quite amusing. One can never truly fathom the thoughts of young boys. Let them be, Sylvie mused, shaking her head. Unless one were to render them unconscious or incapacitate them at the very moment they wish to venture out for a nocturnal escapade. For a wizard requires no legs to cast spells. What a splendid idea. Though Hermione did not wholly endorse her sentiments, she found herself wishing to break their legs. For various reasons, Hermione increasingly sought solace in Sylvie's company, until one fateful day, she failed to appear at their usual rendezvous by the Black Lake. Initially, Sylvie paid little heed to her absence, until she entered the Great Hall and was reminded of the ongoing festivities by the sight of pumpkin lanterns adorning every corner. After all, Gryffindor's charms lesson was not conducted alongside Slytherin. Sylvie, caught in a moment of indecision, thought to herself that if she could not partake in the feast, she might as well seek out Hermione. Her departure went largely unnoticed, as most were preoccupied with the delectable spread laid before them, oblivious to the fact that this meal was beyond their reach. Sylvie soon located Hermione, whose tear-streaked face and rubbing eyes revealed her distress. Simultaneously, Sylvie's keen sense of smell detected an unpleasant odor, gradually intensifying. A wave of apprehension washed over her. She suddenly regretted coming here. What are you doing here, Sylvia? Hermione sobbed, hastily wiping her face with her sleeve. Shoo, Sylvie interrupted, prioritizing the young witch's dignity over her own discomfort as she covered Hermione's mouth and pulled her into a stall. Heavy footsteps echoed ominously, accompanied by the stench of unwashed socks. With her wand slipping from her sleeve, Sylvie prepared to cast an invisibility charm for both of them, planning to slip past the troll. However, the sound of a door slamming thwarted her intentions. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, you two blundering fools. I shall remember this, Sylvie muttered under her breath. Hermione, hearing the commotion outside, felt a shiver of terror ripple through her, despite not knowing the source of the sound. the weight of the looming creature sending her into a state of trembling. Sylvie had initially thought it prudent to remain hidden, believing the troll had not detected them and would pose no threat. Yet, it seemed she had underestimated the situation. The troll, confined within the space, grew increasingly agitated, wielding its club with reckless abandon. As the stall was demolished, Hermione could no longer contain her fear and screamed, drawing the creature's attention directly towards them. Chapter 14. Confronting the troll. The sensation of being pursued was utterly dreadful, especially with Hermione in tow. Hermione's legs had turned to jelly, and Sylvie found herself dragging her along. Perhaps the troll had exerted itself and was now perspiring. The odor emanating from it was 100 times more repugnant than before, nearly causing Sylvie to retch. Hermione, try to open the door and summon the professor. I'll hold it off, Sylvie urged. The witch decided to send everyone away, allowing her to unleash her full potential and eliminate the giant. Hermione, discerning the gravity of the situation, drew her wand and cast the unlocking charm on the door before hastily making her exit. However, she had barely ventured far when she collided with Harry and Ron. Quick! We must find a professor. The giant is in the girls' bathroom, Hermione exclaimed, breathless from her fright. After exchanging glances, the two boys replied, Oh, we are already aware of that. Then hurry to find a professor. Sylvia is still inside. As they stood there, paralyzed, Hermione felt tears of frustration welling up. What? How could she be in there? Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. You two were just in the girls' bathroom? Harry interjected. Hermione, realizing the implications, nearly choked with rage. Go find a professor immediately. The lioness of Gryffindor roared, compelling Harry and Ron to comply, albeit in a daze as they sought out a professor. As the professors approached the door of the girls' bathroom, a chill settled in their hearts. The silence within was ominous, suggesting that both the giant and the people had vanished. This was the most terrifying possibility. If the giant had achieved its purpose and, disinterested in cleaning up the aftermath, had departed for other realms, it would spell disaster. Professor McGonagall was the first to enter the bathroom, her body stiffening in shock as she gaped at the scene before her. Following closely was Snape, along with Quirrell and the trio of friends, all of whom covered their mouths in astonishment. Quirrell, overwhelmed by fear, clutched the fabric of his chest and sobbed while seated on a toilet. In the corner of the room stood the diminutive witch, her fingers wrapped in red thread, the other end tethered to the giant. Yet, this was not the most astonishing sight. What left them in disbelief was that the giant was suspended in midair, feet upwards and head down, defying the laws of gravity, an affront to nature that shattered their perceptions. Upon noticing their entrance, the witch's initially fierce demeanor softened, and the red thread retracted, causing the giant to crash to the ground, its head downward, nearly breaking its neck. Snape approached to inspect the creature and, with a hint of regret, remarked, This giant is dead. Well done, Miss Witch. What on earth happened? Why were you not behaving and staying in your dormitory? After a moment, Professor McGonagall stammered, her voice laced with anger. The witch explained, It happened like this, just before the Halloween feast began. I suddenly needed to use the restroom, and upon arriving here, I found Hermione present as well. We intended to leave, but the giant barged into the girls' bathroom, and somehow, the door was locked from the outside. We sincerely apologize. It was the two of us who were responsible. Harry raised his right hand, and we realized that the two of them had not arrived. We speculated that they were unaware of the presence of the troll, only knowing that Hermione was here, and wanted to inform her. Ron sheepishly scratched his head, admitting, however, we later discovered that the troll was not in the underground classroom, but had entered the girls' bathroom. We assumed it was empty, so we locked the door, believing that even if they were aware of the situation, they would not encounter the troll. Yet, unexpectedly, you were exceedingly reckless, Professor McGonagall remarked, shaking her head in disapproval. The witch continued, Subsequently, the troll discovered Hermione and me. I instructed her to use the unlocking spell to exit and seek a professor, while I delayed the creature. Foolish heroism. I cannot believe you are a Slytherin, Snape grimaced, clearly exasperated. Do not be so harsh, Severus, Professor McGonagall countered. Miss Witch has indeed vanquished the troll, and for that, I shall award her 10 points. Is there any objection? Of course, it is your prerogative, Snape replied nonchalantly. Miss Granger, you displayed no hesitation in this matter, thus, I shall grant you 5 points as well. As for the two of you, Professor McGonagall turned her gaze to Harry and Ron. Severus has a point. You nearly endangered 2 lives. It is not unreasonable to deduct 5 points from each of you. Professor McGonagall had initially considered refraining from rewarding or punishing them, given their good intentions, but reflecting on Snape's character, she decided otherwise. The deduction was not overly severe. If you have not sustained any injuries, it would be best to return to your respective common rooms, where your houses are hosting the Christmas feast, Professor McGonagall said wearily. The 4 of them quickly departed, relieved to escape further interrogation, which felt a sense of relief, though in hindsight, she realized it may have been premature. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, the elder student, Farley, inquired about the incident, motivated both by her role as a prefect and a desire to uphold Slytherin's honor, especially since the headmaster had instructed all students to return to their houses, which quietly explained the situation while politely declining a cup of pumpkin juice offered by someone nearby, opting instead for a glass of fresh milk. Despite her understated recounting of the events, the mere act of confronting a troll elicited gasps from Gemma Farley. Consequently, those nearby caught wind of the details, which quickly spread throughout the entire house. The older students maintained their composure, but the first years eagerly gathered around, yearning to learn more about the unfolding tale. While the Slytherins typically exuded elegance, they were still youthful and passionate, drawn to such tales of heroism rather than repulsed by them. You faced the troll all alone. Surely, that mudblood cannot compare to your pureblood lineage. In belittling wizards of Muggle descent, most Slytherins excelled, with Draco being a prominent example. Potter and Weasley, those two fools, actually locked you in the girls' bathroom. I suggested that the professor deducting 5 points was still too lenient. Draco continued to voice his scathing judgments. Chapter 15, Reputation Under Siege. Draco's face was adorned with unabashed malice. It would be best to expel both of them. A splendid idea, but you might need to consult your head of house first. Are you dissatisfied with my decision, Malfoy? Draco's expression froze as he turned around to find their headmaster standing behind him. That was not my intention, headmaster, he hastily clarified. Miss Weasley, I hope you refrain from involving yourself in such tales of personal heroism in the future, Snape remarked before departing, likely aware that his presence would dampen their dining experience. With his warning, no one dared to approach and inquire further, allowing Miss Weasley to breathe a sigh of relief and enjoy her meal more heartily. Do you not fancy pumpkin juice? Blaise Zabini inquired, tilting his head slightly. Well, I am not accustomed to it, Miss Weasley replied, striving to maintain her composure. But how did he come to sit beside her? What do you usually prefer to drink? Juice, milk? Zabini appeared entirely unperturbed, engaging her in conversation naturally. I am not particularly picky. Soy milk will do, she murmured softly. Soy milk? What is that? Zabini asked, somewhat perplexed. It is made from soaking and boiling yellow beans, then grinding them into a juice, straining out the residue, and adding a bit of sugar. The taste is quite delightful. Miss Weasley felt her ears grow warm, but managed to explain the process of making soy milk with an outward calmness. How come they seem so familiar? Draco furrowed his brow and quietly asked Crabbe beside him. The latter looked up from his meal in confusion. I don't know. Who are you referring to? Draco, exasperated by his response, waved his hand impatiently for him to continue eating. After finishing dinner, Miss Weasley quickly returned to her dormitory, where the chill of late October had already set in. She employed a warming charm while bathing and soon nestled into her blankets. It was quite some time before Pansy returned to the dormitory. Upon entering, she habitually glanced around for anyone present. Upon locking eyes with Annabelle, she turned her head in dismay, too intimidated to approach the bathroom. She tidied up a bit and climbed into bed, drawing the curtains tightly. Over the next few days, Miss Weasley noticed that someone was stealthily observing her from various concealed spots, whispering among themselves. Initially, it was the Gryffindor students who discussed her the most. But soon the gossip spread to Hufflepuff, and eventually even Slytherin students hesitated to speak in her presence. Miss Weasley found this peculiar. However, before she could investigate further, she inadvertently learned the details of the situation. Hermione's voice drifted from a corner, laced with indignation. You really ought not to speak of her in that manner. Ron's voice was unmistakable, as if he were attempting to justify himself. We never anticipated that the rumors would spiral out of control like this. Each time you fail to foresee the consequences, each time you plunge headlong into trouble, only to scramble for a remedy afterward. Not every occasion will grant you the fortune to succeed. I apologize. This was Harry's voice. I will seek her out to apologize. At this moment, Ron's bravado had waned. Apologize for what? Witchling leaned against the wall, raising her gaze to observe them. The three exchanged glances, ultimately leaving it to Harry to recount the events. After listening, Witchling fell silent for a considerable time, incredulously stating, So the entire school now believes I can lift a troll with one hand and snap its neck. We initially only claimed you lifted the troll into the air. Not that it was with one hand, Ron attempted to defend. But what difference does that make? Besides, once the rumor circulates for a while, it ceases to be your original words. Witchling's heart ached with indignation. She had always wished to maintain a low profile. However, in Slytherin, being discreet did not equate to being mute like some half-bloods, nor did it mean compromising one's dignity. Instead, it required demonstrating excellence, though not to the pinnacle, with a reputable lineage that would deter others from provoking her. She could afford to remain absent from social gatherings, but once present, she could not remain entirely silent. Thus, Witchling had managed to navigate her way through thus far, but never did she expect to be cornered by mere gossip. Now, the entire school regarded her as a rare specimen, leaving her no room for subtlety. Most crucially, she feared that for some time to come, she would hear whispers as she walked through campus. Look, There's the girl who can kill a troll with a single punch. A grand scene of reputational ruin. The mere thought of this possibility sent her blood pressure soaring, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Let her perish, let her perish. Whether it be Snape or Voldemort, she longed for a swift end. She could no longer endure this perilous environment. The students of Hogwarts had initially held little impression of this Slytherin girl. Aside from her beauty and the incident where she had sent her roommate to the infirmary for several days, forever donning a metaphorical hat of infamy. For those unfamiliar with her, most lacked the audacity to approach, and while they were curious about Witch Ling, they refrained from encroaching upon her space. However, in such a vast school, exceptions did exist. "Hi, Sylvia." A red-haired Weasley greeted Witch Ling with enthusiasm. Shortly after, another boy, strikingly similar in appearance, emerged from behind him, saying, "We heard a sense of foreboding washed over Witch Ling." The two spoke in unison. "You snapped the troll's neck with one hand." "Huh." The witch remained expressionless. "All three were from Gryffindor, one of whom was your brother, and the information they possessed was firsthand. How could they possibly believe such absurd rumors? Alas, it is a pity that they failed to deceive you. However, I am genuinely intrigued." One of them leaned closer to her shoulder. "Did you truly defeat the troll single-handedly? Do share your tale with us, and enlighten us on the spells you employed." Another grasped her sleeve. "Pure-blood traitor. What do you intend to do to the students of our house?" A furious voice rang out from nearby. "Let her go." The three turned simultaneously to look. "This is none of your business, Malfoy." The twins were not deterred by this remark. "What brings you here in such a hurry? Could it be that you have feelings for her?" Chapter 16, Quidditch. What nonsense are you spouting? Draco's cheeks flushed a faint pink as he cautiously stole a glance at the witch, raising his voice in rebuttal. "How could I possibly like her?" "Do keep your voice down." Fred pressed a hand to his ear. "Otherwise, we might think you are feeling guilty." The twins gazed at Draco with amusement. "Enough. Is this the only way you know how to malign others? Do not forget that such slander could bring trouble, not just for me." Draco shot another glance at the witch. "Are you merely a spectator? If these words were to spread, you would find yourself in quite a predicament as well." He was not a fool. His arrogance often blinded him to the thoughts of others, yet he was certainly aware of the witch's aversion to trouble. "This is a matter for our house, gentlemen. I do not wish for any unfounded rumors to circulate after today." The witch spoke softly. The Weasley twins shivered in unison. For some inexplicable reason, they felt a sudden pang of anxiety. They exchanged glances, nodded at the witch, and turned to leave. Once they had distanced themselves, the witch turned to Draco. "When did you realize?" "I am not entirely certain. Perhaps it was when you bumped into me in Diagon Alley, and your body tensed for a brief moment. Or perhaps it was during your distant demeanor while conversing with them at the table, and your ears turning as red as they are now while chatting with Blaise." Draco glanced over, not surprisingly discovering that the witch's ears were indeed crimson. However, her face remained indifferent, as if she cared for nothing. "Is that so? Such keen observation. You must know that I am about to depart, correct?" The witch coldly stated before turning to leave. No one relishes being completely exposed to another's gaze. She had no desire to linger a moment longer in the presence of the boy who had unveiled her true self. In the following days, the news of the witch's falling out with Draco spread throughout Slytherin House, for they had scarcely exchanged a word since that day, utterly ignoring one another. Draco seemed to be in a better state, entirely oblivious to the excessiveness of his actions, occasionally even desiring to greet the witch. In stark contrast, she wished nothing more than for him to remain as distant as possible. As November arrived, the most anticipated event at the school was the Quidditch match. Harry was regarded as Gryffindor's clandestine weapon. No one had witnessed his training, yet there was much speculation within Slytherin regarding his abilities. Some claimed he flew exceptionally well, while others insisted he was utterly incompetent. Regardless of the truth, Slytherin stood ready, for the unknown always piques curiosity. Moreover, Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, inadvertently remarked that seeing Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor captain, grinning from ear to ear was enough to assure one that Harry Potter was nothing but trouble. This comment, albeit polite, prompted the witch to cast a sidelong glance in that direction. She found it hard to believe that Oliver would maintain such a constant smile. However, it was rumored that Hermione had been assisting Harry with his assignments during this time, ensuring that his preparations for the Quidditch match did not result in shoddy work. On the day of the Quidditch match, although the weather was bright, a cold wind continuously whipped against the witch's skin. She entered the dining hall and consumed a hearty meal of bread, sausages, and roast meat, ensuring she maintained sufficient warmth to avoid shivering in the stands. She spread a layer of chili powder on her sausage and, amidst the astonished gaze of Zabini, bit into it without hesitation, finding the British chili somewhat lacking in flavor. "Are you full?" Zabini inquired softly. "Not bad. About 80% full," the witch replied. With winter upon them, most of the spirits she harbored would enter hibernation, while the remaining active ones required more energy. Thus, what else could she do but eat? Zabini fell silent. Daphne, however, leaned in. "How is it that you can eat so much yet not gain any weight?" Have you been taking some weight loss potion? Not at all. There's no need for potions. Those spirits are quite enough to keep me in shape, she said. It must be natural. Most of those spirits were inherited from her mother, with a few cultivated by herself, which could be considered innate. Really? Daphne sounded somewhat disappointed, yet skeptical. Losing weight is quite simple. As long as you control your diet and exercise, shedding pounds shouldn't be too difficult, the witch elaborated, adding that individuals of Eastern descent typically have smaller frames. This, indeed, was a valid point, and Daphne nodded in agreement. Come on, the Quidditch match is about to start. Let us find a good spot. After finishing breakfast, Daphne naturally took the witch's arm. The witch nearly withdrew her arm instinctively but restrained herself, as if fate had gripped her throat, and followed Daphne through the twists and turns to the stands. It was indeed quite cold up there. The wind was far more biting than it had been below, and she had initially planned to linger a while longer in the warmth of the dining hall. The match was about to commence, and while the interest of the witch in the proceedings of Quidditch was rather lukewarm, the commentary of Lee Jordan piqued some amusement. However, the other Slytherin students held a starkly different opinion. How could someone like him even be a commentator? Had it not been for his recent interference, Flint's ball would not have been intercepted by Wood. Their eyes seemed solely fixated on women. One could wonder if he would leap at Johnson should she stand before him. The witch silently scoffed, deeming them a bunch of elementary school children, or rather, even less mature than that. Following Gryffindor's goal, a roar erupted from the stands. The witch buried her face in her scarf, obscuring her expression, while her nose tingled, a sneeze threatening to escape. Suddenly, Harry's broom malfunctioned, nearly casting him off. She hesitated, contemplating whether to offer assistance. On the opposite Gryffindor stand, Hermione was scanning the area through her binoculars, likely preparing to seek out Snape shortly. The witch was not particularly inclined to rescue Snape's robe. She sniffled, finding the weather bothersome. She wished for the match to conclude swiftly, and before Hermione could leave the Gryffindor stand, she retrieved a small doll from her pocket. Though the doll was intricately charming, it was, in fact, intended for cursing. She produced a note and inscribed Quirrell's full name, contemplating the addition of Voldemort's name. She sought to test her curse, wondering if she could eliminate him in one fell swoop. Chapter 17. Acquire some firearms. Just as Hermione crouched to descend the stand, Ron, holding the binoculars, announced, "Harry seems to be all right now." Hermione responded, "What? Let me see," as she snatched the binoculars from him. She first directed her gaze towards the center of the Quidditch pitch. Indeed, Harry was not only unscathed, but was also raising the golden snitch for all to see. Hermione then turned her attention towards the professor's stand, only to observe an unusual commotion, with the professors clustered around someone, calling out various names. Within her line of sight, Snape appeared entirely indifferent to the happenings of those seated above him, his gaze fixated solely on Harry, yet he did not utter a spell. Hermione's mind became muddled. What exactly had transpired? Had Quirrell heard her unspoken questions, he could have enlightened her. At the moment of the incident, when Harry Potter was in pursuit of the golden snitch, he began to chant a dark incantation, attempting to dislodge him from his broom, preferably to send him plummeting to his demise. However, someone was countering the curse, and the clash of their powers yielded him no advantage. Just then, a sharp pain pierced his head, akin to being pricked by a needle, and this agony differed from the discomfort of the Cruciatus curse. It was merely a wave of relentless pain. Had he been a woman who had borne children, he might have recognized this pain as reminiscent of labor, but he was not, thus unable to articulate it. Moreover, the Voldemort lurking behind him also experienced the same excruciating sensation. Perhaps it was due to the duality of existence. Or rather, the overwhelming pain. Chilo suddenly lost consciousness, plunging into darkness. This unexpected turn startled his colleagues who were engrossed in the match, with the exception of Snape, who remained unfazed. Fred informed me that at the time, no one understood the reason behind Professor Chilo's fainting, which resulted in a chaotic scene. Ron glanced around the dining table, and in hushed tones, shared the tidbits he had gleaned with Harry and Hermione. Not far off, the witch pondered, absent-mindedly touching her ear. She could not fathom how this trio managed to converse so brazenly without their plans ever being revealed. Was it merely the radiant aura of powerful protagonists that shielded them? She decided it was not worth her time to dwell on such matters. Recently, Slytherin's morale had plummeted following their Quidditch defeat to Gryffindor. The mood of Slytherin's captain, Flint, was particularly dismal. His esteemed position had cast a shadow over the entire house, leaving even non-team members with glum expressions. On November 22nd, the Phoenix made a reappearance at Hogwarts, clutching a parcel in its talons, which it gently placed before the witch, subsequently regurgitating a letter. The witch seemed to anticipate the contents of the letter, yet upon opening it, she discovered that its message diverged from her expectations, beyond the customary birthday wishes. The letter primarily addressed significant global events, heralding the disintegration of the Soviet Union. Since September, the Soviet states had been declaring independence, and the witch recalled that the official dissolution occurred in December. While this seemed to have little bearing on her life, she felt compelled to take action. perhaps by acquiring substantial weaponry. Though unsure of the lethality of bullets against Voldemort, she deemed it worth exploring, especially considering that, in the near future, Soviet arms would be exceedingly affordable. Moreover, even if bullets proved ineffective, procuring rocket launchers, aircraft, and tanks was not beyond reach. In her previous life, novels had served as her vital source of inspiration, and prior to the cleansing of the internet, crime fiction had captivated her imagination. Tales of urban supernatural powers, gemstone gambling, and the Golden Triangle had entranced a young girl in her adolescent years. She understood the law and the dichotomy of good and evil, yet she was inherently indifferent. During her high school years in a boarding school, she returned home once a week, seldom communicating with her parents. Even in university, she would go months without initiating a call home. She did not take lives. In the eyes of her classmates, she was perceived as a timid girl, unable to lift her head, with a painfully low presence. Yet, countless times, she contemplated the act of murder. Upon her arrival here, shortly after birth, her mother had drained half of her blood. Unlike infants who possess a fragile perception of the world, she vividly recalled the agony of blood loss. Yet, amidst the scent of blood, a thrill coursed through her veins. Growing up within the witching community, she had grown accustomed to witnessing her kin nurturing maggots with their own flesh and blood, the gruesome remains of skinned animals, and the ritualistic sacrifices of humans. These elements appear to nourish her malevolence, yet simultaneously bind the sorceress with shackles. One cannot indiscriminately take another's life unless their sins are irredeemable. A man with long, white hair prunes the branches of a flower, while a 6-year-old sorceress kneels behind him, her small face devoid of emotion. After a considerable pause, she hoarsely inquires, "But uncle, you often incite me to eliminate those wretches in the dungeon." "Indeed, but they are all heinous criminals deserving of death. I recall having mentioned this to you," he replies. Wu-Hing once again snips away the excess branches with a red string and turns to regard the little monster. "Do you truly believe we should only execute those condemned to death?" The sorceress is aware that her uncle is not a paragon of virtue, and her large eyes fixate upon him. "However, I am the high priest, and you are merely a little girl who cannot even become a priestess," Wu-Hing states. Feeling a twinge of regret, "Your talent is remarkable. If only you were not born of your mother and that man. What manner of men exists within the Wu clan? Yet you chose him?" The sorceress remains silent, yet she understands that she is still too weak. What merit is there in being a priestess? The present era is vastly different from the past. The age where a high priest could command the elements has long since faded. A single clan cannot withstand modern weaponry. The sorceress yearns for such weaponry, contemplating her next steps during potion-making class. Although she does not err, the quality of her potions remains mediocre in comparison to her usual performance. During the evaluation of her work, he appears somewhat dissatisfied. However, he is distracted by Harry and Neville in class, leaving no time to attend to the sorceress, allowing her to slip through an entire lesson unnoticed. When she first clashed with Draco, she faced ostracism from Slytherin, thus sitting alongside Neville. Yet now, she is regarded as popular within Slytherin, and such pairings in potion class are no longer seen. Poor Neville, however, endures the brunt of Snape's scorn alone. Chapter 18, The Christmas Invitation. After the final class of the day, the sorceress tidies her backpack and, instead of heading to the dining hall, retreats directly to her dormitory. Pansy is utterly disinclined to acknowledge her. During this time, they have tacitly ignored each other, avoiding interaction in all settings, and have thus achieved a fragile equilibrium. Upon seeing the sorceress return to her dormitory, Pansy certainly would not return early. Just as she closes the door, a faint explosion resonates in the air. "Happy birthday, Miss Sylvia." Creature presents a cake, his tennis ball-sized eyes fixed intently upon her, seemingly comparing her to memories to see if she has grown thinner. "Thank you, Creature." The sorceress replies, accepting the cake, its sweet aroma lifting her spirits slightly. Creature, evidently unaccustomed to such gratitude, fumbles for a moment before excitedly exclaiming, "It is truly wonderful that you like it. How has your family been lately? Have any guests visited the Black family estate?" The witch cut a slice of cake and handed it to Creature, then cut another piece for herself, savoring it delicately. Creature, however, did not touch the cake. Instead, he cradled it in his hands with great reverence. No, Creature would not allow such chaotic individuals into his home. After finishing her slice, the witch continued, "I have a task to assign to you." "Yes, miss, Creature will fulfill all your tasks." Creature was exhilarated. It had been a long time since he had been assigned a task by his master, the last being when young Master Regulus instructed him to destroy the locket. A task he ultimately failed to complete, leaving him no choice but to hand it over to the mistress. The task the witch was assigning involved Creature procuring firearms from wizards in the Soviet Union using gold coins. The wizards there would undoubtedly be under strict control. But much like in China, their interactions with muggles would be more frequent, providing some avenues for access. The witch could not venture out at the moment. While acquiring weapons was not immediately urgent, it was prudent to procure a stock early to mitigate risks. Entrusting a house elf with this task would facilitate contact with the wizards, thereby reducing the dangers involved. Kreacher was uncertain about the potential dangers, but he was resolute in his commitment to complete his master's task. Indeed, Kreacher would fulfill the assignment. The region had suffered greatly over the years, and he was advised to discreetly ascertain weapon prices before making purchases, ensuring he would not be deceived. I will provide you with a list. Please prioritize the items as indicated, the witch instructed, imparting much knowledge before sending Kreacher on his way. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the witch would not remain at school during Christmas. She intended to return and experiment with her new assets. Sylvia, do you have any plans for Christmas? In the days leading up to the holiday, Zabini approached the witch. Perhaps you should stay at home, the witch contemplated. I have instructed my house elf to procure some items for my studies upon my return. I heard your parents are in China. Won't you feel bored spending Christmas only with your house elf? Zabini inquired. Not at all. I am accustomed to it, the witch replied casually. After a moment of silence, Zabini boldly stated, I would like to invite you to my home for Christmas, if that is permissible. The witch's expression faltered. Is my refusal not evident enough? Will there be many people? She subtly suggested that Zabini refrain from extending the invitation. Not many, just my mother and me. Zabini was determined to invite her. Over the past few months, he had made several overtures to the witch without receiving the desired response, which only intensified his tenacity. Well, very well then, the witch conceded, not wanting to appear overly dismissive. After bidding farewell to Zabini, the witch had barely exhaled in relief when Peeves intercepted her. Step aside, Peeves. Do you wish to be suspended again? She said impatiently, attempting to evade him. I just remembered. You have something on me. You cannot harm me. Peeves babbled nonsensically before bursting into a wild guffaw. The spirit of the witch had gone mad again, casting away the remnants of sanity. Papiki laughed for a while but soon noticed the witch's indifference, which ignited his fury. I know your secret. If you wish to avoid expulsion, it would be wise not to provoke my wrath. The witch continued to regard him with a gaze of utter disdain, arms crossed defiantly, remaining silent. This nonchalance infuriated Papiki further, prompting him to shout in anger. Human blood. That red string of yours is soaked in human blood. You must be frightened now, aren't you? So, if you wish for me to keep this secret, then do not. Ah, sob. The witch commanded the red string to coil around Papiki's jaw, forcing his mouth wide open, rendering him utterly incapable of closure, before suspending him from a pillar. You truly cannot articulate your thoughts. Provoking others seems to be your innate talent, does it not? Alas, it is not a commendable gift. Therefore, take this time to reflect upon your actions, the witch concluded, dispelling the silence enchantment she had cast, and departing with purposeful strides. The day before the holiday, the trio was still searching for information on Nicolaim. The corridor felt remarkably secure. The witch quickened her pace, brushing past them while uttering a few swift words. Are you referring to that alchemist? The one who has lived for over 6 centuries? Without allowing them a chance to inquire further, she vanished like a gust of wind. Were we perhaps a tad too loud? Ron remarked, staring at the witch's retreating figure, still in a daze. Harry halted as well. It seems so, mate. Hermione, meanwhile, buried her face in her hands, realizing how brazen their behavior had been. She felt utterly embarrassed. Hey, Hermione, what's wrong? Ron observed her distress, questioning with concern. I'm such a fool. Hermione struggled for a moment before managing to mutter those few words through gritted teeth. Do not worry too much. This matter is known only to us, and Sylvia may not even realize we wish to keep it confidential. There is no need for embarrassment, Harry reassured her. But if we don't inform her, and she inadvertently reveals it, what if Snape catches on to our intentions? Hermione pinpointed the crux of the issue. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, ultimately resigning themselves to the fact that they needed to seek the witch's assistance to ensure their secret remained safe. The witch felt that her vocal support might disrupt the narrative, yet she could not recall the specifics, so she consented to help them keep their secret. Chapter 19. An unexpected encounter with Beauty. Upon returning home, the witch's demeanor visibly brightened. Kreacher had executed the tasks she had assigned exceptionally well and showcased the results to her. Her fingers glided over a row of cold, lethal weapons before pausing at a Desert Eagle. Lifting the handgun, she furrowed her brow at its weight before returning it to its place. Subsequently, the witch picked up a revolver and engaged in target practice. Her aim was commendable, although the recoil of the revolver was somewhat substantial. It was not a significant drawback for her. For the witch, the most notable disadvantage of the revolver was its sluggish reloading process. Among the arsenal brought back by Cleach, there was also a rocket launcher accompanied by 6 armor-piercing rockets, the most formidable piece of equipment in the collection, albeit likely left to gather dust in the warehouse for years. In high spirits, the witch meandered through the streets of London, relishing her rare holiday, where not a soul recognized her, and no one approached her for idle conversation. With her buoyant mood, she felt uncomfortable with money lingering in her pockets. As she passed a shopping mall, her feet veered inside. Though she held no particular fondness for designer handbags, She swiftly scanned the store and moved on. However, she soon discovered what she sought, her gaze drawn to exquisite timepieces, prompting her to pause. Not particularly knowledgeable about such luxuries, she primarily assessed their aesthetic appeal. Ultimately, she selected a lady's watch adorned with a sky blue, diamond-studded dial and requested to try it on. "Good day, are you certain you wish to choose this watch? Its price is rather steep, reserved for our esteemed clientele," the saleswoman remarked, her demeanor warm yet unyielding in her reluctance to assist. Glancing at the price tag, which read 10,000, she mused that it was not exorbitant. "I said, assist me in retrieving it," she reiterated with a hint of impatience. Her fingertip tapped against the glass counter, echoing like a heartbeat, which inadvertently made the saleswoman uneasy. Then, as if under a spell, her mind blanked. And upon regaining her senses, the watch was already adorning the witch's wrist. The delicate, fair wrist complemented the timepiece splendidly, and she found satisfaction. Choosing not to dwell on the saleswoman's prior rudeness as she handed over her card. Seeing her genuine intent to purchase, the saleswoman dismissed the earlier oddities and accepted the card with both hands. The witch settled into a chair, propping her chin on her right hand, waiting somewhat listlessly, her gaze drifting through the glass storefront until it landed on a strikingly handsome young boy. David Mazouz. No, he must not have been born yet, the witch murmured to herself. The boy appeared to be around 13 or 14, his attire markedly more formal than her own casual ensemble. And he seemed not particularly inclined to smile. "Miss, your watch and card," the saleswoman announced, having completed the transaction and handing the packaged item to the witch. Stepping out of the mall, she wandered absent-mindedly, still preoccupied with the vision of the boy she had just seen. He bore an uncanny resemblance to David Mazouz, the young Bruce Wayne from Gotham, strikingly handsome and perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences. In fact, compared to the portrayal in the series, this boy appeared even more refined. She felt an overwhelming desire to approach him for his contact information. However, this is rather embarrassing. Ling felt an inner turmoil, her head slightly bowed. Oblivious to the path ahead, and before long, she collided with someone. "Are you all right?" The stranger reached out to steady her. Once she regained her balance, instinctively, she looked up and met a strikingly handsome face. Exactly the person she had been thinking about, causing her ears to flush crimson. How handsome. Up close, his skin appeared flawless, comparable to her meticulously cared-for complexion, as if he were adorned with a protagonist's aura. "I'm fine, thank you." Ling heard her own voice, albeit faint. Yet it caught the attention of the young man. Relieved, he released her and offered a gentle smile. "I'm glad to hear that." They were merely two strangers crossing paths, one indifferent to the other too timid to act upon his desires. After a brief exchange, they parted without sharing names. Watching him walk away, Ling felt a pang of disappointment, for he bore a striking resemblance to someone she had pursued in her past life. In this lifetime, they hadn't even exchanged proper greetings. If this young man had any connection to David Mazouz, given his age, he would likely not be David's father, but rather a brother. Considering the fantastical nature of this world, if it were not mere coincidence, he might well be the youthful Bruce Wayne, the innocent darling of Gotham. How rare. Feeling somewhat dejected, Ling opened her wallet extravagantly and indulged in several luxurious items before leaving the mall with a lackluster spirit. When Cliché arrived to deliver her meal and spotted the bag emblazoned with Muggle, he nearly collided with the wall again. Fortunately, after years of adaptation, he managed to suppress his instincts, merely turning his head away in disdain. Ling was still lost in thoughts of the boy who might be Bruce Wayne, and when she came to her senses, she found herself staring at a portrait of him. Though it differed slightly from her memory, it captured some essence of his charm. This feeling perplexed her, for in both her past and present lives, she had never contemplated the notion of love at first sight befalling her. Could it be a trait embedded in her very genes? It was said that her mother had experienced a similar infatuation upon meeting her father, a feeling so overwhelming that no one could deter it. Yet, Ling harbored no desperate desire to marry him. She merely wished to draw closer, to understand him better, and perhaps even engage in a romantic relationship. After all, she had never experienced love in her previous life, so surely indulging in it this time around would not be inappropriate. She shook her head, pondering that perhaps their fates had ended there. Should they meet again, both unattached, she might consider pursuing him. At worst, she could flirt and steal a kiss. The condition being, she would need to muster the courage to speak. Otherwise, standing before him in silence would be utterly mortifying. Do not merely speak of encounters. Even the mere thought of that awkward scene compels Ling to cover her face with her hands, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Chapter 20. Emotional Guidance. This Christmas proved particularly arduous for Ling, especially during her visit to the Zabini household. Her mother greeted Ling with a semblance of warmth, discreetly inquiring about her family background. Upon discovering that Ling hailed from an ancient pure-blood lineage, her enthusiasm intensified. However, on that day, Ling opted for an exceedingly understated appearance, leading Mrs. Zabini to assume that her family's circumstances were modest, perhaps possessing the title of pureblood without substantial wealth. Reminiscent of the Gunter family, while they might fare slightly better, they paled in comparison to her own wealth inherited from previous husbands. Armed with this information, Mrs. Zabini promptly declared her intention to find a suitable bride for Blaze, inviting Wu Ling to offer her insights. Frankly, Wu Ling was indifferent to Mrs. Zabini's opinions. She did not believe she should be pursuing a relationship with Blaze or anticipate any future connection. A degree of coldness from Mrs. Zabini mattered little to her. However, conversing with an adult who viewed marriage merely as a means to an end, devoid of common ground, was undeniably distressing for Wu Ling. To Mrs. Zabini, Wu Ling's demeanor appeared as a blow to her self-esteem, a wound to her emotions, which only served to diminish Mrs. Zabini's regard for her further. Blaze, caught between the two women, lacked the perceptiveness to recognize that his mother's apparent kindness towards Wu Ling contrasted sharply with her shyness and discomfort, which, while less pronounced than at school, was still evident. He misinterpreted the situation as a positive sign, believing that his pursuit of Wu Ling would yield favorable results. Thus, he was the sole individual to enjoy a joyful Christmas. However, upon returning to school, Blaze soon realized that his standing with Wu Ling had plummeted, approaching that of his roommate, Draco Malfoy. This left him feeling somewhat bewildered. "What happened, Blaze? I thought you invited Sylvia to your home for Christmas. I expected you to announce her as your girlfriend upon your return, yet it seems you are now nearly on par with me." Draco mocked him mercilessly. "This is none of your concern, Malfoy," Blaze retorted, preoccupied with deciphering the reasons behind Wu Ling's apparent displeasure, thus dismissing Draco's taunts. "Come on, what transpired? You know we typically avoid each other, so I have no means of inquiring directly with her. I can only glean information through you," Draco said, keenly interested as he settled beside Blaze. "If you share with me, perhaps I can assist you in uncovering the reason behind this shift." With a mindset akin to grasping at straws, Blaze recounted the events of Christmas in brief, noting how their interactions had seemed harmonious at the time, only to take a turn thereafter. It is often said that a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the vast ocean. Due to his mother's influence, Blaze had previously harbored a certain aversion towards girls, particularly those who were fickle in their affections. However, he found himself quite taken with Willow, a girl who exhibited disdain for the Malfoy family and maintained a respectful distance from other boys. Not only was she beautiful and academically accomplished, but her pureblood lineage also aligned perfectly with his criteria for a partner. Yet, when it came time to pursue her, he realized he possessed no distinct advantages, which inflicted a blow to Blaze's self-esteem. "Are you certain they get along well?" Draco inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Are you sure you shared every detail of their conversation with me? Do you truly not understand, or are you feigning ignorance?" He was genuinely perplexed by the implications of the situation. Perhaps it was Draco, being so well-liked by girls, who could truly comprehend it all. "Your mother mentioned she wants you to find a wife of equal standing." Draco decided to assist his friend in analyzing the matter. "And so what of it?" "Sylvia is of pure blood status, and her manner of dress and lifestyle certainly suggest she hails from a family far from ordinary, much like yours. However, what did she wear when she visited your home?" Draco pondered aloud, feeling the weight of his own words, yet sensing something amiss. This led him to reflect on Willow's usual demeanor. Blaze considered this, recalling her understated attire, though not entirely unremarkable. "Precisely. If she were to visit my home, wouldn't she want to present herself well?" Draco continued. "On her first visit, dressed so modestly, could your mother have perceived that as the best she could offer?" Blaze countered, "That is simply her nature. Besides, the exotic bird her family once sent her does not resemble the typical pet of an ordinary household. I've mentioned this to my mother. I've heard that Eastern families are quite extensive, with nearly every member marrying and procreating, which they value greatly. Thus, Sylvia's family may contain dozens. And even if they possess some fine heirlooms, her dowry may not be substantial by the time of her marriage." Draco began to formulate plausible explanations. "Perhaps your mother is aware of this," and Blaze fell silent. "Furthermore, I believe Sylvia harbors no particular affection for you. Otherwise, wouldn't she have made an effort to present herself nicely on her first meeting with your mother?" Draco's words pierced Blaze's heart deeply. "Is my fondness for her not evident? Why does she not reciprocate my feelings?" Blaze pondered, unable to fathom why. Despite his own commendable qualities, he remained unacknowledged. "It may simply be that there is no destiny between the two of you. Moreover, she keeps her distance from others. We do not even know her true preferences. Perhaps you should consider writing her a love letter on Valentine's Day to clarify your feelings. She will undoubtedly provide you with an explanation." Draco, assuming the role of a strategist, began to dispense his advice. "Indeed, I profess my affection for her, yet I remain oblivious to what she truly desires," Blaze sighed, as the initial excitement of pursuing a beautiful romance began to wane. "Do not be disheartened. This is not a matter of shame. Who among us has not pursued someone? Even if this endeavor proves fruitless, we can simply turn our affections elsewhere," Draco consoled, patting Blaze on the shoulder. Blaze murmured, "But compared to others, she is truly exceptional. I cannot fathom what you see in her. Is it merely her beauty? Her academic prowess? The enigma of her lineage?" Draco paused, reflecting on the girl's flaws before adding, "Well, just consider her temperament. It is quite peculiar. Such girls are notoriously difficult to woo." Blaze disregarded Draco's remarks, preoccupied with contemplating his next steps. Chapter 21. Gifts and Provocations. Unbeknownst to her, Ling was being scrutinized by both Blaze and Draco as she found herself cornered by a trio. "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Ling inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. "Sylvia, your Christmas gift to us was exceedingly extravagant," Ron began. "We wanted to suggest that you refrain from giving us such lavish presents in the future." During Christmas, Ron had received a Muggle notebook from Ling. Initially, it seemed inconsequential until Hermione revealed its price of £80, causing his heart to flutter at the thought of several golden galleons. Ling, however, did not perceive this as a significant issue. She felt somewhat guilty as she had only remembered to prepare gifts for them after receiving theirs. Thus, she hastily gathered some unopened items to send back with her owl. "Upon reflection, they are not particularly extravagant," Ling stated. "How can you say that? The pen you gifted me is worth £100. Hermione interjected, having taken note of the gift's considerable value. Hermione jested, "Since we've accepted your gifts, returning them would be rather awkward. However, if you continue to bestow such expensive items upon us, we might find ourselves unable to reciprocate, and it would be quite embarrassing to maintain our friendship." "Very well, I shall bring you some modest snacks next time," Ling replied, omitting the fact that she had initially forgotten to gift them. In her mind, they were merely acquaintances, though it now felt somewhat different. After reaching a consensus on this matter, Harry and Ron eagerly shared their Christmas experiences with Ling. "The mirror reveals one's innermost desires. It is simply enchanting," Harry remarked, his mood dimming slightly. "Is that so? I am uncertain what my own heart truly yearns for." Ling diverted the conversation. "I suspect Hermione wishes to secure the top rank in every exam," Ron observed, glancing around. "That desire is rather modest," Harry acknowledged, recognizing their intent to comfort him and smiling in response. Ling engaged in light banter with them for a brief moment before they parted ways. Upon returning to the dormitory, she was astonished to find Pansy inside, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "My mother has tried countless methods, yet none have proven effective. What must I do to encourage the regrowth of hair upon my head?" Pansy's voice was sharp as she interrogated the witch. The witch, taken aback that Pansy had only now sought her counsel after a whole semester had passed, contemplated that perhaps Pansy had previously refrained from approaching her out of pride, opting instead to seek alternative remedies at home. It was only upon discovering their futility during the Christmas break that she found herself in a state of distress. Turning to her for assistance, "How should I know? I am not a specialist in treating baldness," the witch replied nonchalantly. "I am not bald," Pansy retorted loudly, unable to bear the term at that moment. The witch glanced at her. Although Pansy was not particularly attractive and her current hairstyle did little to enhance her appearance, her pouting face, with unshed tears glistening in her eyes, rendered her somewhat more endearing. "Cease your tears. You speak as though you have suffered a great injustice. On your first day at school, I allowed you to bathe first, yet how did you treat me? Now, when you find yourself unable to resolve your own troubles, you come to me in tears. Do you truly believe I am so benevolent? What do you want from me?" Pansy warned, "I am the heir of the Parkinson family. Should you insist on offending me, the Parkinsons will not let you off lightly." Seeing that her play for sympathy had failed, Pansy resorted to leveraging her lineage for pressure. The witch replied with a hint of mockery, "The Parkinson family, a venerable pure-blood lineage, yet sadly, the next heir is both foolish and venomous, and lacks any self-awareness." Pansy was incensed by her unfiltered assessment. "What do you know? Don't think that your appearance will entice Draco, concealing the truth about your father. Could it be that your mother bore you with a muggle, while you falsely parade as pure blood? A half-blood has no hope of claiming the title of Mrs. Malfoy." The witch was utterly baffled by the convoluted reasoning, wondering how a few exchanged words had led to a discussion of men. "Draco is mine. Do not even think of stealing him from me. No need to feign mystery regarding your lineage to your classmates. I would not believe a word of it." Noticing the witch's silence, Pansy believed she had uncovered her vulnerability and grew emboldened. The witch studied her for several moments, finding it impossible to comprehend such a creature. She kicked off her shoes, settled into the bed, and pulled down the drapes. Seeing her retreat, Pansy became increasingly convinced of her own assertions and continued, "I will publicize this matter. You have made me lose face for too long, and I will not let you off easily. No, I shall keep this secret close. For as long as I remain silent, it can be used to leverage against her." Pansy mused, her mind finally sparking with clarity. She thought to herself that if she could seize upon this weakness, she could push her assignments onto the witch, insist she clean her soiled garments, and even have her deliver love notes to Draco. The more Pansy contemplated, the more exhilarated she became, completely immersed in her own fantastical reverie. The witch listened intently through the veil, her mind consumed by a singular thought. Pansy did not consider herself delusional. Yet, after a moment of exhilaration, she realized she had seemingly overlooked something. She touched her smooth forehead and dashed to the witch's bedside, pulling back the curtain and lifting her chin defiantly. "Return my hair at once, or I shall expose your secrets." The witch regarded her with a frigid gaze, and Pansy felt an invisible slap strike her face, sending her reeling uncontrollably to one side. "Did your mother never teach you not to rummage through others' belongings? Do you understand the concept of respecting others' privacy?" The witch, clearly incensed, slowly descended from her bed. "Aren't you eager to disclose my affairs to others? By all means, proceed. I am curious to see whether they will believe me or a lunatic devoid of reason." Pansy found herself ensnared by the witch's grip on her chin, her eyes fierce. Chapter 22. Points cannot be deducted. The witch cast a curse upon Pansy, allowing minuscule cursed insects to invade her body, feasting on her flesh. These insects were easily sustained, requiring little sustenance, but once the curse activated, she would endure excruciating pain for a full half hour. The curse was undoubtedly a means of punishment, and Pansy immediately felt a torment that pierced her very core. When the agony subsided, she lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, tears streaming down her face, her expression vacant, as though her life were nearing its end. The following day, she reported to Snape, claiming that the witch had employed dark magic against her, inflicting unbearable agony. This incident caused quite a stir within the school. However, upon inspection of the witch's wand, the professors found no evidence of dark magic, nor did they discover any signs of torment upon examining Pansy. "Miss Parkinson, how could you fabricate such falsehoods to implicate your classmate?" Professor McGonagall expressed her profound disappointment in Pansy's behavior. "You are well aware of the consequences of using dark magic. Yet you have the audacity to accuse Miss Witch of employing an unforgivable curse. This behavior is utterly reprehensible." Snape remained silent, his eyes darkly scrutinizing both of them. Though the witch appeared harmless, he sensed that, while she may not have used the Cruciatus curse, she had undoubtedly employed some other method to inflict harm upon Pansy. However, since her actions were impeccably concealed, according to Slytherin's house rules, Pansy ought not to escalate the matter so publicly in order to uphold Slytherin's honor. "This is a matter internal to Slytherin House, Severus. What do you deem the appropriate course of action?" Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and turned his gaze to Snape. Snape had no desire to intervene in this affair. He preferred to let the two bothersome girls engage in their conflict until one emerged victorious. But this was a thought he kept to himself. In a low, somber tone, he declared, "Miss Parkinson, due to your actions, you are to be confined from today until the conclusion of this academic year. Points cannot be deducted, nor can one harm Pansy in any way." Pansy had intended to argue, but, upon witnessing Snape's grim countenance, she lowered her head in silent acquiescence. "However, given the evident discord between the two of you as roommates, it would be prudent for you to switch companions." Snape resolved to separate them, placing Daphne and the witch in one dormitory, while Pansy would reside with Millicent. Being confined for several months is no trivial matter. The Slytherin students quickly uncovered that such a severe punishment was decreed by their headmaster, and they speculated on the nature of the transgression that warranted such a harsh penalty for Pansy. Snape was reluctant to let this incident become fodder for ridicule among the other houses, and likewise, the other professors were disinclined to publicize such affairs, especially concerning the two principal figures involved. Thus, conjecture flourished in private, while the truth remained elusive. After the roommate change, the witch experienced a wave of relief. Daphne did not share Pansy's disdain for her belongings, particularly those acquired from muggles. She respected the witch's privacy, embodying the qualities of a true lady. Prior to moving in, Pansy had relayed a plethora of peculiar remarks about the witch, leading Daphne to believe she might be difficult to engage with, thus preparing herself mentally. Yet, upon her arrival, Daphne found the witch far more agreeable than Millicent. At the very least, she was pleasant to behold and exhibited little temper, albeit with a certain coolness that was not entirely unwelcome. Both parties expressed satisfaction with one another, and their camaraderie flourished significantly. Time passed swiftly, and the trio informed the witch of a dragon egg at Hagrid's, inviting her to witness its hatching. The witch felt a sense of helplessness at having inadvertently triggered such a plot. After all, she was a Slytherin, and did they not fear she might divulge this secret? She asserted, "No, do not share this with me. I have heard nothing, I know nothing, and I have no desire to witness it. Let us agree to forget this matter. I do not enjoy nocturnal excursions. It would be far better to return to the dormitory for a good night's sleep. Although my new roommate is amiable, one can never be too cautious about what might transpire should she go missing in the dead of night. Moreover, I dare say you three are rather ill-equipped for such an endeavor." This assertion proved to be the most compelling deterrent to their intentions. Without an invisibility cloak, would the witch venture forth into the night unprotected? "Very well, should you change your mind, do let us know in advance, and we shall make room for you to witness at once." The three exchanged glances, ultimately reaching a consensus to have one person forego the opportunity to see the fire dragon. Let us discuss this later. I am not particularly interested in fire dragons. If it were a Chinese dragon, that would be a different matter entirely, for I have yet to behold one. Although the likelihood of her being caught during her nocturnal escapades is relatively low, there remains a possibility. The point differential between Slytherin and Gryffindor is already quite narrow. And with the trio's recent exploits earning them substantial points, she is keen to avoid any unnecessary deductions. However, it seems that Draco also had 50 points deducted by Professor McGonagall due to the incident with the fire dragon. Was this a scene from the film or the original text? Regardless, he was indeed penalized, and this must be prevented. The witch seized an opportunity to cast a tracking charm on Draco. This charm quickly proved its worth. One night, she sensed Draco's location outside the castle. Enlisting Annabelle's assistance to mask her own presence, the witch stealthily slipped out of the dormitory. She moved with remarkable swiftness. Like a phantom, her steps almost weightless. She encountered Filch, but what of it? A mere squib posed no challenge to her. Deceiving him was exceedingly simple. Filch, lantern in hand, scanned the area, as Mrs. Norris seemed to have caught the scent of wandering students. Yet, they failed to apprehend anyone. Filch grumbled as he moved away, allowing the witch to lower her hand from Draco's mouth. In a hushed tone, Draco inquired, "What are you doing here?" He had just returned to the castle, turned a corner, and found himself cornered against the wall, nearly startled into a scream. Before he could protest, a cat's meow and the sound of footsteps reached his ears. Helpless, he held his breath, remaining utterly still. Only when Filch had moved on did the witch release her grip, and in the dim light, Draco finally recognized her. Chapter 23. Nocturnal Adventures and Punishments. Shouldn't I be the one asking you? Why are you roaming the castle at this hour, instead of sleeping in your dormitory? The witch retreated a step, leaning against the wall. This is none of your concern. Although Draco contemplated reporting Harry and his friends, he was intrigued by the fire dragon and wished to observe it for a few more days. Indeed, it is not my affair. However, should you be caught wandering the night and have points deducted from Slytherin, do not blame me for my lack of civility. Without waiting for his response, the witch turned to leave. Draco, momentarily taken aback by her reaction, quickly followed her. All right, I will tell you. I saw Potter and Weasley, along with that mudblood who was closely accompanying them, heading to Hagrid's hut, where they are keeping a dragon. As he spoke, he discreetly gauged the witch's expression. Aren't you usually on good terms with them? They didn't mention the fire dragon to you? I have no interest in dragons, the witch replied coolly. One would be hard-pressed to find someone who is not intrigued by a fire dragon. Draco scoffed at her dismissal. Think what you will, she replied, unperturbed. I intend to seek out Professor McGonagall and insist she administer a severe punishment to those three foolish lions. She would never show them favoritism. Draco pondered that since this matter had already been exposed by the spirit, who had witnessed his recent disheveled state, if he did not drag Potter and his companions into the mire, he would be utterly humiliated. Should he seek out Professor McGonagall? I believe you ought to exercise caution. The spirit cautioned him, for although you are going to inform on them, you too are out in the night, while Professor McGonagall would undoubtedly punish them. You would not escape censure alongside them. Then we must approach the headmaster. Draco, not lacking in intelligence, quickly adjusted his strategy, realizing McGonagall's disposition. Without us, only you. As long as you do not deduct points, I shall have no issues tonight. It is late, and I ought to return to slumber. You may pretend you did not see me. The spirit began to stride toward the dormitory, unwilling to seek out Snape at such an hour. You mean for me to go alone? Draco's words were abruptly silenced once more by a hand covering his mouth. Unlike before, his eyes were also shrouded. As the spirit drew close, nearly enveloping him in her embrace, warm breath cascading against his neck, sending shivers coursing through him. In the darkness, no one noticed his ears had turned crimson. With his vision obscured, Draco could distinctly hear the spirit's heartbeat, feeling the warmth radiating from her palm. His eyes fluttered, long lashes brushing against her hand, a slight tickle. Although he was unaware of the spirit's intentions, he instinctively refrained from resisting. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching from a distance. The sound grew ever nearer, almost passing directly in front of them, accompanied by the rush of air and the unmistakable sound of fabric brushing together. This noise filled Draco with dread. He momentarily forgot that his mouth was covered and hastily held his breath. Oddly enough, the individual did not notice them. As the footsteps gradually receded, until they were nearly inaudible, Draco exhaled sharply. However, the spirit did not release him. Feeling uncomfortable, he reached to pry her hand away. Yet his movements were swiftly restrained by her grip. Unlike Draco, the spirit possessed heightened senses. She could perceive that the person had not moved far after turning the corner, but had instead taken a few steps before circling back. Should they venture out now? They would surely be caught. After a minute or two, the spirit finally released him. Draco found himself at a loss for words, and after a few seconds of bewilderment, he instinctively recoiled a few steps. The spirit was genuinely fatigued and paid no mind to his reaction, returning to the dormitory to bury herself in sleep. Ultimately, Draco did not report the trio to Snape, but the following day, when the spirit awoke, she discovered that Gryffindor had lost 150 points. Perhaps it was because after their departure, Harry and his friends had run into a professor or filch upon returning to the castle. Ling was not particularly concerned about the matter, as long as the points deducted were not from Slytherin. However, the trio suffered greatly from this point deduction, as they had lost a staggering 150 points. Walking through the corridors, it felt as though everyone was pointing fingers at them, making it nearly impossible for them to lift their heads. Meanwhile, the Slytherin students, akin to children, approached them to express their gratitude, as their actions had significantly increased Slytherin's chances of winning the House Cup. Ling found these juvenile behaviors utterly uninteresting. She had always been this way, as if nothing could pique her curiosity, and no one found this peculiar. Yet, her demeanor oddly comforted Hermione, who reflected on the awe-inspiring moment they witnessed when the dragon hatched, which was subsequently overshadowed by Malfoy's actions that dampened their spirits. She turned to Ling. Can you imagine? It felt like being caught daydreaming in class, only to find the headmaster watching from the back door. Oh, Merlin's foul socks. In that moment my heart sank. I knew nothing good would follow. Was it he who brought Professor McGonagall to catch you? Ling turned a page of her book. How could that be? If he had brought Professor McGonagall, he would certainly face the same punishment as us. Knowing his character, he would never leave such a liability. Hermione gritted her teeth, nearly ready to curse Draco for his cunning. But it must have been him who snitched. Who else could it be? Lowering her gaze, she thought of the lost points, her eyes welling with tears. If I had told you not to go to Hagrid's, would you have listened to me? Ling pondered for a moment and proposed a hypothetical scenario. I don't know. I knew very well that Hogwarts forbids nighttime excursions, yet I still followed them. I'm not sure if I would have listened if you had stopped us. Harry and Ron would undoubtedly disregard Ling's words. They were quintessential Gryffindors, and as for herself, the deducted points spoke volumes. Thus, Ling ceased to speak further, handing Hermione 3 folded protective charms. Your punishment will not be simple. These are protective charms I crafted. One for each of you. Chapter 24, The Forbidden Forest and Battle. 2 days before Harry and the others ventured into the Forbidden Forest, Ling borrowed Harry's invisibility cloak, intending to accompany them that day. This was certainly not out of concern for their safety, but rather a desire to draw closer and test Voldemort's capabilities. They were adversaries. During the last Quidditch match, Ling's curse had not inflicted any significant damage upon them, leaving her quite dissatisfied. Although she had not expected her curse to cause substantial harm to Voldemort, she was aware that she possessed only his name as a means of influence. Securing a strand of his hair was an arduous task. She had not even managed to acquire a single hair from Quirrell, let alone blood or other materials. Without sufficient mediums, the effectiveness of a curse would be greatly diminished. Nonetheless, this reality left Ling in a state of discontent. However, this time, the Forbidden Forest was distinctly different. Outside the castle, there was virtually no oversight, allowing the witch to experiment with formidable weapons under the cover of her invisibility cloak. Uncertain of which path to take, she recognized that following Harry, who possessed the Voldemort detector, was undoubtedly the right choice. This time, without Draco, Harry walked alongside Ron, accompanied by Fong, while Hermione trailed behind Hagrid. The witch shadowed Harry, her footsteps often crunching on the brittle twigs of the shadowy forest floor, producing faint yet disconcerting sounds. Harry, did you hear something peculiar? Ron inquired, having caught the sound of the twigs snapping beneath the witch's feet, a terrifying prospect in such an eerie setting. Really? Did I? They had been conversing in hushed tones to alleviate their fears, which had shielded him from noticing the sounds made by the witch. She moderated her movements, and after a moment of listening, Harry remarked, I suppose I was mistaken. Ron scratched his head, dismissing the matter. The Gryffindor's bravado allowed them to set aside the earlier unease, a luxury others might not have afforded. They continued onward, with the witch deliberately maintaining her distance. This was not solely to avoid alarming them. She observed the blood of a unicorn pooling on the ground and discreetly released her cursed insects to indulge in a feast. Although the demise of such a pure and beautiful creature was lamentable, in the witch's eyes, it bore little distinction from other valuable resources. Having succumbed to death, its essence should not go to waste. The unicorn's blood possessed remarkable properties, enabling the insects to evolve and increase their power. However, the accompanying curse infiltrated their bodies, diminishing their intelligence, a development that did not trouble the witch. She required mere puppets to follow her commands, as higher intellect might lead to rebellion. Nevertheless, she refrained from liberating her most prized insects, fearing that the curse might inflict irreversible harm upon them, thus proving detrimental. Consequently, only the more rudimentary and abundant insects in her possession underwent evolution. Following them further, upon observing an increasing number of bloodstains, she recalled her released insects and hastened to close the gap with Harry and his companions. As a scream echoed ahead, The witch surmised they must have encountered Voldemort. The centaurs would assist in driving him away, yet she did not linger beside Harry and Ron. Instead, she pursued the direction in which Voldemort fled. With distance separating her from Harry, she felt unencumbered by the need for silence, propelling herself forward with the agility of a cannonball. Realizing that someone was pursuing him, Voldemort felt a surge of anger and annoyance. It had always been him in the role of the hunter, never the hunted. It was that troublesome figure who had just emerged, reluctant to unveil Chilo's identity, and thus had departed. Now, it seemed there were those who deemed him cowardly and easily intimidated. Let them witness whether he was indeed the prey being hunted. Resolute in his decision, Voldemort ceased his flight, standing tall and awaiting the approach of his pursuer. The witch perceived a figure turned away from her, a cold smile gracing her lips. It was a deliberate ploy to lower one's guard. Yet she understood that Voldemort was oriented toward her direction. Why pursue me? The voice was hoarse and sinister, unmistakably belonging to someone of ill intent. The witch recognized that villains often met their demise through excessive chatter. Cloaked in her invisibility garment, she resolved to confront him without further ado, yet it was imperative to gauge Voldemort's strength. With this thought in mind, a dark curse swiftly followed. Chilo attempted to evade the attack with agile movements, but his abilities were lacking. Voldemort stepped in to cast a protective shield, ensuring Chilo remained unscathed and in fine condition. Is this all the might you possess? Voldemort's voice dripped with feigned nonchalance as he mocked the witch. She remained silent, her form well concealed in the pitch-black, forbidden forest. The witch conjured a mirror, calculating the angle precisely, and with a flick of her wand, unleashed a beam of green light that danced off the mirror's surface. To Voldemort, this was profoundly alarming. No one understood better than he what that green light signified. With a mindset of better to believe than to dismiss, he urged Chilo to evade swiftly, lest the killing curse strike him. Chilo, heeding his words, struggled to dodge, but the green light grazed his robe, startling both him and Voldemort. Evidently, it was not a killing curse, for the witch had yet to master that incantation. It was merely an illusion, relying on Voldemort's profound regard for his own life. Their retreat diminished their momentum, and the witch stood advantageously, harnessing the wind to propel a cloud of poison and the eggs of cursed insects toward them. As the toxic powder and insect eggs reached their vicinity, the witch retrieved a pistol from her lower back and fired it with swiftness. Although Chilo was oblivious to the significance of that gunshot, Voldemort's extensive combat experience triggered an immediate counteraction, layering 2 protective shields around them. Nevertheless, a bullet grazed Chilo's skin, eliciting a sharp sting of pain. After firing the gun, the witch made her escape, having never anticipated that her bullets would inflict substantial harm. It was merely a ruse to distract them from the poison and insect eggs. What followed would be the verification of the potency of the poison and cursed insects. Lamentably, the absence of sufficient test subjects was a dire predicament. The witch found herself reminiscing about the death row inmates in the Witch Clan's dungeon. Chapter 25, Examination and Trials. In the ensuing fortnight, Snape's mood was notably buoyant, for Quirrell had sustained an injury, allowing him to assume the role of instructor for the defense against the dark arts class. To Harry and Ron, this cheerful disposition seemed to convey an unspoken message. I have discerned the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone and possess knowledge on how to navigate past the 3-headed dog. I shall retrieve it from beneath the trapdoor. Consequently, Harry and Ron exhibited considerable concern for Quirrell's well-being. Although his teaching was inferior to Snape's, they preferred his presence in the classroom over enduring Snape's incessant barbs. What further troubled Harry was the intermittent pain radiating from the scar on his forehead. This discomfort was partly a consequence of the witch's actions, as her injury to Quirrell had also inflicted damage upon Voldemort, resulting in the pain that should have continuously plagued Harry manifesting sporadically, akin to a poor signal. The witch harbored no ill feelings towards Snape's temporary tutelage. She was not only acquiring a wealth of knowledge from the lessons, but also contributing significantly to Slytherin's points total. As she observed the widening gap in points between Slytherin and Gryffindor, stretching beyond 200 points, she let out a tentative sigh of relief. During this period, she was preoccupied with final exam preparations and orchestrating the hatching of the cursed egg to create further complications for Quirrell and Voldemort, leaving her quite busy. However, she was perplexed as to why Quirrell had yet to take action. When did the trio traverse the trapdoor in the story? Surely it could not have been after the exams, as they would soon be on holiday. It turned out that the plot indeed unfolded after the examinations. All the pieces fell into place. Quirrell had learned from Hagrid how to soothe the 3-headed hellhound, yet he had not seized the opportunity to pilfer the Philosopher's Stone, diligently attending classes until the exams concluded. Once freed from the constraints of their studies, he finally turned his attention to other matters. The trio had previously been baffled by his decision to sell a dragon egg to Hagrid, but upon relaxing their minds post-exams, they swiftly connected the dots. Just as they had arrived in pursuit of Quirrell, what a fortuitous encounter for a thief to cross paths with highwaymen. How did the witch possess such insight? It was because she was presently being drawn into the trio's escapade. "You must assist us, Sylvia," Hermione implored, grasping the witch's hand earnestly. "I dare say we could not find a more suitable companion than you. We absolutely cannot allow Snape to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. I apologize. While he is your head of house, if he were to secure the stone, Voldemort would return, and you know how dire the consequences would be." The witch thought to herself, "Why did I not retire early today? Merely because the exams have concluded does not grant me the liberty to idle about. Retribution is inevitable. Behold, it has come." As they opened the door, a soft melody emanated from within, reminiscent of a candle flickering as it nears extinguishment, burning its final rays before falling silent. Hermione elaborated on the tale of the troll and the music, emphasizing Snape's cunning. In an effort to sway the witch's allegiance toward their cause, Harry retrieved the flute from his pocket, producing a discordant melody. The witch assisted Ron and Hermione in removing the dog's paw and then opened the trapdoor. Harry handed the flute to Hermione, as he intended to be the first to descend. Upon witnessing Ron leap down, the witch followed suit, not wishing to touch the flute that had been in Harry and Hermione's possession, which could be interpreted as an indirect kiss. Admittedly, she was being a bit fussy. Once she landed on the devil's snare, the witch recalled the lesson taught by Professor Sprout, yet she refrained from addressing the situation immediately, waiting for Hermione to join them. Otherwise, without the cushioning of the devil's snare, Hermione would land directly on the smooth floor, risking a sprained ankle. However, the damp and gloomy texture of the devil's snare was rather unpleasant, and the witch's patience wore thin within those fleeting seconds. When Hermione finally descended, the witch promptly cast a Lumos charm. Fire would pose a risk of injury. Yet, her Lumos was an enhanced version, though not as powerful as a flashbang. Its brilliance lasted longer, compelling the devil's snare to release them gently. "Did you just use Lumos? It could serve as a weapon. My eyes are rather blinded," Ron remarked while vigorously rubbing his eyes. "Next time, could you give us a heads up before using that? If we cannot thwart Snape this time, there may not be a next chance." Although Harry's eyes were also stinging from the brightness, he remained focused on their objective. The witch provided each of them with a healing charm and patted their shoulders. "Enough of the fuss, let us proceed." They swiftly arrived at the next challenge. Ron discerned the shape of the key they sought, and the four of them mounted broomsticks, searching among hundreds of keys. Harry soon located the appropriate key, and the witch suspected that the glasses perched on his nose were merely ornamental. Otherwise, it was inexplicable how his dynamic vision surpassed her own. Under Harry's direction, they encircled the key, and he lunged forward to seize it. He inserted the struggling key into the lock, successfully opening the door. Ron gazed at the wizard's chessboard, contemplating how they might progress. For him, winning the game was not a formidable task, but devising a way to transport all four of them with minimal risk posed the greatest challenge. While Ron communicated with the chess pieces, the witch pondered, stroking her chin, and then pulled them back behind the earlier door. Fortunately, she had previously jammed the door with a broomstick, allowing it to be pushed open without the key. "Listen, Ron. The three of us will remain here by the door. Under the condition of ensuring your safety, proceed to win that game of wizard's chess. I believe you will manage to finish it safely without us, correct?" The witch fixed her gaze on Ron, overwhelmed by the weight of the responsibility. Ron felt a surge of anxiety but quickly composed himself, nodding resolutely before returning to the chessboard. Harry, feeling anxious and eager to advance, was restrained by the witch. "Harry, how could I possibly allow him to undertake such a perilous game of chess alone?" Harry yearned to release her hand. "You have always hindered him. Are you not aware of your own chess-playing abilities?" The witch admonished. "If he plays alone, he will surely know which piece will ultimately prevail. By taking the place of that piece, he will ensure his own safety. However, if you intervene, he will be burdened with the concern for your safety, undoubtedly complicating his task." "Sylvia is correct. Harry, you must remain composed." Hermione evidently concurred, as they all endeavored to persuade Harry. Chapter 26. The initial confrontation in plain sight. They patiently awaited for a while, until Ron excitedly shouted their names, prompting the three to step outside. The chessboard was in disarray, with pieces scattered everywhere. Though beads of sweat adorned Ron's forehead, his eyes sparkled with triumph. "I did it. Let us hurry. Time is of the essence." Hermione retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket and handed it to him. Ron casually wiped his brow, and they resumed their brisk pace. Upon entering the next chamber, Hermione could not suppress a retch. "Ugh, it reeks. Surely it cannot be." Her words trailed off as they beheld the colossal troll sprawled on the ground, a gruesome, bloodied lump on its head, utterly motionless upon the floor. The witch was nearly overwhelmed by nausea, holding her breath and dashing ahead in silence, with the others closely following. As they crossed the threshold, the doors at both ends were immediately sealed by flames of different hues. The witch, still pinching her nose, gasped for air, finding the foul odor of the troll unbearable, leaving her no time to contemplate Snape's clever ruse. Hermione began to read the contents of the parchment aloud, and the witch listened, finding the reasoning puzzle rather simplistic. Why did Snape think this was challenging? Oh, She recalled that this was England, and within the wizarding realm. Such riddles might indeed be considered difficult. Yet, she felt compelled to remark that setting such obstacles was rather pointless. It would be far more effective for everyone to conceal the keys to their passage, requiring the accumulation of each individual key to approach the Mirror of Erased. This would present a greater challenge. As for Snape, he could easily fill the bottles with poison. Anyone wishing to enter could simply seek him for a potion, while those with malicious intent would be left vulnerable to the consequences of believing the parchment-esque content. By the way, did Quirrell not consider rearranging the bottles before entering? Such negligence is unacceptable. If it were the witch, she would undoubtedly exploit the situation. Just as she internally critiqued, Hermione discovered 2 potions, but frustratingly, each potion permitted only one person to advance or retreat. Harry expressed his intention to seek out Snape, instructing them to wait here. At this moment, the witch finally felt a semblance of composure returning and stepped forward, declaring, "I have a solution that can transport us all." The 3 of them fixed their gaze upon her. 10 seconds later, the sorceress consumed the potion from the small vial in one swift gulp, picked up 3 silver bracelets from the ground, affixed them with protective charms, and boldly traversed the black flames into the final chamber. "I had initially presumed that the visitor might be Harry Potter, but why is it you, Miss Witch?" Quirrell, now entirely devoid of his stutter, curiously scrutinized the sorceress. "Harry Potter? Are you referring to him?" The sorceress restored the trio to their human forms. "Oh, what exceptional transfiguration. It is no wonder Professor McGonagall holds you in such high regard. You are a student of Slytherin, born into a noble pureblood family. Why would you oppose me? Join me in seeking the Philosopher's Stone, and the Master shall bestow upon you grace." Quirrell attempted to entice the sorceress into marking him with an unsightly tattoo. "Huh. Why not kneel before me, and I shall grant you a favor. How about leaving you with a whole corpse?" It is worth noting that in the film, Quirrell was obliterated. The trio exchanged apprehensive glances, evidently startled by the sorceress's words. However, she remained unfazed. In such moments, one must speak with conviction to elevate the atmosphere. After all, she was merely 12 years old, a quintessentially dramatic young girl. Harry turned to Quirrell, engaging him in a congenial conversation that included a defense of Snape and a suggestion for Harry to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. "Don't go over there, Harry." Ron and Hermione each grasped one of Harry's arms, their other hands brandishing wands, vigilantly watching Quirrell. The sorceress stood behind them, meticulously assembling an enchanted firearm, this time equipping it with a silencer to ensure an element of stealth. The obstruction posed by the 2 first-year witches was no match for Quirrell. Despite his typically cowardly demeanor, he had excelled academically during his school years. Harry positioned himself before the Mirror of Erased, and when Hermione and Ron realized they could not prevent him, they attempted to magically assault Quirrell. However, it was evident that their attacks were effortlessly repelled. At this moment, Harry had discerned the location of the Philosopher's Stone and, in a moment of panic, discreetly touched his pocket. Harry misled Quirrell, claiming he did not see the Philosopher's Stone but rather something else. Yet, this ruse failed to deceive Voldemort. After exchanging a few words with him, Quirrell reached to unveil the wrapped cloth. It was then that the sorceress seized her opportunity. Bang, bang, bang. She fired 3 shots. One bullet struck Quirrell's forehead. Another pierced his heart, and the last shot through his left eye. Before Quirrell could fully remove the cloth, he became immobilized, blood gushing forth as he slowly collapsed to the ground. This illustrates the formidable vitality of wizards. Even after sustaining fatal injuries, he had not yet succumbed as he fell. However, the sorceress would not grant him the chance to recover, firing 2 more rounds at him. The bewildered young witches beheld Quirrell's soul escape his body, transforming into a ghost of Hogwarts, sporting several gaping wounds, and gazing at them in a dazed manner. The sorceress, having encountered numerous spirits, was no longer frightened by the ghost of the one she had slain. Instead, she approached to ascertain whether Voldemort still existed. Upon her careful examination, she discovered that Voldemort had vanished entirely, leaving her bewildered. How had he managed to disappear? Although her bullets were imbued with magic, it seemed implausible that Quirrell had transformed into a ghost while his very essence had been obliterated. Furthermore, she had not observed any soul departing. Had there been one, she would certainly have seized it. Thus, were there other unseen supernatural occurrences at play? "I am weary. Let us venture to the kitchen for some sustenance," the sorceress suggested, glancing at the bewildered trio. "What was that you just used?" It was astonishing. Ron, hailing from a pure-blood wizarding family, was rather unfamiliar with firearms. "A gun," the sorceress replied succinctly. "I've heard of those. My father mentioned that they belong to Muggle Aurors," Ron recalled. "It's the police, not Aurors," Hermione corrected him. "And not only the police possess firearms." Chapter 27. Post-event discussion. Muggle firearms are remarkably potent. They can even slay wizards, Ron remarked, still in a daze. "Hand you a knife, and you could likewise dispatch a wizard." "But yes, guns are indeed formidable and practical," the sorceress responded. "However, we must take our leave now." "Wait." Ron suddenly recalled, his eyes widening. You've committed murder, Sylvia. Though Quirrell came to steal the Philosopher's Stone, could you face expulsion? The thought sent Hermione and Harry into a state of apprehension as they cautiously regarded the sorceress. I do not believe that will be the case. A voice resonated from behind them. It was Dumbledore. Miss Sylvia has rendered us significant assistance and ensured your safety. Professor, Harry turned to see Dumbledore, feeling his tension dissipate, further relieved by the professor's words. Yet, just as he intended to respond, he noticed Snape emerging behind Dumbledore, causing him to adopt a more cautious demeanor. Snape approached Quirrell's lifeless body and knelt to inspect it, seemingly oblivious to the ethereal, pearl-white spirit hovering above, for souls were beyond his field of study. All right, you have all toiled through the night. Return to rest. If you are uninjured, I request your presence in my office tomorrow afternoon. The password is Lemon Drop. Dumbledore had initially intended to inquire about the entire ordeal, but seeing the fatigue etched on the young wizards' faces, he opted to bide his time. I believe you are being rather lenient, he continued, casting his gaze over the four of them, 3 Gryffindors and 1 Slytherin. Regardless of the circumstances, students roaming the school at night is a breach of regulations. If I were to deduct points uniformly, Gryffindor's standing would further diminish. However, considering the narrow margin between the scores of Ravenclaw and Slytherin, Snape felt no compulsion to deduct points from them. After all, Gryffindor was unlikely to make any significant waves. Was it not? He had no intention of penalizing Slytherin. With this thought, Snape cast a fierce glare at Rowling. Had she not been present, Gryffindor's score would undoubtedly have suffered considerably today. Caught in the act by the professor, Rowling dared not venture to the kitchen for a snack and returned to her dormitory, intending to quell her hunger through sleep. This method proved somewhat effective. Yet the downside was that she awoke before 6 the following morning. Utilizing magic, she boiled water, then cooled it down, transforming a cup of plain water into grape juice that she drank. With her stomach grudgingly satisfied, Rowling returned to bed for a brief nap until food was available in the dining hall, at which point she strode over with purpose. Typically, while the energy consumed by the parasitic worms within her body was substantial, Rowling often replenished her strength, never waiting until hunger struck to remember to eat. She consistently indulged in 3 meals a day along with snacks, ensuring they were never left wanting. However, the previous night, her body had unmistakably signaled hunger. Yet she had stubbornly delayed her meal until now, which had thoroughly upset her pampered parasites. Thus, her current meal appeared quite astonishing in volume. Fortunately, the dining hall was relatively empty. Otherwise, Rowling would have been mortified. She dined for 20 minutes before the arrival of another student, who seemed taken aback upon seeing her. Good morning, Miss Rowling. Good morning, Diggory. Though Rowling was not particularly familiar with her classmates, Cedric stood out due to his previous prominence and striking looks, leaving her with a stronger impression of him. They exchanged brief pleasantries before lapsing into silence. 10 minutes later, Cedric departed the dining hall while Rowling continued her meal. Though he felt no puzzlement. After all, girls, especially those from Slytherin, were always mindful of etiquette and maintained an air of elegance, making a slower dining pace quite acceptable. As time passed, Rowling noticed an increasing number of patrons in the dining hall, prompting her to set down her utensils and exit with an affected grace. Since Dumbledore had summoned them to his office that afternoon, they gathered at a location in the morning. Will anyone believe us when we reveal the truth? A group of first-year students killed a professor. Although Dumbledore assures us we won't be expelled, Hermione, having spent a year here, suddenly recalled Muggle laws and began to feel apprehensive. It'll be fine. The professors will handle this matter, Ron remarked nonchalantly, showcasing a completely different worldview from Hermione. Surely, nothing will happen to her, Rowling thought. After all, in the original story, Harry faced Voldemort alone, and Quirrell had perished. Subsequently, no one pursued the matter further, and he was hailed as a hero. Surely, she wouldn't be expelled from Hogwarts simply for not being the protagonist, would she? If this is indeed the case, then she shall seek vengeance upon society. Harry deemed their elimination of Voldemort's minions to be entirely justified, thus his attention shifted to another matter. Sylvia, how did you come to possess a firearm? I retrieved it during Christmas and modified it, enhancing it with magic, replied Sylph with nonchalance. Isn't that considered contraband? Ron scratched his head. If a professor were to investigate, wouldn't you find yourself in peril? Sylph, having meticulously studied the school regulations, asserted confidently. The rules do not expressly prohibit bringing a gun. Who, apart from you, would even think to bring a firearm to a school of magic? You certainly found a loophole. Are you feeling unwell? Harry noticed a sharpness in Sylph's tone, which was atypical for her, and asked with suspicion. She cast him a glance and shook her head. I was merely pondering why I did not gaze into the mirror of Ariste last night. I am quite curious about the desires of my heart. Where do you think Dumbledore will place it afterward? Harry also shook his head. I have no idea. It seems only Dumbledore would possess that knowledge. However, it is unlikely that Sylph would inquire about it. Having become somewhat familiar with the three, they could engage in more conversation, but with Dumbledore, They were not well acquainted and preferred to maintain a distance. The group, with a mix of apprehension and indifference, finished their lunch, anxiously awaiting the appointed time. Sylph wished not to recall how the three behaved during lunch. One should simply eat without overthinking, as it could lead to indigestion. Moreover, Harry, if you do not consume more meals, the upcoming summer vacation will be a prolonged ordeal. Chapter 28. The Lion in Love and the Farmer. For children stood before the door of the headmaster's office, initially intending to devise a plan before reciting the password, but to their surprise, as they approached, the door swung open. "Come in," greeted Dumbledore with a benevolent expression. "You have arrived at the perfect moment." Upon entering, they discovered Snape was also present, causing them to immediately adopt a more docile demeanor. "Professor Snape," they greeted him. Ever since learning from Quirrell that Snape had been genuinely assisting them, the trio felt a complex mix of emotions. However, such deep-seated prejudice could not be dispelled in an instant, and they had no intention of extending an apology to Snape. Though Snape appeared impatient at their presence, for some unknown reason, he did not depart. Instead, he seated himself in another chair, adopting a sulky demeanor. His gloomy countenance instilled a sense of trepidation in the trio. Dumbledore kindly remarked, "Severus, do not always wear such a stern expression. Look at these vibrant students. Do you not feel a few years younger in their presence?" Snape was tempted to tear the old fool's face off. Gazing at this gaggle of dim-witted brats only made him feel more aged, far from rejuvenated. Dumbledore inquired about the events that had transpired, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione supplemented each other's accounts. Although the witch possessed considerable knowledge, she had neither participated in nor recalled certain details from the original text, thus remaining largely silent. Dumbledore initially intended to offer them further consolation. However, Snape's mere presence posed a challenge to their nerves, causing them to be less at ease than when they were alone with Dumbledore. "Have you finished?" Snape noted the pause in their conversation and rose to inquire. "I believe that is all." Dumbledore directed his gaze toward the young wizards. Several small heads shook in unison. "Very well, Miss Witch, please follow me." With that, Snape opened the door to the headmaster's office and stepped out first. "Headmaster, is Sylvia in any danger?" Harry, Ron, and Hermione watched her depart, their faces etched with concern. Dumbledore fixed his gaze upon Harry, asking, "Why would you think that?" "Severus is a professor at Hogwarts and the head of Slytherin House. How could anything happen to her while she is with him?" However, Harry lowered his head and murmured, "I feel that Professor Snape harbors some resentment towards me." "No, he does not harbor resentment. He has always been protecting you," Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. The witch, unaware of the conversation unfolding between Dumbledore and Harry, followed Snape to his office. "Sit," Snape commanded tersely. The witch, unafraid, casually chose a seat. "Miss Witch, I wish to know the weapon you used to kill Quirrell." Snape settled behind his desk, his eyes fixed upon her like a hawk. "Are you referring to this?" The witch placed a handgun upon the desk. "It is a semi-automatic pistol, a Muggle artifact." A flicker of disdain crossed Snape's features, yet he accepted the firearm and examined it closely. After a thorough inspection, he inquired, "It is also imbued with magic. You practice alchemy?" "To a certain extent. The gun is pre-made. Inscribing a few magical runes upon it is not particularly difficult," she replied. "This is a prohibited item," Snape stated. The witch averted her gaze from his eyes, focusing on the gun instead. The school rules did not explicitly forbid firearms. However, this object is exceedingly dangerous. Dumbledore has deemed it necessary to confiscate it. Snape's words revealed the source of the trouble. He felt a twinge of satisfaction in outmaneuvering Dumbledore, that old schemer who always devised plans at the expense of others and burdened him with such thankless tasks. He had no desire to invite trouble. Is that so? Yet, firearms are easily obtainable, and inscribing runes is quite simple. The school rules do not state that they cannot be brought in, even if you confiscate it. "I can effortlessly create another, though I would hide it better," she retorted. Snape understood the implication of her words. Initially reluctant to engage in such matters, he reconsidered, placing student safety above all, and decided to align his words with Dumbledore's intentions. "The school is quite secure. There is no need for you to carry such perilous items." A cold chuckle escaped the depths of Wooling's heart. In the ensuing years, Hogwarts became increasingly lively, yet it still had the audacity to claim safety. "Nonetheless," she remarked, "perhaps that is the case, but rather than relying on the sense of security offered by others, I place my trust in my own abilities." Snape was acutely aware that her previous docility was merely a facade. Within the confines of the school, her magical prowess was exceptional, complemented by another, lesser-known system of magic that rendered her impervious to any student's harm. Indeed, you might be deemed the more dangerous one, so what need is there for a firearm? However, it is not merely students we must consider. There are also professors like Quirrell, who harbored nefarious intentions. And then there was Lockhart, that instigator, the replaced Moody, that forgettable pink toad, and, of course, the double agent that is you. Wooling's words seemed to hint at a deeper implication, causing Snape to furrow his brow in displeasure. Yet, He was unaware that Wooling's range of attack was far too broad, and while he certainly fit into that category, not every year would present such professors. Though not everyone would adore you, they would not harbor such animosity as to wish for your demise. Therefore, you need not worry. I have stated before, Professor, that I shall not entrust my safety to others. Wooling raised her gaze to meet his, her eyes conveying a commanding presence. I once heard a fable from the Muggle world about a lion who fell in love with a farmer's daughter. The farmer, unable to bear the thought of marrying his daughter off to the lion, was too fearful to refuse. Snape, having grown up in the Muggle realm, believed he understood much. And though he felt a tinge of impatience, he refrained from interrupting her tale. Eventually, the farmer devised a plan and told the lion, I believe you and my daughter are well suited, yet she fears your sharp fangs and claws. If you were to remove them, I would gladly allow you to marry her. How could the lion possibly be foolish enough to relinquish his fangs and claws? Snape remarked with a hint of scorn. Wooling, choosing not to reveal that the lion was indeed that foolish, smiled triumphantly and said, So, Professor, how could you possibly think I would part with my own fangs and claws? Chapter 29, the end of the first year. As the evening's end-of-year feast loomed, Snape, upon realizing that Wooling was reluctant to relinquish the firearm, waved her off, indicating she should depart. If Dumbledore had any grievances, he could address them with this little giant himself. Snape had no desire to intervene further. Shortly after exiting Snape's office, the trio approached with concern, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon learning that Wooling had not encountered any trouble. Harry recounted the details of Dumbledore's conversation following Wooling's departure, revealing that his father had saved Snape, and in return, Snape had chosen to protect him. Wooling remained non-committal, simply stating, in any case, he is trustworthy. Everyone has their preferences, and whether he likes or dislikes us is inconsequential. As the evening banquet was still some time away, Slytherin was uninterested in her academic performance and had no desire to engage in philosophical discourse with anyone. She made her way directly to the Slytherin common room, which was nearly empty except for Draco and his entourage. Upon noticing Slytherin, Draco, somewhat displeased, remarked, I saw you with Potter and his lot. You seem to be enjoying yourselves. Slytherin, unfazed, thought it inconsequential, for the term was coming to an end, and by September 1st, Draco would likely have forgotten all about it. I truly do not comprehend why you would associate with Potter, let alone Weasley, that blood traitor, and that mudblood. You should keep your distance from them, Draco admonished, his tone laced with condescension. Do you know what they did yesterday? Slytherin interjected, diverting the conversation. The incident had already spread throughout the school, and Draco's expression was tinged with indignation. That Potter is always seeking the limelight. I was with them yesterday as well, Slytherin replied. Draco felt he had caught her in a slip and exclaimed loudly, Night roaming. And caught at that. Fortunately, the professor did not deduct points. Otherwise, the house cup might have ended up in Ravenclaw's possession. Slytherin quickly formulated a rationale for herself. However, I suspect Dumbledore might use this incident to award points. You know he has always favored Gryffindor. If I were to lose points for being with them, Gryffindor would lose far more than I would, but if points were awarded, it could narrow the gap. Draco recognized the validity in Slytherin's words. He had long harbored disdain for Dumbledore. He is aging. The next headmaster should undoubtedly be our own head of house. His power is formidable, and my father would support Professor Snape. Slytherin chose not to respond to the delusions of this boy who incessantly called for his father. After a brief tenure as headmaster, Snape had been gone, and the subsequent headmaster was once again of Gryffindor lineage. I wonder if Draco's statement is a curse. As she entered the Great Hall that evening, Slytherin took her place beside Draco, having secured a position this year that ranked just below him in Slytherin. In truth, she preferred a more inconspicuous spot, somewhere in the middle, where she could blend in and evade attention. Yet, under Draco's suggestion, she found herself seated here. How true it is that plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. Nevertheless, it was better to stand out slightly in Slytherin to avoid being bullied. Upon Dumbledore's arrival, he made a brief speech before proceeding with the awarding of the House Cup. Before accounting for the events of the previous night, the scores for the four houses were as follows. Gryffindor, without a doubt, held the fourth position with 307 points. If Slytherin recalled this score, she would realize that Gryffindor's current tally was 5 points lower than that in the original narrative. Third place went to Hufflepuff, with a total of 352 points. In second place is Ravenclaw, with a score of 429, having gained 3 additional points. The first place, Slytherin, boasts a score of 527, an increase of 55 points from before. Draco's evasion of capture during the nocturnal escapade contributed an additional 20 points to the overall tally. Furthermore, the commendable performance of Willow in class perhaps overshadowed the brilliance that rightfully belonged to other Slytherin students, resulting in a further elevation of 35 points. Upon calculating, Willow noted that Slytherin surpassed Gryffindor by 220 points, a gap that seemed insurmountable, unless Dumbledore were to grant each member of the trio an extra 100 points, which would also inadvertently benefit Willow. the House Cup was undoubtedly destined for Slytherin. Indeed, Dumbledore, in a manner reminiscent of the original narrative, awarded Ron and Hermione each an additional 50 points, while Harry received 60 points, and Neville was granted 10 points, elevating Gryffindor's score to 477. Simultaneously, Willow was also bestowed 60 points, bringing Slytherin's total to 587, thereby widening the gap to 110 points. Slytherin had never reached such lofty heights. With their victory already assured, they sought personal breakthroughs. Consequently, the cheers from Slytherin threatened to uproot the very hall, as Draco exuberantly embraced Willow, causing her to momentarily stiffen. Unaware of her reaction, Draco released her and clapped his hands vigorously. However, when Dumbledore's booming voice called for silence, he felt a chill at the back of his head. Glancing around, he received a cautionary glance from Zabini. Willow remained oblivious, focusing solely on her meal. When the examination results were announced, Willow had anticipated Hermione would secure the top spot, or at least they would tie for first, but she was mistaken. Hermione ranked second. Their scores in other subjects had been closely matched, yet Snape's unwarranted criticism during Hermione's potions exam allowed Willow to narrowly seize the title of top student. Although Willow felt a twinge of guilt about her victory, Snape was unlikely to reconsider his judgment. After all, the scholarships for first and second place were nearly equivalent. Hermione bore no significant resentment, believing she should relinquish the hope of altering Snape's bias and instead focus on excelling in other subjects. Thus, Willow chose not to dwell on it further. On the last day of school, Harry inquired of Willow, "Can I come play with you during the summer? I remember your address. It's just 2 streets away from my Aunt's house." Recalling a previous letter, Willow shook her head. "I will return to China for the summer and won't be back until just before the new term. I will bring you a birthday gift." Harry appeared somewhat disheartened, but the invitation from Ron brightened his spirits. Chapter 30, The Witch Clan and Training Ground 9. Willow navigated the woodland path, the oppressive heat of the southern sun proving unbearable, and her scant attire offered little respite. Yet, despite this, the surrounding mosquitoes dared not bite her. The Ministry of Magic mandated that young witches and wizards refrain from using magic during the summer holidays. For the witch Ling, however, this decree was mere parchment. The threads of magic from her wand initially proved effective, but soon severed as she ventured further away. With clarity, the witchling unabashedly employed the levitation charm, navigating through the jungle with an array of luggage. Before long, the trees thinned, and the terrain opened up, revealing a cluster of homes. Yet this was not her ultimate destination. She needed to traverse the village and ascend the mountain that lay beyond, where the witch clan resided. The village at the foot of the mountain had long served as a facade, now rendered ineffective by a census that left the witch clan with no refuge. As a cadre of adept individuals worked under official scrutiny, seated at the entrance of the witch clan, the witchling rummaged through her belongings for the key. Unlike a wizard's key, entry into the witch clan required a special token. The house elves of Hogwarts were indeed proficient at packing. Her suitcase was filled to the brim, making the search quite laborious. Upon finally locating the key and opening the door, she realized she could not fit everything back into the suitcase. Reluctantly, she endeavored to cram as much as possible inside, while levitating the remaining items. As for Annabelle, who had chosen to lounge instead of assisting with the luggage, the witchling tethered her hair with a rope and dragged her along, refusing to indulge her whims. "Sister Witchling, the High Priest is awaiting your return. You must seek him directly. Allow me to assist you with your luggage," a young girl intercepted her as she stepped into the witch clan. "But I've only just returned. Can't my uncle allow me a couple of days of leisure?" she lamented, handing over all her luggage to the girl, who could not yet be 10 years old. Only Annabelle, still clinging to her, accompanied her, for after a year of slumber, they shared a bond of mutual hardship. By the way, which cousin was this again? Arriving at the courtyard of Wu Hong, the witchling inhaled deeply before knocking on the door. "Enter," came a cool, distant voice. Upon entering, the witchling kept her gaze lowered, her demeanor respectful, and with a hint of flattery in her tone, she spoke. "Uncle, what brings you to summon me? These past 2 or 3 years have been quite a stretch of longing for your presence. It has been 2 or 3 years since you last checked in. I thought perhaps you had become wild in the world beyond. Though, I must admit, your eloquence has improved somewhat since then," Wu Hong replied, engrossed in his paperwork without lifting his gaze. "Naturally, what significance is there in 2 or 3 years? It is the absence of 2 or 3 decades that truly matters. If I were to be at a loss for words before you, my tongue would have been severed long ago. I have never encountered such a formidable person since my past life." The witchling silently critiqued him, yet outwardly, she maintained her composure. "I have brought back some local specialties. Though my luggage was sent to my mother's courtyard by my cousin, I shall deliver them to you shortly. It would be best to send me back sooner rather than later. I initially believed that the specialty you referred to was the one you were holding. Though its power may be somewhat lacking, it still possesses a certain ferocity." Wu Hong cast a disdainful glance at the ugly doll, reminiscent of the contemptuous feelings he once harbored. How could I possibly present such an unsightly gift to you, dear uncle? Wu Ling, indifferent to Annabelle's potential reaction to her appearance, was well aware of Wu Heng's aesthetic preferences. If Annabelle were indeed given to him, it would ultimately lead to her own demise. I summoned you merely to discuss a matter of importance. I have heard that your interactions with classmates this academic year have not been particularly harmonious. I have previously advised you against excessive solitude. It seems my words have not resonated with you. A cold sweat broke out on Wu Ling's back as she cautiously replied, I have managed to make a few friends. Wu Heng chuckled lightly. Do not attempt to placate me with such remarks. I am well aware of your temperament. Very well, since you shall not become the High Priestess, I must devise a plan for you. It would be prudent for you to amend your disposition. While I do not expect you to be entirely open-hearted with them, it is essential to maintain a semblance of cordiality. For today, let it be, but starting tomorrow, you shall report to Training Ground 9. With that, Wu Heng tossed an envelope from the table to Wu Ling. This contains your training schedule for the coming month. Do not open it until you arrive at the training ground. 9th. Wu Ling gasped in astonishment. Training Ground 9 is the most prestigious of the Wu clan's training facilities, known as the Land of the Undying. As the name suggests, one cannot perish within its confines, regardless of the activities undertaken. In reality, if a high priestess nears the end of her lifespan, remaining within Training Ground 9 would ensure her survival. Yet their caution forbids such an existence, thus it remains solely a training ground. Upon entering, the singular task is to train relentlessly. Consequently, despite its elite status, the conditions for entry to Training Ground 9 are relatively lenient, and few are willing to endure the rigors of its training. Wu Ling yearned to open the envelope to discover the specifics of her training, yet she understood, even in the absence of Wu Heng's warning, that she must not do so. The very instant she opened the envelope could spell her demise. Within the training ground, one could be revived indefinitely, but outside, death is irreversible. Although the Wu clan possesses the ability to communicate with the heavens, allowing for the temporary revival of ordinary individuals shortly after death, not every manner of death permits such resurrection. Who knows what her fate might be, or if there exists a chance for revival. Life is singular and precious, and Wu Ling cherishes her existence deeply. As she stepped beyond Wu Heng's courtyard, she could not resist a backward glance before resolutely turning away and striding forth. It seemed a pity for him to possess such lustrous white hair. Although Wu Ling had a fondness for white-haired individuals, and Wu Heng's features were exquisitely refined, the rigorous training from her childhood had long since rendered her immune to his beauty. Unlike those in the wizarding community who support consanguineous marriages to preserve pure bloodlines, the Wu clan has been cognizant since ancient times of the prohibitions against such unions. The Wu clan, despite the union of siblings Fuxi and Nuwa, received guidance that prohibited consanguineous marriages among humans. Although the Wu possessed formidable powers, they were still considered human before their ascension. In this modern era of advanced technology, the Wu clan has acquired some knowledge of biological genetics. Nonetheless, they continue to regard incestuous unions as a curse rather than a genetic flaw. This family embodies a paradox of being both feudal and scientific, yet remains shrouded in mystery, capable of communicating with the heavens and the earth. Chapter 31. Surprises at the training ground. Upon returning home, Wu Ling found the house empty, but she paid it no mind. She moved her belongings back to her bedroom and began searching for food. After resolving her lunch, she reviewed her textbooks for the second academic year when Wu Yu and Regulus finally strolled in. They appeared somewhat surprised to see Wu Ling. What brings you back today? Wu Yu inquired. Wu Ling replied, It's summer vacation. My uncle asked me to return. Wu Yu seemed to recall something, saying, Oh, how forgetful of me. He did mention this. I didn't realize it was today. Wu Ling remarked, There's no doubt she is my biological mother. We forgot to prepare anything for your arrival today. Let's keep dinner simple, and I shall cook you a grand feast tomorrow. How does that sound? Wu Yu, having not seen her daughter for a long time, was particularly warm on the first day of vacation. My uncle said I am to report to Training Ground 9 starting tomorrow. People can be revived there. But I have no idea how long I might be trapped in this training. Perhaps this holiday will vanish the moment I step inside. 9. How could it be there? Wu Yu, having previously entered that very location, shuddered at the memory of her own grim experiences. Could he have made a mistake? I must go find him. Without waiting for Wu Ling's response, Wu Yu hurriedly dashed out. Unable to stop her, Wu Ling turned to Regulus to discuss the recent happenings within the wizarding world. Have you seen Sirius? Regulus, having kept abreast of developments in the wizarding community, was aware of Sirius Black's imprisonment in Azkaban. No, even in England. They are unaware of my status as the heir of the Black family, Wu Ling replied coolly. That is for the best. The fugitive Death Eaters would not want you to assist them in resurrecting the Dark Lord, Regulus mused, momentarily taken aback, before acknowledging that Wu Ling's decision was indeed prudent. The Black family seemed irrevocably tied to Voldemort, bringing only troubles alongside their vast wealth. Severing ties with her lineage and opting for a quiet accumulation of fortune was a wise survival strategy. Regulus inquired about Wu Ling's life at school. asking if she had made any friends or encountered conflicts with classmates, embodying the archetype of a concerned father focused on his child's education. Having long surpassed the age of needing parental affection, Ling found such inquiries somewhat uncomfortable. Before long, Yu returned, not mentioning the earlier conversation. Ling understood that her uncle's decisions were impervious to dissent. The following morning, Ling finished her meal and proceeded to the training ground. Although the entrance requirements for training ground number 9 were relatively lenient, its secluded location necessitated the presence of an escort, even for Ling, the niece of the high priest. Upon reaching the entrance, the individual who accompanied her hesitated, seemingly apprehensive of what lay within. Thus, Ling had no choice but to push the door open and enter on her own. Once inside, she discovered that she was alone. Training ground No. 9 was divided into 20 individual rooms, and Ling had been assigned room 14, a name that carried ominous connotations. Room 14 was quite spacious, roughly the size of half a football field, though it contained various stone boxes, presumably for agility training. With this thought, Ling felt a slight easing of her tension. She glanced around for a few seconds before retrieving the envelope given to her by Wu. Uncertain of the reason, her eyelids began to twitch violently. As she tore open the envelope, her hands trembled uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, she slowly extracted its contents, a photograph. As her gaze briefly skimmed the image, a shrill scream erupted from behind a nearby box, accompanied by the sound of sobbing. Ling froze, startled by the unexpected presence of another person. In her shock, her fingers slackened, and the photograph slipped from her grasp, landing on the floor. Instinctively, she resisted the urge to contemplate the situation. But the training material forced itself into her consciousness, evoking long-buried memories. 096, the bashful entity, was a humanoid figure approximately 23 meters tall, devoid of hair, with most of its skin lacking pigmentation and arms extending to 15 meters. Typically gentle in demeanor, it became lethal upon anyone witnessing its visage, whether through photographs, videos, or otherwise. Upon recognizing that someone had seen its face, it would immediately sense this and breach any barriers to rend the individual to pieces. Ling was aghast. She could hardly fathom that her beloved uncle would subject her to such a morally reprehensible training regimen. It was evident that the Ling clan had devised a means to subdue 096, utilizing it as a training tool confined within training ground number 9. Otherwise, even if a trainee managed to overcome 096, they would surely be pursued and killed once they exited the premises. This realization brought Ling a momentary sense of relief. But that was 096. Would she not be perpetually subjected to its torment? As these thoughts raced through her mind, 096 ceased its weeping, entering its lethal phase. Initially, Ling attempted to distance herself, but the vast training ground now felt constricted, leaving her with no avenues for escape. She spotted a white figure darting from behind the large box, hurtling toward her with outstretched arms. Ling, though aware that 096 was currently in an invulnerable state against most attacks, felt compelled to resist and fight back. Toxic gas and cursed insects rained down upon him. The wand, an instrument of magic, proved too sluggish and fragile, best left untouched. Raising an enchanted firearm, he aimed toward the direction of 096. The magazine of the handgun contained but a meager supply of rounds. 6 bullets were fired, 5 struck true, yet 096 showed no sign of slowing his relentless advance. How was one to combat such a foe? Cursing under his breath, the sorcerer leaped onto the wall of room 14, propelling himself upwards until he clung to the ceiling like a spider. Yet this maneuver did little to deter 096, whose figure became a blur as his speed escalated. Leaping beside the sorcerer with elongated arms reaching out, the sorcerer twisted his waist, executing a kick with a humanly impossible flexibility, attempting to fend off 096. However, resistance proved futile. 096 seemed to adhere to the ceiling itself, releasing both hands to seize the sorcerer's ankle. In the next instant, the sorcerer felt himself hurled to the ground, his last sight a crimson haze enveloping him. Chapter 32, the beginning of second year. On the Hogwarts Express, the sorcerer sat within a compartment, head resting against the window, observing the students and parents on the platform with a serene disposition, as if devoid of worldly desires. Time passed, though its measure was lost to him, until a knock echoed at the compartment door. "Hello, is Sylvia here?" Upon hearing Hermione's voice, the sorcerer instinctively smiled brightly. Recalling fond memories. "It's been a while, Hermione. How was your summer?" This exuberant greeting caused Hermione to hesitate at the threshold, a half-step retreating in surprise. "You're exceedingly enthusiastic," she remarked, taken aback. "Are you truly Sylvia?" While Hermione doubted the likelihood of imposture, the thought lingered in her mind. "It is I," the sorcerer replied, feeling slightly overzealous. Rubbing his face, he beckoned. "Come in, don't linger at the door." Cautiously, Hermione brought her luggage inside and settled across from him. "What is going on with you?" she inquired, still preoccupied with her earlier unease. Recalling the roots of her transformation, the sorcerer felt a twinge of headache. There is a reason for this. Let us say, I made 2 friends over the summer. You initiated the friendships? Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed. Reflecting on her journey of companionship, the sorcerer felt tears welling within. In Training Ground 9, though she had been torn apart by 096 countless times, she would resurrect within moments, only to face her demise anew. From initially enduring mere minutes to being shredded hundreds of times daily, she ultimately reached a stalemate where neither could best the other. She had believed this to be the pinnacle of her training, yet her mentor, Wu Hong, informed her that her goal was to compel 096 to abandon his pursuit of her. If she could not achieve this within 10 days, he would introduce 173 into the equation. At that moment, the sorcerer had felt an overwhelming urge to curse him, wondering, what in the world is 173? As long as your gaze does not linger upon him, even a mere blink of an eye will summon him swiftly to your side. That fiend who could easily snap your neck. Placing them both in the same room, would you dare to look or not? It took nearly half a month for Wu Ling to deal with 096, and should 173 be introduced, she would find herself reliving those days of being pinned to the ground. In utter desperation, Wu Ling resorted to various methods to dissuade 096 from attacking her. Ultimately, the two became good friends. You see, making friends is not as daunting as it seems, is it? Wu Heng's grin was infuriating, yet Wu Ling had to suppress the urge to strike him. However, even after befriending 096, Wu Ling spent a week contending with 173, and eventually succeeded in forming another friendship. It was truly a tale that brought tears to the listeners and sorrow to the witnesses. Nevertheless, through the training of that summer, Wu Ling's agility had improved remarkably. Even if a legion of Death Eaters stood before her casting spells, they would likely fail to graze her hem, which could be considered a silver lining. Were they truly well? Hermione recalled the awkward moments shared with Wu Ling in Diagon Alley, a pang of bitterness stirring within her. Well enough, I suppose. The kind of friendship where one must befriend or perish. By the way, have you seen Harry and Ron? Hermione decided to steer clear of this topic, granting both Wu Ling and herself a reprieve. Wu Ling replied, not at all. She had only just remembered that those two would be flying to school, and although a part of her was intrigued, the thought of their impending detention upon arrival quelled her enthusiasm. How peculiar. Had they missed the school bus? Hermione invited her to search for them together. Wu Ling acquiesced. Yet as they walked side by side, they were met with disapproving glances from many pureblood peers. However, Wu Ling remained unperturbed. After such an unforgettable summer, who could possibly dampen her spirits? The answer was none. Draco managed to refrain from interfering, merely maintaining a distance from Wu Ling, seemingly displeased with her association with Muggleborns like Hermione. Yet Zabini found it more challenging to contain himself. Sylvia, I have something to discuss with you. He intercepted Wu Ling, who was searching for Harry and Ron, casting a glance at Hermione to urge her to step away. The two girls exchanged a look, and Hermione said, you go ahead. I'll check other compartments. Zabini wished to converse with Wu Ling, and naturally, the conversation could not take place in the corridor, so he gestured to Draco. Draco hesitated, reluctantly leading Goyle and Crabbe away from the compartment to provide space for the two. Wu Ling sensed something was amiss. Once the unwanted company had departed, Zabini gestured for Wu Ling to sit and speak. What exactly do you wish to convey? Wu Ling, sensing his demeanor, decided to take the initiative. Do you not perceive that this conduct is problematic? Zabini remarked that befriending Muggles is an affront to one of your stature, and as for the Weasleys, they are betrayers of blood, their family's reputation tarnished among purebloods. I advise you to tread carefully. I consider myself an individual of independent character, and my choice of friends has been made after considerable contemplation. It is not out of fear of enduring another training session next summer. Do you not think of your family, burdening them with such shame out of a moment's whim? Zabini cannot comprehend this. On my father's side, there is hardly anyone left. I can decide for myself. As for my mother's side, the witch spirit recalled the witch hung and shuddered ever so slightly. They do not reject maintaining amicable relations with Muggles. Given this, as a proud Slytherin, I ought to convey your family's ideals to other pureblood families. While it is true that Zabini harbors affection for the witch spirit, he is far more concerned with the honor of pureblood families. The witch spirit remained non-committal. Do as you wish, but if you intend to communicate my family's principles to other pureblood families, it would be wise to add a caveat. What? I, a member of the witch clan capable of combat, will never number fewer than 500 at any given time. The witch spirit dropped this bombshell, delighting in the dramatic change in Zabini's expression. The entire wizarding community of Britain, excluding underage wizards, comprises merely this number, while in China, that is merely the count of a single family. How terrifying. However, what the witch spirit did not mention was that the witch clan consists of 12 major branches, and relations among these branches are not particularly harmonious. Yet so what? The witch clan has only one clan leader and one high priest, capable of uniting as one. Chapter 33. Interests and Perseverance. Zabini understood that such a formidable family was not one he could afford to offend. Not only the Zabini family, but the entire wizarding community of Britain would need to unite to match their numbers. However, the issue lies in the fact that the British wizarding world is subtly divided into two factions, unlikely to consolidate in the next decade. Moreover, even if pure-blood families harbor reservations about their ideals, they could not blindly oppose them. After all, they seek pure-blood glory. If pure-blood families were to be utterly destroyed, what glory remains to discuss? This predicament, of disliking yet being unable to retaliate, is indeed frustrating. Nevertheless, at this moment, Zabini is merely a 12-year-old child, grappling with the balance of interests, his heart in turmoil. It is unavoidable, having been indoctrinated with pure-blood glory from a young age. Even if his mind can shift, he stubbornly clings to that barrier. Youth, after all, lacks extensive life experience, and it is understandable. If it were Draco or another new Slytherin, they might not even reach this level of contemplation. However, if the situation were reversed with Lucius, he would undoubtedly seek to marry Draco off immediately. In dealings with Muggles, his mindset is, I profit from you, yet this does not preclude my contempt for you. However, in the face of a situation involving the witch spirit, he undoubtedly perceived that while I harbored disdain for him internally, it did not hinder my outward display of enthusiasm and flattery, for she offered far too much. Ideological differences were not a significant concern. After all, the witch spirit was pure blood. Despite Draco's fervent insistence on the superiority of pure blood lineage, his father was the quintessential opportunist, swayed by the whims of circumstance. Although the witch spirit recognized his intentions, she did not feel compelled to lower herself to his level should he decide to pursue her further, if he failed to come to terms. She had other strategies to thwart him and leave Zabini regretting his audacity. To be precise, she held no affection for Zabini. While he was moderately handsome, he was not exceptionally so, and the fleeting nature of foreign beauty was of concern. Most importantly, their worldviews clashed. Thus, she departed before he could make any further impression. Upon confirming Hermione's location, she found that Hermione had returned to their previous compartment, so the witch spirit followed suit. Hermione did not inquire about her conversation with Zabini, but rather expressed her growing anxiety. I searched the carriages thoroughly and did not see them. They couldn't have missed the train, could they? The witch spirit nodded. It seems that is indeed the case. We shall ascertain the truth upon our arrival at school. While the witch spirit felt no considerable worry, Hermione appeared quite the opposite. The witch spirit found herself unable to comfort her. It would be unreasonable to divulge that she possessed foreknowledge of the unfolding narrative, assuring Hermione that the two boys were safe and would arrive at school in a rather flamboyant manner. Though they faced detention, Gryffindor's spirit of adventure led to an acknowledgement of their courage rather than annoyance. Initially, the witch spirit believed they could swiftly advance to the sorting ceremony for new students. However, upon disembarking the train, they were met with gasps from the crowd, including Hermione. Goodness, what is that? Hermione exclaimed, pointing in a certain direction. The witch spirit heard Hagrid calling the new students to board the boats, and turned her gaze toward where Hermione indicated. Ah, so you refer to the Thestrals. The witch spirit observed the skeletal black-winged horses. Yet, only those who had witnessed death could see them. Hermione's voice faltered here. She had indeed witnessed death, having seen the witch spirit slay Quirrell the previous semester. They boarded the carriage drawn by the Thestrals, heading toward the castle. Upon reaching their respective house tables, Hermione glanced around anxiously, discovering that Harry and Ron were indeed absent, her worry evident. The witch spirit was indifferent to their whereabouts, focusing instead on the pale-faced, apprehensive new students being called up to wear the sorting hat. Suddenly, the witch spirit felt time racing. She vividly recalled her own sorting ceremony from the previous year. Draco, brimming with pride, regaled everyone with tales of his newly acquired Nimbus 2001, declaring his intention to join the Slytherin Quidditch team and asserting that he would undoubtedly bring Gryffindor to their knees, while others showered him with flattery. Ling refrained from indulging him, inadvertently inflating his confidence to an explosive degree. When he ultimately faltered in the competition, the fallout would be catastrophic. Even though Ling sought a more harmonious relationship and wished to avoid forced camaraderie, she remained unwilling to acquiesce. Her uniqueness caught Draco's attention, and recalling his father's subtle hints from the summer, he resolved to include her in his activities. Sylvia, your flying class results have been commendable. Will you be participating in the Quidditch team tryouts this time? He inquired. Perhaps, it might be worth a try, she replied, although the broomstick was somewhat cumbersome. It was essential to blend in. Students who did not engage in Quidditch, regardless of their academic prowess, would be labeled as bookworms. Draco had initially presumed Ling had no interest in Quidditch, but was pleasantly surprised by her response, eagerly explaining the rules of the game. Ling smiled yes. I understand. However, their animated discussion was abruptly interrupted as the attention of everyone shifted to Harry and Ron, who had arrived at school in a flying car. No one was inclined to listen to Draco's account of Quidditch. Even his purchase of a Firebolt 2001 failed to pique their interest. That insufferable Potter, always seeking the spotlight. Draco exclaimed indignantly, asserting that their actions were a violation of school rules, warranting immediate expulsion by Dumbledore. Ling concurred. Indeed, you are correct. Yet, Draco's plans were destined to falter. The two were merely sentenced to detention. This only intensified his ire, and upon returning to the dormitory, he continued to vent to Zabini about Harry's despicable behavior. However, Zabini seemed preoccupied. After Draco had ranted for a while, he noticed his friend's discontent. What troubles you? Did you fail to confess your feelings to her on the train? He asked. Can you accept a pure-blood family, embracing mediocrity and maintaining friendliness towards muggles? Zabini inquired. Why do you ask such a thing? Draco replied vaguely. Being amicable with muggles isn't that akin to the Weasley family? Ordinarily, Draco would have vehemently disparaged such a pure-blood family, but after receiving his father's guidance over the summer, he begrudgingly grasped the concept of adapting his speech to his audience. Chapter 34. A Word to Awaken the Dreamer. Zabini then relayed to Draco the conversation he had with Ling on the train, hoping for some constructive feedback. How many? 500? The kind that can actually go to battle? Draco's worldview was profoundly shaken. In retrospect, the war from a decade ago seemed akin to a mere brawl, devoid of any grandeur. She mentioned it, but we have no way of knowing the specifics, Zabini noted, observing that Draco shared his astonishment, bringing him a sense of equilibrium. It was not merely his lack of experience. Everyone had been unacquainted with such circumstances. Wait, what did you say about Sylvia? Draco's mind felt somewhat muddled. Her family is not dismissive of Zabini. Rather, they intend to reiterate their stance. Draco interrupted. No, that is not what I meant. You claim her family is amicable towards muggles? The thought troubled Zabini. Yes, such a large family surprisingly resembles the Weasleys. Draco raised his hand to silence him. How can the wizarding lineage be compared to the Weasley family? The Weasleys face scorn primarily due to their poverty. Did not James Potter marry a muggle as well? They do not shun the Potter family as they do the Weasleys. Harry Potter is merely a half-blood. Why did Draco once wish to befriend him? Was it not because Harry Potter embodies greater worth? The same applies to the witch. She holds far more value than Harry Potter. So, what is there to be conflicted about? With Draco's insight, Zabini swiftly comprehended the situation. Just as wizards disdain his mother's private life, she remains unfazed. As long as she gains sufficient advantages, indifferent to any gossip. Thank you, Draco, Zabini expressed earnestly. Draco nodded, yet internally pondered why he still felt an unsettling discomfort. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Daphne and the witch walked side by side towards their chamber. This scene, observed by Pansy, was painfully evident. She no longer dared to provoke the witch, but felt no hesitation towards Daphne, whom she had always regarded as her subordinate. Daphne, I need to speak with you. Pansy called out from a distance, deliberately avoiding the witch. Although Daphne and Pansy had crossed paths a few times during the summer, they had grown somewhat distant. Thus, upon hearing Pansy's call, Daphne instinctively glanced at the witch beside her. The witch, uninterested in Pansy's affairs and lacking even the curiosity to observe, exchanged a brief glance with Daphne before pushing open the dormitory door and entering. Daphne was unclear about the meaning behind the witch's gaze. Although it was merely a subconscious reaction that led to her misunderstanding, intelligent individuals tend to overthink. However, Pansy did not grant her ample time for contemplation. Seeing the witch enter, she directly approached and pulled Daphne away. Daphne lightly bit her lip but offered little resistance, following Pansy to a more secluded location. Once they arrived, Pansy released Daphne and bluntly asked, You have indeed resolved to descend into becoming her follower, haven't you? What? Daphne gently rubbed her reddened wrist from Pansy's grip, startled by the question as she looked up. Stop pretending. We used to get along so well. Ever since she arrived, your words and actions have leaned towards her. The Parkinson and Greengrass families are indeed old acquaintances. Pansy resolved to keep Daphne away from the Muggle-borns, believing that a modicum of pride would compel anyone to maintain their distance from them. You are aware that our families have been friends for generations. I had thought you had grown accustomed to regarding me as merely a follower, underestimating the Gringotts family in comparison to the Parkinsons. At this moment, Daphne shed her facade and spoke bluntly. What do you mean? When have I ever considered you a mere subordinate? Pansy felt no wrongdoing on her part. If there's anything you're reluctant to do, you can command me. But the moment Draco enters the picture, you act as if you wish I would vanish completely. Do you genuinely believe the world is filled with fools, and you alone possess wisdom? Daphne retorted with a sardonic laugh. I didn't mean to, Pansy replied, recalling many past events triggered by Daphne's words, yet she understood that this was not the time to fall out with her. Of course, you didn't intend it. You've simply grown accustomed to it, Daphne snapped, having held her tongue for so long. Compared to you, Sylvia is not only beautiful and well-bred, but also astute and gifted. Most importantly, she treats others with respect. Is there truly any need to deliberate whom to favor between the two of you? Pansy was incensed by this statement, but she is close to Muggle-borns, even friendly towards them. Do you genuinely desire to befriend her? Daphne had harbored suspicions about this before, so Pansy's revelation did not particularly shock her. And so what? In light of potential benefits, such trivial matters pale in significance. Have you lost your mind? Daphne, are you prepared to betray the honor of our pureblood lineage over a mere acquaintance with a Muggle lover? Pansy felt that they were all losing their senses. From Draco to Zabini and now to Daphne, finding their reasoning utterly incomprehensible. Daphne sighed. Pansy, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, I advise you to refrain from uttering anything that might displease Sylvia, unless you wish to endure this hairstyle for a lifetime. Pansy loathed when others commented on her hair. Hearing Daphne's words felt like a personal affront, and with a scoff, she turned and walked away. Upon returning to the dormitory, Daphne discovered that the Muggle-born was engrossed in a book, and she couldn't help but admire her diligence. Even before classes commenced, she was studying, truly deserving of her top rank. Could Pansy ever hope to compete with her? She chose not to interrupt her after a long day. She completed her evening routine and retired for the night. Thus, she remained oblivious to the fact that the book being read was not a textbook, but a novel. The Muggle-born found that most of the literature in the Wizarding World was adventure-themed, with Gilderoy Lockhart's works being particularly prominent. Although his writing displayed a commendable command of language and painted others' experiences in a captivating light, she quickly exhausted his works and felt fatigued. In such circumstances, she resolved to carve out her own narrative, writing the stories she yearned to read. Chapter 35, Defense Against the Dark Arts. On the first morning of the new term, the Muggle-born noticed a howler letter that had fallen in front of Ron. To speak candidly, that letter was rather unappetizing for most Slytherins, yet each individual's pessimism varies, and Wooling merely found it to be a cacophony. The British breakfast was already quite mediocre, unchanged year after year, and she had grown weary of it long ago. The presence of such a letter during mealtime utterly extinguished her appetite. Wooling's spirits were not high, so she sought to assert her presence during class. She could not recall whether Dumbledore would grant additional points to Gryffindor this term for any reason. Thus she devoted her thoughts each day to earning more points for Slytherin. No teacher could resist appreciating such diligent students. While Wooling delighted in accruing points for her house, the professors shared in her joy. And even Snape displayed a somewhat amiable demeanor towards her, occasionally offering a smile when they crossed paths in the corridor, an unsettling sight indeed. The sole class that irked Wooling was Defense Against the Dark Arts, where Gilderoy Lockhart's flamboyant antics made her yearn to deliver a punch to his nose. However, for the sake of points, Wooling had to provide flawless answers on his quizzes, earning her unsolicited praise and a considerable boost in scores. Under the envious or astonished gazes of her classmates, she nearly snapped her wand in half. Consequently, when Lockhart unleashed a swarm of Cornish pixies, Wooling seized the opportunity to torment him. The pixies flitted about chaotically, wreaking havoc, driving the elegant serpents nearly to madness as they resorted to various spells to banish them. Wooling's wand emitted short bursts of red light. Each time a beam struck a Cornish pixie, it disintegrated into a cloud of ashes, showcasing remarkable lethality. Yet, she did not cast this spell frequently. A closer observation would reveal she only targeted those pixies that ventured too close, sending them to their demise before they could cause any destruction. While her classmates cast spells with a frequency similar to hers, their accuracy paled in comparison, appearing somewhat flustered. Though they did manage some success, Wooling noticed several pixies that had fallen to the ground, dispatched by her peers, and seizing the moment when their attention was diverted above, she stealthily controlled the remaining Cornish pixies on the ground, directing them to tug at Lockhart's hair and ears. Lockhart attempted to repel them with magic, but to no avail. The pixies hurled his wand out the window, and their sharp claws tore out several chunks of his hair, leaving his scalp resembling a patchy mess. This was the ultimate secret of unattractiveness. Compared to this, Pansy's baldness seemed rather appealing. Many students fled the classroom, while Wooling leisurely dispatched the remaining pixies, though she held back her strength, leaving a few still alive. With a bruised, pig-like visage, Lockhart expressed his admiration for Wooling's actions and awarded her an additional 20 points. Upon exiting the classroom, Wooling discovered that Draco and Zabini, who had just fled, had not left but were instead awaiting her outside. "Are you all right?" Zabini inquired with genuine concern. Wooling responded, "I'm fine. Those pesky little creatures have been dealt with." Draco regarded her with a bemused expression. "You can't possibly have developed an affection for him like those witches, can you?" Wooling made a face of disgust. "How could you think that?" Draco cited, "You aced that little quiz we had in class, and you even helped him eliminate all those bothersome individuals before you came out." Wooling retorted, "So? These two things you mentioned earn me 30 points. Does that hold any value?" After a moment's reflection, Draco conceded that it was indeed worthwhile. "But did you somehow anticipate that he would assign a pop quiz?" Wooling replied matter-of-factly, "His novels are rather well written. I remembered them after reading them twice." "Then why didn't I remember?" Draco muttered to himself. It was one thing to be outperformed by Wooling in an exam, but to lose to Hermione. whom he had always looked down upon, a Muggle-born, was deeply infuriating and bruised his pride. Thus, he had diligently prepared before the start of the term. Compared to the obscure spells and potions, Lockhart's novels were indeed far more engaging, and though Draco had read them several times, he still found himself unable to answer all of the questions posed by Lockhart that day, which left him feeling defeated. At least you are more clear-headed than those other witches, Draco asserted in an attempt to salvage his dignity. They insist that this is his autobiography. Rowling shrugged. That's impossible. There are several inconsistencies in the timeline, not to mention other errors. Observing their exchange, Zabini interjected, indeed. It's baffling how his fans can overlook such glaring mistakes. Fans, you see, tend to have a filter. Besides, people read novels for enjoyment. Who would take it so seriously? Many choose to see through the facade without voicing it. Wait, what is a filter? Zabini inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. Rowling responded. Don't wizards' cameras have filters? Oh, I suppose only smartphones do. What? The latter part of Rowling's statement was spoken so softly that the two could not catch it. It's nothing. Rowling shook her head, choosing not to elaborate. By the way, the Slytherin Quidditch tryouts are about to begin. Are you going? Draco felt a surge of excitement at the mention of Quidditch. I think I could play Seeker. Really? That sounds great, Rowling replied. I'll give it a try, though I probably won't be selected. However, not only was she chosen, but she was also appointed to the position of Seeker, the very position Draco had been longing for. Rowling, riding an old broomstick, performed with a brilliance that overshadowed Draco, who was on a Firebolt 2001, creating quite an awkward situation. Rowling could not help but criticize the insidious nature of Slytherin's selection process, under the pretense that awareness of other students' performances could influence individual states. Candidates were subjected to a closed selection, leaving Rowling in the dark about Draco's flying skills. Although she held little interest in the matter, considering her own performance in flying class, she refrained from being overly lenient. Meanwhile, the Slytherin Quidditch team selectors were left perplexed, as the position had ostensibly been reserved for Draco. Yet, Rowling's performance was undeniably impressive. Chapter 36, The Conflict in Quidditch Training. Following the announcement of the Quidditch selection results, neither Rowling nor Draco wished to face each other, as any encounter would undoubtedly lead to awkwardness. However, after an internal debate within the Quidditch team, it was decided that both would attend training, under the pretext of preparing for contingencies, to avoid a repeat of last semester's issues with Gryffindor. Thanks to Rowling's intervention, Harry had not succumbed to a 3-day slumber following his duel with Quirrell, but unbeknownst to him, he had suffered from stomach pains for several days, significantly affecting his performance. Although Gryffindor did not experience the monumental defeat depicted in the original story, the elusive Golden Snitch was not captured by him. Marcus Flint informed the two that Quidditch players required substitutes to ensure that an unexpected event would not leave them without replacements. Despite Draco's pride being bruised once more, his love for Quidditch compelled him to accept the outcome reluctantly. Upon learning of Draco's inclusion in the Quidditch team, Lucius sponsored new brooms for Slytherin, neglecting to communicate with Draco beforehand, which led to an awkward scene when the brooms were delivered. Lucius had not considered the need for substitutes, purchasing only 7 brooms, one of which was Draco's personal property. Fortunately, on the day she was selected, Rowling had bought her own broom, which arrived the following morning, delivered by an owl flapping its wings. However, Lucius's intentions were transparent. His son had become a seeker, so he provided several brooms to bolster Draco's standing. Yet, there was more than one seeker. Rowling pondered briefly before leaning in to quietly suggest, perhaps I could contribute half the cost? For Rowling, the heir to the Black family fortune, this was hardly a significant amount, especially considering her clandestine dealings in wizarding gold and her lucrative investments in the Muggle world. Draco's expression darkened further, yet he stiffened his face and replied, no need. The Malfoy family does not concern itself with such trifles. Very well, if your family is affluent. I shall not be overly polite. Since both seekers were newcomers, they required time to synchronize with the other team members. During this period, they trained fervently, eventually clashing with the equally fervent Wood. This is our training time. Please vacate the field. Wood bellowed. Through the gaps between the towering players of Slytherin, Rowling observed a glimpse of fury twisting his features, almost rendering them grotesque. Why bother? Ultimately, the only one truly affected by his anger was himself. When Flint produced the notes signed by Snape, announcing the training of a new seeker for Slytherin, Wood's attention was diverted. A new seeker? Where? He peered toward the Slytherin players, eager to glean more about his adversaries. Harry followed his gaze and noticed 2 diminutive figures emerging from behind the imposing Slytherins. One was, unmistakably, Draco Malfoy, a sight that never failed to evoke his disdain. The other, Sylvie? How could it be you? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. Malfoy, initially wearing a smug grin, was about to utter a taunt directed at Harry when he was abruptly interrupted, leaving him in an uncomfortable state of agitation. Surprised, are we? Rowling raised an eyebrow. No. Harry hastily denied, forcing a smile. I thought it was Malfoy. If it's you, That is splendid. Ling, without needing to glance, could sense the expressions of those around her. Observing Harry's uncalculated smile, she pondered whether this was what they referred to as a natural charm. Malfoy's countenance had darkened significantly. Once viewing Harry as a rival, his focus had now shifted entirely to Ling. He recalled how the seeker position that was rightfully his had been usurped by Ling. He felt reduced to a mere beneficiary of his lineage, unable to stand tall, and even his previously mild regard for Ling was turning sour. No, to be precise. We are both members of the Slytherin team, Ling corrected Harry's misstatement. Upon hearing her words, Harry instinctively turned to Draco. His once bright smile now shadowed by realization. So that was the case. Draco Malfoy, son of Lucius Malfoy, who had been assessing Ling's capabilities much like Harry, now split his attention to Draco. Indeed, let us behold the generous gift bestowed upon the Slytherin team by Mr. Malfoy. The players of Slytherin raised their brooms in triumph. Grinning with satisfaction, even Draco's expression softened slightly. Ling clutched her broom, choosing not to raise it like the boys. Her broom was one she had purchased herself. Though not joining in the display felt somewhat out of place, all eyes were on the tall boys, allowing her to remain comfortably in the background. What is the matter with you? Harry, why aren't you practicing? Hermione and Ron rushed over. What is he doing here? Ron cast a glance at Draco. The spirit heard Draco proclaim that his father had purchased the latest broom for the Slytherin team, which had only been released last month. Just as he was about to mock the Gryffindor team, the spirit preemptively cast a spell that rendered him voiceless. Draco felt a twinge of unease, even panic. Being unable to speak was akin to being mute, a fate most devastating for someone of pure-blood lineage. Yet, considering the presence of Gryffindor, particularly his most detested rival, Potter, he suppressed his discomfort, choosing instead to seek Madame Pomfrey later. Without his taunts, Hermione refrained from revealing that Draco's position as a Slytherin player was merely a result of his extravagant spending on those brooms, thus sidestepping numerous complications. Ultimately, Gryffindor and Slytherin occupied half of the pitch each for practice, during which the spirit broke into a sweat. After Ron and Hermione vacated the field, Draco discovered he could speak again, prompting a series of conjectures, with his brooding gaze occasionally fixating on the spirit. It was you, wasn't he it? After practice, Draco seized her wrist. Why? He demanded, needing an explanation. Petty squabbles seemed futile. He preferred to retaliate through sheer prowess. Draco released her hand, deep in thought. Chapter 37. Slacking off in class this semester, the spirit found herself far busier than the previous year, juggling her studies, Quidditch training, and indulging in writing novels for amusement. Since her encounter with Voldemort, she had realized her understanding of advanced spells was woefully inadequate. While her methods of self-preservation and defense predominantly stemmed from her heritage, it was wise to adapt to her surroundings. Amidst this hectic schedule, she unwittingly became a procrastinator, with each chapter of her novel taking 1 to 2 weeks to complete. As for her bonding sessions with the trio, if one could call them that, there had only been one such occasion from the beginning of term until October, which coincided with Hermione's birthday. On that day, while attending History of Magic, inspiration struck her like a deluge. To be frank, the subject matter was rather engaging. But Professor Bin's voice was overwhelmingly soporific, lulling the entire class into a stupor. In such circumstances, the spirit found it impossible to endure. Last year, she had occupied herself with assignments during History of Magic, but this year, she unearthed her novel-writing notebook. Anyone who has attended class knows that as long as one doesn't engage with the lesson, any other activity is pursued with fervor. The spirit experienced her first bout of slacking off in class, feeling a tinge of anxiety at first, but as it became more frequent, she grew tranquil. However, even with Professor Bin's incessantly hypnotic lectures, the spirit couldn't remain entirely at peace, for no author can break their momentum while driving forward. The queen in the book lifted the chin of her loyal yet restrained knight with her delicate, fair fingers, gazing into his typically calm eyes that now revealed a glimmer of yearning. Ah, how intoxicating. This was merely a self-indulgent creation, after all, written with the utmost sensuality. And penning such content during class was undeniably thrilling. Just before the bell rang, the witch seamlessly tucked away her notebook, which masqueraded as class notes, into her bag. And then, with her slightly cool fingers, gently patted her flushed cheeks, attempting to suppress the warmth. Ah, class is over. The classmates who had been dozing nearby finally stirred awake upon hearing the bell. Although the little snakes slept through class, they did so with grace, yawning and stretching quietly. Yet, such rituals were necessary. Otherwise, they would awaken too slowly. Sigh, Sylvia, why does your face seem a bit flushed? Daphne noticed her unnatural complexion. Could it be a fever? How could that be? The witch felt a twinge of guilt and quickly explained. Perhaps it was due to the lack of oxygen in the classroom. I feel perfectly fine. She had no desire to resort to energy potions. The steam locomotive was hardly enjoyable. Lack of oxygen, what is that? Daphne had only a vague understanding of Muggle knowledge. She was aware of the term, but not its specifics. The witch thought to herself, I never imagined that my limited knowledge of middle school physics and chemistry would suffice. Indeed, she had been a humanities student in her previous life, having dallied in the sciences for just a semester in high school, her only boast being her middle school knowledge. Thus, she offered Daphne a simple explanation. It was quite interesting. Daphne's mind was filled with a plethora of information. Yet the witch's delivery was engaging and far from the hypnotic lectures of Professor Binns. Seizing on this point, she inquired about many things. Why are you so slow? Hurry up and let's go train. Draco was waiting ahead, his gaze briefly resting on Daphne before shifting away, revealing a hint of impatience. Daphne, initially eager to ask further questions, sensed Draco's mood and naturally separated from the witch, heading towards the dormitory. Simultaneously, the witch felt a burning gaze fixed upon her back. Without turning, she knew it was Pansy. Among the classmates who had not wandered far, there were many who favored Draco, and upon hearing his name, their expressions turned somewhat hostile. Truly, a beautiful disaster. Yet, the witch understood that this was largely due to his family background. She cast a shrinking charm on her bag and tucked it into her pocket. Here we go. The weather in October was persistently dreary, and Quidditch practice was a torment. Soaring high, with the cold wind ruthlessly slapping her face. TSK. The witch felt as though the tender skin of her face would crack under the relentless wind. After a grueling training session, Draco's gait appeared somewhat unnatural. The witch found it amusing but stifled her laughter. Given Draco's pride, should she laugh aloud? He would likely hold a grudge against her for some time. However, although Wu Ling has not been negligent in her cultivation throughout this lifetime, she is not particularly fond of physical training. If it were not for the relentless competition with 096 and 137 over the past month, she would likely not fare much better than them now. The other players have long since adapted to this, even sharing some massage techniques to help them relax their muscles upon returning to their dormitory, thereby preventing injuries. After soaking in a hot bath and donning her pajamas, Wu Ling felt enveloped in warmth. Sylvia, may I pose a question to you? Daphne inched her chair closer to Wu Ling. What is it? Wu Ling regarded her with curiosity. You know, on Valentine's Day last semester, Zabini intended to deliver a love letter to you? Daphne's eyes sparkled with gossip. Is that so? Wu Ling pondered. Although she was aware that Zabini harbored feelings for her, he had never made it explicit. Indeed, we all know. However, that day was a Friday. He initially planned to send it via owl, but ultimately thought it better to present it publicly. Unfortunately, there was only potions class that day, and after class, you retreated to your dormitory, not emerging during lunch or dinner, which is why the letter never reached you. Oh, Wu Ling replied in a monotone. I had no idea. What do you think of him? Daphne inquired, her curiosity piqued. He's a decent person, Wu Ling responded. I meant, do you have any feelings for him? Though Daphne asked this, her tone suggested she believed Wu Ling had yet to awaken to her own sentiments. I'm not fond of that type. Daphne, unfazed, pressed on. Then what type do you prefer? Someone like Draco? Him? He hasn't figured himself out yet. Just observe his daily antics. He is far too immature. Frankly, I suspect he might have a crush on Harry Potter. His behavior seems aimed at stirring trouble to attract the attention of those he fancies. Though we're in England, surely you cannot entertain such outrageous conjectures. Daphne's eyes widened. Has he not targeted Potter enough already? It is precisely for this reason that I harbor my doubts. Chapter 38. The Overbearing Dragon and the Grim Star. Wu Ling has enjoyed nearly 2 months of a fulfilling life. However, amidst her busyness, she felt as though she had overlooked something. It was not until a few days before Halloween, while tracing her fingers over her vintage black notebook designated for her novel writing, that she recalled her lapse. She had forgotten the plot. What was the central storyline of the second year? The Chamber of Secrets, the Basilisk, and, of course, the diary. Now the question arises, where are they? The chamber requires Parseltongue to unlock, and Wu Ling is not eager to train a little snake, especially since the one coiled around her wrist is already quite bothersome. As for the diary, where could it possibly be? Wu Ling struggled to remember the details, only recalling that it was found by Harry in the girls' restroom, attributed to Myrtle. It seems Myrtle was perpetually weeping, which led to the destruction of the toilet. Could it be that the diary emerged from the depths of the toilet? Voldemort indeed possesses rather eccentric tastes. However, it is unlikely that the average individual would consider concealing a Horcrux in such an unconventional location. One must concede that it is, without a doubt, an excellent hiding place. The spirit, slightly disdainful, decided to recline and follow Harry instead, as she had no desire to engage with such a diary. She retrieved a piece of parchment, intent on documenting the pertinent events to avoid any lapse of memory in the future. Furthermore, she wished to procure a vial of memory potion from Snape. How many years would you require? Considering the substantial points she had contributed to Slytherin during this period, Snape was inclined to devote some time to brew a potion for her. After careful contemplation, she mused, perhaps 20 years, encompassing this life and the next. Snape's initial mild demeanor swiftly turned icy. I do not have the luxury of time to indulge in such frivolous games. Remember, you are merely 13. Did I ever specify that it was for my own use, Professor? The spirit replied innocently. This was indeed a valid point. Yet, Snape's instincts informed him that she intended to consume the potion herself. However, lacking tangible evidence, he recognized she would simply deny it. Externally, Snape displayed no signs of concern. But internally, he calculated that while excessive consumption of such a potion would yield minimal side effects, perhaps just a few days of dizziness, if she wished to drink it. So be it. It could serve as a valuable lesson for her. Very well, I shall provide it for you tomorrow, Snape concluded, allowing her to depart. Ah, Professor. You have yet to mention the cost in galleons, she remarked, as she was not one to leave debts unpaid. A fair exchange was the only honorable path. Snape, perplexed, inquired, what galleons? Are you suggesting I brew potions without compensation? The spirit retorted. Are you not aware that your salary from Hogwarts is solely for teaching 7 grades and occasionally brewing various potions for the infirmary, not to mention Dumbledore's dental elixir? Have you ever received extra payment? Upon reflection, Snape realized he might be at a loss. However, Professor Sprout was similarly generous, often supplying an array of ingredients. 10 sickles, he decided. From that day forth, he resolved to address this matter with Dumbledore, and as a gesture, he opted to grant the spirit a discount. The spirit produced a galleon from her pocket and handed it to Snape, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Professor. I appreciate it. After her departure, Snape gazed at the galleon in his palm, remaining silent for a moment before placing it into his pocket and striding toward Dumbledore's office. Once Snape's potion was in her possession, the spirit promptly utilized it. Concerned about potential side effects, she deliberately chose a weekend to consume it. The potion's peculiar flavor was consistent with the oddity of its nature, and this particular vial was no exception. After swallowing it, she experienced a moment of retching, nearly expelling it. As for the potion's effects, she discovered that her memories from this lifetime became increasingly vivid. She could recall the patterns on her childhood stroller with remarkable clarity, yet her memories from her previous life remained rather elusive. She recalled numerous trivial matters that she had long forgotten, even remembering the mathematics problems from her college entrance examination with clarity. Yet, when it came to Harry Potter, she could only remember the content from the films, and it seemed as if the witch had conflated the fanfiction with the original narrative. This made her ponder if it would have been better not to consume that potion at all. However, the witch did not dwell on this matter. She decided to take things as they came and headed to the Great Hall for the Halloween feast. The hall was adorned with gigantic pumpkin lanterns and live bats, with flickering candlelight illuminating the scene and golden plates gracing the tables. The witch felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction as she indulged in the festivities. For this was the epitome of a proper Halloween celebration. After the feast concluded, she followed the throng exiting the hall, finding herself in the midst of the crowd. Soon, she noticed that the people ahead seemed to be blocked by something, compelling her to halt in place. The clamor of the crowd left her oblivious to the happenings in front of her. Did something peculiar occur during the second-year Halloween? Had someone been petrified? After a brief moment of contemplation, she heard Philip's voice. What has happened to Madame Norris? You have killed my cat. Upon hearing this, the witch's memory was abruptly stirred. She recalled that the first victim of petrification was indeed the cat. The trio had been taken away by the professors, while the others naturally returned to their dormitories to rest. Daphne, after closing the dormitory door, expressed her desire to gossip with the witch. Do you think that cat was harmed by Potter and his friends? I believe not, the witch replied. Why? Do you trust them? Daphne inquired, knowing of their amicable relations. The witch shook her head. No, it's merely an intuition. Besides, the cat is not dead. But given its state, how could it possibly be alive? It is indeed alive. It must be the effect of the petrification curse, she responded, withholding her reasoning, for she couldn't very well admit that she was aware of the plot. Nonetheless, to her, the distinction between the living and the dead was unmistakably clear, whether it pertained to humans or animals. Why do you think they always find themselves in such predicaments? Daphne suddenly paused, recalling that most of the incidents from their first year had involved the witch. The witch, unfazed, remarked, some individuals live grandly, while others lead lives of quiet simplicity. Such as fate. I see them as simply unfortunate, encountering calamities at every turn. Yet, to label them as unfortunate also implies a certain fortune. It is truly perplexing how to assess their circumstances, Daphne mused before casting aside the matter. However, the witch reminisced about a passage she had encountered in her previous life. The protagonists of those overpowered novels often emerged from humble beginnings, battling monsters and drawing the ire of enemies, who, unable to confront them directly, sought to trouble their sect instead, leading to wholesale extermination. Empowered by their hatred, the protagonists grew increasingly formidable, yet the fallen side characters could never return. Thus, everyone referred to such overpowered protagonists as harbingers of doom. Chapter 39, Seizing the Golden Snitch. In the school, only one cat had been petrified, a fact that went largely unnoticed by the students, particularly those from Slytherin. They believed that the heir of Slytherin sought to eliminate only Muggle-borns, and that their kind would remain unscathed. The atmosphere in Gryffindor was rather peculiar, and it took a while for the witch to perceive it. She inquired of Harry, somewhat belatedly, why it seemed that they regarded him with such strange looks. Harry responded with a wry smile, explaining that they all believed him to be the heir of Slytherin. The witch comprehended. While the Gryffindor house was known for its warmth and bravery, it was also tinged with a certain cruel naivete characteristic of youth. In their world, everything was black and white, and once suspicion arose, such circumstances would inevitably follow. In contrast, the Ravenclaw students prioritized knowledge and tended to be somewhat indifferent to such matters, while the Hufflepuff students were notably more affable. As for Slytherin, they exhibited a sense of unity, or perhaps a fade of it. Still, there was a genuine solidarity beneath. The other three houses harbored disdain for Slytherin, and with Dumbledore as headmaster, there was an inherent wariness towards them. Without unity, how could they hope to secure the House Cup for 7 consecutive years at Hogwarts? Do not fret too much. There will come a day when the truth is revealed. The witch consoled him lightly. Harry nodded, yet his heart remained heavy. He often recalled how the Sorting Hat had once contemplated placing him in Slytherin. And the more he heard, the more he found himself questioning his own identity. Hermione relayed to the witch the information she had gathered from Professor Binns regarding the Chamber of Secrets and Salazar Slytherin. The witch was not particularly invested in these matters, as she had no means of summoning Slytherin's spirit to command it. She was already aware of the connection between the Gaunt family and Voldemort, as well as the significance of the locket, and thus felt little inclination to delve deeper. Hermione then asked if she knew the identity of the so-called heir. Hermione was tactful, but Ron was more direct. Is it Malfoy? The witch shook her head, asserting, it does not seem like him. He spends an inordinate amount of time on Quidditch practice, along with classes and homework. He hardly has time for anything else. Ron scoffed. But doesn't Team Malfoy claim to excel at Quidditch? Revealing his desire to mock Draco. Talent alone cannot replace practice, the witch replied coolly, then turned to Harry. Don't you agree, Harry? Before he could respond, Hermione interjected, of course. No amount of effort is excessive. Isn't it the same as studying for finals? Harry glanced at both of them and nodded in agreement. Ron grimaced, finding the conversation rather dull, yet he refrained from contradicting them. After the witch departed, Ron remarked to Harry and Hermione, even though Sylvia believes it unlikely that Malfoy is the heir of Slytherin, I think she might have been deceived by him. We cannot afford to be complacent. Harry, harboring a negative perception of Draco, shared this sentiment. Indeed, Malfoy was notoriously cunning. Hermione hesitated before saying, I believe we should devise a plan to infiltrate Slytherin. After the class with Lockhart, Hermione requested a note to discuss how to contravene school rules and pilfer Snape's stock. Ron discreetly advised Harry to ensure he knocked Draco down during the Quidditch match to buy Hermione time to brew the Polyjuice potion. However, Ling was oblivious to all this. As the Quidditch match was about to commence, when Harry noticed that the Slytherin seeker was not Draco but Ling, he was taken aback. Why you? Harry blurted out. Why not me? I am also one of Slytherin's seekers, Ling replied matter-of-factly. Harry struggled to respond, stammering, but you said Malfoy trained rigorously. You should know I was there during his training. With 2 seekers in Slytherin and Harry being a rival, the Slytherin team, after their training period, leaned towards Ling taking the field. However, with limited options and brooms in their possession, they could not deny participation. Thus, they resolved to draw lots. This method seemed relatively fair, and consequently, it was Ling's turn, boosting Slytherin's confidence. After exchanging a few words, a bludger suddenly spiraled out of control, hurtling towards Harry's head. Even though the Gryffindor beater managed to deflect the rogue ball, it seemed to have developed an affinity for Harry's head, forcing the Gryffindor team to call for a timeout. Ling's eyes discreetly scanned the sky for the golden snitch, catching a glimpse of a house elf's magic. As raindrops began to fall, Ling wished for a swift conclusion to the match. The Gryffindor team, lacking a better solution, had no choice but to continue the game to avoid disqualification. Once the match resumed, Ling quickly spotted the shadow of the golden snitch. Although the sound of its tiny wings was faint, it was distinct amid the surrounding noise. Upon identifying her target, Ling wasted no time, propelling her Nimbus 2001 towards the snitch. Startled by her sudden movement, Harry found himself dodging the bludger, with no opportunity to search for the golden snitch. However, he soon realized that Ling's actions indicated she had located the snitch. Following her might offer a chance for victory. Thus, he ceased focusing on the bludger behind him and rapidly closed the gap between himself and Ling. Ling was determined not to let Harry snatch the golden snitch from her grasp. She urged her broom into another burst of speed, and the snitch, powerless to resist, fell into her hands. Yet, as she lifted the golden snitch triumphantly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Harry was struck down from his broom by the frenzied bludger. He flailed his arms, attempting to grasp the broomstick, but to no avail. With her back against the ground, even though the Quidditch pitch was covered with fine sand, such a fall could be perilous, as they were nearly 25 meters above the ground. Ling hesitated for a moment, but her body reacted more swiftly than her mind, and she soared toward Harry. The Nimbus 2001 was exceedingly fast, yet at this moment, the force of gravity, governed by Newton's laws, was formidable. From 25 meters, the descent would take merely about 2 seconds. The spectators in the stands felt a tightening in their chests, unable to resist standing up. Fortunately, Witchling managed to save him just in time. Chapter 40, The Potion Class Incident. When Harry fell from his broom, he instinctively tried to grasp the broomstick. By the time Witchling caught him, he had yet to fully comprehend the situation. After all, it was merely a brief second. Only when Witchling halted, and they both dismounted from the broom, did Harry become aware of his racing heartbeat and the lingering breathlessness that followed. "Harry, are you all right?" Wood had also jumped from his broom, rushing to Harry with concern. "No, I'm fine," Harry responded, shaking his head at the worried gazes of his teammates. Meanwhile, the Slytherin team surrounded Witchling, cheering and reveling in their triumph. They said nothing regarding her rescue of Harry. At this age, regardless of their usual demeanor, children still possessed a fervent spirit. Even Draco, who harbored disdain for Harry, merely congratulated her on winning the match without further comment, and others followed suit. Only a first-year Gryffindor named Colin Creevey raised his camera, attempting to conduct an impromptu interview with the defeated Harry, casting eager glances toward Witchling. However, having been struck by a bludger and then yanked down by Witchling, Harry bore a few scrapes and bruises, prompting Ron and Hermione to escort him to the hospital wing. The disappointment of losing the Quidditch match left him feeling flustered, leading him to express irritation at Colin's efforts, ultimately declining the photo opportunity. Witchling, however, regarded him with curiosity. He seemed to be the first person petrified, a rather unfortunate soul who, due to the basilisk's gaze through the camera lens, had escaped fatality. Though she could not recall the reason for his petrification, Harry's injuries were not severe, thus avoiding any chaos caused by Lockhart. Madame Pomfrey provided him with a potion, allowing him to leave the hospital wing without further recuperation. Witchling continued with her classes and training, repeating the monotony of her life. The trio found solace in the girls' restroom, diligently brewing the polyjuice potion. On November 22, 1992, Witchling celebrated her second birthday at Hogwarts. Rising early, she discovered an abundance of gifts awaiting her. In Slytherin House, aside from Pansy, all her classmates had bestowed various presents upon her. As for Gryffindor, the trio's generosity was evident, and the Weasley twins had also gifted her with prank items. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff each received a few birthday gifts from acquaintances they were familiar with yet not close to. Upon careful reflection, Sylvie realized that all of them hailed from pure-blood families, likely influenced by their households. After receiving the gifts, she felt compelled to categorize them meticulously and record the birthdays of the gift givers to prepare reciprocations for those whose celebrations were approaching. The intricacies of social obligations have always been burdensome. During the second week of December, the trio submitted their applications to remain at school, while Sylvie opted to leave. Social engagements at school were inevitable, and departing would grant her a sense of relief. Before one of their potions classes, Ron approached Sylvie, hesitantly stammering, "Hi, Sylvia, could you?" "What?" Sylvie replied, slightly puzzled. "I mean, during class, could you sit away from Malfoy?" Once he articulated his thoughts, Ron's words flowed more freely, oblivious to Hermione nearby, who was shielding her forehead with her hand in distress. "Don't mind him, Sylvia. He means to ask if you could sit with us during class." Hermione interjected, providing a plausible excuse. Sylvie pondered for a moment, recalling Hermione's plan to pilfer Snape's potion ingredients. And she vaguely remembered that Snape's stock had been stolen several times afterward, though she could not recall who the culprits were. Unable to acquiesce to Hermione's request, Sylvie simply stated, "I think I will sit in the front row during class." The front row was situated quite close to Snape, a position few students chose. As Draco was not particularly fearful of him, unlike Goyle and Crabbe, who followed the crowd in choosing a seat further back. By sitting in the front, Sylvie believed her chances of being affected by any fallout would be diminished. Having achieved her objective, Hermione did not press Sylvie about her seating preference. After exchanging nods, they entered the potions classroom separately. Hermione settled into a seat at the back near the door for easy access, while Sylvie positioned herself in front, invisible to them and preferring not to intervene. However, when Goyle's potion exploded, Sylvie felt a twinge of alarm. The blast radius was alarmingly extensive, and the potency of the erupted potion was astonishing. Were it not for their wizarding abilities, such behavior would have been deemed utterly reprehensible. Sylvie shielded herself, as there were hardly any students seated in the front row. With her back to her classmates, she could not calmly protect anyone else, lest she invite Snape's suspicion. Thus, she could only watch helplessly as her peers became increasingly swollen and began to shout in chaos. Sylvie poured the potion from her cauldron into a vial, and as she turned to observe the commotion, she caught sight of Hermione stealthily re-entering the classroom, their eyes meeting across the room. Hermione appeared somewhat flustered but quickly regained her composure. Snape cast a suspicious glance toward Gryffindor. Compared to Hermione, he was more dubious of Harry and Ron, and rightly so. as they were indeed the ones responsible for the disturbance in class. Due to this unfortunate incident, everyone's potion failed to succeed, save for the witchlings. After a thorough examination, Snape awarded her 20 points, 10 for her exceptional potion and another 10 for her remarkable reflexes. It was undoubtedly the doing of Potter and his friends. Draco exclaimed in exasperation. Although he was the first to rush to Snape for a swelling remedy, he had previously been splashed by the potion, resulting in a considerable swelling on his nose. Such embarrassment made it difficult for him to maintain his composure. Zabini, equally doused, wore an unhappy expression and scoffed. It seems we must teach them a lesson. The witchling interjected at an opportune moment. I must remind you, while the headmaster may favor us, should we cause further disruptions in his potion class, I believe he would become quite irate. Are you afraid? Pansy shouted. Well, of course. You wouldn't be concerned. You're the only one who wasn't splashed, and you often associate with those of inferior blood. Silence, Pansy. Have you left your brain at home? Draco's expression darkened. Slytherin needs to stand united. If you wish to leave, then do so. Pansy, chastised by her beloved, turned away with tears in her eyes. Frustrated but silent, Draco continued, Sylvia is right. We cannot stir trouble in front of the headmaster. Chapter 41, The Dueling Club. They deliberated for quite some time, without reaching a conclusion. The witchling, hearing their various proposals, found them rather dull and would have preferred to return to sleep. The following day, Hermione approached her, offering an explanation for the ruckus they had caused in potion class. The witchling feigned ignorance. Are you saying you plan to brew the polyjuice potion in your second year and disguise yourselves as 3 Slytherins to inquire with Draco about the Chamber of Secrets? Hermione appeared somewhat guilty. Previously, she had claimed that Draco was not the heir of Slytherin, and their actions now seemed to betray a lack of trust in the witchling. Yes, can you keep our secret? I know nothing, and I want to be staying at school for Christmas. The witchling thought of nothing else but to escape. Hermione conveyed the witchling's decision to Harry and Ron, excitedly asserting that she was on their side, entirely oblivious to the slight disappointment in Harry's eyes. The witchling had yet to collect her thoughts when another week slipped by, the days monotonous and dreary. During this time, nothing of note transpired. Colin Creevey continued to chase after Harry with his camera, more exuberant than anyone else. The witchling couldn't help but question her memory. After all, the first person to be petrified was indeed Harry, and it had to be before the Christmas holidays. What on earth was happening? Had she been familiar with the original text, she would understand that her act of saving Harry during the Quidditch match had triggered a chain reaction. Harry had not lost any bones from his arm, nor had he spent nights in the hospital wing. Thus Colin wouldn't have been out late seeking him with his camera, leading to his petrification. Though the witch remained unaware of certain details, she sensed something peculiar. Recently, Harry had been avoiding her. It struck her as rather odd. What was there to evade? She dismissed the thought, and simply awaited the arrival of the Christmas holidays. However, before that, a matter had already piqued the interest of the entire school. The dueling club? The witch recalled Gilderoy Lockhart's flamboyant demeanor, and a slight twitch crossed her lips. Never mind. She decided against attending. Come on, let us go together, suggested Ron. We might learn some dueling techniques that could prove useful one day. Noticing Harry's silence, he felt compelled to speak up. I believe I've already acquired ample knowledge in my classes. Attending would merely be a formality. The witch reminisced about the joyful days spent running around with 096 and 173 during the summer. The trio failed to sway her. But news had circulated in Slytherin that their head would also participate in the dueling club, prompting everyone to rally in support of Snape. What else can we do? We must go, the witch conceded. The dueling club convened in the Great Hall, where the long tables had vanished, replaced by a grand stage. Almost the entire student body had gathered, eagerly grasping their wands. The trio noticed the witch's astonished expression, despite her previous refusal to attend the dueling club. She was now mingling with Slytherin. Harry observed her animatedly conversing with a boy beside her, a surge of frustration coursing through him as he wished to intervene. Who is that boy next to her? Is he from another year? Harry inquired of Ron. Who? Ron responded, somewhat confused. The lad between Sylvia and Zabini. Ron scrutinized the scene. Oh, that's Theodore not. He usually keeps to himself and lacks presence, but he's in our year. Harry nodded, still fixated on that direction. Not seemed to sense his gaze, glancing briefly over before dismissing it, and turning away indifferently. A tightness gripped Harry's chest. He recognized a similarity in character between that boy and the witch. Gilderoy Lockhart, clad in a vibrant crimson robe, strolled onto the stage with an air of nonchalance. His smile broad and ostentatious. Snape stood by his side, maintaining his usual demeanor, his gaze somewhat intimidating, yet Lockhart appeared blissfully oblivious to it. This is my assistant. Professor Snape, Lockhart announced. He has shared with me his modest knowledge of dueling. He generously offered to assist in a brief demonstration before the class commenced. While listening to Lockhart's words, the witch cautiously stole a glance at Snape's expression, sensing that he harbored a desire to reduce Lockhart to a potion ingredient. She surveyed her surroundings before her gaze settled on Colin Creevey from Gryffindor, and she quietly slipped away towards him. Colin was intently focused on the stage when he suddenly felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Turning his head, he discovered it was Wooling. Given the fraught relationship between Slytherin and Gryffindor, he felt a twinge of unease. "Senior, Creevey, may I borrow your camera for a moment?" Wooling asked softly. "Of course," Colin replied, handing her the camera. At that moment, Snape and Lockhart on stage had already assumed their dueling stances, wands raised. Lockhart addressed the quiet audience. "On the count of 3, we shall cast our first spell. 1, 2, 3. Wooling quickly lifted the camera, ready to capture the moment. Snape shouted, "Expelliarmus!" A flash of red light surged forth, and Lockhart was instantly sent flying, crashing against the wall and sliding down like a pool of mud. Wooling opened the back of the camera, retrieved the photograph, and returned the camera to Colin with a grateful nod. She then made her way back to the location of Slytherin House. "Look, I've captured a picture of our valiant headmaster," she announced. Daphne regarded her with a complex expression. "Did you not score quite a few points in his class? I thought you were fond of Lockhart." "Fond? Him?" Wooling scoffed, her expression laced with sarcasm. "Would you like the photo? I can make more." "I would like that." Draco had long held a disdain for Lockhart, so the opportunity to acquire his dubious history was met with enthusiasm. Most Slytherin students shared an aversion to Lockhart. They had recognized him as a fraud from their lessons. Yet many of their mothers admired him, leading everyone to desire a copy of his ignominious past. Wooling's actions, while not overly loud, were certainly noticeable. Lockhart, momentarily dazed, was relatively distant from the commotion and unclear about what was transpiring, but Snape shot them a warning glance, urging them to temper their enthusiasm. Consequently, Slytherin settled down. Lockhart stood up, retrieving his wand from a classmate, unwilling to demonstrate further lest he embarrass himself again, and instead instructed them to practice in pairs. Chapter 42, Parseltongue and Trouble. Lockhart organized them into small groups. Snape approached Wooling and Draco, a slight frown creasing his brow as he seemed to ponder something. After a few moments, he ultimately paired Draco with Harry, likely believing that while Wooling was formidable, she might not strike too harshly. Thus, he assigned Wooling to partner with Hermione. Once the pairs were established, Lockhart returned to the stage and called out loudly, "Bow to your partner." Wooling and Hermione managed a semblance of peace, bowing to each other, unlike the others. When Lockhart counted to 3, neither Wooling nor Hermione initiated an attack. But Harry was struck by Draco's spell upon hearing the count of 2. Neither had used the disarming charm, a blatant disregard for the rules. Certainly, other groups were not as rule-abiding. Ron's broken wand unleashed a considerable spell, injuring several individuals. The spirit of the witch twitched at the corners of her mouth before signaling Hermione to launch an attack. Hermione nodded and exclaimed, "Disarm." However, the agile witch deftly evaded the spell and struck a misfortunate soul nearby. Without a glance at the victim, the witch approached Hermione, declaring, "Petrify them all." Armor protection. Although Hermione's athleticism was somewhat lacking, her grasp of spells was commendable. Disarm. The witch did not afford her a second opportunity to cast the protective spell, swiftly disarming Hermione. On stage, Lockhart began shouting in an attempt to quell the students' enthusiasm for experimenting with various spells, yet his efforts proved futile. It was ultimately Snape who intervened at a critical moment, declaring, "Freeze." Observing the chaos below, Lockhart dared not allow a second attempt, seeking to find a pair of volunteers to demonstrate. Initially, he intended to invite Neville and Justin Finch-Fletchley, but Snape suggested Draco and Harry instead. Lockhart acquiesced, believing it to be an excellent choice. He raised his wand, waving it about in an attempt to instruct them on how to thwart each other's spells. Yet his gestures were nothing but a facade, culminating in him dropping his wand to the ground. Following a cold smirk, Snape discreetly advised Draco, heightening Harry's vigilance. Unfortunately, no assistance was at hand. It was fortunate enough that Lockhart did not interfere further. The blunder emerges. The witch pondered why the spell was not titled The Serpent Emerges. Snape likely wished to instill a measure of fear in Draco, hoping to witness a semblance of terror on Harry's face, reminiscent of his father's. Lockhart, oblivious to his lack of self-awareness, truly seemed unaware of his magical prowess. Indeed, he was oblivious, not only in understanding but also in his audacity. The typically ferocious operation faltered. Rather than dissipating, the black serpent grew agitated, assuming an aggressive stance. Justin Finch-Fletchley, startled, involuntarily stepped back, clearly the serpent's target. The witch remained still, knowing that resolving the serpent's threat at this juncture would be too conspicuous, potentially inviting Snape's ire later. Harry's ability to converse with snakes became an undeniable revelation, and as the trio departed the hall, their peers refrained from approaching them. Ron expressed his outrage towards Harry for concealing his ability to speak Parseltongue. Matters soon escalated. The following day, when the witch once again heard the latest gossip, it had transformed into the claim that Harry Potter had slain Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly decapitated Nicholas. The witch initially contemplated venturing out to witness the commotion. But with the gossip came a fierce snowstorm, casting a shadow over the castle due to the dense clouds, rendering her reluctant to step outside. Thus, on the afternoon following Harry's accusation of murdering Justin, Sylvie finally met with him. To be precise, Hedwig arrived at her dormitory to deliver a message, indicating that Harry wished to see her. Harry appeared tormented by the whispers of rumor, his face haggard, and a spark flickered in his eyes upon seeing her. "Hello, Sylvia." He seemed to revert to his days in the Muggle primary school, cautiously attempting to befriend her, yearning to form a small circle for mutual protection. "Harry, do you need something?" Sylvie inquired, gazing at him. I want to say that I am not the heir of Slytherin, and I did not kill Fenrir." Harry was in distress, plagued by his friend's suspicions, the mischievous antics of the Weasley twins, and Draco's mockery. The opinions of others did not trouble him greatly, but at least he fervently wished that Sylvia would not doubt him. "Oh, I believe you," Sylvie replied, taken aback by his admission. "Really?" Harry seemed incredulous that she would trust him so readily, breaking into a foolish grin. "The professors wouldn't jump to conclusions about you, would they?" Sylvie surmised that the immense pressure Harry had been under necessitated the presence of someone close to offer him encouragement. "Yes, Dumbledore said he has no doubts about me," Harry quickly affirmed. "Isn't that wonderful?" Sylvie remarked, feeling the chill in the air, rubbing her fingers together. "However, the Weasley twins constantly jest in my presence, claiming that the heir of Slytherin will visit the Chamber of Secrets for tea with the Serpent's Servant. They find it quite amusing." Harry began to vent his frustrations. "Other classmates do not behave this way, yet they whisper behind my back, speculating whether I truly am the heir of Slytherin. It would be preferable if they spoke ill of me to my face. When great responsibilities befall an individual, they must first endure trials of the heart, toil of the muscles, and hunger of the flesh." "What are you saying? Is that in Chinese?" Harry appeared perplexed. Sylvie then translated for him. "Are you suggesting that I will face many such experiences? But why must it be me?" Harry's eyes were sorrowful. Having lost his parents at a tender age and spent a decade living with the Dursleys, he now faced such tribulations, with no end in sight. "Do not speak like that." One of the twins jumped over to embrace his neck. "You are the chosen one." The other approached as well. "You are being too much. Do not eavesdrop on our conversation," Harry retorted in frustration, pulling the Weasley's hand from around his neck. "Chosen one. If you so cherish that title, take it. Return my parents to me." Sylvie keenly observed the glimmer of tears in Harry's eyes. Chapter 43, The Gathering Before Christmas. Upon uttering these words, even the twins, who were usually the most mischievous, recognized that Harry had been genuinely provoked this time. Having spent 2 years at school, their numerous pranks had not led to their demise, indicating they possessed their own means of survival. "Apologies, Harry, we are merely jesting," the twins spoke in unison. "It is not amusing at all," Harry muttered. Yet he forgave them. Wooling observed in silence. On the eve of their departure from school, the trio invited Wooling to accompany them to Hagrid's hut. The weather was hardly more favorable than the previous days. It was merely devoid of snow, yet the temperature remained quite low. To be frank, Wooling was rather reluctant. But they had grown to be somewhat closer friends, unlike the previous platonic relationship characterized by a distant civility. When friends extend an invitation, one must attend. Draped in a plush cloak, Wooling wrapped her scarf to conceal half her face, leaving only her bright, glistening eyes visible as she trudged through the snow towards Hagrid's abode. Upon knocking on the door, Hagrid warmly stepped aside to welcome her in. "It is splendid that you could come. On such a frigid day. Aside from Harry and the others, no one else would think to visit me. They have yet to arrive?" Wooling glanced around the room, failing to spot the trio. "They should be here shortly. Come, warm yourself by the fire. I shall brew you some tea." Hagrid gestured for her to sit beside the roaring hearth. Wooling removed her cloak and hung it on a rack, recalling Hagrid's rock cakes, and she harbored some skepticism regarding his tea-making skills. "Oh well, I suppose I can hold it in my hands and treat it as a warm water bottle." While Hagrid busied himself with the tea, a knock echoed from outside. Surely, it was Harry and the others. Hagrid appeared quite pleased, wiping his hands on the apron tied around his waist before heading to the door. "Sylvia, you arrived quite early." Hermione trotted over to take a seat beside Wooling. "I just got here as well," the familiar pleasantries exchanged. "Hagrid, have you caught that pesky creature yet?" As Wooling conversed with Hermione, Harry greeted her before engaging Hagrid in casual chatter. "Not yet. The roosters in the coop are still dwindling. If I manage to catch that wretched beast, I shall certainly let it taste its own medicine," Hagrid grumbled, his voice gruff with irritation. "Roosters?" Hermione's ears perked at the key phrase. "What is the situation?" "A vampire, possibly a vampire creature, has been slaughtering several roosters in the coop," Hagrid succinctly explained. Still vexed by the matter. "That is not a favorable situation," Hermione mused, stroking her chin. However, they did not linger on this topic for long. As Hagrid went to prepare the tea, the trio inched closer together. Due to Justin's incident, no one wished to remain at school during Christmas. They had originally intended to ask Wooling for assistance, but to their surprise, she had already contemplated leaving for the holidays. Why not return home as well? We can discuss Draco's matter upon our return after Christmas. There will hardly be anyone left at school. With fewer students, the diary and the basilisk can harm no one. Hermione shook her head. Delays can lead to complications. It is better to act sooner rather than later. Ron remarked, what if he targets the professors as well? Harry's focus wavered slightly. You actually referred to him by his title. When did you two become so close? The three exchanged glances laden with unspoken words. And Harry's face flushed crimson as he lowered his gaze, unable to meet their eyes. At that moment, Hagrid approached, bearing steaming cups of milk tea, pouring one for each of them. Witchling gingerly lifted her cup, taking in the sweet aroma. Indeed, the British had a penchant for sweetness, which was hardly surprising. Yet, she felt a twinge of discomfort in her teeth, for she was not particularly fond of overly sweet confections. The others, ever courteous, sipped the piping hot milk tea, and Witchling scrutinized their expressions, deducing that the taste must not be too peculiar. Thus she took a tentative sip. The flavor was pleasant, albeit excessively sweet. Witchling mused that she was drinking not milk tea, but rather syrup. Even without a profound understanding of the British palate, she recognized the sugar content was alarmingly high. Did giants possess such robust tastes? After Hagrid's arrival, their conversation shifted away from clandestine matters. Once Hagrid was in the know, it signified that everyone would be aware. After all, he was a child raised on truth serum. Subsequently, they found no opportunity to conspire further, and after passing some time together, they returned to the castle. This was quite natural, as they had few secrets remaining. After all, the diary had yet to make its appearance, and Colin Creevey still merrily brandished his camera. While the situation was perilous, it had not yet reached a point of stirring trepidation among them. Before boarding the train, the trio came to bid her farewell, each embracing Witchling warmly. Leaving school was no simple matter. As any Chinese person would understand, holidays were not merely for leisure. Before summer's end, Wu Ying had confided in Witchling that she would face considerable challenges in becoming his successor, unable to assume the role of High Priestess. If she wished to avoid the idle fate of her kin, she would need to venture out and forge her own path. Witchling concurred, choosing to develop her prospects in England, ideally minimizing contact with Wu Ying. Acknowledging their familial bond, Wu Ying generously entrusted her with a portion of the clan's connections. While previously Witchling had leveraged her past life's connections to cultivate her assets as a member of the clan, she now needed to take the reins. With the onset of her holiday, it became imperative for her to manage these affairs diligently. Indeed, in the weeks leading up to the break, her schedule had filled to the brim. Why must I handle the emerald business in America when Uncle can oversee it? Witchling pondered, glancing at her agenda, which clearly indicated she would be interacting with numerous strangers, filling her with trepidation. Nevertheless, the emerald trade held great potential. Due to past sacrifices, Wu Yue harbored both affection and guilt towards this daughter, promising her many things, including the acquisition of an emerald mine. Though the mine was modest in size, the quality of the jade it yielded was exceptional, marking the initial fortune of the witch spirit's endeavors. This was also the intention of the high priest, who encouraged you to engage more with outsiders, lest old habits resurface. Wu Ling feigned a smile, remarking, besides, you've entrusted us with managing the business for so long. Are you not concerned we might abscond with the funds? Who was worried? Yet, the witch spirit could only grimace as she perused the partner's information. Chapter 44, Bewildering Lucius. At the banquet, glasses clinked as people exchanged insincere smiles and idle chatter. Wu Ling suppressed the urge to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, holding a tall goblet in her hand. Of course, she had not yet reached the legal drinking age in the UK, and her glass contained merely orange juice. Occasionally, she engaged in conversation with business partners she had never met but had collaborated with multiple times, tentatively solidifying additional orders or scouting for potential clients at the event. Many, upon realizing her age, initially regarded her with condescension, speaking to her as one would to a child, but soon found themselves swayed by her articulate discourse. Keenly recognizing her capabilities, this graceful demeanor belied the fact that she was, in truth, plagued by social anxiety. To her astonishment, Wu Ling encountered an individual one would scarcely expect to find in such a setting, Lucius Malfoy. She had seen his likeness in the Daily Prophet and had encountered him in person at Platform 9 3/4 during summer vacation. However, witnessing a Malfoy at a Muggle gathering was indeed surprising. Although Lucius engaged in commerce with Muggles, he inherently held a certain disdain for them, his countenance haughty, seemingly reluctant to engage in conversation with others. Yet, despite his aloof demeanor, admirers flocked to him. Who might that be? Wu Ling feigned ignorance, inquiring with those nearby about his identity. Standing beside her was a lady of refinement, who appeared somewhat attentive to Wu Ling and readily offered assistance upon her inquiry. After glancing in the direction of Wu Ling's gaze, she smiled subtly. That is Mr. Lucius Malfoy, a potioneer. His potions are highly effective, employing techniques that are inimitable by others, thus garnering immense popularity. Leaning closer, she whispered, He also sells a beauty potion that revitalizes one's appearance with no notable side effects, though the supply is scarce, making it difficult to acquire. Ling nodded, feigning understanding, and continued to observe Lucius, contemplating the stature of a figure who had propelled the Malfoy lineage to the forefront of pureblood families. As Ling scrutinized Lucius, it seemed he too sensed a gaze upon him. Initially believing it to be the attention of someone attempting to ingratiate themselves or those seeking to flatter him for lucrative potion orders, he dismissed it casually. However, when he glanced in her direction, he was unexpectedly taken aback. Lucius was certainly aware of the name of the witch Ling, there was no doubt about it. Draco would often speak of her at home, praising her talents, even though she had not particularly stood out the previous year. Nevertheless, the topic remained a point of interest. Although they had never interacted directly, Lucius had encountered the witchling a few times while picking Draco up during holidays or returning to school, and he retained a faint impression of her. However, what a surprise to encounter her here. Having weathered many storms, Lucius quickly regained his composure after the initial shock. The witchling raised her glass to him before averting her gaze. She moved towards a corner, and before long, Lucius approached her. "Miss Witchling, what an unexpected pleasure to find you here," Lucius remarked, having inquired about her presence from others prior to his arrival. It turned out that the witch clan had business dealings with them. "Ah, it is Mr. Malfoy," the witchling replied, her face adorned with just the right amount of feigned politeness. "We have always believed that there are no permanent enemies in this world. When necessary, one can unite all forces to achieve their objectives." This sentiment resonated perfectly with the Malfoy family's philosophy. Lucius, maintaining a similarly insincere smile, engaged in what seemed to be trivial conversation. Then, shifting the topic, he inquired, "Draco has not returned for this Christmas. We are rather out of touch with the happenings at school. Might I ask for your insights, Miss Witchling?" She glanced at him before responding, "I have some suspicions, though I cannot ascertain their validity." "Oh, I would be most interested to hear them," Lucius mused, oblivious to the fact that he was being scrutinized. He pondered whether the events of this semester at Hogwarts were somehow connected to the diary he had lost. The perpetrator had inscribed messages related to the heir of Slytherin, but his research revealed that the heir had appeared 50 years ago, and that individual was. The witchling paused, casting a meaningful look at Lucius. "What?" Lucius replied, bewildered, his curiosity piqued and feigning ignorance. As a cunning old fox, he would not easily reveal any cracks before the witchling. The witchling smiled, stating, "That individual went by the name of Tom Marvolo Riddle." The name seemed obscure to Lucius, who suddenly recalled the diary, feeling a tightening in his chest. Though he maintained a facade of calm. Indeed, his name had since become synonymous with Voldemort. The witchling, eager to abandon the subtleties, laid the matter bare. This name invoked fear even among young witches and wizards, let alone Lucius, who had once faced the terrifying Death Eater. How dare you utter that name?" Lucius could no longer conceal his agitation. "This is all conjecture. He has vanished." Unfazed by the gravity of her words, the witchling continued, "Disappearance may also herald a reappearance. But tell me, Mr. Malfoy, do you wish for him to return or not?" Lucius feigned composure, unwilling to confront her question directly. The witch clan does not require a terrorist to dictate their actions. The witch spirit has provided its own answer. Lucius silently cursed. If pureblood families could flourish and amass power like the witch clan, who would wish to be overshadowed by a half-blood, even if he is the heir of Slytherin? Given the strength of the witch clan, why engage in business with these muggles? Lucius found himself in a state of confusion. The aversion of pureblood families towards half-bloods and muggles fundamentally stems from the infringement upon their interests. As this group grows in strength, pureblood families must unite to maintain their status and glory. The witch clan, seemingly unyielding, engages in similar dealings with muggles. Do they not fear tarnishing their own bloodline? I have previously stated that there are no eternal enemies in this world. Moreover, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Why such disdain? Chapter 45, Courage from Wine. Lucius displayed a pensive expression. However, he would not reveal his inclinations based on a few words from the witch spirit. He conversed briefly with her about Draco's performance at school before departing to mingle with others. The witch spirit delicately sipped her orange juice, contemplating how to draw the Malfoy family into her fold. Having already resolved to oppose Voldemort in the future, she must establish her own circle, for engaging in skirmishes would be less daunting with allies. Indeed, the British wizarding community is so small that what is termed a grand battle is, in the witch spirit's mind, merely a brawl. Though she could opt to collaborate with Dumbledore, her actions might not align with the standards of a well-behaved child, making it unlikely for her to gain his trust. She could even be perceived as a potential threat akin to Voldemort, warranting suspicion. Even if the witch spirit were to earn Dumbledore's trust, the possibility of being manipulated to her demise remains, a fate she would resolutely reject. The likelihood of receiving assistance from the witch clan is slim, with the most she could expect being her parents, who harbor direct animosity towards Voldemort, offering some aid. However, Such support would not be particularly gratifying in conflict. Thus, she still needs to cultivate a cadre of enforcers. As she contemplated this, her gaze unconsciously wandered. Suddenly, her attention fixated on a singular point, remaining there for an extended period. Who is that? The witch spirit leaned closer to Yuan Kong and whispered her inquiry. That is Bruce Wayne, Yuan Kong replied with reliability, despite him not being listed among the guests at the gathering. The Wayne from Gotham? Goodness. The last time she had merely speculated in her mind. Now it was confirmed. Batman before donning his costume. The unrefined Bruce Darling. Yuan Kong nodded. But we have never had any business dealings with Gotham. As you know, that place is notoriously chaotic. Although the Wayne family is the wealthiest in Gotham, the sorceress feels no compulsion to ingratiate herself with him. However, forging a connection could indeed prove advantageous. Upon laying eyes on the handsome figure, all her trivial thoughts evaporated into the ether. It is a holiday. After all, such mental exertion seems counterproductive to the very essence of leisure. Previously, she had not engaged in extensive dialogue with him, believing that their paths would not cross again. Thus, the fleeting pangs of affection were quietly buried in her heart. Yet, this time fortune smiled upon her, as he had approached her directly. Though the saying goes that events occur in threes, this was only the second encounter, and occurring during the Christmas holiday adds a layer of serendipity to their meeting. If not now, then when? The sorceress longed to stride confidently towards him, as casually as she would converse with her business associates. Yet her heart and body were at odds, hindering her from taking that crucial step. Observing him engage in light conversation with a group, adorned with a disingenuous smile, she felt the weight of history repeating itself. Yet, she possessed a thief's ambition without the courage to act. This simply would not do. Noticing a business magnate greeting Bruce with his young daughter, who offered a shy yet graceful smile as she drew closer to him, the sorceress clenched her fingers tightly. No, she reminded herself, she was no mere girl. And in this regard, she could not falter. Her gaze shifted in search of something to bolster her confidence. At last, her eyes fell upon the array of beverages. Scanning the selection, she seized a glass of wine. Noticing that no one was paying her any mind, she downed the entire glass in one go. To her surprise, it had little effect. She found it odd. Having never consumed alcohol before, she expected at least some reaction from a glass of wine. Undeterred, she quickly drank 3 more. This time, she finally felt a slight response, though her mind remained clear. She recalled hearing that some people, while intoxicated, lose control of their actions yet remain lucid. Uncertain of her own state, the thought of flirting with Bruce still felt too mortifying. As hesitation crept in, the consumption of several glasses weighed heavily on her conscience, making it hard to back down now. Resolutely, she poured herself half a glass of brandy and swallowed it in one breath. The effects hadn't yet taken hold, so she settled onto a small sofa nearby to gather herself. From her handbag, she retrieved a small round mirror to inspect her reflection. On the surface, she appeared unremarkable. Her complexion was only slightly flushed, lending her an alluring air without suggesting inebriation. Just as she began to contemplate the opportune moment to approach Bruce, a voice emerged from above. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" The witch spirit opened her eyes, perceiving the visage of the person before her as somewhat blurred. However, with concentrated effort, she discerned that it was the youthful Bruce. "Ah, well then." Her voice emerged soft and dulcet, akin to a playful whimper. "Have you been drinking?" Bruce caught a whiff of alcohol on her breath. "Just a little," the witch spirit gestured with her finger. "Are you drunk?" "Absolutely not," she instinctively retorted. Yet Bruce understood the truth. Every inebriated soul insists they are sober. "Where are your family? I can go and inform them." Bruce felt it was rather unsafe to leave a tipsy young lady unattended. "Do you wish to send me away?" The witch spirit widened her eyes, resembling a small kitten. "No, that is not my intention." Bruce recognized that one must indulge a drunkard's whims. The witch spirit embodied the universal truth that intoxicated individuals lack reason. "It's you. You find me distasteful." "I do not find you distasteful." Bruce was acutely aware of the futility in reasoning with her. "Then stay with me for a while." The witch spirit yawned, tears welling in her eyes. Bruce felt compelled to remain, fearing that she might burst into tears. Yet, he still hoped for a server to appear, to assist in conveying messages. "Haven't we met somewhere before?" Bruce, unwilling to sit in silence, sought a topic of conversation. "Yes, last Christmas. We met at a mall in London." The intoxicated witch spirit, in her navette, bluntly stated. Bruce fell silent, dredging up that memory from the depths of his mind. "You know, Bruce, you remind me of someone," the witch spirit said with a serious demeanor. "Who?" She beckoned him closer, whispering in his ear, "My future boyfriend." Chapter 46, The Boyfriend Captured. Her warm breath brushed against his earlobe, causing a ticklish sensation, yet Bruce felt little impact from her words. As the heir to Wayne Enterprises, Bruce had encountered countless individuals who fawned over him, and as he matured, he became aware of young women with ulterior motives gravitating towards him. To him, the witch spirit, besides being the most striking among them, held no particular distinction. Miss Witch, you wish for me to be your girlfriend? She stated earnestly, no. I want you to be my boyfriend. Though the meanings were akin, they represented a shift in agency. Why me? Bruce questioned, perplexed by her interest given that this was merely their second encounter. Without hesitation, she responded, of course, it's because you are handsome. We have only met twice. Do you think I am drawn to your noble character? This answer was both surprising and reasonable. She managed to assert her attraction so boldly based on mere appearance. Bruce mused to himself. He heard the spirit say, however, upon careful observation, there is no one among your peers who embodies gentlemanly qualities more than you do. And I truly admire that. Bruce did not find this to be a particularly reasonable explanation. There were certainly broader horizons to explore. Perhaps it was simply that your presence brings me comfort, and perhaps this is fate. The spirit's finger tapped thoughtfully against her chin. Bruce had received the answer he sought and distanced himself from the spirit, coolly stating, I apologize. The spirit placed a finger on his lips. Her smile unwavering. I have heard that the Wayne Group is keen on advancing in internet technology. No time traveler from the late 20th century who had amassed considerable wealth would miss the opportunity to ride the wave of internet development. The spirit had invested significantly in this domain, guided by her foresight, and had begun to see promising results while actively expanding outward. If the Wayne Group wished to thrive in this area, the most efficient and effective approach would be to collaborate with her. Bruce's eyes flickered momentarily. Coincidentally, I require assistance from a local enterprise to penetrate the American market. The spirit withdrew her finger, offering him an escape route, adding, and being my boyfriend wouldn't be so bad. After all, I shall return to my studies, and you won't be staying in the UK for long, will you? Long-distance relationships are arduous, especially those across countries. Who knows when I might decide to initiate a breakup? However, it was true that the spirit's request for help in expanding into the American market was genuine. A powerful dragon does not overshadow a local snake. The spirit's presence in the UK certainly facilitated her venture into internet technology, but for expansion across the vast ocean to America, assistance from local magnates was indeed essential. What amused the spirit was the contrast. The Wayne Group, once depicted in films and comics as the creator of high-tech bat suits, Batmobiles, and Batplanes, was now grappling with the challenges of internet technology, as if being pulled down from its pedestal. Considering that Bruce was only 14 or 15, had yet to travel the world, and had not donned the bat suit, it was somewhat understandable. Although long-distance relationships are difficult, one could always transfer schools, could they not? While such a maneuver might seem somewhat underhanded, it was not entirely implausible. The spirit confidently declared, rest assured, I will not attend school in America. Although the specifics of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry were unknown to the spirit, the American Ministry of Magic was far stricter regarding confidentiality than its British counterpart. Who would willingly subject themselves to such constraints? Bruce pondered for a moment, then smiled broadly, causing the spirit's heart to race. I am truly sorry. What? The spirit wondered. Having offered her sincerity so openly, surely he would not refuse her again. I am truly sorry for allowing my girlfriend to become intoxicated. It is decidedly unchivalrous. Bruce felt that agreeing to her request was not a significant sacrifice, especially considering that the spirit had just turned 13 and that he was not compelled to compromise his integrity. As Gotham's wealthiest, Bruce possesses a myriad of choices. However, the cunning old foxes would not readily allow him a share of their bounty. In contrast, the prospect of being with the witch spirit offers an undeniable allure. The two parties swiftly reached an understanding, transitioning from a mere confession to a romantic relationship in mere moments. Bruce appears to have an innate ability to charm the fairer sex, and upon deciding to become the witch spirit's boyfriend, he begins to fulfill his role with utmost diligence. He leans closer and softly inquires, shall I fetch you some tea to alleviate your inebriation? No, I'm not drunk, she retorts, a classic line from the inebriated. Nonetheless, the witch spirit harbors her own intentions. Once she sobers, she feels less inclined to face Bruce with such boldness. Although her mind is not entirely clear at this moment, she recalls her reluctance to abandon her tipsy state. Bruce, rather than imposing his goodwill upon her by bringing tea, remains beside her, attentively caring for her. As the music begins to play, the witch spirit observes the revelers swaying on the dance floor. A thought whispers to her heart. She should take her freshly minted boyfriend for a dance, solidifying their status before the crowd, thus warding off any uninvited suitors. Aren't you feeling dizzy? Bruce expresses his concern. If you wish to dance, we could find another time. No, I want to dance with you right here. The witch spirit insists. With that, Bruce takes her hand and rises, noting that she shows no signs of faltering. Her steps are steady enough to ease his worries, and he leads her toward the center of the dance floor. Most onlookers, upon seeing their hands entwined, do not react strongly. Perhaps some speculate about a potential union between the Witch clan and the Wayne family, a notion not entirely unreasonable given their statuses. Yet, a few individuals in the crowd display astonished expressions. The first is Lucius Malfoy. He can tolerate the witch spirit's close interactions with muggles, engaging in business and such. But a romantic entanglement between a pureblood and a muggle is a bridge too far for him. However, he is still weighing whether their dance carries any special significance or if it is merely a social gesture. Next is Yuan Kong. Positioned as the witch clan's eyes and ears beside the witch spirit, his routine typically revolves around managing business affairs. Yet his primary task now is to keep a close watch on her. Chapter 47, Lost in Bliss. The witch spirit and Bruce Wayne are not the type to be swayed by the opinions of others. They need only to drop a metaphorical bombshell into the crowd and then slip away with nonchalance. The following morning, as the witch spirit awakens from her slumber, she bites her nails, reflecting on how she had leveraged her interests to secure a boyfriend the previous night, leaving her heart in disarray. Is this truly who she is? Has she always harbored such wild tendencies within? Though, in comparison to those who are genuinely liberated, she still feels excessively reserved. Yet, this revelation is undeniably vexing. The air around Ling was thick with warmth, and her most pressing concern now revolved around how to navigate the upcoming holiday with Bruce. Although their transition into a romantic relationship lacked a certain formality, it was nonetheless a carefully considered outcome for both parties, regardless of the reasons behind it. However, aside from the brief moments of intoxicated abandon, or perhaps a more comfortable camaraderie, she had not contemplated what would follow, given her utter lack of romantic experience. Avoidance was certainly not a solution, Ling mused. After all, she had resolved to invest so much, and spending money was a justified endeavor. After finishing her breakfast, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, she found Bruce standing outside. After a moment of silence, she greeted him with a smile. "Come in, my dear boyfriend." Once inside, Bruce stated his purpose. "Didn't you want me to accompany you shopping yesterday? When shall we depart?" Logically, he should not have arrived so early. But having indulged too much the previous night, Ling had only mentioned wanting Bruce's company without specifying a time, prompting him to arrive early and wait. Ling rummaged through her memory regarding this matter, though she could not quite recall her feelings at the time. "I'll go change," she said, "by the way. Have you had breakfast?" Bruce shook his head. "I don't eat breakfast at this hour." Instantly, Ling thought of Batman after a night patrol, sleeping until the afternoon and skipping breakfast altogether. However, Bruce, being raised by a butler, must surely have a proper diet. Alfred would undoubtedly ensure his nutritional needs were met. "Let me fetch you something to eat," Ling said as she headed to the kitchen. Most of the food was prepared by Cliche, and over the years, aside from her occasional lack of appetite, she had managed to consume most of what he prepared, avoiding waste. Thus, the kitchen was likely devoid of surplus food. Nonetheless, this did not pose an issue. Ling requested Cliche to prepare a sandwich and some hot milk, which she promptly brought to Bruce. By the time she returned downstairs, Bruce had finished eating, though it appeared the milk remained largely untouched. "Do you not enjoy milk?" she inquired. "It's all right," Bruce replied, his lips pressing together, seemingly embarrassed by his finicky eating habits. "Alfred, my butler, prepares milk for me daily, and I hope to relax a bit here, my dear." "Very well." Ling nodded in understanding, recognizing her own aversion to bitter melon and celery. "In the future, I can prepare hot cocoa for you. Though your butler knows your dietary needs best." Ling suddenly halted, questioning why she was speaking so freely, as if they were particularly close. This tendency to meddle was not characteristic of her, she reflected inwardly. "I understand," Bruce responded, displaying no curiosity regarding her unfinished thoughts. "Out of concern for my own health, I am not entirely averse to drinking milk." The sorceress cast a fleeting glance at the cup before him and nodded, choosing not to expose him. "Shall we go?" "I've called for the driver," she suggested, though if she truly needed a driver, she would have to summon someone from the original clan. "No need, I drove here myself." "I wouldn't want anyone to interrupt our little rendezvous," Bruce replied with a smile. "What, you're already 17? That's hard to believe," the sorceress expressed her surprise. "In the UK, one must be 17 to drive, although one can obtain a provisional license at 16, which does not permit driving on the road." She had not specifically checked on Bruce before, and at last night's gala, he had been brought directly by the organizers. His name was absent from the guest list, leaving the sorceress unaware of his age. "No, I won't turn 16 for another month," Bruce shook his head, smiling at her. "But what does that matter? Rules are merely constraints imposed on the majority of ordinary people. For individuals like us, who belong to a privileged class, adherence to rules is contingent upon one's mood." "Very well then, let me see how skilled you are," the sorceress stated, feeling an inexplicable sense of oddity that she couldn't quite place. Bruce's vehicle was a striking red Ferrari, which appeared quite impressive. Beyond that, the sorceress was not well versed in luxury cars. "What do you think of the car?" Bruce inquired, noticing her gaze fixated on it. "I don't really know much about cars. It looks nice," she managed to respond. "Do you like it?" "I'd be happy to give it to you," Bruce offered, contemplating that the sorceress might be indulging in a mere flirtation. Yet he desired to present her with tangible gifts as a form of compensation. However, he was taken aback to discover that she had no knowledge of cars, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, the car's performance was indeed commendable, and its appearance was striking, making it a worthy gift for the sorceress. Gift it to me? She pondered, realizing it would be several years before she could drive, yet she wouldn't want to spoil the moment by declining. I think the car is quite beautiful. I really like it. Thank you. This Christmas was particularly fulfilling for the sorceress, as her novice boyfriend had a knack for winning her affection, and his various gestures made her feel that it was all worth it. The only downside was that, amid all the enjoyment, her assignments had been largely neglected. With the return to school approaching, the sorceress found herself burning the midnight oil to complete her homework. Bruce drove her to King's Cross Station. Initially, he intended to accompany her onto the train, but she declined, thinking it unnecessary for him to witness her perform her vanishing act. Darling, don't miss me too much, she said, having spent enough time with Bruce to lose some of her initial shyness. Seizing a moment when he was distracted, she planted a kiss on his cheek. Bruce was momentarily taken aback. Over time, he had discerned the sorceress's true character and recognized that her feelings for him were merely fondness, not yet love. Watching her figure recede into the distance, he felt no need for further contemplation. Chapter 48. Professor, do you possess a potion that can make a man pregnant? Due to a late night spent on assignments, Ling found herself drowsy after boarding the train. It wasn't until the train came to a halt that she regained a semblance of alertness. Upon her return to school, the first piece of news she encountered was that Hermione had been hospitalized. Speculation ran rampant among her peers, questioning whether she had been attacked. That mudblood has the audacity to remain at school, Draco remarked with a chuckle in the common room. Although I am unaware of the specifics of her alleged assault, it is certain that the heir of Slytherin must eradicate the mudbloods from this institution. Others echoed his sentiments, and even those who remained silent wore expressions that suggested similar thoughts. However, Ling felt a sense of disquiet. She recalled that while Hermione had indeed been petrified previously, it had occurred only after she had discerned that the monster was the basilisk. Could it be that she had figured it out during a single Christmas holiday? This notion seemed implausible. If she had identified the creature as the basilisk during that period, then what opportunity would there have been for Lockhart's antics on Valentine's Day? Thus, Ling resolved to pay Hermione a visit. Madame Pomfrey had drawn curtains around Hermione's bed to shield her face from prying eyes, sparing her from embarrassment. Even during her visit, Ling could only converse with Hermione through the fabric barrier. What on earth happened, Hermione? Surely you were not attacked like the others? No, I wasn't. Came Hermione's muffled voice, tinged with frustration. I thought I had obtained Millicent Bulstrode's hair, but I suspect she must own a cat, right? Ling could easily envision the scenario. So you inadvertently added cat hair to the polyjuice potion? That sounds rather troublesome. By the way, did Harry and Ron manage to extract any information from Draco? They couldn't glean anything, but Ron remains adamant that Malfoy is the heir of Slytherin. Hermione strongly disagreed with his baseless conjecture. After leaving the infirmary, Ling found herself deep in thought. Where could the diary be? When would Harry obtain the diary? Lost in these ruminations, an idea suddenly struck her, prompting her to visit the library. Moments later, Ling knocked on the door of Snape's office, carrying the book she had borrowed. Enter, Snape replied impatiently, opening the door. You had better have something important to discuss, Miss Ling. With that, he disregarded her and returned to tending to his cauldron of potion. Professor, may I inquire if you can brew a potion that enables men to conceive? Ling maintained a distance of over 2 meters from him, as Snape was chopping ingredients. Her question nearly caused him to slice his finger. He suspected she was merely attempting to amuse herself. If your mind has not been filled with leech juice, you should know that only women can become pregnant in this world. But we are wizards, are we not? Muggles can even change gender. I came across a book in the library that stated basilisks hatch from roosters' eggs, so if roosters can lay eggs, then surely men can conceive as well. The sorceress turned the page of the book in her hand to reveal the entry about the basilisk, pointing to its contents. Since you have observed this, you understand that the eggs of a rooster do not yield a rooster, but rather a basilisk. What sort of monstrosity would a man give birth to? Snape had never bred a basilisk, and was rather perplexed by the underlying principles, relying solely on logic. But you are a master of potions. I have heard that muggles can undergo gender reassignment surgery. Surely you could concoct a potion of even greater efficacy. Snape's expression twisted momentarily. I have no intention of brewing such a concoction. Now, kindly leave. Wait, Professor, do not be so hasty in your refusal. I am prepared to offer compensation. Although the sorceress merely wished to expose the matter of the basilisk, she genuinely desired such a potion. No amount of galleons will suffice. Leave at once. I do not wish to incur points for Slytherin. Snape scoffed, amusement flickering across his features. Surely, you do not believe yourself to be in dire financial straits, do you? 100,000 galleons? I have no interest. 500,000. Leave. I possess methods that could enhance your power. I have no need for such things. I can also enable you to reunite with deceased relatives and friends. Do you not wish to see them once more? The sorceress unleashed her trump card. Snape's expression shifted several times, his lips quivering slightly, yet he remained silent. Very well. The sorceress sensed his wavering resolve but feigned disappointment, preparing to exit. Just as she was about to step through the door, Snape finally regained his composure. Wait, come back. Professor? The sorceress stifled a laugh internally while maintaining an outward guise of confusion. How can you allow me to see them? Snape disregarded the potion entirely, consumed by an urgent desire to know how he might encounter his mother and Lily. It's quite simple. Necromancy, allowing the spirits of the deceased to manifest. Or perhaps an astral projection to meet them. Can I see them first? Snape inquired. Professor, we in business adhere to the principle of payment upon delivery. The sorceress stated solemnly. Then how am I to ascertain the veracity of your claims? Snape retorted, uncertain if he could brew the potion she desired. His teeth clenched as he insisted, I wish to inspect the goods first. Or perhaps we could establish an unbreakable vow. Ah, that is entirely unnecessary, the sorceress replied awkwardly. I trust in your integrity, Professor. Although perhaps I should not. Snape's expression softened. Then let us begin. Do you require any preparations? No, it is quite straightforward. The sorceress shook her head. Just provide me with the names, birth dates, and as much detailed information as possible about the individuals you wish to see. Lily Potter. Snape uttered, his countenance darkening at the mention of the surname. Yet he continued to provide details about her family address, preferences, and, ultimately, her date of death. The sorceress noted everything down and produced a yellow talisman, inscribing symbols upon it. Once completed, she produced several small candles from seemingly nowhere, arranging them in an intricate formation. Place a drop of blood upon this talisman, at this location. The sorceress presented the talisman to him, pointing at the name of Snape inscribed upon it. Without a trace of doubt, Snape drew a freshly sharpened dagger across his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the paper. A flash of light ensued, and Snape's soul detached from his body, which fell lifelessly to the ground. The sorceress bound a red thread around the wrist of Snape's spirit and placed a candle in his palm. Now, follow the direction of the flame to seek the person you wish to meet. You have 1 hour. When the time is up, I shall pull you back. Chapter 49, Professional in Cornering. Snape's soul swiftly vanished, embarking on its quest to find the desired individual. The sorceress gazed at his fallen body on the floor and, after a moment of reluctant compassion, levitated him onto the sofa with a floating spell. What to do next? She flipped through the book she had brought, finding it rather uninteresting, and her eyes settled on the cauldron of potion that Snape had previously brewed. Snape had laid out a plethora of peculiar ingredients on the table. The sorceress had never encountered such a vast array of potion materials, clearly beyond the knowledge expected of someone her age. In truth, she had little enthusiasm for potions. While she endeavored to earn higher scores in class, the prospect of dedicating herself to potion making or creating new recipes did not appeal to her. She had ample funds and saw no shame in purchasing potions instead. Crafting them herself seemed overly burdensome and not cost-effective. If ever faced with peril, there would be no time to gather ingredients. Even if they lay before her, the time taken to brew the potion would render it futile. Here stood a master of potions, capable of concocting not only the commonly available brews, but even the most bizarre and extraordinary elixirs, provided she could offer a satisfactory reward. With this in mind, the sorceress contemplated ways to win him over. After all, she had already set her sights on several pureblood families. Adding Snape to her ranks would not be a burden. Amused by the thought, she recalled the novel she had read about traversing the Three Kingdoms, where everyone was eager to undermine Xiao Qiao. Now, having found herself in this realm, she was attempting to usurp Voldemort's confidant. How delightful! As for Dumbledore's potential reaction upon discovering her alliance with Snape, she was unconcerned. After all, she had no intentions of fostering any subversive forces, and Dumbledore should not see her as an adversary. Furthermore, Snape had once been brought to Dumbledore's side from Voldemort's ranks. What grounds did he have to reproach her? Moreover, Snape's obedience to Dumbledore stemmed primarily from his desire to protect Lily, who had since perished. Later, Dumbledore assigned him the task of safeguarding Harry. Yet he withheld the knowledge that Harry was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, an act of considerable dishonor. In comparison, I consider myself a commendable superior, unlike Voldemort, who incessantly vents his frustrations on his subordinates, nor like Dumbledore, who is perpetually scheming and calculating. As the hour approached its end, the spirit attempted to tug at the red string, signaling Severus. On the other end, Severus beheld Lily, his heart brimming with unuttered words, while he chose to willfully disregard James Potter, who stared at him with unwavering intensity, as if suspecting him of treachery. Meanwhile, Lily had already set aside past grievances. Smiling at Severus, it has been a long time. Having embraced death, she held no lingering bitterness regarding their previous quarrel. In the afterlife, they encountered numerous other souls, each with their own tales of joy or sorrow, many burdened with unfulfilled regrets. Over time, Lily and James realized that many things once deemed significant appeared rather trivial and even absurd, comprehending at last that the world is not merely black and white. However, The living remain unaware that they have released these burdens. Without the opportunity for dialogue, reconciliation remains unattainable. Lily, I am sorry, Severus could only utter. They discussed various matters, predominantly revolving around Harry Potter and Voldemort. An hour can feel both fleeting and prolonged. As the spirit tugged at the red string, Severus contemplated untying it entirely. Yet he refrained, for he was not accustomed to such acts of surrender. You must return, Severus, Lily remarked, having noticed his movements. Once everything was laid bare, they could coexist in tranquility, though what resided in their hearts remained a mystery. Severus nodded. I must take my leave. Farewell, Lily. Wait, Severus, can you rescue Sirius? James suddenly recalled this matter, the informant being neither he nor. Before he could finish, Severus's shadow vanished. Merlin's foul socks. I should have mentioned it sooner. A look of regret crossed James's face. Should the spirit become aware, she would undoubtedly reflect on how these brothers, bound by life and death, yet sharing different parentage, now resembled mere plastic siblings. The fact that you can remember is commendable. Our memories have been fading over the years, and I doubt we have much time left here. Worry etched itself on Lily's face, though it was evident they were powerless to alter their fate. James tapped his forehead, sighing. I hope he knows that Sirius is innocent. Severus had intended to linger longer with Lily, but he did not anticipate that the moment would arrive, drawing him back irresistibly, akin to a key unlocking a door. Upon returning to his body, he struggled to open his eyes, feeling as if he had been asleep for an eternity, utterly drained. It was an unpleasant sensation. Professor, how do you feel? Ling initially intended to request a 5-star review. However, despite her personality showing signs of improvement, she had not yet reached the level of a social butterfly. Thus, her speech remained rather conventional. Snape, regaining his composure, wearily replied, Fortunately, I will find a way to brew the potion you mentioned, although I have not previously encountered one with such properties, so it may take some time. Ling waved her hand dismissively. That is of no consequence. Just do your best. I am in no rush over the next 2 years. After all, the potion was intended for Sirius, to aid in his propagation of the Black family lineage. He could live for several more years, so there was no urgency. As for whether Sirius would actually consume the potion, that was entirely inconsequential. The opinions of tools were seldom significant. Regarding the female counterpart, those who valued wealth could be swayed by it, and if there were any who fancied his appearance and wished to share a night of passion, that would be even better. There were always methods available. As long as the right person and potion were present, everything could be arranged. Ling envisioned a bright future. Once the child was born, she would nurture him while managing the affairs of the Black family. With her focus on earning and spending money, an impeccable plan, Ling bore her own burdens. Despite Walburga now being merely a portrait, she had previously exerted considerable control over her. It was no wonder Ling disliked residing at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Chapter 50. How to Handle the Diary. After Ling departed, Snape felt as though all his strength had evaporated, leaving him devoid of any interest in the cauldron of potion. One hand rested on his forehead while his back leaned lazily against the sofa, his entire demeanor exuding relaxation, though his pallid complexion betrayed his fatigue. The past hour felt dreamlike. He had received Lily's forgiveness, and she remained as radiant as ever, illuminating his existence. Though this experience was undeniably his own, it felt strangely unreal. After years of emotional turmoil, he had finally found a breakthrough. Yet following a fleeting sense of satisfaction, he was overwhelmed by a profound emptiness, as if he had suddenly lost his purpose and felt adrift. Moreover, what did Potter mean by stating that Black was not the traitor? If he was not the one responsible for Lily's demise, then why did he not clarify? That foolish dog had readily confessed his guilt, offering little resistance before being cast into Azkaban, and now Potter claimed they had apprehended the wrong person. How absurd. After resting for a while, Snape rose. He could not neglect the cauldron entirely, for the ingredients were not ordinary. It would be prudent to complete the brew sooner rather than later. However, upon approaching the cauldron, he noticed a book lying on the table. Snape was well aware that he had not been reading, thus the only possible source for this book was Ling, who had forgotten to take it with her. As he opened the book, he found a page dedicated to the basilisk. It described how the creature possessed a gaze that could kill. Anything that met its eyes would immediately perish. Snape picked up the book and read the section on the basilisk twice, sensing that he was on the verge of grasping something significant. Yet he shook his head in confusion. Fenrir had not perished, nor had the feline companion. If it were indeed the basilisk, how could it exhibit such frailty? Snape murmured to himself. What the wizarding spirit had perhaps overlooked was the scant information available, which had muddled the options. With such limited knowledge, even if the correct answer lay before one, the courage to write it down would falter. The initial act of dismissing the correct answer was a common folly among students, and Snape was no exception. He closed the book, setting it aside in a manner that would prevent it from spilling potion, intending to return it to the wizarding spirit the following day. The spirit had accomplished 2 tasks simultaneously, laying the groundwork for undermining Dumbledore. feeling a sense of fulfillment that elevated her spirits. Thus, she recalled the Diary Lord. Although his whereabouts remained unknown, she contemplated how to deal with him, merely employing the basilisk's venomous fangs to obliterate the Horcrux lacked creativity. Was it not Voldemort who relished torturing others with the Cruciatus curse? She resolved that she must torment him to the brink of death before delivering the final blow. Yet, one must also consider how to prevent his escape. Villains often meet their demise through excessive verbosity. Despite having taken many lives herself, the spirit still fancied herself a champion of righteousness, even as she contemplated employing the most torturous methods upon the Diary Lord. Nonetheless, vigilance towards this principle was prudent. The spirit recalled a recurring dream from her past, where she found herself beside a water pool, struggling to climb ashore. Regardless of her efforts, she could not ascend. Turning back, she saw shadowy figures reaching for her ankles. Fear gripped her as she sought to escape, yet it was futile. The specters multiplied, rendering her feet immobile. Her body growing heavier, nails digging deep into the mud, only to break, ultimately succumbing to the depths of the water. That was not merely her dream. It was the shared nightmare of Regulus, intertwined with her bloodline, representing his innermost dread. Thus, she resolved to return the favor in kind. The spirit decided to lower the Diary Lord's defenses, granting him enough soul power to solidify before casting him into that lake of shadows, allowing him to truly grasp the essence of despair. As she envisioned this scene, a fervor coursed through her veins. Wait, why did this increasingly resemble the thoughts of a villain? The spirit pondered, stroking her chin, concluding that a visit to the dining hall for sustenance might provide the clarity she sought. The following day, as Snape returned the book to the spirit, he had emerged from the haze of confusion that had enveloped him the previous day. The spirit graciously accepted the book, her demure exterior appearing utterly benign, concealing any hint of having deliberately left the tome inscribed with the basilisk's name in Snape's office. Snape's gaze bore scrutiny. Had it not been for Hogwarts professors' obligation to protect their students, he might have considered employing legilimency to discern the spirit's true intentions. The spirit disregarded his probing. Had it not been for the pangs of guilt that plagued the witch, she would have relished the opportunity to demonstrate to Snape the formidable authority of the higher-ups. Is there anything else, Professor? The witch inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. No, you may leave. Snape gestured dismissively. One day in mid-January, Harry and Ron approached the witch, clutching a tattered diary. We found it in that dilapidated girl's restroom, but Myrtle didn't see who threw it, Harry explained as he handed the diary to her. The witch's mind momentarily recalled her earlier suspicions. The diary might have been discarded in the sewer, hence she felt no urge to seize it. She withdrew a packet of paper from her pocket, extracted a sheet, and, using it as a barrier, opened the diary. Inside, it was indeed empty. Save for the name inscribed on the cover, Riddle. Observing the witch's actions, the two boys felt rather uncouth, particularly Harry, who had unceremoniously stuffed the damp diary into his pocket upon finding it. Clearing his throat, Harry recounted how Ron had discovered that a certain Tom Marvolo Riddle had received a special contribution award at the school while polishing a trophy. You suspect he is the owner of this diary, the witch surmised as she returned it. At this moment, Harry hesitated, contemplating borrowing a piece of paper from the witch, but ultimately refrained, not wishing to appear foolish. Indeed, but we cannot ascertain whether this diary is a magical artifact, especially since Riddle recorded nothing within it. Which is quite peculiar, Harry remarked. Ron interjected, we intended to show it to Hermione, but she is still in the hospital wing, so we plan to wait until she recovers. The witch pondered whether to take the diary, yet recalling its dubious origins, she hesitated. Perhaps another time. There are no holidays now, and even if I had it, I couldn't go anywhere. Chapter 51, The Unbearable Valentine's Day. As February dawned, Hermione was finally discharged from the hospital. Harry presented her with the diary and recounted the circumstances of its discovery. Hermione expressed keen interest in Riddle's special award, believing the diary might contain pertinent information. However, despite her attempts at several spells, the diary remained unchanged. Harry returned it to his pocket, feeling an inexplicable urge to peruse its contents. Even when Ron had urged him to discard the mysterious item, his subconscious had resisted. With no further incidents occurring during this time, the Mandrakes thrived, and the previously tense atmosphere within the school began to ease. Gilderoy Lockhart, feeling rather self-assured, proclaimed his intention to undertake initiatives to uplift morale. Harry was deeply concerned, clearly doubting Lockhart's capacity for anything reliable. Ron shared his skepticism, yet Hermione appeared hopeful. Slytherin's demeanor was markedly more forthright. The Spectre regarded his remarks as mere prattle, while others unabashedly mocked Lockhart. Only a few, still entranced by his novels, exhibited a modicum of curiosity, albeit discreetly. Meanwhile, Sylph was preoccupied with preparing a Valentine's gift for Bruce, her first love, for their inaugural Valentine's Day necessitated a thoughtful present. Additionally, February 19th marked Bruce's birthday, and having returned to America, Sylph planned to send both gifts simultaneously. She had long contemplated what to bestow, a jade landscape plaque, skillfully fashioned into a talisman, both aesthetically pleasing and functional, complemented by an exquisite watch, valued at over 200,000, embodying classic elegance. These tokens would be accompanied by a heartfelt love letter, perhaps due to the absence of face-to-face communication. The letter overflowed with flirtatious banter and sentimentality. Upon completion, Sylph reread it and felt a flush of warmth across her cheeks. Initially, she contemplated rewriting the letter but ultimately succumbed to her pride, swiftly sealing it in an envelope to dispatch it without further ado. Although the longevity of their long-distance relationship remained uncertain, Sylph found joy in their connection. During the Christmas holiday, their time together was blissful. Yet the intimacy began to evoke a slight discomfort within her. Sylph mused that this was not her failing. Rather, distance begets beauty. Reminiscent of her previous life when returning home for summer break. Initially indulged by her parents, the familiarity soon turned into mild irritation as the days passed, culminating in incessant inquiries about her departure as school approached. Days passed after sending the gifts, yet no reply graced her with its presence. It was evident that while sending gifts from her end was straightforward, Bruce faced numerous hazards in Gotham before even crossing the Atlantic, further complicating matters. Sylph eagerly anticipated his response as time slipped by, and soon Valentine's Day arrived. She was aware of how Lockhart would adorn the hall, but mere descriptions could not compare to witnessing it firsthand. Thus, she summoned her courage to see it for herself. Upon arrival, she beheld a cascade of colorful confetti and walls adorned with pink flowers, eliciting a furrow of dismay upon her brow. Truth be told, while the flowers were indeed beautiful, their overwhelming presence rendered the scene less than appealing, and the heart-shaped confetti struck her as exceedingly gaudy. Although many wore expressions of discontent, some adapted to the atmosphere, enveloped in a bubble of pink delight. Having traversed the vastness of the internet in her previous life, Sylph had encountered far more daunting spectacles that failed to alter her countenance. However, the descending confetti proved somewhat obstructive to her breakfast. Thus, she fashioned a protective barrier around herself to enjoy her meal undisturbed. Nearby, Draco sported a similarly grim expression and gently nudged her with his elbow. "What is the matter?" Sylph inquired, knife and fork in hand, casting a puzzled glance in his direction. Draco pointed at her protective charm and inquired, "Could you possibly provide me with one as well?" The witch raised her hand and conjured one for him, then resumed her meal. Eager to depart from the scene, she chose to disregard the incessant chatter of Lockhart at the teacher's table. Lockhart was introducing his Valentine's Day surprise, a troop of gnomes bearing greeting cards. However, he referred to these peculiarly dressed gnomes as little cupids, which further affirmed her belief that he was indeed unhinged. Was this truly the caliber of individuals Dumbledore employed? It seemed anyone could be a professor at Hogwarts nowadays. She overheard Draco mutter beside her. "There's no denying that this is a precarious position," she replied casually. "Those fellows delivering cards will surely disrupt the professor's lessons, won't they?" Draco remarked, then abruptly turned to her. "How many cards do you think you'll receive? Surely no one would pursue a girl in such a manner, right?" The thought left her somewhat nauseated. Who knows? "There are far too many with questionable intellect," Draco said as he forcefully sliced into a lamb chop. "I cannot fathom how many cards I might receive. Yet if someone were to embarrass me in such a manner, they would undoubtedly be excluded from my future list of potential marriage candidates." She continued to eat her meal. Upon hearing her words, Draco felt an urge to warn Zabini, but for some inexplicable reason, he hesitated. Perhaps it was the desire to play a prank on him? Draco mused. After all, true friends should always be willing to tease one another. Moreover, he surmised that Zabini would likely not confess in such a manner. The logic was sound. Thus, Draco resolved to keep this matter from Zabini. The witch dismissed Lockhart and his gnomes, yet soon found herself regretting that decision. Within merely a few hours, she had been intercepted by the gnomes no less than 8 times. This number seemed modest, yet Lockhart had only summoned 12 of them. If each gnome took an average of 5 minutes to receive and deliver a card, and considering the time from breakfast to noon was approximately 3.5 hours, each gnome could potentially deliver around 42 cards in the morning, totaling 504 cards from 12 gnomes. Astonishingly, she accounted for 1/63 of that total. While this percentage appeared trivial, given the hundreds of students in the school and Lockhart's substantial share, the implications became rather alarming. By the second time she received a card, her expression had soured considerably. Most importantly, not only had she received cards, but there were also individuals utilizing the gnomes to send messages. Under the watchful eyes of her peers, she was stopped by a grim-faced gnome who recited a love poem in a loud, emotionless voice. Ugh. Chapter 52. The Secret of the Diary. "My dear," the gnome began, but faltered and fell silent after a mere few words. She refrained from drawing her wand, as using magic in the corridors was prohibited, and she certainly did not wish to lose points over such a nuisance. The onlookers, initially eager to revel in the spectacle, were swiftly dissuaded from their intentions, their thoughts drifting to the bald-headed pansy, causing them to distance themselves from her presence, leaving the witch in a wide berth. The little creature, seemingly aware of the identity of its assailant, reached out in an attempt to grasp the hem of the witch's garment, imploring her to restore his voice. Yet, before it could seize anything, the witch turned on her heel and strode away. Although Draco did not witness the witch invoke magic, he instinctively believed she was responsible. When do you intend to allow him to speak? What does that concern me? You are well aware that magic is prohibited in the corridors. The witch would certainly never admit to her involvement. Draco, understanding the unspoken implications, chuckled softly and refrained from further comment. Despite her misfortune, the witch was not the only one to endure the little creature's harassment that day. In the afternoon, as she and Draco traversed the corridor, they encountered another little creature tormenting Harry, shoving a Valentine card into his arms. Initially, Harry felt merely annoyed, but upon spotting the witch's visage amidst the gathering crowd, his expression darkened further. Get away, he exclaimed, tugging vigorously at his backpack in an attempt to dislodge the creature clinging to it, only to have the bag tear, spilling its contents onto the floor. Draco found far greater amusement in Harry's predicament than in any other event. Relishing the sight of his disarray as he listened to the little creature read aloud the sentiments from the Valentine card pressed against Harry's knee, the witch discreetly sent the little creature tumbling away from Harry's leg, though by then, Harry's limb had grown somewhat numb, his movements hindered. Having savored the commotion, Draco picked something up from the ground, and the witch recognized it instantly as a diary. A mere glance was enough to suggest disinterest, her gaze sweeping around the vicinity. It was then that she noticed something peculiar. Ginny's expression was one of sheer terror, as if she recognized the diary. A previously nebulous thought in the witch's mind suddenly crystallized into clarity. For instance, at Lockhart's recent book signing, Lucius and Arthur Weasley had clashed, during which he had surreptitiously placed the diary within Ginny's book. Consequently, details that the witch had previously overlooked began to coalesce into a coherent narrative. Following the incidents of attacks at school, Ginny had consistently exhibited signs of distress. Ron had suggested that she was merely frightened, cautioning others to refrain from discussing such matters in her presence. And what of the demise of the chickens in the coop? It was as a result of her being seduced by the diary's influence, compelled to eliminate those who posed a threat to the basilisk. Additionally, regarding the film's plot, the reason for Ginny's presence in the Chamber of Secrets had initially seemed random, but it now appeared evident that she had been intimately acquainted with the diary, which had siphoned a considerable amount of her soul's strength. No wonder the witch felt that her soul was somewhat peculiar. However, her soul's essence remained unscathed, unlike Voldemort, who casually severed souls, inflicting irreparable damage. There were numerous possibilities regarding Ginny's situation, and Voldemort would not go too far until his plans were fully realized. Hence, the witch had not previously perceived any oddities. Upon contemplating these matters, the witch felt a surge of joy, not solely because she had unraveled the intricacies of the original narrative, thereby diminishing the challenge of confronting monsters, but also because she now understood how to coerce Lucius into binding himself to her vessel. The following day, Harry informed the witch and Hermione that the perpetrator behind the attack was Hagrid. The witch assumed a pensive demeanor, contemplating how to extract venom from the acromantulas lurking in the Forbidden Forest. Meanwhile, Ron and Hermione incessantly probed into the details of what Harry had witnessed the previous night, indulging in numerous speculations, such as the notion that Hogwarts harbored more than just acromantulas, as they were reluctant to accept that Hagrid could be a murderer. Ultimately, Hermione proposed that they pay Hagrid a visit regarding the incident. However, considering their amicable ties, they all instinctively recoiled like ostriches. They resolved that if no further attacks occurred, they would refrain from mentioning anything to Hagrid. Days turned into weeks, and by March, no further incidents had transpired. During this time, the witch received 2 letters from Bruce, along with a Valentine's Day gift. In his letter, Bruce expressed his apologies for the potentially delayed correspondence. He mentioned that he had initially intended to send her a letter, but in Gotham's chaotic environment, before the first letter could be dispatched, he had already received her gift, thus necessitating this second response. Although nearly everyone was aware of Gotham's tumultuous nature, the witch could still discern Bruce's affection for the city through his words. Besides the substantial content in the letter, the remaining sections were filled with equally sentimental expressions to match those in the witch's previous correspondence. As she read, she covered her face, taking half an hour to finish both letters. As for her Valentine's gift, it consisted of a gemstone brooch. Yet, upon reading the letter, the witch discovered that Bruce had also bestowed upon her a luxurious yacht. It must be said that within a mere month, Bruce had taken another step along the path of evolving into Brucey Darling. The gifts were thoughtful, a gemstone brooch signifying sentiment, and a yacht embodying prestige. The witch yearned to pen a heartfelt reflection on receiving the gifts, accompanied by her own sentiments of longing, and send it to Gotham. However, She surmised he would be embarking on a journey around the world soon. Before that, he would likely propose a separation, as their fleeting romance had not yet endured the span of a year. With this thought in mind, the witch simply composed a brief reply. Perhaps it was better to postpone things. Sometimes, being an ostrich could be instructive. Thus, she redirected her focus toward the endeavor of capturing the Diary Lord. Regarding course selection, Ling was quite inclined to choose Muggle studies merely for the sake of accumulating credits. However, her true desire lay in selecting ancient runes, as these ancient scripts concealed potent magic that she yearned to possess. Consequently, she dismissed Muggle studies. As for divination and arithmancy, Ling deemed them unnecessary. Gazing at her chosen courses, she recalled Hermione's selections and felt a twinge of anxiety about maintaining her position as the top student in her year. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that all was well. Chapter 53, A Night in the Forbidden Forest. Ling initially held little interest in the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, yet the Slytherin team insisted on attending to observe their style and tactics. Seated in the stands, Ling scanned the field with her binoculars, noting that the March weather remained rather cool. Gryffindor's team soon entered, eliciting a wave of cheers from the crowd, while the fortunate Colin, who had narrowly escaped a mishap, excitedly snapped photos with his camera. However, Professor McGonagall soon intervened, halting the festive atmosphere by announcing the cancellation of the match. The audience expressed dissatisfaction and curiosity, with many speculating whether another attack had occurred at the school. Their suspicions were indeed correct. In the afternoon, the entire school received a notice that all nighttime activities were suspended, Quidditch practices and matches postponed, and all students were required to return to their common rooms by 6 o'clock and were prohibited from leaving their dormitories thereafter. Accompanying this announcement was the unfortunate news of another attack. Hermione Granger of Gryffindor and a Ravenclaw girl had been petrified. Ling understood that, based on their previous discussions, Harry and Ron would likely seek out Hagrid, possibly utilizing the invisibility cloak. However, given the school's lockdown, it seemed improbable that they would notify her to join them, which alleviated her of a burden. Her assumptions proved correct. The following day, Harry and Ron sought her out. The Ministry of Magic has taken Hagrid away, Harry informed Ling, and Dumbledore has been suspended. What are we to do? Ron's face was a portrait of despair. You have no idea how triumphant Malfoy is. I mean Lucius. He is a Death Eater and instigated the Board of Governors to vote Dumbledore out. The presence of Malfoy at school was also irksome, as Harry seemed disinclined to utter his name, reflecting his disdain. What do you propose we do? Without evidence, we cannot prove Hagrid's innocence nor Draco's guilt. We are left here, helplessly speculating. This statement rendered both boys silent, as they contemplated their options. With Dumbledore absent, Professor McGonagall would not permit them to take risks, and Snape was ever watchful for the headmaster's position. What could they do, and what should they do? Eventually, after a herbology class, Harry and Ron approached Ling once more. Before being taken away, Hagrid had mentioned that if they wished to do anything, they should follow the spiders. I could no longer endure this state of anxious waiting. Let us venture into the Forbidden Forest tonight. The witch agreed, having long coveted the venom of the acromantula. The two felt elated by her affirmative response, seemingly relieved of any concerns regarding the safety of their undertaking. That night, the witch awaited them at the castle gate, and before long, the sound of footsteps reached her ears. Though faint, they were distinctly audible in the stillness of the night. They resolved to first go to Hagrid's hut to retrieve Aragog, for Hagrid had assured them that as long as they followed him or Aragog, the creatures within the Forbidden Forest would not attack them unprovoked. The path to the forest was treacherous. Harry utilized the Lumos charm, but Ron's wand proved unresponsive, thus he refrained from casting it. The witch, eager to illuminate their way, drew forth her wand, but Ron, still shaken, cautioned, "The illumination spell you used last year nearly blinded me. Let us stick with Harry S. Fear not. I will manage it well." The witch cast the Lumos charm, its brightness akin to that of a 50-watt bulb, sufficiently illuminating their path ahead. After walking for approximately half an hour, they still had not discerned their destination. However, they soon stumbled upon Ron's family car, now sullied and marred by numerous dents from its time in the forest. The two encircled the vehicle, momentarily losing their vigilance, yet the witch remained alert. "Silence," she commanded, her voice unsoftened, gripping her wand tightly. "I perceive something perilous." "What?" Harry was slow to react when a colossal spider ensnared him. Ron and Aragog faced similar assaults. Yet for reasons unknown, the spiders seemed oblivious to the witch, leaving her untouched. Harry was suddenly lifted off the ground, fear gripping his heart as he locked eyes with the witch below, yearning for her to summon aid. But he found himself rendered mute by terror. The witch, watching them disappear, did not intervene. Instead, she gracefully leapt onto the back of one of the spiders, preparing to hitch a ride. Even as she undertook this act, demonstrating her vitality, the spider showed no sign of response. The witch speculated that perhaps the multitude of parasites within her body led them to regard her as one of their own, or merely a vessel inhabited by the insects. Such a conclusion was convenient, sparing her any further complications. When she was transported to the lair, Aragog emerged and proclaimed that he was not responsible for the girl's demise. What was it? Harry inquired. I cannot divulge. We must not speak of it. Is it the basilisk? The witch interjected, noting the duration since their exit. It would be wise to resolve this matter swiftly and return to slumber. The basilisk. Harry and Ron gazed at her in astonishment. How do you know? Aragog crawled closer, sensing something amiss, and inquired, What are you? She is human. Ron shouted loudly, perplexed as to why they could not distinguish what a basilisk was. Impossible. Aragog retorted. Very well, we must return. The basilisk has no intention of providing them with answers. Return? Aragog seemed to find something amusing and no longer fixated on the creature's species. You may go back, but they must stay. What do you mean? Harry asked in confusion. Aren't you a friend of Hagrid? Yes, we are friends. Out of respect for Hagrid, I will not consume humans. However, I cannot allow my children to forego the opportunity of human flesh. No sooner had Aragog finished speaking than countless acromantulas emerged from all around. Honestly, Hagrid, does he not understand the concept of invasive species? This is terribly detrimental to the primordial ecosystem of the Forbidden Forest, the witch remarked. Run, Sylvia. Harry and Ron managed to fend off a couple of the spiders with their wands, but their numbers were too overwhelming, leaving them with no choice but to flee. You drive, I will cover your rear, the witch said. As she spoke, beams of green light shot from her wand, causing the surrounding acromantulas to explode into fragments. Chapter 54, Killing the Basilisk. Even with the witch's protection, it was no easy task for Harry and Ron to climb into the car, as the spider's lair was shrouded in darkness. Ron, seated in the driver's seat, struggled to maintain his composure under the onslaught of the spiders, focusing solely on driving. Sylvia, hurry up, Harry called out from the passenger seat after he had settled in, but he was interrupted mid-sentence. The green light emitted from the witch's wand resonated with a memory in his mind, momentarily distracting him. However, he quickly regained his focus and urged, Get in. We need to leave this place at once. The witch had already calculated the optimal moment, shrinking several acromantulas beside her and placing them into her beast bag, which she typically used to carry special magical insects, ensuring they would keep an eye on these creatures before jumping into the car. Terrified of these beasts, Ron pressed the accelerator as soon as the witch entered the vehicle, crashing through several of the giant spiders attempting to leap onto the car, and they escaped the Forbidden Forest. Once the three of them and the dog disembarked, the car turned around and vanished back into the woods. Still in shock, Ron remained dazed while Harry headed to Hagrid's hut to retrieve the invisibility cloak. The witch, not wishing to make the trip, stated she would watch over Ron. As soon as Harry left, Ron began to vomit in the pumpkin patch, continuing until Harry returned with the invisibility cloak. By the way, Sylvia, you mentioned that creature was a basilisk. Did you know that beforehand? Harry inquired on their way back to the castle, voicing the lingering question in his mind. I happened upon a book in the library that described the basilisk's traits. It stated that anyone who directly meets the basilisk's gaze would die instantly. The witch's words were a mix of truth and half-truth. While many details matched, the individuals attacked had not died, leaving me skeptical about whether that monster truly was a basilisk. Harry and Ron were also able to comprehend the situation. After all, when they had previously doubted Hagrid, the spectre had not immediately echoed their sentiments. I see. Ron lifted his head. Justin and the basilisk's gaze was obstructed by nearly headless Nick. Hermione, perhaps due to the reflection of the basilisk she had observed in her mirror, posed the question, why had that cat not met its demise? Water. Harry responded to his inquiry. Do you recall? There was a substantial puddle on the ground at that time. Perhaps it merely saw the basilisk's reflection in the water. This explanation made sense. Ron's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. We must promptly relay this information to the professor. A collective sigh of relief washed over them, as they felt the impending crisis was about to be resolved. However, they noticed that the spectre seemed to be silent. Harry turned to her, observing her contemplative expression, and inquired, Sylvia, why are you not speaking? Who do you believe the girl who perished 50 years ago was? The spectre posed. How could we possibly know? Ron scratched his head. No, Aragog stated she was discovered in the restroom. If she never left, the spectre guided them. Harry and Ron simultaneously exclaimed. You think it was Moaning Myrtle? Yet another question arose. Myrtle wore glasses. Why would she have died? The spectre stroked her chin, leading the discussion into a stalemate. This ambiguity was precisely what the spectre desired, allowing her to navigate the murky waters. Let us set this matter aside for now. The basilisk's movements must have been facilitated by the pipes in the sewers. The entrance to the chamber might be. Harry grasped her implication. Perhaps it is in Myrtle's restroom. They had no intention of immediately seeking out Professor McGonagall to share their hypothesis. Given her stern demeanor, they estimated she would deduct a significant number of points before considering any rewards. Thus, they resolved to approach her the following morning. Before parting ways, Harry hesitated and asked, What was the spell you used against those spiders? Splinching, the spectre replied before returning to the dormitory. The next morning, Gryffindor had a transfiguration class, not shared with Slytherin. However, the Spectre had found Snape before the first class. He might be able to absolve her of point deductions if Harry and Ron succumbed to the pressure and revealed their nighttime escapade in the Forbidden Forest. Once the Spectre recounted the events, she scrutinized Snape's expression and asked, "Professor, you wouldn't deduct points from Slytherin, would you? In such a perilous situation. You dare to venture out at night. Miss Sill, do you consider yourself one of those foolish lions?" Snape's initial reaction was one of fury. His own student, Lily's son, along with a rather inconsequential Weasley, had trespassed into the Forbidden Forest. "I apologize, Headmaster, but now is not the time for such grievances." The Spectre did not exacerbate the situation. She simply aimed to divert his attention. Snape took a deep breath, then shot her a fierce glare. "I will consult with the other professors. You now go." He recalled that Slytherin had no classes in the morning, and just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he reconsidered. Back to the common room. If one person loses 50 points, while Gryffindor loses 100, it does seem worthwhile. The house elf obediently agreed, and before departing, presented him with the corpse of an acromantula as a meager bribe. Snape followed suit, leaving the office to seek out other professors. However, the house elf did not heed his advice, believing that Harry, as a Parselmouth, would undoubtedly follow to unlock the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Thus, she ventured to Gryffindor Tower, prepared to extract him based on the tracking marks left in her diary. As she had anticipated, they opened the chamber, successfully encountered the basilisk, and after a fierce battle, the creature was vanquished, leaving its carcass solely for Snape, which considerably brightened his mood. Moreover, while in the chamber, Lockhart, due to his meddling, was struck by a spell that rendered him dazed, inadvertently revealing numerous secrets about his rise to fame, which further delighted Snape. Subsequently, the heads of the four houses summoned Harry, Ron, and the house elf for a reprimand while Dumbledore was still absent. "Although your intentions were noble, why did you not consult the professors? Professor McGonagall is a formidable asset. Upon your arrival at the school, the professors would ensure your safety. So please place more trust in them." "It seems some individuals are excessively arrogant," Snape remarked, leading some good students astray as well. Harry and Ron's faces flushed crimson. Yet they had no retort. Nevertheless, they were rewarded with 50 points each, and Snape calculated that this meant Slytherin had gained 50 points more than Gryffindor. Thus, he strongly suggested deducting points for their intrusion into the Forbidden Forest, ensuring no one received additional points. Chapter 55. The diary was stolen. The basilisk was slain, and the sword that had loomed ominously over Hogwarts was also removed, prompting cheers from the entire student body. Among the crowd, Ginny Weasley revealed a faint smile. Even though the diary had once tempted her to commit unspeakable acts, she no longer felt fear. With this thought, Ginny was struck by an impulse to share her experiences regarding the strange diary with Harry and Ron, the two heroes. After all, with the chosen one present, any sinister plots entwined with the diary would surely be unraveled. Waiting for a moment when the crowd thinned, Ginny called out to Harry and Ron. "Harry, I have something to tell you." Speaking to Harry seemed to exhaust her entirely, and now her face was nearly as red as her hair. Ron, unabashed, stared at her. "What? What do you want to tell us?" "No, not you," Ginny stammered. "All right, here's the thing." She recounted how a tattered diary had mysteriously appeared among her textbooks, detailing how it had seduced her into killing roosters at the school and releasing the basilisk from the chamber. "What? You imply that the diary possesses a flaw. Yet it is evident that Riddle may have unjustly accused Hagrid, as a wizard hailing from a Muggle orphanage. How could he possibly be the one capable of unlocking the Chamber of Secrets?" Harry's initial reaction was one of disbelief. Ginny, aware of how the diary had manipulated her into committing numerous misdeeds, felt tears welling up in her eyes. "I didn't know at first. I had no inkling. It was only later that I realized something was amiss and discarded the diary. I never anticipated you would find it. Was it you who stole the diary?" Harry recalled the chaotic state of his dormitory, suspecting it to be the work of a fellow Gryffindor. "Yes, I'm sorry," Ginny admitted, tears finally streaming down her cheeks. Ron, unable to bear seeing his sister in such distress, moved to comfort her. "We must unravel these secrets," Harry insisted. "We need to ascertain his intentions and the whereabouts of the diary." "Ginny, in my dormitory," Ginny sobbed. "I will take you to retrieve it." "No, we must inform a professor. Dumbledore is returning tonight. If Riddle truly poses a threat, we lack the capability to confront him, having recently been reprimanded by the professors." Harry was now on high alert, not like a fish with a mere 7 seconds of memory. Recalling Snape's ominous demeanor and Professor McGonagall's warning, Ron nodded in agreement. "All right, you're right." Together, they retraced their steps to inform Professor McGonagall about the diary. Who is the owner of this diary? Upon hearing the name Tom Marvolo Riddle, Professor McGonagall appeared momentarily bewildered before her expression transformed dramatically. The three exchanged glances and repeated the name, realizing the implications. "It's him again, causing trouble at the school." Professor McGonagall could hardly believe it. The incidents involving Quirrell in first year and the Basilisk in second year were both linked to Voldemort. Professor, do you know him? Harry inquired, puzzled. Yes, Professor McGonagall replied, her body trembling slightly. It is that individual. You mean, Ron exclaimed, his eyes widening, the Dark Lord? Where's the diary? Professor McGonagall's gaze fixed intently on Ginny. In my dormitory, in a box beneath my bed, Ginny stammered, paralyzed by fear. She could hardly fathom that the gentle and considerate Riddle, who had allowed her to unburden her thoughts, was in fact the ruthless Dark Lord. The realization of their time spent together drained the color from Ginny's face. Professor McGonagall instructed them to remain where they were while she and Professor Flitwick proceeded to Ginny's dormitory in search of the diary. They had scarcely settled in when McGonagall returned, her expression grave. Harry and the others assumed the difficulty lay with the diary itself, leading the professors to wear such troubled visages. However, they soon realized they had misjudged the situation. As Professor McGonagall solemnly stated, we did not find the diary. There was indeed a small box beneath Miss Weasley's bed, but upon opening it, we discovered it to be completely empty. Professor Flitwick added, we attempted various methods. Yet the levitation charm proved ineffective. This is impossible. I distinctly placed the diary inside, Ginny exclaimed in distress. Thus, two possibilities arise, Professor McGonagall pondered. First, someone has stolen the diary. Second, the diary has vanished of its own accord. It must have been stolen. If it were to sprout legs and walk away, that would be utterly bizarre, wouldn't it? Ron declared loudly. Perhaps it was Malfoy. Mr. Weasley, please refrain from casting aspersions on your classmates without evidence, Professor McGonagall said sternly. That borders on slander. The diary went missing from Gryffindor Tower. I would sooner believe it walked away on its own. After all, it is that person. Later that evening, Dumbledore returned, having unraveled the chain of events to some extent, and he too endeavored to retrieve the diary, yet met with no success. Meanwhile, the witch who had stolen the diary had stashed it in her bag, intending to cast a confundus charm upon it. However, due to its nature as a Horcrux, her attempts were thwarted on 2 occasions. After some contemplation, she fashioned a rudimentary book cover, applying the confundus charm and wrapping it around the diary, rendering it inconspicuous. She had no desire to engage with the diary now, as it would be tantamount to courting disaster. She resolved to wait until after leaving school. To celebrate, the school held a feast, with nearly everyone donning pajamas for the occasion, save for the majority of Slytherins, who seemed out of place at the gathering. Though no one paid them any mind, the witch held a glass of wine, taking a sip in honor of her stubborn little serpent. Notably, Dumbledore announced that he would award an additional 100 points to the witch, Harry, and Ron, though this term. The witch had also garnered a significant number of points for Slytherin. Despite Gryffindor's lack of major blunders, the House Cup ultimately fell to Slytherin. The school declared the cancellation of exams, which elicited a modest cheer from the reserved Slytherins, while the entire school rejoiced, except for Hermione. In the ensuing days, everyone enjoyed themselves, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the holidays. Chapter 56, Bruce arrives. Upon disembarking the train, the witch immediately spotted Lucius with his golden locks amid the crowd. His expression was far from pleasant, particularly upon seeing Harry. The witch understood his plight, as Harry had cost him a house elf. On the very night Dumbledore returned to the school, Lucius lost his position as a board member and had allowed Harry to outmaneuver him, resulting in Dobby's freedom. Initially, he had come to observe the commotion, only to find himself ensnared in it. The witch contemplated bringing the diary to him in a few days to further complicate his circumstances, ensuring Lucius understood that he was not the most unfortunate in this moment. Upon stepping out from platform 9 3/4, Rowling beheld the Granger couple awaiting her arrival. Hermione rushed towards them, enveloping them in a warm embrace. Mr. Granger accepted Hermione's luggage, while Mrs. Granger eagerly offered to assist Rowling with her burdens, a gesture she graciously declined. As they exited the train station, the sun was nearing the horizon, casting a warm glow despite the lingering heat. Hermione shielded her eyes with one hand, scanning for their vehicle, when her gaze fell upon a striking young man, prompting her to nudge Rowling's shoulder. What is that about? Rowling tilted her head inquisitively. Look over there, a handsome fellow, Hermione exclaimed. It is a universal truth that the desire for beauty resides within us all, and Hermione was no exception. Rowling followed her line of sight to discover Bruce, meticulously groomed, standing against the light beside a silver Porsche, casting a charming smile in their direction. Overwhelmed by his captivating presence, Rowling hurriedly approached Bruce and leaped into his embrace, planting a gentle kiss at the corner of his mouth. What brings you here? You didn't give me a heads up. Rowling's voice brimmed with surprise. Because I missed you, Bruce's melodious voice whispered in her ear, infused with deep affection. Harry and Hermione stood frozen in astonishment, particularly Harry, who, despite the evident intimacy between Rowling and Bruce, felt a pang of heartbreak. The sight of his crush sharing tender moments with another boy shattered his heart into fragments. Had he not possessed a modicum of restraint, he might have been tempted to raise his wand against Bruce. Allow me to introduce, Rowling said. intertwining her arm with Bruce's as they approached the pair. "This is Bruce Wayne, my boyfriend. And these are Mr. and Mrs. Granger, along with my friends. Hermione Granger and Harry Potter. They are all my classmates." "Hello." They exchanged brief pleasantries before Wooling climbed into Bruce's car, departing from the scene. Watching this unfold, Harry's already fragmented heart felt another jolt of sorrow. Memories of his own experiences with Lockhart on Valentine's Day flooded back, and he was disinclined to confess his feelings to Wooling in such a manner. Furthermore, he hadn't found the opportunity to express his affection, and the likelihood of rejection loomed large, making future interactions awkward. Yet, he believed he held an advantage. There was still time. However, the harsh reality was that even the chance to confess was slipping away as Wooling had already found a boyfriend. What a tragic tale of unrequited love. Unbeknownst to Wooling, who was engrossed in observing Bruce as he drove, she remained oblivious to his inner turmoil. "What are you staring at?" Bruce asked, feeling slightly uncomfortable under her intense gaze. "At you. Your profile is quite handsome, and after such a long time apart, I need to catch up on all the moments I've missed," Wooling replied. This straightforward compliment left Bruce momentarily speechless. How had she transformed from her previously shy demeanor into someone so confident over the past few months? Bruce was at a loss for words and chose silence instead. Wooling, assuming he was merely focused on driving, did not press him further, content to admire the beauty beside her. The car soon arrived at Wooling's residence, where Bruce alighted to assist her with her luggage. Wooling then extended an invitation for him to join her for dinner at her home. "Isn't your house empty? Perhaps you should tidy up a bit, and I can take you out to eat instead?" Bruce expressed doubt regarding Wooling's culinary skills, observing her polished demeanor, indicative of a life of luxury. Much like his own upbringing under the care of a steward, he feared she might also inadvertently set the kitchen ablaze. Yet, he refrained from voicing such reservations, opting instead to say, "You must be exhausted after your long train journey. Once we finish dinner, make sure to rest early and do not tire yourself further." Wooling, well aware of the art of conversation and charmed by his words, conceded and made a brief effort to tidy up before accompanying Bruce to the restaurant he had chosen for couples. Indeed, the establishment specialized in French cuisine. While it is said that a full stomach breeds thoughts of romance, Wooling found herself more inclined towards slumber after her meal. Bruce, astutely perceptive, proposed to escort her home even before she could utter a word of fatigue. At the entrance, Wooling bid him farewell, watching as he drove away before finally stepping inside. "Miss Sylvia," came Creature's voice, "I have prepared your hot water." Upon noticing Creature's swollen forehead and bandaged hand, Wooling's brow furrowed. "It is all Creature's fault," he lamented, tears welling in his eyes. "I did not prevent the esteemed Miss Sylvia from becoming involved with a muggle." As he spoke, Creature repeatedly bumped his head against the wall. "Creature, this is a personal matter, and I am fully aware of my actions," Wooling asserted sternly. Having spent many years in the Black household, Creature had long been indoctrinated, fixated on one notion. "But you are the only child of Master Regulus. How can you associate with a muggle? The honor of the Black family. The honor of the Black family rests solely on my shoulders now," Wooling replied coldly. "If the Black line were to end, then all its honor would vanish into history. I assure you, the Black family will have a pureblood heir." With that, Creature dared not speak further and retreated to number 12, Grimmauld Place. Wooling felt utterly fatigued in both body and spirit. After indulging in a warm bath, she set the air conditioning in her bedroom to a cool 24 degrees before slipping into bed. At that moment, though physically drained, she found no inclination for sleep. Her thoughts consumed by Bruce. His visit surely extended beyond mere curiosity about her. It seemed inevitable that he would have to directly convey his intentions to end their relationship before embarking on his travels. While Wooling did not wish to cling to their connection, she could not deny the joy she found in his company. Reflecting on the various incarnations of Batman, she recalled how he was perpetually pursued by an array of Gotham's villains. The nightlife of Gotham was vibrant, and simply contemplating it filled Wooling with unease. She feared losing her charming young boyfriend. Chapter 57, The Diary of Deception. On the first day of her holiday return home, Wooling rose from bed and, after enjoying her breakfast, began to play with her diary. Utilizing the fragrant colored ink she had specifically purchased, she inscribed a word within its pages. The ink soon faded, and after a brief interval, the diary began to respond to her words. "Who are you?" she wrote. "Sylvia Black," it replied. "How did you acquire this diary?" "I noticed that Ginny Weasley intended to hand the diary over to a professor, so I stealthily retrieved it from her dormitory." "Why?" the diary questioned, bemused. "Few are aware of its original name. What compels this girl to steal it? I am a Black, and in this generation, I am the sole heir of the Black family, the current head of the house." Wooling penned her carefully crafted response. "You entrusted certain items to your confidant, and the Black family possesses one of them. My innate perceptiveness led me to realize that this diary bears a striking resemblance to the locket kept by the Blacks. I am unsure why this diary appeared at school, but I believe it should not fall into the hands of that blood traitor, Weasley, to be handed over to the professors." Wooling assumed the role of a quintessential black, displaying no signs of pressure. Then why not open it at school? The diary scrutinized the veracity of her words and found no significant discrepancies, thus revealing its true nature. And what of Harry Potter? You possess considerable power. Why not seize the opportunity while Dumbledore is away to take him to the Chamber of Secrets? Surely you are aware of it. Alas, Dumbledore returned on the very day I pilfered the diary. With the holiday approaching, I dared not open it for fear of exposing anything before him. Wooling feigned panic, her writing becoming somewhat distorted. Well, one cannot fault you for that. How old are you this year? The diary's tone softened as it reflected on its current predicament, realizing it could only rely on this young black girl, who possessed centuries of family legacy. To regain its former glory, it needed to appease her somewhat. 13. Wooling offered a straightforward answer, harboring no excessive opinions on the diary's capriciousness. You are indeed remarkable. At 13, I was in my second year, lacking your audacity. As Dumbledore always kept a watchful eye on me. Upon completing this sentence, the diary sensed a hint of joy emanating from Wooling, deepening its trust in her. Thank you for your compliment. Is there anything you require of me? Wooling inquired further. I need some souls. Assist me in locating a few individuals. The diary expressed its desire to solidify its existence and seek out other Horcruxes to consume, preferably wizards. However, you are the only one from the Black family. You may seek the assistance of my former servants. Are ghosts acceptable? The spirit inquired. My mother is a pure-blood witch from the East, and she imparted much knowledge to me. I can assert that utilizing the souls of ghosts, particularly those who have recently departed, is far more effective than employing the souls of the living. What the spirit did not disclose was that the diary, being a fragment of a shattered soul, could only become a malevolent entity by devouring other spirits. Although it might appear human, it would lack corporeality and not truly be a person. Oh, do you imply that you have already identified a target? Indeed, last year at Hogwarts, there was a newly deceased ghost. In life, he served as the defense against the dark arts professor, yet now he is so frightened that he constantly evades others. No one would suspect anything if he were taken away. The diary took an interest. It sounded promising, but now that the holidays had begun, did this mean the spirit intended to return him to Hogwarts next term? I cannot wait that long. I have already brought him forth. My original intention was to investigate whether there is a distinction between the spirits here and the ghosts of the East. The spirit opened a vial, from which the dazed Quirrell floated out. Subsequently, through a special method, the spirit assisted the diary in consuming Quirrell, thereby augmenting its power. A complete soul is significantly more potent than the fragment of Ginny portrayed in the original text. The diary manifested before the spirit in its former guise. Young Tom was indeed quite handsome, though he bore little resemblance to the actors portraying him at various ages in the original. Upon seeing him, the spirit felt a rush of embarrassment. Tom, perceiving this as natural, had witnessed such bashfulness numerous times and dismissed it with indifference, secretly looking down upon the current head of the Black family for being infatuated, unaware that all of this was part of the spirit's intricate scheme. You mentioned that the Black family possesses a locket. Now, take me to see it. Although Tom currently appeared indistinguishable from a living person, he was acutely aware of his own weakness, far inferior to the strength he had while being a Horcrux. He yearned to swiftly consume the soul fragment contained within the locket. Now, the spirit had not anticipated his urgency, but it suited her intentions perfectly. Very well. The spirit had previously visited the cavern, and navigating it again was second nature. Upon arriving, Tom was flooded with memories long buried, and his demeanor darkened. Tentatively, he remarked, I assumed that when I instructed your father to conceal such items, he did not wish for many to be aware of them. My father is no longer here, but he once told me that should the day come when you seek to reclaim such things, I must retrieve them. The spirit replied vaguely, yet her logic was sound. And Tom no longer harbored doubts. The spirit internally scoffed, with your suspicious nature, I wonder how Voldemort ever managed to brainwash you. It seems the fragment has indeed compromised your intellect. Clearly, Tom harbored a sense of vanity. He returned to the diary, urging the spirit to devise a way to transport him inside, as he was unwilling to swim into the cavern. The sorceress tucked the diary into her pocket, having no desire to swim. Instead, she lightly skimmed the water surface and soon arrived at the cavern. Remarkably, your clothes remain dry, Tom remarked with keen interest as he emerged from the diary. How is this possible? It is a skill of lightness, taught to me by my mother, the sorceress replied. The enchanting East, I must visit it someday, Tom mused. However, you may find that opportunity elusive, the sorceress retorted. Chapter 58, The Diary's Departure. To locate the soul vessel, one must navigate numerous challenges. As the sorceress unraveled each riddle, Tom felt a swell of pride in the magical prowess he would soon command. I am indeed impressive, he declared. Yet, his thoughts drifted back to the infatuation of that Weasley girl with Harry Potter. Her adoration and youthful sentiments gnawed at him like a venomous serpent. Tom resolved to learn from this lesson, vowing never to allow Harry Potter to escape his grasp a second time. The vessel could only transport one person at a time. Just as the sorceress prepared to board the boat with the diary, Tom spoke up. "Shall I remain here, then?" She inquired obediently, aware that he was wary of her. Though she possessed formidable strength, her magical abilities paled in comparison to those of the professors at the school, and this treacherous diary was now of lesser value than herself. In the original text, Dumbledore remarked that even a robust 16 or 17-year-old like Harry had negligible magical energy. What did that make her? As if she had never read the original. Originally, the sorceress intended to push him off the boat midway, but that plan now seemed unnecessary. Nevertheless, she devised a scheme far more dreadful than that. Tom, satisfied with her demeanor, contemplated his eventual return to the magical realm, still coveting the Black family estate. With the diary firmly in the sorceress's grasp, Tom stood on the boat, feigning trust, while secretly ensuring that he could swiftly retreat into the diary should danger arise. The small vessel required no oars, seemingly guided by an invisible tether pulling it towards the center of the lake. The boat glided swiftly, soon reaching the lake's midpoint. Then, with a sudden explosion, the boat erupted less than 10 paces from the shore. Tom, who had been smiling moments before, tumbled into the water without a wand to save him. Damn it, he cursed as he plunged beneath the surface. The lake's ghastly denizens would not overlook such an easy meal. Withered hands grasped at him as he finally recalled the need to return to the diary. Yet, there was no response. On the shore, the sorceress tightly bound the diary with a red cord. Watching impassively as the spectral figures dragged Tom down into the depths of the lake, her face betraying neither pity nor satisfaction. He was merely a fragment of a soul, a spectral remnant vulnerable to the Wraith's malevolence, yet incapable of being obliterated. The Wraith intended to instill in him the terror once felt by Regulus, before ultimately shattering his essence. Soon, a nearly dissipating specter, though, in truth, merely an invisible remnant to the ordinary eye, emerged from the lake, propelled by an overwhelming fury toward the Wraith. How could he fail to perceive that all was part of the Wraith's cunning scheme? He despised his own credulity and his hasty actions, akin to the primary soul that met its demise at the hands of an infant. Yet, what did it matter? Even after consuming Chilo, he was no match for the Wraith, let alone now, on the brink of dissolution. A flame ignited in the palm of the Wraith, who softly intoned, "With the ability to harness the forces of nature, I can summon this purifying flame of red lotus. To perish in its embrace would be your fortune." Amidst the crimson flames, the anguished cries of the journal's spirit gradually diminished, fading into nothingness. However, the Wraith could not depart just yet. The multitude of specters lingering here posed a persistent issue. When the small vessel had exploded, the specters had not only attempted to seize the journal's spirit, but, upon sensing a living soul on the shore, sought to drag her into the depths as well. The Wraith bore a grudge, though they had failed to pull her under. She was unwilling to let them escape unscathed. The purifying flame descended into the lake, not extinguished by the water, but rather intensified, consuming it. The waters evaporated, transforming the specters into charred remnants, while the mechanisms and magic that once adorned the cavern were reduced to ashes. As the master of this red lotus flame, the Wraith felt an overwhelming surge of power within. It was time to depart. The Wraith contemplated seizing the moment to confront the Malfoy family, to charm Lucius into compliance. Yet, upon reflection, she recognized that she still bore the title of head of the Black family. Visiting the Malfoys without a formal communique would be somewhat undignified. Shaking her head, she resolved that with Bruce occupied with other affairs this week, she would return home to complete her assignments today, deliver the message to the Malfoys later. Perhaps tomorrow or the day after. Upon returning home, the Wraith was acutely aware of the salty tang of seawater clinging to her, despite only her toes having touched the surf. After tidying herself, she began her homework. Frankly, the summer assignments proved rather simplistic. Her pen danced across the page with such fervor that, in an unguarded moment, she completed half the work in a mere afternoon. The Wraith recalled a humorous anecdote from her previous life. Chinese students possessed an uncanny ability to complete all summer assignments in a single evening, a skill typically activated the night before school resumed. She had not anticipated her own pace would be so swift. Upon regaining her composure, she felt an overwhelming fatigue in her mind, prompting her to seek sustenance. Critch had been counting the days, eagerly awaiting the Wraith's return to prepare a grand feast for her. However, last night, she was taken out for dinner by that muggle. Breakfast for the witch was typically quite simple, and Creature could not prepare anything elaborate. By noon, the witch had missed her mealtime again and returned looking utterly fatigued, hastily tossing together a small salad. After spending an extensive amount of time on her homework in the afternoon, which was evidently quite taxing, Creature, without needing any instructions from the witch, prepared her favorite dishes. The main course consisted of rice. On the table lay a serving of braised lion's head meatballs, spicy rabbit cubes, stir-fried asparagus, cold seaweed salad, and a creamy fish soup. The witch was thoroughly pleased. Shortly after her birth, she had been brought back to the witch clan by Wu Yu, and at the age of 8, she arrived in England. Creature took great care in attending to his young mistress. However, after her arrival in England, she found it difficult to adapt to the local cuisine. After a couple of attempts at trying new dishes, she concluded that they were edible but not particularly enjoyable. During that period, her complexion suffered, prompting the original healer to arrange meals for her. Creature, already feeling guilty about his care for the witch, sensed that he might soon lose his remaining responsibilities, which instigated a crisis within him, leading him to study Eastern recipes. Now, his culinary skills had become exceptional. Chapter 59, A Visit to the Malfoy Residence. The following afternoon, the witch used the fireplace in the Black family estate to arrive at the Malfoy residence. The Malfoy family awaited her, though she was merely a junior member. She now held the title of head of the Black family, and this first meeting could not be treated as if she were just another child of distant relatives. Draco, upon hearing that there were still members of the Black family, and that one was of a similar age to him, was taken aback. This semester, their family had lost a house elf, and Lucius had relinquished his title as a Hogwarts governor, which had somewhat undermined his standing at school. Nonetheless, since the Malfoy family was currently regarded as the leader among pureblood families, his position at school remained unassailable for the time being. However, the existence of a head of the Black family implied that the Malfoy status as the leading pureblood family might soon face a challenge. Those discontented individuals would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to mock him in secrecy. Lost in such thoughts, he was suddenly alerted by a stir from the fireplace. Sylvia. Draco could hardly believe that the visitor was indeed her. The witch smiled at him, though her gaze quickly shifted to Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy. Good day, Mr. Malfoy. Aunt Narcissa and Draco. Good day, Miss Black. Lucius felt a wave of frustration towards his son, who struggled to hold his own in social situations. Although he felt a twinge of surprise within, he displayed an outward calmness as he greeted the witch, inviting her to take a seat, exuding the demeanor of a household patriarch. After a brief moment of astonishment, Narcissa regained her composure, resuming the graceful and dignified appearance of a lady of the house. She presented several plates of delicacies with warmth, enthusiastically welcoming the witch. These are treats I made myself, Sylvia. Do try them, and let me know if they suit your taste. The witch did not decline, sampling a piece and subsequently praising Narcissa's culinary skills, which delighted her greatly. Meanwhile, Draco stood by in bewilderment. Was this truly the witch from his memories? He recalled their first encounter, characterized by mutual disdain and reluctance to forge a bond, as well as her reticent demeanor in their first year at the witching school, which resembled that of Not. How could she now be so loquacious? Were the witch aware of his confusion, she might have remarked that her previous demeanor was her authentic self, while her current disposition was a product of societal pressures. She had to seek independence, knowing full well that her family, specifically, Wu Hing, would never acquiesce to her reliance on them. With no option to lean on her family, she was compelled to step out and earn a living, a necessity that demanded resilience. However, over the years, she had matured, and the cultural differences between the two nations had influenced her significantly. Some changes were entirely natural. After engaging in light conversation, the witch revealed her purpose. I obtained something at school and would like Mr. Malfoy to have a look. Lucius took the diary from her, his heart momentarily skipping a beat, perplexed by the witch's intentions. What was this object? Lucius feigned ignorance regarding the diary, which appeared to be a muggle item. Upon hearing the term muggle, both Narcissa and Draco's expressions soured. I wasn't clear enough, the witch insisted, unwilling to engage in any subterfuge. Do you recall the Lehan bookstore? At this mention, Lucius's complexion paled slightly. Let us discuss this in the study, Miss Black, he suggested, his tone shifting. What is your intention? Once the study door was shut, Lucius directly inquired. No longer did he maintain his previously aloof demeanor. This young head of the Black family was evidently well informed. I wish to inquire whether Mr. Malfoy is aware of the significance of the diary Voldemort entrusted to you, the witch stated calmly, taking a seat. Lucius was only aware that the diary was a significant artifact related to dark magic, and thus he replied, I do not need to know. I am merely responsible for its safekeeping. Mr. Malfoy, you are indeed astute, yet to dispose of an item without full knowledge of its importance is rather audacious, she remarked. The witch never concealed her admiration for Lucius, though he had indeed handled the matter of the diary rather poorly. Fearing that the Ministry of Magic might discover dark artifacts within his home, Lucius had opted to dispose of them all, a decision that was, in his defense, understandable. However, the diary was entrusted to him by Voldemort, and it would not do to simply hide it carelessly. Disposing of it was imperative. As he claimed to be conducting business with Muggles, Gringotts was not a suitable hiding place, while a Muggle bank would be an inconspicuous choice. The wizard could comprehend that Rowling intended to advance the plot, yet one cannot diminish a character's intellect at crucial moments. With so much to manage at home, why was this particular item sent to Hogwarts? He could have buried it in an empty plot of land, at the very least. Had Lucius foreseen the turmoil that such a diary would unleash, he would have refrained from discarding it, even if it meant destroying the diary itself. alas. It was too late now. Given your words, I presume you are aware of the diary's true nature? Have you ever heard of Horcruxes? The wizard inquired, fixing his gaze upon him. Horcruxes? Lucius was utterly bewildered, having never encountered such a term. Thus, the wizard elucidated the function of Horcruxes, successfully observing the transformation of Lucius's countenance. You mean to say, Lucius thought in shock, that diary is a Horcrux of the Dark Lord, employed to achieve his immortality? I wonder if Draco has mentioned to you that in his first year, Voldemort's primary soul was attached to that defense against the dark arts professor, and that he slaughtered numerous unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, consuming their blood. He is not dead? He will return? Lucius had dared to handle that diary, perhaps under the assumption that Voldemort was long gone, his fears having been suppressed. Now, upon receiving this revelation, he was at a loss for how to proceed. Fortunately, you have brought this diary back. Lucius felt a surge of urgency, only to remember that the diary was indeed here, prompting a brief chuckle. The wizard regarded him with a hint of pity. I seem to have neglected to inform you that the fragment of Voldemort's soul that once resided within the diary has vanished. The smile at Lucius's lips froze. Chapter 60, Ambition Revealed. How is that possible? Lucius could scarcely believe his ears. I have no reason to deceive you, the wizard asserted. However, the fragment of soul within the diary is indeed no longer present. Lucius, somewhat unhinged, demanded loudly, who did this? Was it Harry Potter? Regardless of who was responsible, the matter had reached an irrevocable conclusion. The wizard certainly would not admit to being the perpetrator, lest this traitor turn against her and pledge allegiance to Voldemort. No, he surely has created more than this one Horcrux. Lucius's intellect surged once more. Losing a Horcrux would merely result in punishment for him, not the forfeiture of his life. Indeed, that is a possibility. Yet what if he were to make Draco a Death Eater as well? The wizard was aware of Lucius's vulnerability, suggesting Draco act as an informant at school, a precarious position. However, you exalt pure-blood honor so highly. Surely, he would feel a sense of pride in assisting Voldemort? Was it not the Malfoy family that ultimately fell out with Voldemort over this very issue? You stated it was merely a possibility. Lucius stood there, rigid. The witch effortlessly vanquished him. But you wouldn't dare wager on that possibility, would you? Lucius fixed his gaze upon her eyes. Then, I am curious to know your proposed solution. Is it to capitulate to Dumbledore? The method is rather straightforward. Obliterate his Horcruxes to prevent his resurrection, and eliminate the remaining Death Eaters you are aware of who have escaped. The witch spoke with an air of nonchalance, seemingly oblivious to the terrifying implications of her words. I am uncertain of the number of Horcruxes he possesses, Lucius pointed out. The witch retrieved a handful of coins from her pocket, tossing them lightly in her palm, and inquired, did you not study divination during your time at school? I find little credence in such matters, Lucius retorted, feeling somewhat mocked. Moreover, few possess the capacity for significant achievements in the realm of divination nowadays. The Black family safeguards Slytherin's locket. I am aware that Bellatrix's vault contains Hufflepuff's cup, the witch stated. Lucius harbored doubts regarding her knowledge, stemming more from an inner sense of helplessness. What if there are others? What if he has crafted numerous Horcruxes? And as long as one exists, it could be our passage to meeting death. Do not rush. I have not yet finished, the witch replied, displaying remarkable ease. I know that within Hogwarts lies Ravenclaw's diadem. He has a penchant for the treasures of the four founders. Is that all? He managed to split his soul into 4 parts. It is utterly mad, Lucius mused, intrigued by her sources of information, yet placing greater value on the information itself. Certainly not, the witch countered, unwilling to divulge everything. In business, there must be mutual exchange. I cannot simply lay all my cards before you. However, I could offer you a method to destroy those Horcruxes as an incentive. Lucius struggled to contain himself at such a critical juncture. The witch audaciously likened such a dreadful matter to business. What is it that you desire? Lucius realized her intentions were far from simple. The witch finally elucidated her aim. What I seek is for the Malfoy family to stand by my side at a pivotal moment. Lucius perceptively sensed something, remaining silent. After a while, he jested. Could it be that you aspire to usurp the position of the Dark Lord? Do not speak so, the witch laughed. Lucius had barely exhaled in relief when he heard her declare, the so-called Dark Lord is nothing more than a disorganized, undisciplined terrorist. In earlier years, he possessed a modicum of charisma, yet now he inspires no desire for allegiance. What is the point of replacing such a person? Lucius's breath caught in his throat. You mean to say? At that moment, the witch finally acknowledged her own heart's desire, excitedly articulating, I wish to establish an organization, one that is sound, capable of supplanting the Ministry of Magic. This is utterly absurd. Lucius licked his parched lips. You are so young. If it were your father, it might carry some weight. Him? Aside from having lived a few decades longer than I, what makes him superior to me? The enigmatic witch smiled enigmatically and addressed Mr. Malfoy. Have you not noticed? Since the onset of our conversation, the thought of silencing me has not once crossed your mind. The effects of the curse she had quietly placed upon the Malfoy estate began to take hold at that moment. Lucius's rationality urged him that the witch was indeed peculiar, and that eliminating her would resolve many pressing issues. For instance, he could conveniently shift all blame onto her. As Voldemort had yet to be resurrected, he could fabricate an accident over the span of several years, weaving a deceitful narrative to extricate himself from any culpability. Following Voldemort's return, he could orchestrate a scenario wherein Draco and Narcissa would feign death and be sent away. Such thoughts flitted through his mind before dissipating like smoke. Replaced by an unconscious desire to trust this which had drawn near to him, memories of her past began to replay in his mind, such as her mother's illustrious lineage, the mysterious transformation of Parkinson's maid into a bald figure, and her singular triumph over a troll in her first year. With a sharp snap of her fingers, the witch roused Lucius from his stupor, prompting him to recall his earlier musings, his face fluctuating between shades of green and white. "Your magic is formidable, though not quite powerful enough," Lucius mused, having never encountered such a curse before, mistaking it for Eastern sorcery, yet dismissing it as merely a form of trickery. "What of this?" she remarked, as her wand emitted a green light that grazed Lucius's cheek, soaring through the study's window to strike a bird in flight outside. "The killing curse? You can cast the killing curse," Lucius exclaimed, a cold sweat breaking out upon his brow, realizing he had narrowly escaped its deadly embrace without comprehending the danger. "It is not an exceptionally formidable spell. You are aware I am not yet in my 3rd year," she replied, "though my proficiency may be lacking. There are countless other means to bring about the demise of an adult wizard." She regarded the startled Lucius, who grasped the underlying thread in her words, and thus bowed his head in compliance. "The Malfoys will always align themselves with the righteous." The witch chose to overlook the slight inconsistency in his statement, knowing that as long as she stood on the correct side, she could secure the loyalty of the Malfoy family. Furthermore, although her intention in casting those curses was not to manipulate the Malfoys, should she be provoked, those very curses could indeed prove fatal. Chapter 61. Robbery and Ideals. Once the witch departed, the tension that had gripped Lucius melted away, leaving him acutely aware of his fatigue. "Father," Draco's voice called out as he emerged from his room, glancing about in confusion. "Where is Sylvia?" "She has left," Lucius replied, pressing his temple. "What? Just like that? Did you not invite her to join us for dinner?" Draco's eyes widened in astonishment. Lucius chided him. "Do not display such an expression, Draco, lest we give others reason to question our family's decorum." Draco found himself inexplicably reprimanded. Witnessing his father's fury rendered him speechless, compelling him to retreat to his room. "What troubles you? Did that girl say something?" Narcissa, observing Draco ascend the stairs, moved closer to Lucius with a hint of concern. "It's nothing," Lucius reassured her. "Merely a trifling matter. You need not worry." Narcissa nodded obediently, placing her trust in her husband, confident in his ability to safeguard both her and Draco. Upon returning home, the witch found herself at a loss for what to do, gradually completing her homework over several days. Subsequently, she received a date invitation from Bruce. The chosen venue was an elegant CAF, boasting a pleasant ambience, though neither paid much heed to the quality of the coffee. This was a commonplace outing, at least until the bank across the street was robbed. At that moment, Bruce was not yet Batman, despite having trained in combat with Alfred. He had not deluded himself into thinking he could withstand bullets. He promptly retrieved his phone and called the police. No one could fathom the turmoil within the witch upon seeing the brick-like device in his hand, as the illusion of Batman shattered in an instant. "I am in such pain, I must take a moment," she thought. Bruce, noticing his girlfriend's unease, glanced across the street with concern. When he sensed something was amiss, the witch had already masked her emotions. "Were you startled?" Bruce asked with a tinge of guilt. "I apologize for choosing this place." "It's fine. I am not overly afraid," the witch replied with a smile. Then, she reached into her bag and produced a gun, pushing it towards him under Bruce's slightly dazed gaze. "Take this for protection," she said. "All right," he responded, realizing that compared to the other patrons in the CF, who were cowering from the gunfire, the witch exhibited remarkable audacity. Not only did she require no consolation, but she also carried a firearm with her. Yet, he himself felt no fear upon the appearance of the robbers. Bruce had no intention of hiding, but rather decisively called the authorities. The two conversed for a while, their dialogue meandering, until Bruce remarked, "Such occurrences transpire daily in Gotham. As someone who cherishes his city, I am at a loss regarding how to save it. To salvage a city, it cannot be achieved by one alone. It requires a collective effort from top to bottom," the witch mused. Through the lens of the robbery, Bruce seemed to perceive his city. Gotham and crime appeared inexorably intertwined. Yet, there was no death penalty, no means to eliminate those wretches. They held no reverence for life, and each day brought an increase in criminals, spawning new evils. At this juncture, Bruce still believed that the most heinous offenders deserved capital punishment, and he could even take matters into his own hands. untransformed into the Batman, who upheld a no-kill principle. In truth, the death penalty is secondary, the witch spirit remarked, continuing to voice her perspective after receiving Bruce's astonished gaze. Even with the death penalty in place, do criminals not conspire with judges to distort the truth in court? Those deemed mentally ill are spared execution. However, those officially certified as such do not hinder their burgeoning power, instilling fear among the citizens of Gotham. You are correct, Bruce mused. Yet he remained unaware that in the future, the Joker and others would escape from Arkham Asylum time and again to commit further crimes. Nevertheless, he could envision how certain privileged classes manipulate their possessions to evade punishment. Is Gotham truly beyond salvation? Bruce was reluctant to accept this notion. Indeed, there are numerous solutions. The witch spirit countered. What solutions? Bruce was eager to hear her suggestions. The witch spirit began to elucidate. The first approach is a top-down reform. Enhancing Gotham's laws and strengthening governmental authority, strictly regulating firearms and munitions to restore order in Gotham. It sounded implausible. Bruce furrowed his brow, realizing that while the American government sought to impose gun control, the populace would resist such measures, resulting in perpetual indecision, especially in a place like Gotham. The second approach involves a bottom-up revolution, engaging with the masses, manipulating public opinion, and cultivating power to overthrow the existing structures and order of Gotham. Revolutions are inevitably accompanied by bloodshed, crushing every inch of Gotham with violence, only to sow anew in the soil mixed with blood. Bruce was taken aback, shaking his head unconsciously. How could this be permissible? Why not? She replied. Throughout history, to eradicate a malignant tumor fundamentally, there are essentially these two methods. Considering Gotham's uniqueness, the latter is far more effective than the former. Wait a moment. Does America even have history textbooks? Or is this merely a jest? Bruce regained his composure, but that would result in the deaths of many. Otherwise, she countered, without employing forceful measures, how could one instill fear? Weakness and compromise merely resolve temporary conflicts. To transform Gotham entirely, such methods are imperative. The witch spirit's expression was somewhat indifferent, asserting that the magical realm operates similarly. Are there any alternative solutions? Bruce wrestled with his thoughts. Yes, one could forge a superhero, or perhaps a team of heroes, to combat crime daily and imprison wrongdoers. The witch spirit appeared fatigued, yet acknowledged that in Gotham, imprisoning criminals would often lead to their escape. Even if major crime lords were driven out, petty thieves and ruffians would still remain. However, this approach could indeed yield some change in Gotham. Bruce found this notion resonant with his own, although the second method she had mentioned lingered in his mind. A superhero would be commendable, but it would be even better to nurture an underground force. Employing a dual strategy, the witch spirit thought of the poor child, recalling the phrase, "Mommy loves you." Chapter 62, The Last Day of Vacation. Bruce did not linger in the United Kingdom for long. Upon hearing of his return to Gotham, witch spirit thought it would be delightful to accompany him to America, thus boarding a private plane to Gotham. Upon her arrival, she truly comprehended the essence of simplicity in local customs. As the aircraft touched down, the radio broadcasted news of criminal incidents in Gotham, such as a train station explosion and bank heists. In comparison, reports of a decapitated corpse seemed trivial. Wayne Manor was exquisite and vast, and Alfred, the gentle old man, bore no resemblance to the MI5 agent he once was in his youth. Most of her summer was spent joyously, as Bruce treated her well. However, this did not hinder their amicable separation as the summer neared its end. Ostensibly, they could not accept a long-distance relationship, yet neither party took this pretext seriously. They encountered minor disagreements regarding Gotham's transformation. But the fundamental reason for their breakup was Bruce's desire to travel the world, while witch spirit aimed to focus on her career. Bruce generously bestowed upon her a substantial severance fee, but this was inconsequential, as it could not elevate her 11-figure fortune to 12, particularly when expressed in pounds rather than renminbi. Considering the considerable severance payment, alongside Bruce's subsequent adventures, disguised as world travel, yet consisting of wilderness survival and relentless beatings, culminating in his capture by the League of Assassins as a prospective son-in-law, which spirit graciously forgave him. However, before departing Gotham, she claimed his first kiss. Who knows why he still had his first kiss at 16? Regardless, she felt fortunate. Alfred, at Wayne Manor, offered a warm cup of cocoa to the heartbroken Bruce, pondering that Miss Witch Spirit would have made a splendid mistress of the Wayne household, had their acquaintance arisen at a more opportune moment. Perhaps Witch Spirit possessed a naturally detached disposition, as she was melancholic on the plane, but seemed to have completely overcome her heartbreak while watching television upon her arrival. Cleach, delighted by her heartache, aimed to help her move on swiftly from the relationship, encouraging her to meet more distinguished, pure-blooded lads in accordance with Walburga's wishes, and thus prepared her delightful meals daily. From the Muggle news, Witch Spirit gleaned information about Sirius Black. It appeared that wizards and the upper echelons of the Muggle government were indeed closely intertwined. Though this was not the case for all nations, America stood as an exception. Although she was aware of Sirius's news and could sense his general whereabouts through their blood connection, she had no desire to seek him out just yet. The ordeal of imprisonment he had endured for over a decade was a consequence of his own guilt and a means of atonement for James Potter. His subsequent wanderings, coupled with the prospect of fatherhood, could be perceived as his final act for his brother. On the last day of summer vacation, which Spirit ventured to Diagon Alley, not out of a last-minute urge to acquire books, but because Ron and Hermione had written to suggest a gathering. Given that Harry was currently residing at the Leaky Cauldron. "How was your holiday, Sylvia?" Hermione inquired about her, then remarked on the splendid weather in France, contrasting it with the frequent gloominess of England. Observing the deepening shadows on Hermione's face, Rowling sincerely replied, "Yet, I am not particularly fond of sunshine. I spent a considerable amount of this holiday in the United States." Upon hearing this, Hermione's fatigue dissipated, and she playfully arched her eyebrows, saying, "I know. You were with your boyfriend." Like every friend privy to a romantic affair, she was more invested than in her own. "How are things between you two?" It was only then that I recalled who her boyfriend was, the affluent Bruce Wayne of Gotham, a billionaire. In such conversations, boys were scarcely allowed to interject. Ron had learned of this development through a letter, knowing little and unable to speak, and Harry felt a pang of discomfort at the mention of it. "Not so well. I broke up with him a few days ago," Rowling shrugged. Hermione, expecting a tale of romantic bliss, was taken aback by this revelation and instinctively covered her mouth. "I'm sorry, but weren't you two getting along splendidly?" Rowling responded, "Breakups don't always require a plethora of reasons. After all, I have no intention of transferring schools. And with an ocean between us, wasn't it merely a matter of time? However, we parted amicably, and the memories remain quite fond." Well, Hermione appeared significantly disheartened. Now wishing to focus solely on selecting an owl, Ron attempted to shift the conversation, mentioning how his pet rat, Scabbers, had become rather lethargic during their time in Egypt. "It's for noticeably duller. I had meant to ask, how old is that rat?" Rowling inquired, casting a meaningful glance at the creature. "I'm not sure. It used to belong to my brother, so it's quite old." Ron gently stroked Scabbers' back. "You must have some idea, considering how long you've had him?" Rowling continued. "Well, since I can remember, he seems to have always been in our home." Ron reflected carefully. Rowling chuckled softly. "That is indeed a long time. Surely, he must be a magical rat?" Scabbers twitched his whiskers nervously under Rowling's gaze, but quickly reverted to his languid demeanor, refusing to reveal his true nature. At that moment, a cat in the shop lunged at Scabbers in Ron's hands, and amidst the ensuing chaos, both cat and rat vanished from sight. After a considerable search, they found Scabbers, frightened, while Hermione continued her quest for the perfect owl. As the trio made their way back towards the magical creature shop, Ron broached the subject of Rowling's romance once more. "I initially thought you would be the last among us to fall in love. Yet you managed to have a boyfriend early on without us even knowing. A muggle at that." Rowling replied, "Life is unpredictable. Who could have foreseen it? I met him at a Christmas party, although it was my second encounter with him. He is truly handsome. More handsome than Diggory." Ron pondered. "They are not of the same ilk. Yet, in my opinion, Bruce possesses a certain charm that is more appealing." Ron, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "You two just broke up a few days ago. Are you truly not feeling down about it now?" "I was upset a few days ago, and we were both prepared for it. If it were a matter between England and France, that would be one thing. But alas, he hails from America." Rowling articulated the most fitting excuse. Chapter 63, the beginning of third grade. Ron nodded in agreement, acknowledging the vast distance separating them. "I see those couples at school, practically glued to each other every day." At that moment, Harry was still enveloped in shock, unable to contribute to the conversation. Rowling mused to herself, "What does a breakup signify? Perhaps they will reconcile years down the line. But didn't Hermione mention that your ex-boyfriend is particularly wealthy?" Although the Weasley family had recently received a monetary windfall, most of it had been spent on summer travels, and Ron remained acutely aware of financial matters. Rowling nodded and replied, "Indeed, but I am not lacking in funds either. He provided a generous breakup settlement, though to me, it does not seem extraordinarily large." "How much, then?" Harry inquired with curiosity, as Ron turned his gaze toward her. Rowling gestured with 2 fingers. Ron, recalling the gifts Rowling had previously bestowed upon him, hesitantly guessed, 2,000. No, 20,000. Though Harry was aware of the considerable sum in his vault. Converting it to pounds transported him back to the days of his impoverished youth before entering Hogwarts. "Could you show me a modicum of respect?" Rowling expressed with a hint of exasperation. "What, is it not so? £20,000 equates to several hundred galleons. Is that not sufficient? Multiply that figure by 1,000, and you are close to the mark." Harry and Ron were left astounded. They had never harbored animosity towards wealth, nor did they regard poverty as particularly shameful. Yet they now realized that their indifference was reserved only for the moderately affluent. Contemplating that figure left them breathless, and this was merely a breakup settlement. At that moment, Hermione approached, cradling Crookshanks. "Where's your owl?" Ron inquired, eyeing the feline face with slight disdain, yet he could not spot any other living creature around Hermione. I think Crookshanks is delightful. He has been there for so long, and no one has purchased him. Hermione expressed her fondness for the cat, and then asked, "What were you just discussing?" Ron and Harry fell silent, realizing their recent inquiry had perhaps crossed a line. Ling, however, was unfazed. "We were discussing how much my ex-boyfriend provided me as a breakup settlement." Ron guessed 20,000. "How can you ask such questions?" Hermione glared at them. "I am not particularly concerned about such matters. In China, these inquiries would not be considered inappropriate." Ling understood that in this culture, discussions related to finances required a degree of caution. "I know you are not concerned about such matters. If I had 20 million, I too would not mind being the subject of others' conversations," Ron said, somewhat dazed. Harry echoed his sentiment. Hermione could no longer contain herself. "What? 20 million? Let's go?" Ling initially thought little of the situation, but seeing the heightened reactions of those around her, she decided it would be best to swiftly change the subject. Ron spoke softly, almost inaudibly, and Ling feigned ignorance. During dinner, Arthur mentioned that the Ministry of Magic would provide them with 2 cars to take them to King's Cross Station. The others were quite excited about this, and Molly exclaimed, "This is splendid. You've brought a considerable amount of luggage. And this way you want to attract the attention of muggles." She then recalled something and turned to Ling, asking, "My dear, what about your luggage?" "I don't seem to have seen it." Ling replied, "The house elf at home helped me shrink my belongings. I'll enlarge them once we arrive at school." She had no desire to traverse with an excessive amount of luggage, as it would occupy unnecessary space and be quite troublesome. Why didn't I think of that? Molly seemed reminded that the ministry forbids the use of personal extension charms, but we could certainly shrink our items, thus saving effort. Although this method proved practical, Hermione and Harry lacked anyone at home to assist with shrinking their luggage, given that young wizards are not permitted to use magic outside school. And they couldn't possibly burden the Weasley family each time. Percy's focus was different. "You have a house elf at home?" Ling responded, "Yes, he is quite old. My father was raised by him, but now he serves only me." She deliberately misled him, allowing Percy to believe that her family was not an exceptionally ancient pureblood lineage. Although Ling desired to garner more support and harbored no qualms about revealing her identity, she decided to wait until the academic year concluded before disclosing her connection to the Black family, mindful of the burden Sirius bore due to his imprisonment. For this reason, she enlisted Lucius and others to keep her secret. On the morning of September 1st, they arrived at King's Cross Station via the ministry's car, and the journey was uneventful as they smoothly boarded the train. Before they embarked, Mr. Weasley engaged Harry in conversation for quite some time, and once on board, he expressed a desire to speak privately with Ling, Hermione, and Ron. Consequently, Ginny was the only one asked to leave, and she walked away with her head held high. Appearing quite vexed, the group made their way to a compartment at the back of the train, as it was the only one not filled to capacity. Peering inside, they noticed a middle-aged wizard dozing by the window, clad in a tattered robe with several patches. Hermione spotted his name on his suitcase and surmised that he was to be the defense against the dark arts professor for the academic year. Ron skeptically remarked, "Can he truly handle this position? I doubt even a formidable which could be bested by him." However, they soon diverted their attention from the professor and inquired what Harry had summoned them for. Harry recounted the news he had received from Arthur, revealing that Sirius had escaped in search of him. The gaze of the spirit fell upon Lupin, and as he beheld the somewhat graying middle-aged man, he could not help but recall Regulus. This generation seems to be plagued with misfortune. In their 30s, many have met untimely deaths, sustained injuries, or found themselves imprisoned, while those in relatively better circumstances, such as Lucius, live in constant trepidation. "Sylvia?" Harry called out softly. The spirit turned to look at him. "Do you have any ideas? Wouldn't it be better if you stayed within the school? Sirius will inevitably be captured. Your Aunt's family likely hasn't signed that form for you to visit Hogsmeade, has she?" The spirit mused, contemplating that if he refrained from venturing outside, Sirius would still find a way to infiltrate the school, making capture feasible. Avoidance is not a solution. Harry was disheartened by this notion, for he yearned to visit Hogsmeade. Chapter 64, Dementors and Bats. "I have no real solution either," the spirit replied dismissively. "You might as well remain at the school. If Sirius Black cannot find you, he may venture into the school, making it easier to apprehend him then. He's not foolish. He escaped from Azkaban alone. He might not seek me out until summer break next year," Harry lamented, feeling utterly despondent. They lingered in that compartment, during which Draco approached once. Upon seeing the spirit among this group, he felt a surge of indignation but chose not to voice much. "Daphne is in my compartment. Do you not wish to pay her a visit? You consistently share a compartment with Gryffindor students on the way to school, unafraid of being ostracized by others," Draco reasoned. And even the trio could not prevent the spirit from joining him in his compartment. "I truly do not comprehend your affinity for their company," Draco remarked, shaking his head. "They are Gryffindors. What is so peculiar about that? Perhaps it is because I find their company more relaxed." The spirit raised an eyebrow. More relaxed than with us. We are relatives, Draco asserted, lifting his chin as if to convey his superiority over Harry, his expression tinged with pride. You aren't spreading this all over the place. Are you? The spirit questioned, somewhat skeptically. How could I? Draco countered. My father advised me not to disclose such matters. I was just lowering my voice. The spirit regarded the two imposing figures behind him, choosing to remain noncommittal. Upon reaching the compartment, Daphne was indeed present, much to the spirit's surprise, as he had thought it merely an excuse. However, the compartment was already cramped with Daphne and Blaise Zabini, and upon their entry, it felt even more confined, prompting Draco to send Goyle and Crabbe to another compartment. Observing the demeanor of the two before Draco, the spirit felt it was no surprise that he would eventually be betrayed by Crabbe. I truly wonder what our care of magical creatures teacher is thinking. Draco reflected on his experience of purchasing textbooks. He actually expects us to prepare a book that bites as our course material. I suspect Professor Kettleburn must be quite muddled. Zabini was perusing a copy of the Daily Prophet. Perhaps it was not he. The spirit speculated that Professor Kettleburn had grown quite elderly and might have retired, prompting Dumbledore to appoint another to the position. This conjecture held some merit, as I had always doubted his discernment. Draco was reminded of the incident when his father lost his position on the Board of Governors. As the clock approached 3 or 4 in the afternoon, they noticed the sky outside the train window darkening ominously. Soon, the lights within the carriage illuminated, while raindrops pelted against the glass. The train's pace gradually diminished until, with a jolt, it came to a halt. What was happening? Draco felt a surge of annoyance and desired to exit the compartment to investigate. No, the spirit cautioned him. I believe I heard someone boarding the train. If it were merely a scheduled stop, that would be implausible. Unless the newcomer harbors ill intentions? Draco felt his wand slip into his palm, and the others grew vigilant. Why not just crack the door ajar and take a peek? Daphne suggested. Although this idea seemed somewhat sordid, it would satisfy their curiosity. However, Draco was reluctant to partake in such an act. Ultimately, the spirit opened the door and peered outside, immediately drawing the attention of figures cloaked in black, who glided toward them. Several students in the compartments opened their doors, gazing bewilderedly into the shadowy corridor. The spirit furrowed her brow but quickly recognized this as an opportune moment to win over the hearts of those present. With a flourish of her wand, she incanted, Expecto Patronum. A large, somewhat indistinct bat emerged from her wand, causing the Dementors to recoil and flee. With their departure, the pervasive chill that had seeped into their bones vanished, as if the darkness itself had retreated. Come help, the spirit beckoned the 3 in the compartment, urging them to assist the prefects in ushering the bewildered individuals into the compartment and distributing chocolate. After disembarking the train, they walked together. Were those Dementors? Draco exclaimed indignantly. The Ministry of Magic can't capture Sirius Black, so they allow these creatures to torment us students. The spirit nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are Dementors, such a wretched lot. Why is your Patronus a bat? Zabini inquired, perplexed. Bats often conjured ominous associations for Hogwarts students. Despite the respect Slytherins held for Snape, his connection to bats was inescapable. I have no idea, the spirit replied. I can't very well say my ex-boyfriend will turn into Batman, can I? I had anticipated it would be a serpent, not a winged creature. I wonder what my Patronus might be, Draco mused. My father's wand is serpent-shaped. I suspect the Malfoy family's Patronus must all be snakes, right? I find your white peacock to be quite beautiful. What if your guardian spirit is indeed a white peacock? Daphne interjected. The witch suddenly laughed, drawing the attention of others. Clearing her throat, she remarked, I believe the white ferret is rather charming. Zabini turned to scrutinize Draco for a moment, retracting her gaze just before he could become infuriated. It rather resembles him. How absurd, one might ponder, that such a lineage could possess a guardian spirit. The witch's keen ears caught a voice not far ahead. Without needing to look, she recognized it as Ron's. However, his voice was hushed, audible only to those beside him. The witch was aware of the notion that Death Eaters are unable to possess a guardian spirit, though it was only Voldemort who lacked one. Yet, Ron's utterance of such words was not surprising. The principal distinction between him and Draco was that Draco preferred to speak ill of others openly, and while he did so behind their backs, he seemed to find it less enjoyable, seldom resorting to particularly vicious remarks. Just as now. Though Draco could not hear Ron's words, he approached like a mere pawn in a novel, ready to strike. Scarhead, I heard you fainted from a Dementor scare. Remus, disembarking from the train behind them, approached, inquiring, why are you all standing here? Have you encountered any trouble? No matter how arrogant Draco was, he would not confront a professor directly. He greeted Remus with a tone laced with sarcasm before they boarded the night bus. Chapter 65, Care of Magical Creatures. They had already attended the opening feast and sorting ceremony twice, rendering everything rather mundane. The incident of Professor McGonagall calling away Harry and Hermione did garner some attention. Yet it was fleeting. Dumbledore spoke about the Dementors guarding the school, introduced this semester's defense against the dark arts professor, and mentioned Hagrid's role as the care of magical creatures instructor. The witch distinctly heard the hissing from Slytherin regarding Hagrid's appointment, and hardly anyone in the hall applauded for Remus. After the dinner, Daphne did not hasten back to the dormitory. Instead, she sought out her sister, Astoria Greengrass. A character not mentioned in the original text, yet widely known, Draco's official match, had enrolled this year. The witch attended to her own grooming and instructed Annabelle to take a stroll, saying, "If you happen to see a large black dog around the school, return and inform me." Annabelle, this spirit of resentment within a doll's body, nodded obediently, not daring to defy her command. The following morning, the witch, having finished breakfast, made her way to the library, as she had no classes during the first period, while Draco and his companions had a divination class. She began to preview the textbook for ancient runes in the library. However, the subject was somewhat obscure and difficult to grasp, leading her to conclude that she would require the teacher's guidance to clarify many of her inquiries. Indeed, it was as such. After a brief explanation from the instructor in the second period, several issues that had previously troubled Willow were effortlessly resolved. This teacher possessed a certain depth, Willow thought to herself. Following lunch, Willow was on her way to her first class on the protection of magical creatures. Although the sky had not cleared, it also refrained from raining, offering a refreshing coolness that dispelled the summer's heat, indicative of autumn's arrival. Upon reaching Hagrid's hut, she found Draco and his two lackeys already standing there, seemingly engaged in conversation, while Goyle and Crabbe were laughing boisterously. Shortly thereafter, Harry and his companions arrived. Though it was puzzling to see Ron and Hermione at odds once more, ignoring each other. Observing this quarrelsome pair gave Willow a headache. Throughout these past years, they had never severed their friendship entirely, yet minor disputes were a frequent occurrence. What struck Willow as peculiar was Draco's lack of mockery upon seeing Harry. Although they both averted their gazes, unwilling to regard one another, this scene provided her with a modicum of comfort. Draco had matured as a newly appointed professor. Hagrid's approach to teaching was rather unorthodox. He seemed to assume that everyone could manage the monster book of monsters. Yet, in truth, aside from the cheating Willow, none had managed to open the book for prior study, not even Hermione. Why had Willow not shared this method with the bookstore owner, allowing him to impart it to the students? It was because the book had been procured by glitch, and Willow had merely touched its spine before opening it. With no one knowing how to handle the textbook, the entire class had failed to prepare, thus disrupting Hagrid's lesson plan. He positioned the students near the edge of the forbidden forest while he ventured inside to retrieve the magical creatures intended for the lesson. Draco could no longer contain his frustration and made a few sarcastic remarks about Hagrid's role as a professor. Moments later, Hagrid emerged from the forbidden forest, leading a dozen hippogriffs. Although each hippogriff wore a leather collar, their sharp beaks and imposing stature conveyed an undeniable sense of danger. Hagrid had a fondness for such formidable beasts. Should a Leviathan ever awaken and appear before him, he might understand why his students feared these magnificent creatures. Hagrid wished for the students to engage closely with the hippogriffs, yet the others were hesitant, unwilling to cooperate, which was undoubtedly humiliating for a professor. He cast a pleading glance at Harry. Ignoring the ominous signs from the morning's divination class, Harry stepped forward to Buckbeak. Following Hagrid's instructions, he maintained eye contact with Buckbeak for an extended period, and Willow counted. Approximately a minute passed without either party blinking, which must have been quite uncomfortable. After a series of actions, Buckbeak bestowed a gesture of goodwill upon Harry. Harry soared through the sky atop Buckbeak, and upon their descent, his classmates found their courage bolstered. Hagrid meticulously unfastened the collars of the other winged creatures. Unlike his peers, who were eager to rush forward, Willing approached Harry with keen curiosity, inquiring about his experience while flying. Was it comfortable? Not particularly, Harry replied in a subdued tone. The creature's wings flapped, occasionally brushing against my calves, making me feel as though I might be flung off at any moment. Moreover, the ride was rather bumpy. Oh, I see, Willing thought to herself. If riding a broom is uncomfortable, then flying on a hippogriff is certainly not advisable. Hey, Potter, Draco called out loudly from beside Buckbeak. That looked easy. If you can manage it, I dare say that ugly beast is hardly dangerous, is it? As Draco spoke, Willing was flooded with flashes of cinematic moments. Envisioning a figure crumpling to the ground, clutching an injured arm, a singular thought surged through her mind. What a reckless fool. How could I have ever perceived this boy as mature? Furthermore, his display of pain was utterly lacking in any semblance of dignity. He lay on the ground, wailing. His thoughts laid bare for all to see. What could he possibly achieve other than tarnishing his reputation? His demeanor was woefully juvenile. Hagrid, in a state of anxiety, hurried him off to the infirmary, completely oblivious to the necessity of securing the collars of the other winged beasts. What if one of them suddenly went rogue? He could scarcely afford the consequences. Pansy screamed as she followed them to the infirmary, while the others maintained a cautious distance from the uncollared creatures, their hearts racing with trepidation. He just left us behind. What if one of them goes berserk? Goyle murmured from the furthest edge, away from the winged beasts. Ling shook her head and stepped forward, engaging each creature with a steady gaze, bowing, and carefully fastening their collars. The process of securing a dozen or so hippogriffs required a considerable amount of eye contact over the span of 10 to 20 minutes. Though breaks were permitted, it proved to be quite taxing on the eyes. Ling silently reflected that had she not trained with 173, her eyes would have long since succumbed to fatigue. Upon Hagrid's return, he found the winged creatures bound, suddenly realizing his earlier oversight. Flustered, he proceeded with the subsequent lessons without further ado. Chapter 66. Conversations in the midnight hour inside the infirmary. Draco groaned incessantly, lamenting his pain, while Pansy anxiously circled around him. This continued until Madame Pomfrey arrived to usher them out, drawing the curtains and advising Draco to rest properly. However, her expression was far from pleasant. She seemed to discern that Draco was feigning illness. In her view, such patients squander precious medical resources, yet she had no authority to expel him. As night swiftly descended, Draco soon succumbed to drowsiness in the dim ambience, drifting into slumber. In the dead of night, he awoke with a start, troubled by restless dreams. Attempting to wipe the sweat from his brow, he moved his arm only to realize the bandages were somewhat constricting. He extracted his wand from beneath the pillow and cast a flickering lumos, intending to rise and pour himself a glass of water. However, at the moment the light illuminated the room, he discovered a shadow seated beside his bed. The sudden fright caused Draco's heart to skip a beat. Before he could utter a scream, the shadow spoke. "It's me, don't make a sound." The voice seemed somewhat familiar, prompting Draco to tentatively inquire, "Sylvia?" The witch responded with a soft affirmation. "Why didn't you wake me when you arrived? It's rather terrifying to just sit there." Draco finally relaxed, although his heart remained racing slightly faster than usual. "Is there something you need?" he asked. "Why did you act that way today?" The witch genuinely sought to understand his mindset. Had that creature not been a hippogriff, and had it acted more aggressively, you might not have had any chance of rescue. "What? Am I supposed to have deliberately tried to injure myself?" Draco retorted, a hint of displeasure in his tone. "How could I have anticipated that beast would dare to turn on me? But never mind, I will write to my father and ensure that creature is put to death." "Were you not being reckless?" The witch's aura grew somewhat menacing as she taunted. "You should be grateful that Hagrid isn't deranged enough to bring a level 5 creature to class. Otherwise, your father would have ensured that both Hagrid and that magical beast accompanied you to your grave. Perhaps you would find that a worthwhile exchange." "Am I foolish enough to provoke a level 5 dangerous creature?" Draco's face flushed with indignation. "I thought you came specifically to see me. If your intent is to chastise, then you may as well leave." "Chastise you?" The witch scoffed. "You truly overestimate your importance. I am neither your father nor your mother, merely a distant cousin. I hold no authority to reprimand you." Draco covered his ears. "Do not speak to me in that tone. If you truly find me insufferable, then don't converse with me." "Draco, you are no longer a child, yet your behavior resembles that of one. Is your provocation of Buckbeak not a result of his kindness towards Harry Potter? You seem intent on competing with him in every regard. I cannot condone such conduct. Do you truly believe he surpasses me in every aspect? Just because he bears the title of the Chosen One? He delights in stealing the spotlight from others. Before he arrived at Hogwarts, no one ever overshadowed me in such a manner." Draco did not continue his thought. "Then do you wish to kill him?" The witch disregarded his unfinished sentence, posing a singular question that rendered him speechless. "You." Draco fell silent for a considerable time. "What? Of course I want him dead. Along with that mudblood and Weasley." "Do not twist words," the witch replied coldly. "I asked if you want him dead. Aren't you friends?" Draco felt a parchedness in his throat, as if the dimness of the room had diminished his courage. The witch continued, "That is irrelevant. If you desire, I can assist you." No. Once discovered, I would be expelled, bringing disgrace to the Malfoy family." Draco seemed unnerved by her cold demeanor and repeatedly attempted to protest. "Ha!" From the darkness, her mocking laughter echoed. "What have you been up to lately then? You dare not kill," merely scratching at him like a little kitten, seemingly satisfying. Yet in reality, either inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while harming yourself 800, or achieving absolutely nothing. "That's not the case," Draco seemed eager to retort. Yet, the witch interjected, "How is it not? If you truly regard him as an enemy, you should either crush him outright or keep your distance. Teasing him now and then serves only to annoy. Yet how much real damage has he endured?" Such vigorous actions yield a score of 0, and the witch felt a pang of exhaustion on his behalf. "I will find my opportunity," Draco stubbornly insisted. "Let Potter leave the school and escape the Dementor's protection. Let that Sirius, tear him apart." "Huh, if you truly possessed that capability, you would not have to wait until this year." The witch mocked him again. "If one were to commit murder and be caught, expulsion would be inevitable. However, if you could act like the young Voldemort, the circumstances would be entirely different." He found a scapegoat, resulting in Hagrid's expulsion in his 3rd year. Spending decades as a gamekeeper, while he received a special contribution award from the school. Observe, This is the distinction between him and us. Do not utter that name. Draco shuddered, his eyes wide with terror. So what do you intend to do next? Have your father contact the Ministry of Magic to execute a magical creature, and then allow Potter and his friends to wallow in sorrow? You don't want me to do that, do you? Should I let it go unpunished just because I was injured? Draco was seething with rage. Even that oaf would continue to lecture us. One day, he might truly bring a level 5 creature. Do as you wish. The witch rose. You are no longer a mere child. You should possess your own judgment. Before departing the infirmary, the witch left him with a warning. I remind you of this. In my world, the initiator of provocation is lowly, and any resultant death bears no grievance. Continue your tyrannical ways without thought, but pray you never meet someone you cannot provoke, lest we be left to collect your remains. Draco was utterly sleepless now, gulping down the remaining water, then lying in bed with wide open eyes, reflecting on the witch's words. Initially, the witch believed Draco. A character akin to a villain in a protagonist's entourage would be difficult to sway. However, she was taken aback by the unexpected actions he would later undertake. Chapter 67, Boggett and Fear. On Tuesday morning, the witch observed Draco in Transfiguration class, his arm tightly bound in bandages, seemingly still recovering from a grave injury. She immediately discerned that his wounds had healed remarkably well, yet the other oblivious classmates expressed their sympathy, surrounding him with concern while voicing their reproaches toward Dumbledore. Believing he should never have allowed Hagrid to take on the role of professor, Rowling sat at a distance, wholly focused on preparing for class. She sensed that Draco had not truly absorbed her words, yet this was of little consequence. They were no longer children, and a single remark should suffice as a gentle reminder. If he chose to disregard it, so be it. There was no need to trouble oneself over another's worries. On Wednesday afternoon, they were to attend their first third-year defense against the dark arts lesson. Upon entering the classroom, Lupin announced they would partake in a practical lesson. Originally, this class was intended for theoretical instruction, but fortune smiled upon them, as a boggett had been discovered in the staff room during lunch. Lupin led the students to the staff room, explaining, I requested the headmaster to allow the professors to keep it for your practical lesson. He then inquired, can anyone tell me what a boggett is? Rowling swiftly raised her hand. They were sharing this class with Ravenclaw, and if she did not act quickly, the points might be claimed by them. She provided a flawless answer, detailing the boggett's characteristics, earning 5 points from Lupin. Let us first practice the spell to repel a boggett. No wands are required, Lupin stated. This spell is quite simple, yet it necessitates a strong will. For what a boggett fears most is laughter. Ridiculous. Lupin pronounced the incantation, and the entire class practiced in unison. All right, who would like to be the first to confront the boggett? Please form a line and approach one by one, he instructed. Rowling did not perceive anything she feared, though there may have been subconscious trepidation lurking within her, unbeknownst to her. However, recognizing that if she felt fear, others would likely be affected as well, she refrained from being the first to face the boggett. The first to step forward was a Ravenclaw boy, adjusting his glasses as he took a few steps ahead. Lupin stood at a safe distance and opened the cabinet containing the boggett. Out leaped a massive wolf, baring its teeth, saliva dripping from its fangs as it charged towards the boy with alarming speed. No, this can't be happening. It's too fast. Ridiculous. Suddenly, a banana peel materialized, and the giant wolf slipped on it, tumbling spectacularly. Laughter erupted throughout the class. Rowling retracted her wand. Who could have imagined a banana peel as a solution? Yet, it was her keen eyesight that made the throw so precise. Others, sensing the amusement, took their turns confronting the boggett. In contrast to the eagerness and relatively normal fears of the eagles, the snakes exhibited quite the spectacle. Zabini's fear manifested as his mother in a wedding dress, announcing her impending remarriage. Draco's dread took the form of his father, regarding him with disdain and declaring, how could you be so utterly defeated, unable to wield magic? The Malfoy name deserves better than this disgrace. Pansy's fear manifested as a boggett, for she declared, I shall ensure you never grow hair again. The boggett, upon hearing this, transformed into a colossal sculpture with stunted arms, adorned with a large, high-definition photograph of 096. It was no wonder that many had previously expressed discontent in fan fiction regarding Lupin's use of the boggett during class, particularly when he publicly enticed Neville to dress in women's clothing, an experience that, unless one is the target, is often underestimated in its discomfort. As the boggett shifted before her, Pansy pondered what her greatest fear might be, perhaps an examination paper or the sight of a certain individual. Surely, it could not be the deceased Batman. Yet, her assumptions were misguided. The moment the boggett detected her approach, it morphed into that imposing figure, provoking curiosity among the onlookers who craned their necks to glimpse her dread. In a moment of urgency, Pansy shouted, everyone who wishes to live, close your eyes. Simultaneously, she conjured flames to engulf the oblivious boggett, a measure insufficient to vanquish it, yet effective in obscuring the horrid image from prying eyes. Regrettably, it was too late. Whispers of disbelief circulated. How could she fear such a being? Many had seen the photograph affixed to the statue and questioned who would indulge in such triviality. Lupin, concerned that the flames might harm the boggart, called forth the next volunteer, while Pansy retreated sorrowfully to the back. Daphne approached her, assuring her that the creature was not truly terrifying, despite Pansy's evident trepidation. "I am not afraid of it," Pansy murmured softly in response. However, Daphne, mistaking her reticence for bravado, insisted she could discern her fear through her involuntary reactions. A pang of guilt compelled Pansy to enlighten them about 096 and 173. She explained that the statue, when not within the gaze of others, would swiftly maneuver behind a person and snap their neck with its hands. How could such a thing exist? Daphne questioned, half convinced this was a jest. Pansy continued, "If you encounter this statue, do not dare to blink, for if you do, you may find your eyes forever sealed shut. As for the photograph, if you happen to see that individual, avert your gaze from their face, for should you catch a glimpse, they will rend you asunder. Whether observed in a picture or a painting, even for but a fleeting second, they will close the distance without hesitation." With a resounding thud, the gravity of her warnings hung thick in the air. The window, previously shut, was abruptly breached by an unseen force, creating a gaping hole. A figure clad in white disregarded the shards of glass scattered on the floor and stepped into the room. "Everyone, close your eyes." The witch, sensing the presence of an old friend she had not seen in over a year, prioritized issuing a warning over exchanging pleasantries. Chapter 68, Cultural Export. The individuals who had just absorbed the witch's explanations instinctively shut their eyes, yet many others, positioned further away, reflexively gazed toward the shattered window, inadvertently capturing the attention of the entity known as 096. This time, the witch took considerable time to calm 096's agitated emotions, adorning him with a headpiece crafted from a wizard's hat. Observing the dilapidated faculty lounge and the trembling young witches hiding in the corners, she let out a profound sigh. Mrs. Pomfrey arrived to escort away the injured young witch, while Dumbledore and other professors held their wands defensively against 096. The witch grasped the slender arm of 096, urging them to lower their wands. As long as his face remained unseen, they would be safe. However, many students had already glimpsed his visage, raising concerns about what might happen should they lower their wands. What if he became violent again? Dumbledore's primary concern remained the safety of his students. In that case, holding up your wands is futile. The frenzied 096 moves with remarkable speed. They would need to ride broomsticks to cast spells upon him, or else they might never even graze his garment. Dumbledore scrutinized 096's form, a mixture of curiosity and trepidation brewing within him, as he yearned to expel this perilous being from Hogwarts. "Someone must return him, or perhaps you could grant me a week's leave to escort him back." The witch had means to swiftly contact her kin, yet she hesitated to reveal her abilities in front of the crowd. "Miss Witch," a voice emerged from around the corner, capturing everyone's attention. "Ah, long time no see." She was taken aback to discover that her kin had engaged the butler's bell. However, it proved to be quite effective. "Are you here to retrieve 096? "Indeed, my master has tasked me with locating him and bringing him back." Though shorter in stature, he was an almost omnipotent steward. While the witch wished to retain 096, the presence of so many students at Hogwarts necessitated his departure. Still, one had to ponder the origins of such a multitude of containment entities within her kin. Could it be that Wu Hong had pilfered them from the Foundation? Following the unexpected incident during the first class, Lupin's already weathered visage grew even more haggard. "I apologize, Dumbledore, it was my oversight." "Oh." Had it not been for the multitude witnessing the creature's face, such an incident would not have arisen, for he did not attack Sylvia. Draco, in a voice neither too loud nor too soft, stirred the crowd, subtly alerting Snape. Snape's gaze flickered momentarily. The fear residing within each individual's heart was, after all, a matter of privacy. Yet Professor Lupin seemed to lack an understanding of the importance of respecting others' boundaries. Following such an incident, regardless of whether Gryffindor would engage Boggart in class the next day, Snape would no longer be subjected to Neville's transformation into a dress. During potions class on Thursday morning, Draco persistently claimed that his hand was injured and required assistance in handling potion ingredients. Snape was unperturbed by the idea of imposing a bit of inconvenience on Harry and Ron, compelling them to assist in slicing daisy roots and peeling figs. Throughout the duration of the lesson, the trio endured considerable torment. Harry and Ron were constantly maneuvered by Draco, while Hermione lost 5 points for merely defending Neville with a single remark. Had the witch not been aware of Snape's rather unfortunate circumstances, she might have found it difficult to harbor any affection towards him. Yet, knowing certain truths made it challenging for her to align herself with the trio, particularly Harry. In passing judgment on Snape's actions, the more one knows, the more distractions arise when contemplating issues. Thus, she mused, how bothersome. Dealing with people is such a hassle. Why can't I simply remain a recluse? Why am I frequently faced with the dreadful dilemma of choosing between two undesirable options? Harry and Malfoy represented one side, while the trio and Snape represented another, and at times she found herself oscillating between trust and suspicion towards Dumbledore. It was truly exasperating. Why must I be afflicted with social anxiety? The witch pondered silently, questioning why her journey to this world could not have transformed her into a social butterfly. Preoccupied with this philosophical conundrum, she found herself disinterested in her surroundings for several days, prompting those around her to speculate whether she was unwell. However, she soon regained her vitality, leaving others unaware of what brought her joy. Sylvia, have there been any recent happenings worth celebrating? Draco inquired. Noticing the witch engrossed in a book at the library, a slight smile gracing his lips. Are you truly curious? She replied, her spirits evidently lifted. Indeed I am, Draco admitted, seizing the opportunity to reconcile with her. The words she had spoken that evening lingered in his mind, growing increasingly sensible. Yet he struggled to find the right moment to mend their rift. Take a look at this, she said, handing him a book. Draco, intrigued, began to flip through its pages, becoming so absorbed that he entirely forgot his purpose for being there. Anticipating his reaction, she retrieved her homework from her bag and began to work. The assignment was not extensive, and once she completed it, she checked the time, realizing dinner was approaching, and called out to Draco to join her. He finally lifted his gaze from the book, asking, "Where did you acquire this? Is there an extra copy? You can purchase one. I believe there are no additional copies of this book in the library," she responded. For it was a manuscript she had meticulously revised into a condensed version before sending it to the publisher, making this a sample copy. The sorceress recalled the original version of this book, where the plot and the narrative intertwined equally. After referencing popular novels within the wizarding community, she reluctantly excised 80% of the narrative, ultimately leading to its publication. Although the wizarding world, particularly that of Britain, exhibits a certain laxity in the management of minor literary works, she harbored no desire to be misconstrued as someone who relied on such tactics for attention. She had contemplated that while Grindelwald and Voldemort each nurtured their factions with distinct approaches, their advantages were marked. Presently, Dumbledore had become exceedingly sensitive to the Dark Lord's machinations, making it challenging for her to amass followers within the school as Voldemort had done. Thus, the concept of cultural output emerged in her mind. The sorceress could initially garner a following of book enthusiasts, infusing her philosophy into subsequent writings, thereby accomplishing her objectives. Surely, Dumbledore would not be so idle as to scrutinize her novels, would he? Chapter 69, Seeking Alchemical Knowledge. Draco, upon realizing this book was not from the library, tightened his grip on it. Could you lend it to me? I promise to return it tomorrow. How infuriating. Despite being written from a female perspective and possessing a hint of melodrama, this novel was undeniably captivating. The sorceress had merely followed the formula of online literature she had previously encountered, yet to her surprise, it had proven effective, thus elevating her spirits. You enjoy it that much? Then you may keep it. She pondered internally whether she should procure a quill akin to Rita Skeeter-S, as writing was exhausting. Even if she could not type directly, utilizing a pen for voice input would surely be beneficial. To acquire such a pen, she would require the assistance of someone well-versed in alchemy. The pressing question arose, where could she find such a person? Initially, she could have sought Dumbledore, who was on amiable terms with Nicodemus, but what if it aroused Dumbledore's suspicions? Thus, she resolved to approach Professor Snape, to solicit his aid. Snape, with his customary sardonic expression, retorted, "Alchemy? What's the matter? Can't ancient incantations drain your energy? You wish to study alchemy? I merely wish to create a pen." The sorceress sighed. "I recall your pencil case is perpetually brimming with various pens, be they quills or muggle ballpoints, in every conceivable color." Snape mercilessly exposed her intentions. "What do you require that pen for? It cannot possibly be for completing your assignments, can it?" The sorceress replied, "How could you know of my modest collection obsession? I simply have an affinity for different pens. What of it?" "Very well, Professor. I also came to inquire about the potion research you previously agreed to assist me with. The client is pressing for results." Snape's brow furrowed deeply. "I am nearing completion, though I have been preoccupied with other matters. What could possibly be more important than my potion? The Wolfsbane potion, I presume?" Severus Snape penned a note for the spirit, indicating that the tomes within the library could assist in the creation of rudimentary alchemical items. He admitted to lacking any innate talent in this realm, suggesting that if guidance were required, he might not be of assistance. However, he mentioned that Albus Dumbledore possessed a certain insight into alchemy, advising the spirit to consult him. Taken aback, the spirit accepted the note, only to hear Snape add, "If you find yourself with nothing to do at the moment, perhaps you could assist me with potion ingredients." The spirit remarked, "I knew your possessions would not be easily accessible, yet, bound by the constraints of servitude." The spirit complied and offered to lend a hand. The potion Snape was brewing was notably intricate, requiring a plethora of ingredients. Recalling the original text, where Snape subtly guided students to associate Lupin with werewolves, the spirit inquired, "Professor, what potion are you concocting?" It resembles the wolfsbane potion. Resembles? Snape replied with a sardonic chuckle. This is indeed the wolfsbane potion. You might as well wear your intentions on your sleeve. Temper your enthusiasm, Professor Snape. Are you attempting to enhance the wolfsbane potion? The spirit asked. If successful, that would be splendid. The spirit decided to feign ignorance. What merit is there in that? No matter how one improves it, it remains an expensive potion, and for werewolves, a vial is required each month. This group has always been notoriously impoverished. If it weren't for Dumbledore's request, Snape trailed off. The spirit nodded, understanding that this potion required significant time and investment, yet yielded little market demand and low returns, a venture hardly worth pursuing. Professor, might it be said that if he were to consume the elixir of life before transforming, would he retain his aggressiveness post-transformation? The spirit pondered aloud. Werewolves possess formidable magical resistance. If one seeks to minimize costs, it would be more prudent to cast him into an isolated area during the full moon, Snape replied, his focus unwavering as he stirred the potion. Werewolves also exhibit considerable regenerative abilities, do they not? But if one were to break his hands and feet prior to transformation, would he retain any combat efficacy afterwards? Or perhaps, one could render his bones non-existent. The spirit recalled Harry's experience in his second year, when he had escaped a similar fate. Realizing that such a plot required orchestration. I have yet to experiment with that. Snape seemed enlightened, a hint of pleasure evident in his demeanor. Should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly consider it. The spirit mentally applauded him, noting that as for Lupin, he always appeared weakened after each transformation, and the wolfsbane potion was reputedly quite unpalatable. Thus, attempting this method seemed innocuous. If it failed, alternative strategies could be explored. September slipped away in the blink of an eye, and with the onset of October, the temperatures plummeted, accompanied by fierce winds. The spirit diligently applied a thick layer of moisturizer to exposed skin before and after daily training. Soon, the announcement permitting a visit to Hogsmeade was made, and after 2 years of confinement at the school, the little snakes were equally delighted by the news. Daphne joyfully approached. Addressing Ling and Astoria, I intend to procure 2 beautiful outfits for myself, so that on that day, I can adorn myself splendidly for a visit to Hogsmeade. That's a splendid idea, Astoria replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. Daphne, you are already quite lovely. With just a bit of embellishment, you will look even more enchanting. Sylvia too. Thank you. Wooling expressed her fondness for the charming young girl. Unquestionably confident in her beauty, Wooling cherished her appearance, having long discarded the reluctance to venture outside or forego makeup from her previous life. In her own words, with a face like hers, neglecting proper care would weigh heavily on her conscience. Thus, she embarked on the journey of dressing and grooming, though she remained somewhat averse to drawing attention to herself. Her efforts were primarily to please her own sensibilities. The girls engaged in conversation about attire, hairstyles, accessories, and which beauty spells suited them best. Even analyzing the ingredients of various potions, the discourse winding and twisting in delightful complexity. On the morning before Halloween, the girls donned the outfits they had prepared the previous night, applying a light touch of makeup before heading down to queue in the hall. Before long, the trio arrived, joining the line at the back, with Harry displaying a sullen expression. Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe were also in the queue, and upon noticing Harry standing outside the line, they surprisingly refrained from mocking him, wearing expressions reminiscent of victory instead. Chapter 70, Refusal to Compete. Hogsmeade Village did not prove to be as captivating as Wooling had envisioned. Its shops were far too few, lacking the vibrancy of the commercial streets she had previously visited. Consider this, there were only unwelcoming pubs, confectionaries, joke shops, and tea houses, none of which seemed particularly entertaining. Wooling herself was not fond of sweets, content with just a couple of ice creams. However, as autumn waned into winter, the thought of consuming ice cream made her teeth ache uncomfortably. She yearned for the days of her past life, when she had reserved several private rooms to revel with friends. Though she was not particularly fond of large gatherings, she did not entirely reject them either. Shouting at the top of her lungs had been a cathartic release for her emotions, and enduring solitude for too long could be quite burdensome. Now, conservative wizards could only hire a few bands to dance along, and the scene she had once found distasteful, of exuberant crowds shouting, now evoked a sense of nostalgia within her. Daphne was selecting an assortment of candies at Honeydukes, while Wooling's gaze drifted over the confections, glancing at Daphne's profile and feeling a sense of disconnection from the lively atmosphere. She made a token purchase of a few candies before following Daphne to other shops. Before returning to school, Wooling made it a point to inquire about the location of the Shrieking Shack, intending to visit and familiarize herself with the area. It is rumored that the place is haunted. What brings you there? Daphne speculated that perhaps she was in pursuit of excitement. I wonder if there are truly any ghosts? The witch fabricated an excuse, relishing the rare opportunity to venture out. After all, one must visit the noteworthy attractions of Hogsmeade at least once. Daphne noted that the witch's enthusiasm seemed somewhat subdued today, as if she had been merely accompanying her throughout their outings. With a newfound desire to explore, Daphne felt it only fair to accompany her this time. Thus she consented. They visited the Shrieking Shack, but found it to be nothing more than a dilapidated house, devoid of any amusement or terror. After their visit, they returned to school, preparing for the Halloween feast. The proceedings of the banquet unfolded smoothly, devoid of any peculiar occurrences, which left the witch feeling slightly unsettled. She recalled a jest she had encountered previously, suggesting that something always transpired during the Halloween feast at Hogwarts. However, nothing had occurred. Was it to happen after the banquet concluded? Yet, the witch was not overly concerned. As the crowd dispersed from the Great Hall and made their way back to the dormitory, all remained uneventful. As Daphne retreated to the bathroom for a shower, the witch settled by the bedside. When Annabelle approached from behind to report the events of the evening, a large black dog had infiltrated the castle, subsequently causing damage to the fat lady's portrait in Gryffindor Tower. This imagery sparked a flurry of sleeping bags in the witch's mind, as if she were destined to join everyone in the Great Hall for a communal sleepover. Just as Daphne emerged from the bathroom, they received word that Dumbledore summoned everyone to the Great Hall. The prefects urged them on with urgency, leaving little time for the witch and Daphne to change. They hastily donned their robes and stepped outside. Dumbledore announced a thorough search of the castle, transforming the long tables in the Great Hall into hundreds of sleeping bags, the hue of which was a rather unappealing shade of purple. However, they evidently had no choice in the matter. The witch casually selected a nearby sleeping bag and nestled inside. Gryffindor relayed the recent events to the students of other houses, igniting a fervor of discussion. Yet Percy bellowed for them to quickly slip into their sleeping bags and cease all chatter, ever eager to assert his authority. Someone echoed a sentiment that resonated with the others. Nevertheless, they complied, and although some continued to converse after the lights dimmed, the atmosphere grew significantly quieter. In this serene environment, the witch gradually succumbed to slumber, compelling even those who wished to converse with her to reluctantly close their eyes. In the following days, the school buzzed with discussions surrounding Sirius Black, piquing the witch's curiosity, although Annabelle, in her folly, failed to provide her with further information. "Sylvia," Draco called out to her in the common room. "I need to discuss something with you." "What is it?" the witch inquired as she approached. "You need to concoct an excuse," Draco exclaimed excitedly, claiming that you cannot participate in the Quidditch match. Why?" the witch asked, perplexed. "As you observe the weather outside, it is evidently unfavorable for us to perform. Surely, you do not wish to engage in Quidditch amidst such a tempest, do you? If you merely concoct an excuse, Flint may well decline this match, allowing Gryffindor to compete against another team." Draco's eyes glinted with mischief. The idea intrigued Slytherin, yet she harbored some doubts. An excuse? What could I possibly use? Menstrual cramps. Draco paused, perplexed. "What is that?" "No, why menstrual cramps?" "Oh, I meant menstruation," Slytherin replied, observing the faint blush of embarrassment that graced Draco's face. "Why are you blushing? It is simply a normal physiological occurrence. But you cannot just say it so directly." Draco stammered. "Was I not subtle enough? You simply failed to comprehend." Slytherin pressed her temples in exasperation. "Well, let us use that excuse. I shall approach Flint." "No, you should speak to him." Draco felt too embarrassed to bring it up with Flint and, having voiced his reluctance, refused to go. Thus, Slytherin resolved to confront Flint herself. After all, her period was indeed approaching, and she had no desire to endure the cold winds and rain aloft. Meanwhile, with both Slytherin seekers incapacitated, Gryffindor's spirits waned. Would inform them of their impending match against Hufflepuff, but Fred dismissed it with nonchalance, stating that Hufflepuff would be an easy opponent. During their last encounter, Harry had captured the Golden Snitch within mere minutes. Wood was infuriated by Fred's lackadaisical attitude, insisting that the circumstances were vastly different this time. Diggory had assembled a formidable team, and he himself was an exceptionally skilled seeker. Vigilance was paramount. Harry felt puzzled. Draco was using an injury as an excuse. Yet Slytherin was also a seeker. Why was she absent? When he posed the question, Wood stammered, suggesting Harry inquire of her directly. After practice, Harry confided in Ron and Hermione about his concerns regarding Slytherin's situation, yet he noticed a slight flush on Hermione's cheeks. "You would do well to remain uninformed about this matter," she stated. "It is a secret among girls." Chapter 71, Persuasion Futile. On the day of the match, the storm raged fiercely. Slytherin had no desire to witness the game, particularly as her excuse was ill-suited for venturing out in such weather. Seated in her dormitory, she cradled a cup of ginger tea, and no amount of tempestuous wind or rain could harm her. Following the match, a drenched Daphne recounted the events. As they were competing, Dementors suddenly surged onto the field, causing Harry Potter to plummet from his broom. This time, no one was there to catch him, and he landed squarely in the mud. Furthermore, his Firebolt 2000 was swept away by the wind, crashing into the Whomping Willow, now reduced to a heap of splintered wood. It truly sounds unfortunate. Such weather is utterly unsuitable for playing Quidditch. Sylvie had foreseen this predicament. By the way, are you still in pain? Daphne inquired, her gaze fixed on Sylvie as she pressed a hot water bottle to her abdomen, concern etched on her features. I'm fine. Much better, she reassured, considering herself fortunate in terms of health. Sylvie's constitution was quite robust. In her youth, Wu Yue had employed a plethora of precious herbs to fortify her body, fearing that excessive blood loss might impair her vitality. That's a relief, Daphne sighed. Now I must take a hot shower. The chill outside is quite unbearable. I cannot fathom how you endure such cold during your training sessions. Sylvie waved her hand dismissively, urging her not to concern herself over her. Harry, having sustained an injury and with his broom destroyed, felt despondent in the infirmary. Though many sought to console him, he longed for solitude. The significance of that broom was irreplaceable, and no amount of comfort from others could lift his spirits. Sylvie resolved to visit him, but anticipated that the infirmary would be crowded. Thus, she chose to wait until dinner, when only Harry remained in the ward. Hermione and Ron had gone to the dining hall to eat, and were bringing him a meal. Harry, how are you? Sylvie knocked gently on the door. It's you. Sylvia, Harry's voice was muffled, revealing his dismal mood. I'm fine, really. Are you? Sylvie was skeptical. If you desire a new broom, I can. No. That's unnecessary, Harry interjected, fully aware of her intentions. It's too extravagant. You need to purchase one for me. I can manage with an older broom. Very well. But I can't shake the feeling that you harbor other worries, she thought. Since I'm here, I might as well provide some psychological guidance and practice my eloquence for future endeavors. No, for recruiting allies. Harry was momentarily taken aback. Then, for reasons unknown, an overwhelming sense of grievance surged within him. I witnessed an omen. What? Sylvie clearly did not comprehend. During Professor Trelawney's divination class, I saw a large black dog. The text described it as a harbinger of misfortune. Harry's voice was hoarse as he recounted. The first time I saw it, I was nearly struck by the night bus, and the second time, it caused me to fall from a height of 50 feet. Perhaps this is merely a coincidence. Sylvie mused, pausing before adding, I employed a unique method of fortune-telling from the East, and I predict that you are one of the fortunate ones. With the protagonist's aura surrounding you, luck is indeed on your side. Is that so? Perhaps. Harry had refrained from sharing this incident with Hermione and Ron. One would not believe him, while the other would be frightened. Now, even she dismissed the validity of divination, leaving Harry feeling unrecognized. He had initially intended to discuss how to defeat the Dementors with Sylvie, but found himself devoid of the desire. Sylvie acutely felt her inadequacies in offering counsel. Why had she not been this way when dealing with others in business? Indeed, practice is essential. With this thought in mind, she soon departed from the medical wing. As Christmas approached, Harry received a series of distressing news. He never imagined that Sirius Black had once been such a close friend to his father, yet he betrayed him. At that time, his father trusted Sirius more than anyone else, insisting that he serve as the secret keeper. Clutching a photo of his parents on their wedding day, Harry's expression was one of profound sorrow. They had even claimed that Sirius was his godfather. How could this be? No one had anticipated the depths of his deception. Hermione comforted him, asserting that the most detestable of all was Voldemort. Another piece of heartbreaking news came in the form of a letter from the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. The letter stated that they believed the incident involving Buckbeak, the hippogriff, had no connection to Hagrid, yet they still decided to put Buckbeak on trial. Rowling sighed, contemplating the idea of seeking peace with Draco. Perhaps he would spare Buckbeak. Draco had already divulged his plans to Rowling, intending to escalate the situation, and then, when others came to plead for mercy, he would generously grant Buckbeak a reprieve, thereby securing their goodwill. Although the plan was rather rudimentary and fraught with flaws, its practical feasibility was relatively high. Rowling found herself at a loss for words to describe him. In any case, it could be considered progress. This Christmas, Rowling chose not to return home, for she had neither a romantic entanglement nor a boyfriend, and felt disinclined to visit. Kreacher expressed his dismay at this news, but rallied his spirits, requesting to stay at Hogwarts to look after her for a while. Rowling, unable to refuse him, acquiesced to his request, provided that he kept himself hidden. On Christmas morning, Rowling awoke to open her gifts. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed from outside the dormitory. Who could it be? Wasn't there only one other Slytherin remaining at school, a fifth-year boy? Miss Sylvia, it is Kreacher. I have brought you breakfast. Came the frail voice from outside the door. Rowling opened the door to let him in. Kreacher held a large silver tray bearing porridge and pastries. More than enough for her. Where did you get this? Rowling queried, suspecting he had taken it directly from the kitchen, steam still rising from the warm food. This was prepared at home by Kreacher, he replied, a hint of anxiety in his tone, and delivered while it was still hot. Does Miss Sylvia not like it? No. Just place it here. Rowling decided to let the meal cool before eating. Shall I help you with your gifts? Kreacher offered, so you can focus on your breakfast. After a moment's consideration, Rowling nodded in agreement. Chapter 72, The Christmas Feast. After unwrapping her gifts, Rowling made her way to the library to complete her assignments. Initially, she had intended to work in her dormitory, but Hermione had invited her to join her in the library. They exhibited no caution towards the firebolt, that enigmatic gift, eagerly desiring to soar through the skies upon it. I truly find it incomprehensible. Hermione cast a silencing charm around their seats, then could not help but express her grievances to Willow. Willow, engrossed in her homework, did not lift her head and remarked that one should not expect the boys to resist the allure of the firebolt. It was akin to Bruce's obsession with luxury cars, acquiring one after another of the finest models. However, I pondered, given your interest in Quidditch, why do you not harbor the same affection for the firebolt? Hermione's words dripped with disdain for the two boys. As for me, I find it passable. Having it or not makes little difference. Willow held little fascination for luxury cars, and even less for the latest models of flying brooms. If it were a Batmobile, however, she would be quite intrigued. This is a rational attitude. Their enthusiasm is excessive. Yet, Willow paused her writing, gazing into Hermione's eyes. If someone advised you against reading a crucial book, claiming it might conceal dark magic that could inflict significant harm upon you, would you refrain from reading it? Hermione pursed her lips in silence. Willow, aware of Hermione's minor character flaw, pointed out that no one is willing to relinquish what they cherish. While one may criticize their actions, their fondness for the firebolt is beyond reproach. Is that so? Have I misjudged the situation? Hermione pondered aloud after a brief moment. Seeing her begin to reconsider, Willow casually reassured her. It's all right. These two have a tendency that is hard to amend. Their carelessness will inevitably lead to trouble, and your vigilance over them is commendable. Even without me, you are still here for them, right? Hermione suddenly recognized Willow's significance. Realizing that she could also point out my flaws, we could mutually supervise each other. Willow replied, there is no need for that. When lunchtime arrived, they proceeded to the Great Hall, where all sat at a long dining table, students and professors mingling together. Willow noticed two first-year students, seemingly anxious, sitting upright with focused gazes. She mused that perhaps it was due to Snape's presence, which rendered even festive occasions unsettling for them. Once Dumbledore instructed Snape to set off the firecrackers, he announced that everyone could commence their meal. However, at that moment, Professor Trelawney pushed open the Great Hall's doors. Clad in a green dress adorned with shimmering metallic sequins, seemingly in celebration of the holiday. Before Dumbledore could rise, she hurriedly interjected, "No, there is no need for you to stand. The first to rise when 13 dine together will surely be the first to perish. Let me simply take my seat." Discussing death on such a festive occasion is hardly a joyful topic, prompting Dumbledore to conjure a chair for Trelawney, allowing her to sit at the opposite end of the table. "I am truly delighted, Sybil," Dumbledore remarked. "While gazing into the crystal ball earlier, I discovered that I was destined to join your gathering. I could not resist the call of fate, hence I hurried down from the tower." Professor Trelawney, once settled, articulated her reason for being there, which elicited a glimmer of delight in Dumbledore's eyes. "Perhaps fate had led me to remind you not to allow the dining table to host merely 13 individuals," Trelawney remarked while slicing into her steak. Within her mind, the witch mused that there had originally been 14 at the table, with Peter Pettigrew hidden in Ron's pocket. Furthermore, wasn't it true that wizards had a contentious relationship with the church? Although the witch hunts did not lead to the burning of witches, the very act was infuriating. Now, during a celebration like Christmas, prophecies intertwined with biblical tales, how perplexing. Trelawney continued to lament that Lupin had not joined the gathering, exchanging barbs with Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore intervened to ease the tension, delivering a plate of sausages to a first-year student. When the witch heard him call the student Drake, her mind conjured images of Robin with dark circles under his eyes, reminiscent of various Anglo-American novels she had perused. Such a blend of narratives was disconcerting. Initially, she believed that after clarifying matters with Hermione, she would enjoy a peaceful day in the dormitory the following day, only to find Hermione once again inviting her to the library. "Let me see what has transpired now," she thought. The two girls were adamant about not allowing the professors to inspect the crossbow, as if such an examination would obliterate it entirely. Hermione took the initiative to disclose the matter. "So what is your course of action?" The witch could tell from her tone that Hermione had exacerbated the situation. With a hint of melancholy, Hermione confessed, "I informed Professor McGonagall about it, seeking her assistance to inspect the crossbow." "So, do they believe this inspection will result in Harry losing his crossbow?" It appeared they indeed thought so, and Hermione lamented that Ron was upset with her due to the issues surrounding Crookshanks and Scabbers. She felt both aggrieved and indignant, believing her actions were in their best interest, while Ron harbored an ongoing bias against Crookshanks. The tribulations of friendship. To disregard him feels insincere, yet to consider him makes one feel taken for granted. Had someone treated her this way in a past life, or even during that summer before first year when she conversed with wooing, she would have severed ties without hesitation, forging her own path, leaving others to speak as they may. However, Hermione was not of such a disposition. She valued these friendships deeply. Now, alas, she could only offer counsel. Try to be more lenient. If it were me, I would remind him once or twice, but if he disregarded it, then let him learn the hard way. Continuously shielding them from potential dangers will only impede their growth. Lessons must be learned. If it were me, I would confront it directly. There is nothing that cannot be resolved with a good thrashing. If there is, then thrash again. Curse the audacity of the valiant Gryffindor. A band of individuals recklessly courting demise, oblivious to their peril. Were it not for the protective glow of the protagonist's aura hovering above them, one can only imagine how many times they would have met their demise. Consider Cedric Diggory, who, lacking such a protective charm, perished while competing for a reward during the Triwizard Tournament. Hermione, dismissing it as a jest meant to amuse herself, paid little heed, though the weight of her unspoken worries was somewhat alleviated. Chapter 73, Gryffindor vs. Ravenclaw. After the Christmas festivities, the Slytherin team commenced their training. According to the draw, the Wraiths were to face Hufflepuff, while Draco was set to compete against Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff's roster this year was formidable, prompting Flint to heighten his vigilance and intensify the Wraiths training regimen. After a period of rigorous practice, the Wraiths belatedly realized there was discord between Hermione, Harry, and Ron. Engrossed in training and fatigued, Hermione had kept her troubles to herself, unvoiced. Had it not been for the Wraith stumbling upon her in tears after a session, the matter might have remained hidden. Ron suspected Crookshanks had devoured Scabbers, and Hermione, with no pretense, sobbed that Crookshanks would never commit such an act, asserting that Ron and the others had always harbored a bias against him. Even if Harry had remained silent, she sensed his unspoken agreement. Why not track him down? She urged. Blood and hair. Had you informed me sooner, I might have utilized these clues to locate that rat. The Wraith understood that Peter, the rat, was adept at evading peril. None of us anticipated it. Upon discovering that pool of blood, we assumed Scabbers was lost for good. Why else would he not show himself? Hermione wiped her tears, pondering, is there still a way, if those remnants remain? The Wraith spoke tentatively, aware that Ron had already fashioned a makeshift grave for Scabbers using a bloodied bedsheet after failing to find the body. Should Hermione decide to unearth that sheet from the mud, Ron might indeed sever ties with her. Regardless, the Wraith had no intention of disturbing a grave. Following this incident, the matter faded into silence, for Hermione was too fearful that Crookshanks had indeed consumed the rat and was reluctant to disturb the small burial site. She grew increasingly withdrawn, dedicating herself more fervently to her studies. Meanwhile, the Wraith exerted herself in preparation for her Quidditch match. Before the Gryffindor vs. Ravenclaw match, Crabbe suggested that someone impersonate a Dementor to disrupt Harry Potter, ideally causing him to tumble from his broom once more. Goyle echoed this notion. Draco remained silent, but the Wraith happened to overhear their conversation as she passed nearby. She halted, scoffing, "Come now. Do you truly believe that the multitude of professors present are oblivious to your schemes? Regardless of your chances of success, this behavior is utterly reprehensible, and Professor McGonagall will not turn a blind eye. However, if we succeed, Gryffindor shall stand no chance of victory." Crabbe lifted his chin, regarding her with a measure of disdain. The witch scoffed, stating, interference in the match would allow Gryffindor to demand a rematch, thus preserving their opportunity for a turnaround. As for you lot, Professor McGonagall could easily deduct 50 points from each of you, rendering Slytherin the subject of ridicule, squandered points for the house. You wouldn't be swayed by such a suggestion, would you? The witch turned her gaze towards Draco. What, me? Certainly not. That notion is utterly foolish. Draco had indeed been slightly tempted by Crabbe's words, yet he recognized the witch's correctness and was reluctant to admit his own foolish thoughts. That is good. After saying this, the witch departed. Zabini, who had been observing the exchange, quietly remarked to Theodore Nott, Draco still has a chance. If Mr. Malfoy continues to mentor him, he might just uphold the honor of the Malfoy lineage. Nott nodded in silence, then added, the individuals he has surrounded himself with previously possess rather mediocre intellects. Prolonged exposure inevitably leads to assimilation. Now, with the addition of this witch, she can occasionally draw him back. At this point, he grew somewhat puzzled. However, I recall her not being so meddlesome in the past. When did she change? Could it be she harbors feelings for Malfoy? Zabini was startled by this speculation. Reflecting on Draco's interactions with the witch, he conceded that while they were somewhat closer than with others, there was no indication of romantic inclinations, at least not from her side. With this thought, Zabini exhaled in relief. It was likely not the case. Is that so? Nott was skeptical but lacked the interest to delve deeper, casually inquiring Zabini. If so, why do you not pursue her? I am pursuing her, Zabini retorted, though his enthusiasm waned as he added, since second year, she has distanced herself considerably. Have you genuinely pursued her? Nott pondered, realizing he had not observed any signs of this. I attend her training, cheer for her during Quidditch matches, and I diligently select gifts for her birthday and Christmas, he enumerated. After listening to this, Nott remained silent for a considerable time, then patted Zabini on the shoulder before retreating to the dormitory, leaving a bewildered Zabini in his wake. The match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw was exhilarating. However, Zhangqiu's broomstick could not compare to the firebolt. After executing several feints, Harry swiftly captured the golden snitch. The Slytherin team's flying brooms were the fastest among the 4 houses, a distinct advantage, yet they could not afford to be complacent. Aside from focusing on the match, the witch's gaze lingered on Zhang Qiu's face for quite some time. A gentle beauty, indeed. Who could resist the allure of a lovely young lady? The charming younger students were also quite endearing. For instance, Luna's light blonde hair accentuated her beauty, evoking the witch's affection as she discreetly resolved numerous troubles for her. Ling is a quintessential enthusiast of white-haired individuals. In comparison to Draco's hair, Luna's locks are lighter, more abundant, and longer. Thus her concern for Luna far surpasses that for Draco. If Zabini and Not were to discover this, they would likely question Ling's sexual orientation. However, who could possibly know? She is often preoccupied with her covert assistance to Luna, never revealing her secret. Ling suspects that Luna might have an inkling of her feelings. Yet she has managed to keep this little secret well hidden. On that day, another incident occurred. Hermione was once again brought to tears by Ron. Ron still refuses to forgive her, loudly proclaiming during the Gryffindor celebration that if Fong had not been eaten, he could have enjoyed some treacle fudge, which he used to adore. While comforting her, Ling couldn't help but sigh inwardly, pondering how she had transformed into this comforting older sister figure. Oh, Hermione is even 2 months older than her. Chapter 74, Slytherin vs. Gryffindor. The following day, a rumor circulated throughout the school that Sirius Black had infiltrated the Gryffindor dormitory in an attempt to harm Ron Weasley. He must have mistaken his target. The person he truly wished to eliminate was undoubtedly Harry Potter. After spending so many years in Azkaban, he had likely lost his sanity, perhaps wishing to harm more than just Harry. Various speculations arose within the school, leading to Sir Cadogan's dismissal from his post as the Gryffindor dormitory guardian. While the fat lady returned to her duties, demanding special protection for herself, Ling heard that a group of trolls had been hired to safeguard the fat lady, and she felt a wave of sympathy for the Gryffindor students, convinced that these trolls would hardly attend to their personal hygiene before work. Simultaneously, she reprimanded Annabelle. The audacity of Sirius to roam about the school so brazenly without her prior knowledge frustrated her. What use was she if she could only bully ordinary people? Adding a malevolent spirit persona to herself while remaining utterly ineffective? Recently, Hermione frequently confided in her, which left Ling distressed, as she too desperately needed a confidant. Thus, she ventured outside the castle to clear her mind, arriving at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. There, she encountered a gaunt, large black dog, their gazes locking. Sirius, Ling, once more, Annabelle, you wretched creature. Ling narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the dog that bore remnants of fallen leaves and branches upon its fur. Sirius, startled at the sight of a person, turned to leave nonchalantly. However, he could not flee far before realizing his feet had left the ground, suspended in midair. Oh, it has been ages since I've had dog meat. I crave a dog meat hot pot. Ling's voice drifted into his ears, causing his entire body to stiffen. Thud. The great black dog was cast into the dark lake by the sorceress. Initially bewildered, he soon began to paddle with his paws, intending to swim back to shore. However, the sorceress disapproved, believing that a dog, having lingered in the Forbidden Forest for some time, must be infested with parasites and should remain in the water a while longer. Sirius soon realized he was still under the sorceress's control, and no matter how hard he swam, he could not reach the shore. Thus, he floated on the surface, resigned. The sorceress, observing the dog resembling a salted fish, could not help but look down upon him, yet ultimately allowed him to return to the bank. Despite such treatment, Sirius did not bark at her like a true dog, perhaps too proud to demean himself in such a manner. 10 minutes later, the sorceress gazed at the dog beside her, who was gnawing on a piece of beef jerky, filled with regret that Snape's potion was not yet ready. Once completed, she could have fed it directly to him. Alas, why did she not expose his true identity? Because Peter had yet to be found, and the sorceress needed Sirius to clear his name. The next heir of the Black family could not have a tainted father or mother. The sorceress reached out, unexpectedly ruffling the dog's head and scattering a few eggs, as minuscule as dust, which could at any moment reveal Sirius's location to her and, if necessary, allow her to exert control over him. Sirius, taken aback by her touch, gazed at the sorceress with his big, wet eyes. Damn, compared to his gaunt frame, those eyes were remarkably spirited and beautiful. The sorceress thought, I merely wish to engage in a bit of mischief, regardless of how malleable Sirius may be. I would never grow fond of such an irresponsible creature. Ah, how enticing. With an impassive expression, the sorceress's hand seemed to possess a will of its own, as if intent on thinning the fur atop Sirius's head. She mused, although I am petting a dog and not Sirius himself, right? Draco had healed, and just before Buckbeak was to be taken to court, the trio received the delightful news that Draco was willing to settle. This was a rare piece of good news for them, even though Buckbeak would subsequently be required to wear heavy shackles for a year, ostensibly to monitor his aggression. Nevertheless, at least his life was spared. What they did not know was that in the upcoming Quidditch matches, Slytherin would triumph in 3 consecutive games, and once again, Gryffindor would fail to secure the Quidditch Cup. In the match against Ravenclaw, Draco emerged victorious, albeit with a modest margin, which was a step up from Gryffindor's initial loss to Hufflepuff. The Sorceress, meanwhile, achieved a significant victory against Hufflepuff, and after 2 matches, Slytherin led Gryffindor by 260 points. This meant that for Gryffindor to win, they would need to outscore Slytherin by more than 110 points before capturing the Golden Snitch. Regrettably, the witch would not grant him such an opportunity. Her vision and speed surpassed that of ordinary humans. At the onset of the match, the Slytherin team engaged in various underhanded tactics, inciting the ire of the Gryffindor team. Fred struck Flint on the back of the head with his bat, causing Flint's nose to collide with the handle of his broom, resulting in a stream of blood. Observing this violent scene, the witch mused that wizards were indeed far more formidable than muggles. Such deliberate harm was quite alarming. When the score reached 30-0, the witch noticed Harry's gaze linger momentarily before he darted off in another direction. The witch did not hastily pursue, for there was ample time. Should Harry seize the Golden Snitch, Slytherin would still emerge victorious. Thus, her attention shifted to the direction Harry had been observing, where she discovered a flicker of golden light beneath one of the Gryffindor goalposts. Without further hesitation, she urged her broom towards that spot. Harry, too, noticed this development. Having feared that the witch would uncover the elusive snitch, he intentionally veered in the opposite direction, all the while keeping a watchful eye on her. Her movements clearly indicated that she had indeed spotted the snitch. A chill ran down Harry's spine, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. No, she must not obtain the snitch, for that would lead to a most humiliating defeat for Gryffindor. He propelled his firebolt forward, quickly closing the gap. The witch did not glance back. Although the Slytherin team had previously been oblivious to their actions, they now understood that Harry's feint had failed. Revealing the snitch to the witch, the Slytherin beaters began to create obstacles for Harry, who found himself unable to break through their defenses, helplessly watching as the witch captured the snitch. As she held it aloft, the Slytherin supporters in the stands rose in applause. Chapter 75. A man incubating eggs. After completing her final examination, the witch was summoned by Snape. Professor? Snape appeared weary, gesturing toward a box on the table. I have not developed a potion that enables men to conceive. However, the contents of this box facilitate a form of asexual reproduction. What? The witch quickly opened the box to reveal an egg-shaped object and a small vial filled with a milky liquid, inquiring with curiosity, how is this potion used? And what exactly is this? You must drop this potion onto the egg, Snape replied, reluctant to provide a detailed explanation, yet mindful of her potential misuse. He continued, if one desires to create their own offspring, they must add a drop of blood to the egg, with a maximum of 2 contributors. Gender does not matter. The egg will nurture the child of those 2 individuals, or just one. The embryo will develop within, but during this period, the child will be exceedingly fragile, thus requiring a direct relative to incubate the egg. Incubation must be constant, or one may employ a temperature-controlled environment, cradling the egg while in motion. The sorcerer was indifferent to the discrepancies in his merchandise. He merely wished to ascertain the advantages and disadvantages of the item. The egg itself required maintenance of a certain temperature, and direct blood relatives needed to maintain at least 8 hours of contact with it daily. The incubation period spanned a minimum of 3 months, although individual variances existed. Severus Snape was exceedingly meticulous, and throughout this process, the emotional state of the parents would have a direct impact on the offspring. The sorcerer was reluctant to ponder how he had arrived at this conclusion, yet regardless, the item had achieved the desired effect, perhaps even surpassing her expectations. One might dare to call it a beacon for the LGBTQ community. The sorcerer astutely perceived the commercial potential within this, feeling a compelling urge to acquire the potion's formula and the method of crafting the eggshell, subsequently mass-producing the potion for sale. Thank you, Professor. This must not come cheap, she remarked. Snape, recalling the time and resources he had expended, felt a pang of regret. Well, it's not too bad. I suppose I spent around 7,000 galleons. This is 1,000 galleons. Consider it the cost of materials and processing. Please, do accept it, the sorcerer declared grandly. What a bargain. For less than the price of 2 crossbow bolts, one could procure offspring through asexual reproduction. Moreover, it only required 3 months of incubation. This notion nearly tempted Snape to consider a career change, his mind echoing the sorcerer's earlier words, 300,000, 500,000. Nevertheless, he restrained himself, suggesting that if there was nothing else, she should take her leave. The sorcerer departed with the potion, contemplating how to persuade Sirius to consume it willingly and incubate the egg. She first secured the potion and then made her way to Hagrid's hut. Prior to the exams, they had agreed to celebrate in Hagrid's abode after the examinations concluded, while also observing Buckbeak, still burdened with heavy shackles. Upon her arrival, the trio awaited her presence. Harry recounted that during his divination exam with Trelawney, he had discerned nothing from the crystal ball. However, following the exam, Trelawney unexpectedly fell into a peculiar state and made a prophecy. What prophecy? The sorcerer recognized that Trelawney possessed some genuine talent, albeit derived from lineage, and that one must approach her prophecies with caution. She stated that the Dark Lord's servant would be captured today, and Harry bore a strange expression, adding that a man would incubate an egg. I suppose she is a charlatan, Hermione remarked after a moment of silence. The sorcerer's expression grew more peculiar, contemplating that the so-called charlatan indeed possessed abilities, indicating that her endeavors would ultimately succeed. After hearing this, Hagrid let out a hearty laugh, preparing to brew tea for them. As he retrieved the milk jug to pour out some milk, he discovered a mouse within. Goodness, a mouse has made a nest here. I must devise a plan. Hagrid grumbled. A mouse? What mouse? The sorcerer, keenly perceptive, approached to investigate. Hey Ron, look. It's Scabbers. How did he end up here with Hagrid? What? Ron had previously captured the struggling mouse, noticing it had lost considerable fur and appeared thinner than before. With a twinge of sympathy, he asked, What has happened to you? How did you end up here? There are no cats. You need not be afraid. Meanwhile, the spirit observed the mouse with disdain from a discreet location, simultaneously sensing the signal from the cursed insects it had unleashed upon Sirius, indicating that he was nearby. Crookshanks had stealthily entered the room, his body low to the ground as he assumed an aggressive posture, emitting a clear hissing threat. The mouse's struggles intensified, nearly slipping from Ron's grasp as it suddenly leaped from his arms and dashed outside. Everyone chased after it, the cat's movements proving more agile than those of the humans. The sky had darkened somewhat as they ran a considerable distance, eventually reaching the vicinity of the Whomping Willow. The spirit had no intention of assisting. Instead, she evaded the tree's attacks, as if merely coping with the situation was exhausting. She watched as Sirius emerged from an unknown location, dragging Ron, who was cradling the mouse, toward a passage beneath the Whomping Willow. Harry and Hermione could do nothing but follow. After a while, they arrived at the end of the passage, discovering it led to a somewhat dilapidated room. I believe we are in the Shrieking Shack, Hermione whispered, her face marked with fear. Cautiously, they ascended to the second floor. Although the spirit found it unnecessary, she maintained alignment with their actions. In a room on the second floor, they spotted Ron, discarded on the floor. Harry and Hermione rushed to him, inquiring about his condition. Harry, it's a trap. Ron gritted his teeth in pain, glaring behind Harry. That large dog is an animagus. Harry swiftly turned around, only to find Sirius, shadowed and gaunt, slamming the door shut behind him, appearing as a mere husk of a corpse. Expelliarmus. Sirius wielded Ron's wand to disarm Harry and Hermione, deftly catching their wands as they flew away. As for the spirit, she was positioned far enough away and reacted quickly. So Sirius's spell merely struck her protective enchantment. Sharp reflexes, but that's all, Sirius remarked, resuming his assault. The spirit retorted, I am not disturbing you. Continue with your monologue. Why strike me? Truly troublesome. She engaged in a magical duel with him, yet had to concede that in sheer magical power, she still lagged behind an adult wizard. Subsequently, she tossed her wand to Hermione. Hold this for me. In a sudden burst of speed, she closed the distance to Sirius, raising her fist and landing a solid blow to his jaw. I have tolerated you for long enough. Did you think your filthy appearance would spare you from my wrath? Despite her words, she discreetly grimaced at the dust now clinging to her knuckles. Sirius was forced back a few steps, spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Yet he remained undaunted, resolutely raising his wand. However, he was soon struck senseless by the nearby wraith. Is this all you have? Indeed, wizards are frail, particularly those who engage in melee. The wraith mocked. Chapter 76, The Truth Revealed. Sirius temporarily lost his ability to move, curling up in a corner, breathing heavily. Harry and the others retrieved their wands, all pointing them at Sirius. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase. We are up here. Sirius Black is up here, hurry. Hermione, believing help had arrived, began to shout. Before long, Lupin pushed open the door, surveying the room's situation before disarming Harry and Hermione with a spell. Oh dear. A double whammy, the wraith remarked. What are you doing, Lupin? Hermione was momentarily bewildered, questioning why he had disarmed them. The wraith had slipped into a shadowy corner before Lupin entered, unnoticed, contemplating that if this man would refrain from unnecessary chatter, she would remain idle. Harry noticed the wraith hiding, the dim light serving as her best concealment. Fearing discovery, he averted his gaze. Sirius attempted to alert Lupin to the immense threat in the room, but each time he tried to speak, the curse within him would cause him to overlook it. The wraith's plans were destined for failure. Lupin and Sirius exchanged riddles, interspersed with Harry's fury over betrayal, Hermione's sorrow for misplaced trust, and Ron's resistance. The group bickered for an eternity, failing to address the matter at hand. Toughened up, have we? A hardened fist, the wraith noted. Whether hero or villain, those who speak too much meet their demise. Finally, unable to contain herself, she lunged at Lupin. Enough. How much longer must you prattle on? J.K. Rowling must have crafted this segment to stretch the word count, the Wraith thought, feeling quite the expert in the art of filler. Lupin had not anticipated the presence of another hidden individual and, like Sirius, found himself momentarily dazed. Now let us get to the point. What are your intentions? Speak up. And if there's nothing amiss, I shall escort you to Dumbledore, the Wraith demanded, clenching her fist. No, you should bind them, Ron shouted from the side. Binding them isn't safe. Use the petrification spell, Hermione chimed in. Both of you be quiet. One at a time, the Wraith insisted, truly finding them bothersome. That rat is Peter Pettigrew, Lupin pointed at Ron's chest. Hermione shrieked. Peter Pettigrew has been dead for 12 years. Your lies are utterly ludicrous. It is not Peter. It is Scabbers. Ron, cradling the rat, attempted to shove it back into his pocket. Be quiet. Let the two of them speak. Even an interrogation requires the testimony of both parties, Sylph said coldly. Do you truly believe his words? Harry gazed at her in disbelief. Remus, with gratitude, cast a glance at Sylph and began recounting the events of that fateful time. Sylph listened with a detached air, sensing that another person had entered the room. It was undoubtedly Severus Snape. The trio, initially steeped in skepticism, gradually began to waver. Remus addressed Ron. If you remain unconvinced, we could conduct a small experiment. A simple spell on that mouse will reveal the truth. If it is indeed a genuine mouse, no harm will come to it. Ron hesitated before reluctantly handing over the mouse. Sirius's fierce gaze bore down upon it, and with a flick of a spell, the mouse slowly transformed into a diminutive. Old man. Snape, cloaked in invisibility, struggled to maintain his composure. Recalling the words of the ghost he had encountered earlier, he quickly pieced together the narrative. Nearly succumbing to the urge to discard his cloak and deliver an Avada to Peter Pettigrew. Thus ensued a tense standoff between Peter and Sirius. Under the relentless pressure from Sirius, Peter's words became riddled with inconsistencies, tipping the scales of belief in favor of Sirius. Both Sirius and Remus yearned to eliminate Peter, causing him to panic. Desperately, Peter sought refuge, turning to Ron, who had cared for him for years, only to find Ron's disdain palpable. Hermione remained impervious to his flattery. No, you cannot kill him, Harry interjected suddenly. Sirius, you still need him to clear your name. We should turn him over to the Dementors. The group unanimously agreed that it was a sound plan and decided to bind him with ropes. Listen, Peter, should you dare to transform, we shall not hesitate to kill you, Sirius warned, brandishing his wand at Peter. Why go through all this trouble? Sylph finally interjected, raising her wand and petrifying Peter entirely. The others gazed at her in astonishment. Sylph felt she had committed no extraordinary act. She stowed her wand away. Now, let us take him back to the castle. And him? Hermione pointed at the stone like Peter. Shall we use the levitation charm? It might be difficult to navigate the tunnels. Sylph seized the rope from Remus, tied a knot, and secured it around Peter's ankle. With a gentle tug, the rope tightened, and she began to drag him out of the room. As they descended the stairs, the sound of Peter's head thumping against each wooden step echoed, eliciting sympathetic touches to their own heads from the onlookers. Will this truly not result in any mishap? Harry fretted, concerned that Sylph might inadvertently end Peter's life. Rest assured, Sylvia is far more dependable than either of you. Hermione cheerfully followed suit. Oh, I had thought otherwise, but her ruthlessness is a testament to her being a true Slytherin, Sirius remarked with a sigh. Lupin shook his head, asserting that such views were mere stereotypes. Indeed, there were noble souls within Slytherin, like Sylvie. Harry turned to Sirius with a serious expression. Cloaked in invisibility, Snape silently scoffed, deeming him a foolish dog. Sirius, observing Harry, felt a sense of exasperation. The rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor could yield no favorable outcome, and even friendship could scarcely endure, let alone romance. Hadn't that snot-nosed brat and Lily, once childhood companions, ended in acrimony? While traversing the tunnel, Sirius suddenly broached the subject of his true relationship with Harry. His godson. I already know that, Harry replied. So, would you be willing to live with me once I have cleared my name? Sirius asked, somewhat awkwardly. The spirit, listening to their conversation from behind, mused, live with you? To care for a pregnant man? The spirit recalled Creature and resolved to send him to look after Sirius in due time. Chapter 77, A Pitiful Werewolf. Crookshanks led the way, leaping from the passage and scaling the whomping willow to press the knot. Upon hearing the sudden stillness outside, the spirit dragged Peter out of the tunnel. Once everyone emerged, they caught sight of the castle in the distance, an unexpected wave of joy flooding their hearts as they moved toward the castle, its windows glowing with warm light. Just then, a cloud shifted in the sky, unveiling a bright full moon that illuminated the path ahead. The group walked on, oblivious to the trembling limbs of Lupin, who had halted behind them. Snape, trailing at the back, cursed inwardly. He had been secretly monitoring the truth of those past events, remaining cloaked to prevent Peter Pettigrew from escaping unnoticed, almost forgetting his intention for venturing out that night. That damned werewolf. Run, he's about to transform, Snape shouted. Realizing the others were completely unprepared, they were taken aback by the news, turning in shock to ascertain the truth. It was only after the spirit had dashed ahead for quite some distance that they noticed the absence of their companions. Goodness, are they all fools? Shouldn't they have fled upon hearing my warning? Why are they looking back? Do they wish to take a photograph? The spirit was bewildered and deeply shocked. Weighing the strengths of both sides, the spirit believed they would not easily meet their demise and decided to escort Peter before Dumbledore before returning to assist. No longer languid in her movements, she cast the levitation charm on Peter, guiding him like a kite, and began to ascend the stairs. In the midst of this, Peter's petrification spell was lifted. Discovering himself suspended in midair without a broom or any other means of support nearly caused him to faint from fright. The witch crouched outside Dumbledore's office, gently tapping on the window. When Dumbledore opened the window, a rare look of astonishment crossed his typically wise and composed face. Headmaster, there is no time to lose. We have apprehended the true informant who betrayed Voldemort. It's Peter Pettigrew, and he is right here. The witch struggled to climb through the window as she spoke. He is an animagus, a rat. You must keep a close watch on him. Do not let him escape. Have you seen Sirius? Where is he? And why have you come to my office in this manner? Dumbledore refrained from inquiring how she knew the details of past events, for each of his questions was of paramount importance. He should be with Professor Snape, restraining Lupin. He did not take his potion tonight, and has transformed. He is outside the castle. The witch recalled that in the original story, only Snape and Sirius were present, and Harry and the others sustained minimal injuries. Arriving late would not matter, as the events had already unfolded. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore instructed the witch to bring Professors McGonagall and Flitwick to assist, while he remained in the office to monitor Pettigrew. Upon their arrival, they found hundreds of Dementors drawn to Sirius's scent, surrounding the area. He could only transform into a dog to prevent the Dementors from hindering their efforts. However, the Dementors had been starved for too long and were unwilling to leave. Snape struggled to protect a few young wizards. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick first needed to drive away the Dementors before they could confront Lupin. Even so, their presence significantly alleviated Snape's burden. The witch hesitated to unleash her Patronus. It could easily be misconstrued. Though she believed herself innocent, who could predict others' perceptions? If Snape were to hold a grudge against her, it would be an injustice. Thus, she instructed Ron and Hermione to take Harry, who was frightened by the overwhelming number of Dementors, to a safer distance. Meanwhile, she raised her fist, eager to confront the werewolf. Step aside, foolish girl. He is not someone you can handle, Snape admonished, feeling a surge of anxiety as he saw her approach. However, the witch was fueled by anger. Their previous conversations had meandered without reaching the crux of the matter, wasting precious time. The werewolf, roaming freely on a full moon night, without taking his potion, had the audacity to bare his teeth at her. Lupin's myriad of transgressions had long since infuriated her, and this was a splendid opportunity for retribution that she could not let slip away. With a speed that surpassed that of the frenzied werewolf, she delivered a powerful punch to his elongated jaw, forcing it shut and causing him to bite down on his exposed tongue. The witch did not grant him a moment to recover. With a swift shoulder throw, she sent Lupin crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment, she quickly approached and broke both of his forelimbs, which in her eyes no longer deserved to be called arms. Has she always been this fierce? Sirius, having reverted to human form, approached the trio, questioning them. Ron recalled the troll from his first year and the eight-eyed spider from the second. She generally refrained from violence. Hermione reminisced about the moments when the spirit had been her confidant. In truth, Sylvia was rather gentle. Harry paused for a moment, contemplating that there was nothing inherently wrong with her demeanor. She typically did not initiate conflict. Sirius remarked, "Allow me to see the effects of whatever charm you have been subjected to." The spirit continued her actions, twisting Lupin's hands behind his back and binding them with ropes, subsequently securing his feet as well, rendering him immobile like a crab, enduring a treatment reminiscent of what Peter had previously experienced. Miss Spirit, your levitation charm is truly exceptional. I presume you have practiced this incantation diligently? Professor Flitwick expressed his admiration. Your performance against the werewolf today was commendable. I must award 10 points to Slytherin. Minerva, do you have any objections? No, certainly not, she replied. Her performance was remarkably impressive, and she demonstrated the wisdom to seek a professor in times of trouble. Professor McGonagall cast a knowing glance at the trio. Professor Flitwick took charge of Lupin, preparing to escort him to a vacant room to prevent any further complications, while several young witches and wizards were led by McGonagall to the hospital wing from Madame Pomfrey to examine them for injuries. Severus Snape accompanied Sirius to seek out Dumbledore. Before their departure, Harry and the others expressed their concerns for Sirius's safety. They had always harbored doubts about Professor Snape, yet at that moment, they could not voice their misgivings, lest Professor McGonagall deduct 50 points from each of them. Chapter 78, Forgive Me Repair. Fudge was summoned to Hogwarts to interrogate Sirius and Peter Pettigrew. Several young witches and wizards were also called as witnesses. upon entering Dumbledore's office. They were astonished to discover a portrait vociferously berating someone, the target being none other than Sirius Black, a disgrace to the Black family. You never strive for family honor and consistently hinder our legacy. Poor Regulus. How many tears has Walburga shed for him? As the young witches and wizards entered, the portrait's scolding ceased, transforming into a gentle tone. My splendid child, Sylvia, you must not emulate this disgrace. The entire Black family relies upon you. Instantly, the office fell into hushed silence, and all present stared in astonishment at the spirit. I have something to say, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. After a moment of silence, Sirius gazed into the spirit's bright, dark eyes, seemingly searching for a familiar visage. You are Regulus's daughter? Sirius hesitated to ponder what Phineas meant by the Black family relying on the spirit. Well, let's first discuss the matters concerning Mr. Black and Peter Pettigrew, Fudge interjected, eager for gossip, yet recognizing the lateness of the hour, urged, shall we not address the pressing issues at hand? The crowd collectively pieced together the events. And Peter Pettigrew's guilt was largely established, as Sirius boldly proclaimed his ability to use Veritaserum to prove his innocence. The Ministry of Magic took Peter away, but before that, Sirius warned them to be vigilant against the illegal animagi in Azkaban to prevent Peter from escaping. Nonetheless, this incident led the Ministry to officially register Sirius's status as an animagus. With everything resolved, Professor McGonagall escorted the trio back to Gryffindor Tower, while the spirit remained behind to address personal matters with Sirius. Are you Regulus's child? Sirius inquired, gazing at the girl before him, regretting that he had not recognized her resemblance to Regulus sooner. Yes, the spirit replied curtly, as if disinterested in further conversation. Sirius intended to ask about Regulus's whereabouts, yet hesitated. Then why do you not bear the surname Black? The spirit began to weave her tale. I have borne my current name since birth. Why would I adopt the surname Black? Regulus, did Walburga actually acquiesce? Sirius sensed something amiss. When I was born, they had no opportunity to object. A jolt of realization struck Sirius. Could it be that they had already? It seemed impossible. Regulus was so young then. How could this have happened? Who was responsible? A flicker of hatred ignited in Sirius's eyes, for he still held feelings for his brother. The spirit began to perform, her eyes reddening. It was Voldemort. Precisely because of you. Sirius opened his mouth, but no words emerged. Because you joined the Order of the Phoenix, Voldemort demanded the Black family demonstrate loyalty, and he sent Creature to retrieve something. The spirit slightly turned her face, but Sirius still noticed the tear stains upon her cheeks, leaving him at a loss. The house elf's loyalty compelled him to fulfill Regulus's command, utilizing the elf's unique magic to return to the Black home. Regulus had instructed him to take him to that place, navigate through Voldemort's traps, replace the item within, and have Creature bring it back. Yet, but what? Sirius's voice trembled, as he nearly anticipated the outcome. The wraith-like creature from the lake dragged him down, and Creature was unable to bring him back. The spirit sobbed, resembling a helpless child, silently shedding tears. Just when you were willing to endure over a decade of imprisonment for your brother, Sirius could scarcely fathom that while he wallowed in guilt over James and Lily, believing life was devoid of hope, his own brother lay at the bottom of a lake, filled with wraiths. How much anguish and coldness must Regulus have endured? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Sirius yearned to embrace her, but the spirit recoiled. You have no awareness of how tainted you are, do you? She retorted. The witch took out a handkerchief to dab the corners of her eyes and coldly declared, I no longer require it. Sirius Black knelt on the ground, trembling hands covering his face. No, Sylvia, I truly apologize, I was unaware. Even if you had known and made a different choice, you would still sever ties with the Black family. The witch's voice quivered slightly. She articulated each word carefully, attempting to mask her emotion, yet Sirius perceived it, choosing to remain silent to protect her dignity while feeling increasingly guilty. The Black family provided for you from a young age, allowing you to wreak havoc freely while playing with other children, and enabling you to dominate your peers alongside James Potter at school without any burdens. However, when the Black family needed you to fulfill your responsibilities, you unhesitatingly distanced yourself from them, for the inheritance left by Alfred ensured your life wouldn't mirror that of Lupin's impoverished existence. You left without consideration of the immense pressure Regulus would bear. Even remaining neutral would be preferable to joining the Order of the Phoenix, which would put the Black family in a precarious position, yet you chose to stand firmly with your brothers. I am sorry, Sirius lamented, his malnourished body unable to withstand the weight of his guilt, especially after finally reuniting with Harry. The juxtaposition of joy and sorrow was most tormenting. What can I do for you? For my brother's child, he is a hero, is he not? The witch enunciated each word. He is a hero, and you are a coward. At that moment, Snape, who had been observing Sirius from afar, approached with disdain, casting a disapproving glance at him before stiffly addressing the witch. You ought to return and rest. Do you not think it is too late? The witch retorted mockingly at Sirius. You have now proven yourself to be a loyal friend. I can make amends, anything. Sirius exclaimed in despair. The witch responded with a satisfied smile. Chapter 79, which Slytherin does not deceive. Anything. The witch's voice floated softly. Really? Of course, Sirius replied eagerly, but I cannot turn to Voldemort. Very well, I require your blood, the witch said, producing a box previously given by Snape, instructing him to drop it inside. Without hesitation, Sirius bit his finger and let the blood fall into the box, then inquired, What is this? Ah, this is your child, the witch said as she thrust the egg into his arms. You must maintain contact with him for at least 8 hours daily, and after 3 months, you shall welcome a child. Please treat him with care and maintain a joyful disposition. Although Snape detested Sirius, he had not anticipated that his creation would be utilized in such a manner. 3 months was merely the incubation period. Raising a child would span over a decade. Sirius was utterly stunned, his hands trembling as he cradled the egg. The witch and Snape adjusted their sleeves and departed the headmaster's office, entirely indifferent to Sirius's emotional turmoil. On the road, Snape could not help but inquire of the witch why she had chosen to act in such a manner. Initially, I had no intention of utilizing this here. However, upon seeing him in the shrieking shack, I felt it was quite fitting. The witch could not confess that her initial request for such a potion from Snape was intended for Sirius, as that would reveal her knowledge of his impending escape from Azkaban, thus inviting complications. You are quite adept at deception. I had not perceived this before, Snape remarked, regarding her with a scrutinizing gaze. The witch, however, smiled sweetly. Professor, you should have anticipated this. I am a Slytherin, in which Slytherin does not engage in trickery. You speak truly. Perhaps it is due to his potion being employed on Sirius, Snape observed, a hint of satisfaction evident in his demeanor. Do you aspire to be a prefect? He inquired. But I am merely in my 3rd year, Professor, the witch reminded him. The 3rd year is nearly over, which means I will soon be considering the selection of prefects for your year. You have ample time to ponder this. Snape concluded as they arrived at the Slytherin common room. Now, return to your slumber. Surely you do not wish to roam about at this hour like those troublemaking Gryffindors? Of course not. I intend to return for my beauty sleep. It is well past midnight. Good night, Professor, she replied. Snape paused momentarily before nodding, good night. The following morning, Draco accused the witch. You went off on another adventure with them. He then lowered his voice conspiratorially. Why was I not invited? Just imagine. The first person to escape from Azkaban, a wronged hero, and the other, a long-reported dead hero, is actually a villain hiding in someone else's home. How entertaining. It appeared that his penchant for dramatic flair had resurfaced. Would you truly wish to associate with them? Even if I were to teach you, you would likely find yourself in constant banter with Harry. The witch had discerned his psyche with remarkable clarity. Draco seemed eager to retort, but ultimately sighed. All right. You are correct. Whenever I see him, I inexplicably feel compelled to spar with him. Sometimes, I do not wish to act this way, but you are merely a supporting character, one who has taken on the role of a villain, much like that foolish pansy, who never learns. The witch completed his thoughts silently. At the dining table, aside from Draco maintaining his usual repartee with the witch, the others exhibited a peculiar demeanor. This was due to the revelation that the witch's father bore the surname Black. Initially, they were only aware that her mother hailed from an ancient and extensive pureblood family, as she had never disclosed her father's surname and shared her mother's last name. Consequently, others speculated that her father might be an ordinary pureblood or even a half-blood, thus bringing shame upon her family for being unmentioned. However, now, Merlin's trousers. That is the House of Black. Several years ago, when the Black family was still vibrant, the leader of the pureblood families was never the Malfoy family. It was, in fact, the Black family. They are one of the oldest pureblood families in England and served as the right and left hands of the Dark Lord. Although the Black family has now dwindled in numbers, with the strength of their magical lineage and the support of their maternal family, the glory of the Black family shall undoubtedly be resurrected. Contemplating this, Draco found his position at school becoming increasingly delicate. However, the bond between them seemed rather amicable, which left many perplexed. It was not until a voice from the crowd murmured that Draco's mother was originally a Black, making them cousins, that the pieces began to fall into place. Indeed, most pureblood families are intertwined, and the wizarding community shares various degrees of blood relations with many classmates, particularly within Slytherin. Both the witch and Draco accepted this with grace, leading others to wonder if they had perhaps overreacted. Once the witch departed, the onlookers clustered around Draco. What do you all want? Draco mused, suspecting that these individuals were perhaps seeking retribution for his arrogance since his enrollment upon learning of the witch's impressive lineage. We want to know more about her. Could you share a bit? The crowd inquired, their faces displaying varying degrees of awkward curiosity. Draco responded with a sigh. On the other hand, the Gryffindor side reacted differently. Upon discovering that Ron's pet rat was a fugitive criminal, they exclaimed, "Goodness, how terrifying. I can't imagine if any of our pets turned out to be an animagus." The most alarming aspect was that he was a murderer. Having lived with such a person for so many years was truly dreadful. Wow, He has been sleeping with a short, balding man for over a decade. Gross. Exclaimed the crowd. Blind as a bat. You've uncovered a gem, someone remarked. Ron, eager to shift the conversation away from the unsettling implications of a decade-long cohabitation with a man, loudly queried Harry. So, Harry, does this mean you and Sirius, your godfather and Sylvie's uncle, will be living together in the future? This was a notion Harry had never contemplated. His face flushed crimson. I don't think so, he stammered. Sylvia has never lived at the Black ancestral home. She mentioned it before. Hermione interjected. Why is that? Ron asked, his curiosity piqued. Hermione nodded. Sylvia expressed her reluctance to reside with her grandmother's portrait. You know, she is quite wealthy and has acquired several properties. How wonderful it must be to have money. Ron mused, his eyes gleaming with aspiration. Hermione wholeheartedly agreed. Sylvia once said that while money isn't everything, lacking it is a significant hindrance. Chapter 80. The conclusion of third year. The final days of this semester swiftly approached, during which several notable events unfolded within the school. For instance, Severus Snape, having aided Sirius in uncovering the truth of past events, despite his apparent reluctance towards such assistance, captured Peter Pettigrew and valiantly protected the students from a werewolf attack, consequently being awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class. This honor brought Snape a modicum of joy. Perhaps, if others were to forget the reasons behind his accolade, his happiness might have been even greater. Another significant occurrence was Remus Lupin's realization that his situation had become perilous. He had taken up teaching at the school primarily to safeguard Harry from Sirius, and now that this mission was accomplished, he tendered his resignation to Dumbledore. Most students expressed sorrow at his departure, unaware of what kind of individual would take over the defense against the dark arts class next year. After all, a competent teacher had finally graced the school. Why must he leave? Fortunately for Snape, he did not lose his Order of Merlin and, with the true traitor apprehended, he refrained from disclosing Lupin's lycanthropy to anyone, leaving the students oblivious to the genuine reason for Lupin's resignation. Nonetheless, the tradition of changing the defense against the dark arts professor annually remained unbroken, leaving Dumbledore with yet another headache. Before departing from the school, Dumbledore relayed unfortunate news to Harry. He would need to remain at the Dursleys for at least 2 weeks each year due to blood magic. In other words, he must endure the Dursleys until he turns 17. Harry could not help but complain, having anticipated living with Sirius this year, free from their presence. Oh, Harry, what a disheartening revelation, Ron sympathized, having heard Harry's prior descriptions of that family's difficult nature. Try to think positively, Harry. At least the Dursleys begrudgingly regard you as family. With a flick of his wand, Ron tossed a handful of dogwood twigs. Are you jesting? Harry exclaimed, his green eyes widening in disbelief. Ron echoed his confusion, asserting that they had never welcomed Harry and had continuously bullied him. Yet, they had not sent him away upon his arrival and had raised him for all those years without demanding a cent in maintenance fees. At this point, Ron paused and turned to Harry for confirmation. They certainly never suggested you repay them for your upbringing once you grew up, did they? Indeed, they did not, Harry mused, surprisingly finding solace in this thought. At least he had not been raised in an orphanage and had continuously been protected by blood magic. Hermione attempted to rationalize the Dursleys' behavior from both a legal and familial perspective, yet Harry and Ron were disinterested in such lengthy discourses. Harry shifted the topic. I still have no idea where Sirius is living now. He hasn't written to me. After spending so many years in Azkaban, it must be quite challenging for him to find a place. Ron made certain conjectures. However, Hermione interjected. Perhaps he merely wishes to tidy up his abode first? He could compose a letter to Harry once his home is in order, or perhaps wait for Harry at platform 9 3/4, along with Sirius. He currently resides at my home, merely 5 streets away from the Dursleys. The house elf suddenly remarked that a house elf from the Black family was attending to him, as his health was exceedingly frail. What? The trio was taken aback by this revelation. They exchanged glances for a few moments, and ultimately Hermione stepped forward. Have you forgiven him? Why not? The house elf replied with a subtle smile. Hermione, emboldened, inquired, but why do you not return to the Black family estate? Although I am aware you possess several residences, if you were to stay there for a time, you would realize that few normal individuals would wish to reside in such a place, with its incessantly screaming portraits, the lurking boggarts in the dim corners, and the disembodied heads of house elves lining the walls. The house elf reflected on the memories of the Black estate, filled with disdain, particularly for the portrait of Walburga. The heads of house elves. After enslaving these creatures, do we also sever their heads? Hermione exclaimed in horror. Doesn't the Black family have house elves? Surely he did not neglect the upkeep of his home. Although Ron's household lacked house elves, he was well aware of their remarkable capabilities. The Black family held a tradition of decapitating their aged and incapable house elves to use their heads as decorations. The house elf casually recounted this abhorrent custom, where the indoctrinated house elves viewed decapitation as their ultimate fate. The trio was left in shock. How can this be? Hermione cried out. Harry thought of Dobby, sorrowfully stating, Did you not wish to grant that house elf freedom? Just like Dobby. Not all house elves yearn for freedom. In fact, those like Dobby are the exceptions. Without a master, they feel a sense of shame. The house elf replied indifferently. Creature has devoted his life to serving the Black family. All I can do is show him a modicum of kindness. Furthermore, when the house elf arrived at the Black residence from China, her capacity for empathy had already diminished significantly. Hermione felt a wave of sadness, as she believed slavery to be an archaic custom that ought to be discarded. When the end-of-term exam results were released, Hermione secured the top position in her year. Despite Snape's bias, he could not undermine her potion score with the grades from her elective courses. However, if only the same subjects were considered, the house elf's scores still surpassed hers. Upon disembarking the train, Harry was astonished to find Sirius standing at platform 9 3/4, waving at them, looking somewhat rejuvenated and resembling his youthful handsomeness. "You look well, Sirius," Harry exclaimed as he rushed forward to embrace him. Sirius chuckled, releasing Harry as Sylvie approached, appearing somewhat flustered. "Good afternoon, Sylvie." "Good afternoon, Sirius." Though Sylvie did not smile, her tone was relatively gentle, which allowed him to relax somewhat. Sylvie's gaze subtly swept over Sirius, yet she did not detect the presence of the egg he carried, likely having exhausted the time constraints earlier. "Goodbye, Harry." "Goodbye, Sylvie." Ron and Hermione waved to them. "Goodbye." Chapter 81, Daily Care of Sirius Repairs. Harry introduced Sirius to his uncle, successfully witnessing a look of fear cross Mr. Dursley's face. Sylvie found this rather tedious. However, Sirius was more than willing to support his godson. Upon their return home, night had fully descended. Creature awaited them at the door, and as they entered, he joyfully set the table. Sirius felt a knot in his stomach. It was evident that Creature favored Sylvie over him, despite having raised him. Now, he felt like an outsider. Observing the spread before him, Sirius suddenly inquired, "Is this all Chinese cuisine? These are all dishes that Miss Sylvie enjoys. As for your preferences, I beg your pardon, but this old house elf's memory is rather faulty," Creature replied, seemingly respectful, yet devoid of any warmth towards Sirius. Sirius held no objections to the food. He merely sought a topic to help him blend in. "Oh, it appears Sylvie has quite eclectic tastes, yet the balance of flavors is commendable." As his words hung in the air, no one echoed his sentiment, leaving him feeling slightly awkward. "There are many things I do not eat either," Sylvie remarked, considering that his mood was essential for his egg-hatching tasks, allowing his discomfort to dissipate quickly. "Do eat up, the food will grow cold soon." All right, Sirius replied, focusing intently on his meal. "How has your appetite been lately?" Sylvie inquired, then glanced over at Creature. Given that Sirius had spent so many years in Azkaban, his body was quite depleted. It was best not to provide him with overly rich foods, but rather to nourish him gently with restorative dishes. Although he was hatching an egg and not expecting, it was prudent to exercise caution, as Snape could not conduct particularly rigorous experiments in just a year or two. Sirius hastily swallowed his food and replied, "My appetite is quite good. My constitution remains sound. There is no need for such meticulous care." Creature took Sylvie's words as a decree. "Very well, Miss Sylvie. I will thoroughly review the recipes you provided me earlier." It was evident that Creature was aware of Sirius's need to hatch the egg and the importance of maintaining a positive mood for him. Though Creature might harbor complaints against Sirius and find him distasteful, he held great regard for his godson. Sirius remained unaware of what truly mattered to him, feeling deeply moved within, perceiving Sylvia as a character akin to a proud feline, caring for him internally while maintaining a facade of aloofness. "If you find any aspect of your living arrangements unsatisfactory, feel free to make adjustments or inform me, and I shall arrange for renovations," the spirit remarked lightly after dinner, broaching the subject of Sirius's living conditions. "No, I find this place delightful, bright, and spacious. Although it differs somewhat from the residences of wizards, I have grown fond of it," Sirius replied. Having spent many years in Azkaban, he held little particularity regarding his sustenance and shelter. To him, the spirit's abode seemed exceedingly pleasant. The spirit nodded in approval. "That's good to hear. You should retire early this evening. Refrain from becoming a night owl. Maintaining a regular sleep schedule will aid in your recovery. This is not Hogwarts. There is no need for nocturnal escapades here." "But it is not yet 10 o'clock, Sirius protested, wishing to visit the Dursleys to check on Harry. "I assumed you were no longer a child, one who would sneak out in the dead of night." The spirit regarded him with a hint of skepticism, seemingly aware of his thoughts. "No, I would never do such a thing," Sirius conceded, ultimately deciding against venturing out after dark. In the subsequent fortnight, prior to Harry's arrival, the spirit and Creature employed various methods to restore Sirius's health. Each possessed a tome on the care of pregnant women, despite the differences in circumstances. They believed it prudent to read extensively to be prepared for any eventualities. "Pregnant women require a moderate amount of exercise," Creature recited. The spirit frowned. This guideline does not apply to him. Flying on a broomstick would surely elevate his spirits, yet he cannot very well do so while carrying an egg. Indeed, We can disregard that suggestion, Creature solemnly agreed. Pregnant women should maintain a comfortable and joyful demeanor, which we have consistently endeavored to provide, the spirit continued, suddenly recalling. Have you ensured that no corner of the house harbors a boggart? It is imperative that Sirius does not encounter such a creature. In matters concerning his duties and the dignity of house elves, Creature promptly affirmed, yes, I clean this house daily. However, what is it? The spirit inquired, his vigilance heightened. I have observed that Master Sirius seems somewhat ill at ease with our attentiveness, often reverting to his animagus form, and he has shed a considerable amount of fur. Creature hesitantly divulged. Hiss, the spirit inhaled sharply. Although the weather was warm, canine shedding typically occurs in spring. It was certainly abnormal for him to lose so much fur at this time. So, Miss Sylvia, what course of action should we take? Creature inquired urgently. The spirit began to contemplate solutions. Amusement park? No, that seems too troublesome. Perhaps it would be best to take him to the cinema instead. Sirius has indeed been feeling rather dismal lately. The witch has been attentive to his needs in terms of sustenance and comfort. Yet her concern often feels akin to that directed towards a child, which instills a sense of constraint in the bold and spirited Gryffindor, who revels in reckless abandon. Nevertheless, emotionally, this signifies that the witch is striving to embrace him. Thus, Sirius refrains from voicing any dissent, lest he shatter this delicately maintained bond. Consequently, this intensifies his discomfort. Sirius feels an overwhelming restlessness. He yearns to venture outside and ride his once-beloved flying motorcycle. In his vexation, he contemplates transforming into his animagus form, for during such times, his demeanor becomes more extroverted and easily gratified, serving as a rare outlet for his pin-up emotions. However, assuming the guise of a dog results in shedding fur, leaving a trail of hair in his wake, Sirius has heard Creature's scornful remarks more than once and is tempted to point an accusatory finger at the old elf. Yet he knows that Creature holds a significance in the witch's heart that surpasses his own, rendering him somewhat cautious. What is this? Sirius observes the witch extending a ticket towards him. Upon receiving it, he discovers it is for the Shawshank Redemption. Shall they attend the film together? Perhaps bringing Harry along would be delightful. Chapter 82, The Reaper Approaches. Half of the summer has elapsed, and Sirius's physique has notably improved. He no longer appears gaunt and haggard, but rather akin to someone rejuvenated. The witch is quite pleased with this transformation, though if she were to express any dissatisfaction, it would be with the sluggish passage of time. A half-summer combined with the few days leading up to the holiday amounts to scarcely more than 1 1/3 of the expected duration. Nonetheless, the witch understands that pregnancy is an arduous journey, and she cannot hasten time to leap forward 3 months. With Sirius's health restored, the witch feels liberated to undertake many endeavors. For instance, Miss Sylvia, this is what you requested me to find. Creature returned one evening, clutching something tightly in his grasp. The witch accepted the item from Creature, scrutinizing it under the light, the resurrection stone. How splendid. You weren't harmed, were you, Creature? No, Creature replied, shaking his large head. He faithfully remembers Miss Sylvia's commands, and when the ring tempted him to adorn his finger, he resolutely declined. Well done, Creature, the witch commended him, observing the excited little elf. It is quite late. You should return and rest. Very well. Mississippi Creature vanished from the witch's chamber. She continued to examine the ring, as if she could glimpse the fractured soul of Voldemort through it. Could you give it to me? A slightly hoarse voice suddenly echoed in the room, though it did not startle the witch. Why? She inquired coolly. Because this item originally belonged to me. A figure draped in tattered robes materialized within the room. You gave it to me yourself. In her heart, the witch pondered, who among us has not perused the tales of the bard? A millennium has passed. I should reclaim what is rightfully mine. The Grim Reaper would not be angered, for if you bestow upon me these 3 items, I shall grant you a single wish. Who would place their faith in the words of death? Moreover, is acquiring these trifles not far superior to merely receiving a wish from you? The witch remained unmoved by such temptations. You do not require these items. I can offer you far greater treasures. The Reaper continued to persuade her. You desire power. To unify the realm of sorcerers, I can grant you that power. I seldom engage in transactions with your lineage, yet I find myself in dire need of these 3 items. Upon returning them, you would also reclaim the soul that has fled, correct? The witch raised the resurrection stone in her hand. The Grim Reaper, incensed by the soul residing within, declared that those who toy with death shall ultimately pay a steep price. Once I retrieve those 3 items, I shall undoubtedly take these unruly beings with me. The witch understood that holding the resurrection stone was futile. She cast it directly to the Reaper. Once I acquire the other items, I shall inform you, she stated, attempting to dismiss him. Yet, to her astonishment, the very next moment, the ground beneath her shifted. After a moment of contemplation, she realized she was no longer within her original body. Summoning a mirror, she gazed into it, beholding a visage that seemed to be her matured self. Grim Reaper. The witch had never faced such a predicament. Heaven knows where he has cast her. Taking a few steps forward, she discovered she stood upon a rooftop. The city below somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, she recognized that she was in Gotham. This recognition did not stem from any profound familiarity with the city, but rather from the sight of a brash green-haired jester on a large screen across the street. Taunting Batman. Truly, what a transgression. The witch withdrew a mobile phone from the pocket of this body, unlocking it with her fingerprint, revealing the date to be 2004, indicating that she had been transported 10 years into the future. Contemplating her next move, she refrained from hastily relocating, instead searching the contact list for the number of Wei Hung and dialed. As for whether Wei Hung possessed a mobile phone during this period, the witch deemed it prudent to suppress her curiosity. What has transpired? The phone rang several times before being answered, a languid voice emanating from the other end. The witch succinctly recounted the events, which was met with silence. After a moment, Wei Hung finally spoke. You were deceived by a foreign deity? Transported to this timeline? Uncle, do you possess any means to assist me? The witch chose to disregard his sardonic tone. Wei Hung responded slowly, indeed. You might consider leaping from the rooftop upon which you stand. There exists a certain probability that you could return. A probability, indeed? Although the witch spirit is aware of the answer to the question, she knows that if she does not cooperate in providing it, she will face a dire fate. Despite inhabiting her own future body, she is unwilling to betray herself. There is also a possibility that she might encounter the Grim Reaper in a state of her soul, allowing her to engage in a confrontation with him. Damn it, I knew that was the answer. However, Wu Hong is not so deranged as to torment her endlessly. He just performed a divination for her, predicting auspicious outcomes, assuring her to proceed boldly, without concern for calamity. Wu Ling, why am I so skeptical? Yet, Wu Hong had already hung up the phone, leaving Wu Ling to descend from the rooftop. She genuinely wished to glimpse the news of this world, or to utilize this body as phantom to return to England, to see what her dominion would resemble a decade hence. Nevertheless, she refrained, as that would diminish the allure of mystery and surprise. After descending from the rooftop, Wu Ling wandered through an alley and heard a chorus of delicate mews. Her feet, seemingly possessing their own volition, propelled her over a wall, where she beheld a woman in form-fitting attire feeding cats, surrounded by a cluster of kittens. Wu Ling's arrival momentarily alerted the Catwoman, but upon recognizing her, she relaxed. Long time no see, Queen, the Catwoman greeted her. Wu Ling halted, startled by the moniker. How delightfully juvenile and utterly embarrassing. Who bestowed such a title upon her? Hi. Selina, Wu Ling recalled the Catwoman's name, refraining from attempting to bond with her through her unreliable memory, and instead stated, I saw the Joker wreaking havoc again. We'll handle this. The Catwoman seemed oblivious to the undercurrents of tension, then inquired, but what brings you here? Good question. I would like to know myself. Wu Ling fell silent, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Chapter 83, Joker's Toxin. You seem to have encountered a bit of trouble. The Catwoman stood, a hint of wariness in her demeanor. Need assistance? No, Wu Ling did not articulate her thoughts, yet she heard herself say, this matter will be resolved shortly. I won't trouble you. With that, she turned to leave. The Catwoman watched her retreating figure fade away, her hand poised to message Batman faltered. Who are you? Wu Ling questioned her. Don't ask such foolish questions. I do not wish to condescend to my 10-year-ago self in terms of intelligence. The grown Wu Ling appeared to possess a more taciturn demeanor. I didn't sense you before. I thought we had switched bodies. Wu Ling found it strange that they now seemed to embody two distinct personalities. Then what am I body? It's merely a second. The Grim Reaper won't let you fall. That won't do. Wu Ling felt a surge of anger. Presenting her body to a stranger felt profoundly unsettling. Then let us hasten. The matured Wu Ling effortlessly scaled the rooftops, arriving at a factory. Observing the ever-changing streets, Wu Ling's heart sank with an ominous premonition. Where are we headed? To find Bruce? No, it is to empower you. Is this not the very purpose for which the Grim Reaper has sent you here? What is it that you seek? The sorceress remains unfazed by her predicament, for after all, her future self will be thriving a decade hence. Surely, she would not contemplate extinguishing the life of her past self simply due to her present discontent. What an unexpected visitor. A voice emanates from the shadows of the factory. Unmistakably familiar. What brings you to my domain? Could it be that following your separation from him, you wish to conspire with me for retribution? The Joker? What business do you have with the Joker? No, I have come to end your life. The Joker steps forth, as if he has heard a most amusing jest. You intend to kill me? How disheartening. I am aware that I have never been particularly well liked, but what gives you the right to harbor such disdain? Are we not kindred spirits? The sorceress cautions her. Hey, maintain your composure. Bruce did not eliminate him. If you were to take such action, you may never again set foot in Gotham. Are you angry? Angry about what? The sorceress is perplexed. He did not adhere to your suggestions. While she feels a twinge of anger, her scant knowledge renders her incapable of deciphering Bruce's motives, and she can only assert, everyone possesses their own perspective. Batman is widely acknowledged as astute, and he too has his own methods of operation. Do not make excuses for him. It is futile. He is but a puppet ensnared by strings, too constricted. For the first time, the adult sorceress reveals her innermost thoughts. You and he are misaligned in your worldviews. Youthful infatuations fade with the passage of time. He holds steadfast to his principles, and your existence cannot revolve solely around love. It would be prudent for you to withdraw for the benefit of all involved. The sorceress observes as she accepts a syringe from the Joker's hand. A pang of dread striking her. What do you intend to do with the Joker's blood? The Joker erupts into manic laughter. This is simply delightful. I am eager to witness the expression on his face when he sees you transformed in such a manner. He is on his way. Create a bit of trouble for him, but do not involve too many others. That would be meaningless. The adult sorceress injects the Joker's blood into her own veins. She regains control over her body, yet it is not as it was initially. Rather, she senses another self within her. Ha ha ha. The sorceress covers her mouth. Though her laughter escapes uncontrollably, she is unable to suppress her emotions, yearning to laugh aloud. No, do not restrain yourself. Let it all out, laugh. The Joker, recognizing her peculiar demeanor, dances about as though encouraging her. Be silent. The sorceress spits out a word between clenched teeth. How curious, you are not her, are you? The Joker continues to chatter beside her, inciting her irritation. The adult sorceress advises her. Remember this sensation, it will fortify you. You cannot return to that realm bearing the Joker's toxin, but as long as you retain the memory of this feeling, it shall accompany you always. Nonsense. The sorceress feels the agitation of the cursed insects within her body. I refuse to become a lunatic like him. No, you certainly will not become like this. Rather, you shall evolve into something far greater. The adult which appears as if she is observing an immature child. Do you understand why Catwoman refers to me as her queen? I have no desire to know. For you shall one day reign over the realm of sorcerers. Every revolution is accompanied by bloodshed, to varying degrees. The past may be concealed from Bruce, but after your relationship deepens, you will inevitably resort to violence, leading you both further apart. I am not one to be consumed by romantic illusions, yet I refuse to become a mere fool like the Joker. You will comprehend this in due time. I have never harbored regret. The witch ceased to listen, as her vision blurred, teetering on the precipice of death, engulfed in excruciating heat and cold, accompanied by a pain akin to being sliced. In such turmoil, a thought struck her. If this truly was herself from a decade hence, would she have to endure this agony once more? What kind of fool would subject themselves to such torment? No, it cannot be her. This must merely be a parallel world. Outside the factory, a tardy Batman listened to Robin's report through his earpiece. The Joker is inside. And Sylvia appears to have contracted some sort of virus. Something seems amiss. Batman's lips pressed into a thin line as he fired his grappling gun, preparing to traverse from the second floor. However, upon gazing down, he was met with a sight of corpses, and the Joker was nowhere to be found. The only figure standing, the witch leaned against the wall, her body twitching slightly, her breathing labored. Batman leaped down to assess her condition. Before he could approach, he noticed the witch lifting her gaze to meet his. He halted. Those eyes seemed foreign, reminiscent of a witch from many years past. Yet soon, the adult witch regained control of her body, exhibiting a remarkable tolerance for pain, standing upright with no trace of discomfort. Sylvia? Batman regarded her with a complex expression. You have arrived. The adult witch spoke, her voice a low rasp. I need to examine your condition, Batman replied, uncertain of what to say. No need. I feel quite well at present. This response weighed heavily on Batman's heart. What was it that you injected earlier? The Joker's blood, she answered candidly. What? Both Batman and Robin on the other end of the earpiece were startled. Chapter 84. Returning to reality. Why? Batman struggled to comprehend. She did not respond but took a few steps closer, rising on her toes to whisper in his ear, I must leave. I shall never return to Gotham again. Batman grasped her wrist. Why? We are simply not meant to have further contact. Only by separating can we pursue our respective paths. I do not wish to change you, yet you are eager to alter me. I merely believe that taking a life is wrong. Once you cross that threshold, it becomes exceedingly difficult to restrain oneself, Batman explained. You have your own methods of dealing with matters, and I have my own ways of conducting myself. I shall not interfere with your choices, and you should not attempt to impose your principles upon me. Can you truly ascertain that your manner of behavior is infallible, abandoning principles? Until our final moments. None can know who among us is more righteous. She appeared somewhat fatigued, grasping his arm, using Batman as a support. Yet her voice remained resolute. Once they trample upon the law, they forfeit its protection. I would willingly wield the butcher's knife, even if it makes me a dictator in my own realm. If one day someone deems my existence to be intolerable, let them come forth and end my life, considering it vengeance for those I have slain. No, that is not right. Batman enveloped her in his embrace. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth is not just. You see, I have stated my position. I shall not concern myself with you, and you must not interfere with me. Yet you cannot abide by this. Together we only torment one another. She pushed Batman away, creating distance between them. I simply do not wish for you. I am sorry. Batman understood she did not want to hear him assert that refraining from killing was the right path, so he fell silent. Why can you not treat me as you do Talia or Selina? Talia, as the daughter of the League of Assassins leader, has taken countless lives, while Catwoman occasionally disregards his rules. I cannot. Batman's lips trembled, helplessly watching her vanish from view, feeling as though a part of him had been hollowed out. I cannot treat you as I do them, for I do not love them, nor do I possess the right to dictate their actions. But I love you, and thus I cannot bear to see you tread down the wrong path. A decade is ample time for you to accomplish much. Thereafter, you may govern the wizarding world by laws of your own making, which would not greatly diverge from his own. The witch did not comprehend what her adult self was contemplating, even though her heart continued to ache. The fissures are merely small, they do exist, and there remains a chance they could expand, never to disappear entirely. He has persistently endeavored to alter my perspective. Yet how can he be so certain that I am the one in the wrong? Neither of us can persuade the other. I have grown weary of this impasse, and neither of us is willing to concede, or else we would have married by now. You should have awakened to this truth long ago. Very well. The witch no longer wished to engage in debate with her. She merely sought to know how she could return. No rush. Let us play a little longer. She replied with a peculiar smile. When the witch finally returned to her chamber, her palm cradled a crimson lotus, poised to hurl it at death. No. You may strike me with it without consequence, but a mere misstep could obliterate your abode. Death pressed against the witch's wardrobe, knowing that should the crimson flames be unleashed, the wooden cabinet would be incinerated. Give me a reason not to strike you. The witch gritted her teeth. Heaven knows where she had gone after departing from the first world, and heaven knows the turmoil within her upon confronting the maniacal laughter of the bat. Whether she had grown stronger was still uncertain, but she was acutely aware that her yearning for strength had reached its zenith, and her murderous intent towards death had intensified. Do you have any final words to say? Do not speak so. Killing me would bring you no benefit. I have yet to pay you the remaining balance. Death replied with a jesting tone. You have gained something from this journey. You have recognized a man unworthy of your affections, thus sparing yourself from years of squandered youth. Silence. He is not my Bruce. History is not immutable. The fact that I can encounter such mirth suggests that his realm may very well be a parallel world, rather than a future of this one. Upon hearing this, the spirit felt an indescribable agitation, as though the jester's poison had followed her soul. Perhaps, Death replied ambiguously. As the spirit watched Death depart, her irritation grew, prompting a desire to vent her frustrations. She finally turned to the grotesque doll, saying, Annabelle, take me to seek out your kind. Reluctantly, Annabelle floated upward. She too was not fond of mingling with other spirits, and with such a past. Would she not be perceived by other vengeful spirits as an intruder, subject to a beating? Yet, with this creature by her side, surely she would not be harmed. They ventured far into the darkness until arriving at a remote township, where Annabelle halted before a funeral home. The spirit noticed faint light within the establishment and embraced Annabelle, slowly making her way inside. The security guard on duty failed to notice her, lighting a cigarette and beginning to exhale clouds of smoke. The spirit entered the morgue, where the dim moonlight filtering through the windows rendered the entire room eerily unsettling. Yet, she felt no fear. Rather, the slight thrill heightened her excitement, sharpening her awareness of the peculiar atmosphere. Easily evading several gurneys, she approached the innermost bed by the window, where a female corpse lay. The spirit sensed something unusual. This body was alive. Drawing a dagger, she gazed at the still figure and abruptly thrust the blade into the woman's heart. There was no response. The body remained motionless. TSK. A phrase flitted through the spirit's mind, nameless corpse. She could no longer recall the contents of that film, yet remembered the desires of this body. As she pondered, a strange odor wafted into her nostrils, a nauseating mix of decaying flesh and cloying sweetness. The stench nearly induced her to retch, even causing Annabelle to become agitated in her arms. The spirit gagged slightly, taking a few steps back without withdrawing the dagger. She covered her nose, but the odor seemed to penetrate her very skin, persistently provoking a visceral reaction. Overcome by nausea, her previously restless mood was quelled. She ignited the corpse, extinguishing its intent to bewitch the living into completing a sacrificial ritual for the sake of resurrection. Chapter 85, Decisive Action. Upon returning home, Ling hardly slept. After taking a shower, she lay in bed, her eyes wide open until dawn. Miss Sylvia, breakfast is ready, Pleacha announced promptly at the door. Ling tossed the blanket aside, casually combed her hair, and made her way downstairs. Good morning, Sylvia. Harry and Sirius were engaged in light-hearted banter at the dining table and greeted her as she arrived. Good morning, Ling replied, her voice somewhat hoarse and lacking vitality. Sensitively attuned to her demeanor, Sirius approached her and inquired, What is wrong with your voice? Are you unwell? No, I'm perfectly fine. Ling waved her hand dismissively and slowly sipped a cup of hot milk. However, the situation was far from resolved. Around 9:30 in the morning, While Sirius and Harry were playing wizard's chess, they were suddenly startled by a haunting melody wafting from the second floor, the instrument indiscernible yet undeniably captivating, albeit imbued with an ominous aura. After a moment of listening, they abandoned their game and knocked on the door of a room upstairs. "Come in." Wu Ling was seated, her fingers deftly plucking a pipa, her posture unwavering. "Sylvia, what are you playing?" Sirius and Harry exchanged glances before Sirius voiced the question. "The pipa," Wu Ling replied with an emotionless tone, while the music emanating from the instrument grew increasingly foreboding. "Are you feeling down?" Harry couldn't help but ask. Wu Ling, harboring a desire for a confrontation, hesitated as the haunting memory of last night's corpse loomed over her. "A bit, but I just need to vent for a while." Harry and Sirius remarked, "That's not exactly venting. The entire household can hear you." Nonetheless, the murderous intensity in the pipa's melody had diminished significantly, the tune softening just enough to ease their concerns. Yet, they lingered in the room, only to find the music becoming fervent once more. Sirius pressed his hand against his chest, leaning against the door, struggling to catch his breath. As the piece concluded, Wu Ling frowned at the two leaning by the door and asked, "What are you doing?" Just taking a moment." Harry took a deep breath. "So am I," Sirius added, straightening up. "What was that piece you just played?" "Oh, I played Ambush on All Sides," Wu Ling replied casually. "Who composed it?" "I'd like to send something to the creator." Sirius forced a strained smile. Wu Ling found his demeanor peculiar and simply replied, "Send what?" "That composer has been long deceased for countless years." "Ah, I see. Then perhaps it's best to leave it be," Sirius remarked, still wishing to live a few more years. Wu Ling discovered that expressing her inner turmoil through music was remarkably effective. However, regrettably, there was one individual in the house, Egg, who found it rather intolerable. To ensure the healthy development of Sirius's child, Wu Ling had no choice but to cast a silencing charm outside the music room, for relinquishing her piano practice was out of the question. At most, she could refrain from disturbing the piece. Yet, despite this, both Harry and Sirius could immediately associate her presence in the music room with the melodies she was playing, although the ethereal essence would not inflict any tangible mental distress upon them. One must ponder whether spending several hours each day in the music room for an entire week might not be entirely beneficial. Both were deeply concerned about this peculiar behavior and contemplated sending her to St. Mungo's for an evaluation. However, this suggestion was firmly declined by the ethereal essence, as it was evidently a psychological matter, and St. Mungo's lacked psychological practitioners, did it not? Furthermore, she was reluctant to unveil her inner thoughts to others. This only served to heighten their anxiety. Just prior to the Quidditch World Cup, Dumbledore made an unexpected visit, accompanied by Snape. The ethereal essence became instantly alert. Yet a flicker of anticipation stirred within her. Might there be a confrontation? Dumbledore, observing her standing by the doorway, kindly inquired, "May we enter?" She stepped aside to allow them entry, then closed the door behind them. "Professor, what brings you here?" Professor Dumbledore, along with Harry and Sirius, approached to greet him, casting a somewhat disdainful glance at Snape. "Ah, and you as well, Snape." Subsequently, Sirius began to elucidate their purpose. "Your recent conduct has left us quite uneasy. Yet you refuse to visit St. Mungo's, so..." As he spoke, his voice grew softer, and upon noticing her impassive expression, he instinctively recoiled, resembling a chastised dog fearful of its owner's wrath. "There is no need for such trepidation." She observed him for a prolonged moment, and just as Sirius was on the verge of an audible confession, she chuckled softly. "I understand that your concern drives you to act this way. I do not mind." "Really?" Sirius's face lit up with surprise. Snape, standing to the side, let out a silent scoff, thinking how foolish it was to believe such a falsehood. Black truly was a simpleton. Yet, the ethereal essence nodded with a smile. "Is it not merely a case of acting first and explaining later? You handed this leverage into my hands yourself. I do not hold it against you. However, you lack the standing to comment on my earlier act of bloodletting prior to explaining the situation." After a thorough examination, Dumbledore lowered his wand. "I have not detected any traces of dark magic, yet there is indeed something peculiar." He then turned to Snape. "What is your perspective, Severus?" Snape, contemplating, replied, "I suspect it is a psychological issue. Has she encountered any recent stimuli?" "She has not ventured out lately. From where could she have been stimulated?" Before the ethereal essence could respond, Sirius interjected, casting a doubtful glance at Snape, almost brazenly implying he was a quack. Snape, unfazed by the insinuation, retorted, "If you possess a more credible hypothesis, I suggest you articulate it now." Sirius fell silent, at a loss for words. During this period, they lived together. Yet none could fathom the cause of the sudden change in the witch. Their only plausible conjecture was that she had encountered an object associated with dark magic, a theory that Dumbledore had promptly dismissed, leaving them utterly perplexed. Snape, anticipating this outcome, let out a derisive laugh. He attempted to loom over Sirius, as he often did with most students at the school, but given that Sirius was of similar stature, Snape abandoned the endeavor. "If you lack evidence for your conjecture, Refrain from questioning my judgment, for it serves no purpose other than to create chaos. Snape flicked his fingers against his robe, as if dispelling non-existent dust. This action rendered Sirius's expression ashen. In the end, neither Dumbledore nor Snape was able to devise a definitive treatment plan, recommending instead that the witch seek out a professional at St. Mungo's. She had indeed visited once, feeling as though her well-being was scrutinized relentlessly by Sirius and Harry, leading her to almost believe something was amiss. To escape such vigilant care, she reluctantly agreed to go to St. Mungo's in their company. Upon arrival, while she was perfectly fine, Sirius, for some inexplicable reason, was retching continuously, leaving the witch bewildered. What could be the matter? Could it be a psychological response akin to hatching an egg? This needed urgent attention, as physical ailments could lead to psychological discomfort, potentially affecting one's quality of life. Sirius extended his hand, declaring, "I suspect I merely have an upset stomach. There's no need to summon a healer." However, by then, a lady had approached them. "What seems to be the problem? Are you unwell?" The female physician strode confidently towards them. "No, it's not me. It's him." The witch pointed to Sirius. "Is it your stomach that troubles you?" The doctor inquired, observing Sirius retching into a wastebasket. "I am fine, I'm not." "Oh. It's nothing. Just have him examined." The witch thought it prudent to have a professional assess the situation. After a thorough examination, the physician gazed at them with a perplexed expression, hesitating to speak. "MS. Jones, is he seriously ill?" Harry asked anxiously. "No. This is a normal reaction. No, not at all. According to our tests, there's nothing unusual about your body, yet this response resembles that of pregnancy." "MS. Jones remarked, shaking her head in confusion. Sirius, as if stepping on a tail, exclaimed loudly, "Pregnancy? Don't speak nonsense. Hatching an egg is embarrassing enough. I haven't even told Harry. If that were the case." No, this cannot get out." MS. Jones regarded the group, then, with a hint of remorse, said, "I apologize. I misspoke. However, your body truly exhibits no issues. I once studied Muggle literature where I encountered a case of a woman who became pregnant, and her husband, out of profound love, exhibited similar physiological responses. Perhaps that is what you are experiencing." Harry, with a hint of sensitivity, perceived something amiss and turned to both Sirius and the witch. The witch, observing the troubled countenance of the female healer, said, "Miss Jones, might I trouble you to step outside for a moment?" "Very well, take your time," Miss Jones replied, aware that there might be underlying matters at play. Though tempted by the prospect of gossip, she chose to respect the patient's privacy and exited the ward. "Harry," the witch continued, casting her gaze upon another individual, "this matter is somewhat intricate." "It's all right, I can handle it," Harry responded, speculating that perhaps Sirius had engaged with a former romantic partner, just as the physician had implied. Upon hearing the exchange between the witch and Harry, Sirius felt as though his illustrious reputation was on the verge of ruin, and all of this transpired before his niece and godson, causing him considerable distress. Following the incident at the Shrieking Shack, before Sirius departed from Hogwarts, I had taken a few drops of his blood. "No, please, do not speak further." Sirius began to stutter, his expression unusually contorted. A potion capable of enabling asexually reproductive processes, a few drops of blood, combined with a special vessel, could facilitate the conception of a child. Yet the witch disregarded his protests and continued her discourse. Harry's worldview nearly shattered as he exclaimed, "There has never, ever been such a potion. I have never heard of it." The witch replied, "You recall the basilisk incident during our second year, do you not?" Sirius nodded in acknowledgement. "The basilisk hatched from a rooster's egg, and I found myself pondering how a rooster could lay an egg. Subsequently, I enlisted Professor Snape's assistance in concocting a potion that would allow men to conceive. Of course, one must weave lies into truths, ensuring that countless falsehoods corroborate one another without any logical inconsistencies. I initially intended to employ this potion on my future husband. After all, why should I be the one to bear children?" As the witch articulated such unsettling sentiments, the men present felt a chill of fear. However, Professor Snape failed to produce the potion I desired. Instead, he devised an even more formidable potion and alchemical creation. At the mere mention of Snape, Sirius instinctively felt a wave of nausea. Upon discovering that it was he who had developed the potion, his frustration regarding the witch's concoction transformed into a fierce ire directed towards Snape. The witch continued, "However, once Sirius escaped from Azkaban, I intended for him to utilize those substances. Although you are a fugitive, as long as he is concealed, he could perpetuate the black lineage. We could simply claim that he fathered a child during his escape. It would only require 3 months' time, and we could assess the efficacy of the potion." "But I am not a criminal. You were already aware of that," Sirius retorted, gazing at her with the reproachful eyes of a beleaguered dog. "And what of it?" The witch replied without a trace of remorse. "Does this conflict with my desire for you to ensure the continuation of the Black family line?" Though he had harbored this sentiment previously, having it voiced by the witch felt like a dagger piercing his heart. "Previously, I had consulted an oracle, and the results indicated that you possess no emotional line in your life, let alone the prospect of children. I believe it is imperative for you to contribute something to the Black family. Do you not agree? The spirit inquired. No, Sirius retorted, a rare moment of defiance. I think that even if I were to do something for the Black family, it should not be of this nature. The spirit, her demeanor icy, replied, Oh, I do not require your opinions. I only need my own. Upon hearing this, Harry found himself at a loss for words, ultimately resigned to follow Sirius. Both of them trailing behind the spirit with an air of despondency, as if life had lost all its allure. Years later, the spirit yearned for a child. She had acquired everything and now wished to indulge in the joys of parenthood. However, there was one predicament. She was unwilling to endure the 3-month incubation period. After much contemplation, the spirit resolved to place an advertisement for marriage, love me, and bear my child. Once this announcement circulated, a queue of hopefuls formed outside her castle each day, comprising not only men but women as well. After a rigorous selection process, the spirit was astonished to find that Bruce was absent from the list. Bruce responded, I am required for night patrols and often have to work consecutive nights. So it is truly impossible. The spirit snapped, Leave, I have no need of you. Chapter 87. The arrival of Lupin that night. Harry experienced a nightmare. In his dream, Voldemort conspired with an indistinct man about how to execute his plans to kill him, even going so far as to murder a muggle. His heart raced as if it had plummeted from a broomstick, nearly stopping altogether, and upon waking, he felt a searing pain in his forehead scar. Sitting up in bed, Harry noted that dawn had just begun to break, with faint light filtering through the curtains. He fumbled for his glasses on the bedside table while pressing a hand against his scar, then descended from his bed. He struggled to recall the details of his dream, pondering whether it foretold something significant. After contemplating for a while, finding no clarity, he dressed and went downstairs for breakfast. During the meal, he shared his troubling dream with Sirius and the spirit. Sirius, still reeling from the shocking news of a child in his belly, immediately became alert. What? Your scar hurt? You mentioned before that whenever it aches, it is connected to Voldemort. Harry was reminded of Sirius's current state, and, not wishing to exacerbate his worries, quickly added, But Voldemort cannot possibly be in this vicinity, can he? The spirit took a bite of her fried egg and remarked, He certainly cannot be here. If he had regained his former strength and was resurrected, I might not perceive it. However, if he were to appear in his current state, I would undoubtedly sense it. Sirius, not lacking in intelligence, countered, Surely it cannot be merely a coincidence that Harry had a dream, and now his scar hurts? This indeed posed a dilemma. Harry had initially thought the same, leaving him to wonder about the true nature of the situation. The scar you bear is a remnant of Voldemort. Perhaps his existence has forged a peculiar connection between you and him. Through it, you may experience fleeting sensory communion with Voldemort, suggesting that the scenes within your dreams could very well mirror the events he is presently navigating. Harry expressed his frustration, stating, But I do not know where he is. He mentioned a conspiracy to be enacted after the Quidditch World Cup, for during this period, the Ministry of Magic will impose a state of emergency to prevent us from being detected by muggles, hindering their movements. All of this remains mere speculation, Harry. There is no need for excessive worry, Sirius reassured him. He will inevitably reveal his true intentions. I understand, Harry managed a faint smile. Sirius was acutely aware that the psychological states of the two children, as well as his own, warranted attention. Yet, with only a handful of individuals in the household, should he summon Creature to comfort them? Thus, he sought out Lupin. Upon their meeting, Lupin regarded him with a hint of concern, asking, Have you encountered some trouble? With only 2 underage wizards in the house, and you needing to tend to the egg for several months, assistance is indeed necessary. Sirius was taken aback. How could you possibly know? We have not disclosed this matter to anyone. You were unaware? Lupin responded, equally astonished. I assumed this news had spread throughout the wizarding community. What exactly is going on? Speak plainly. I can handle it. Sirius began to feel a surge of agitation. No. Please calm down and do not lose your temper. Lupin gently grasped his arm, urging him to sit. Tell me, Moony, I must understand the situation. Sirius momentarily restrained his fury. The truth is that the spirits, upon discovering that you have successfully nurtured a healthy embryo, sought out Snape for the potion's formula. They then lavishly employed a cadre of skilled potion makers to produce this concoction and enlisted alchemists to create the eggshell, subsequently advertising in the newspapers that the potion was developed by the esteemed Master Snape, selling it for an exorbitant price. Sirius, bewildered by the absence of his involvement in this chain of events, queried, Then how could you possibly know of me? The issue lies in the incessant inquiries directed at Snape regarding the potion's effects. Eventually, he became exasperated and declared that you had personally tested the potion's efficacy, stating that in a few months, the Black household would welcome new life. Lupin recounted, carefully monitoring Sirius's expression, prepared to divert the conversation should his anger reach its zenith. So, Sirius gritted his teeth, That sniveling brat has made my egg-laying situation public knowledge. It is not quite to that extent, Lupin soothed him, at most. Only the wizards are aware. At most? Ugh. Sirius could not restrain himself any longer and retched again. What did you disclose to him? The spirits instructed Creature to escort Sirius back to his room to rest, while they turned to Lupin to inquire about the unfolding events. Remus Lupin, acutely aware of his own shortcomings, expressed a twinge of guilt as he admitted, I inadvertently let slip the news about him incubating the egg to several people. Meanwhile, Sirius Black's ire was understandable, given the circumstances. The atmosphere grew tense as Lupin was advised by Sirius to find a room of his own, and a deep sigh escaped him. He felt as though he was encircled by a throng of Gryffindors, an unsettling sensation indeed. Lupin's own situation was far from enviable. Though he found the provisions and comforts here superior to those he experienced while teaching at Hogwarts, he endured significant emotional turmoil. Sirius's fluctuating moods while tending to the egg demanded that Lupin assume the role of a supportive partner, offering solace and understanding. Harry, having finally acquired the attention of a caring godfather, found himself disheartened to discover within mere days that Sirius had a child. He attempted to reconcile his feelings, managing to conceal his discomfort remarkably well. Had it not been for Lupin's keen perception, it might have gone unnoticed. Consequently, Lupin endeavored to have a heart-to-heart with Harry, providing him with some comfort. However, the situation with Sirius proved to be the most challenging. Confident in her ability to self-regulate, Sirius rebuffed Lupin's attempts to engage her in conversation. In a moment of frustration, she even suggested they spar to expend some energy. Lupin, reliant on her hospitality, found himself without valid reasoning to decline. He became an unwilling target for her frustrations, a predicament inherent to his dependence on her generosity. Yet, Sirius seemed dissatisfied with the sparring sessions. Despite Lupin's commendable reflexes and dueling skills, her speed and strength were unparalleled, leaving him utterly defenseless during their encounters. Eventually, she expressed her disinterest in continuing the bouts, stating, I shall return to this when the moon is full. I believe a werewolf would provide a more satisfying challenge. Lupin, nursing the phantom ache in his jaw, retorted, that won't do. During our time at Hogwarts, you nearly broke my jaw. Werewolves, you know, have elongated jaws that are prone to fracture. Chapter 88. Not even twins resemble each other so closely before Lupin succumbed to mental fatigue. The three younger children in the household finally found a distraction, the Quidditch World Cup. Sirius and the Weasley family arranged to meet near the campsite. While they could have used a portkey, the necessity of transporting the egg prompted Sirius to insist on exercising caution. However, this seemed rather contradictory. Seated in the back of a luxurious white Rolls-Royce, Harry felt somewhat uncomfortable, acutely aware that this vehicle far surpassed his firebolt in cost. Could he possibly consider taking a night bus instead? He was well aware of the experience that entailed. This egg was far more precious than any expectant mother. Being the very first of its kind, and no one knew how to care for it properly, Harry fell silent. Yet he sensed that the other vehicles on the road were deliberately steering clear of their opulent carriage, perhaps out of fear of incurring damages they could not afford. Upon arriving at their destination, Harry noted the stark disparity between the number of muggles and wizards in his line of sight, an observation that left him feeling somewhat incredulous. Before arriving here, the spirits had enlisted assistants to prepare several sets of casual attire, with a few wizards presenting themselves in a manner more mundane than muggles. Upon disembarking, most of those who engaged in conversation were muggles rather than wizards. Harry managed to navigate the situation with difficulty, while Sirius wore a cold expression, deterring others from approaching. Despite his expensive clothing, Lupin felt quite uncomfortable surrounded by so many muggles. Oh, my heavens, that vehicle is truly magnificent, exclaimed a muggle standing not far away. Lupin struggled to extricate himself from the enthusiasm of the muggles and followed them to find the spirit's tent. It's been a while, Sirius. Lucius and Draco emerged from a tent that resembled a small palace, greeting Sirius with a hint of arrogance. Their gaze lingering for a few moments on the egg he was holding. Nearly incensed by Lucius's demeanor, Sirius retorted, What are you staring at, Lucius? Nothing, merely observing. Lucius replied, aware of Sirius's association with the spirits and reluctant to provoke a confrontation. Sirius felt he had made a grave mistake by coming here. Since Lucius was already aware of the situation, others would surely regard him with scrutiny. Good evening, Mr. Malfoy, the spirit interjected after Sirius's unintentional conversation. Attempting to smooth over the tension, we're going to our tent to drop off our belongings. We shall see you shortly. Lucius nodded with restraint. Very well, until then. Draco, having had no opportunity to speak with her, turned to the spirit as Lucius led him away, giving a subtle wink that silently conveyed, see you soon. The spirit glanced at the peacocks tethered outside the Malfoy tent and guided the others around to a large white tent situated at the back. Creature had already arrived, having set up the tent, awaiting their entrance for some much-needed rest. The interior was significantly more spacious than it appeared from the outside, with each person afforded their own bedroom, and even room for two more if necessary. After placing their belongings down, they sought out the Weasley family and Hermione. The spirit recalled that this competition would likely attract some Death Eaters, and she harbored hopes of encountering a couple, yearning to deliver them a thorough thrashing. However, regrettably, she could not recall which one intended to cause trouble, thus rendering her unable to confront them in advance. After sitting in the Weasley tent for a brief while, they returned to their own to rest, as the hour had grown quite late. The following morning, the spirit awoke to discover a rare, splendid day, with the sun shining brightly. She rose and fashioned a simple braid, practical and cool, perfectly complementing her little white dress, resembling an outing in the countryside. As she strolled between the tents, she observed many wizards who were not adept at donning Muggle attire, their ensembles appearing quite peculiar. To her surprise, she encountered a familiar face. "Good morning, Cedric," she greeted. The person across from her wore a bewildered expression. "Do I resemble Cedric that much? You are the third person to greet me in such a manner." It was at this moment that Ling realized the person before her had no heartbeat and an unusually low body temperature. A vampire? Ling blinked, an ominous feeling surging within her. "Hello, I am Edward Cullen." The young man opposite her extended his hand. Upon hearing this name, Ling felt a complex mix of emotions confirming her suspicions. It was not entirely unexpected. She introduced herself and reciprocated the gesture, saying, "I have heard of the Cullen family. You are a vegetarian vampire, correct?" Edward nodded. "Indeed. You have yet to answer my question. Do I truly resemble someone you know?" Ling thought to herself. It's not just a resemblance. It's as if they are two actors playing the same role. Very much so, like fraternal twins. She remarked, her gaze drifting past Edward's shoulder to spot Cedric in the distance. "Look, Cedric." Ling no longer felt awkward calling out a name in public. Cedric looked up, and a moment of recognition passed between him and Edward, their identical faces revealing similar expressions. Cedric regained his composure first, turning to Ling. "Sylvia. This is..." Ling introduced the two. "Hello, Edward. It is a pleasure to meet you, Cedric." Observing them closely, she was astonished to find that even their hair was identical, prompting her to ponder certain philosophical questions. Can one step into the same river twice? It is well known that Robert Pattinson portrayed both Cedric and Edward at different times, and thus they should not be identical, even if clad in the same attire. To Ling, this felt like an impossibility unfolding before her eyes, compelling her to reconsider the nature of reality itself. As she was lost in these philosophical musings, Edward and Cedric's conversation reached its conclusion. "Alice is calling me. Farewell, Cedric. Farewell, Sylvia." Edward smiled at them. "Oh, goodbye, Edward." Ling snapped back to reality. "What were you thinking about?" Cedric noticed her moment of distraction. "Philosophical questions, and I believe no twins could possibly resemble you two more." Cedric smiled gently at her words. "I think so too." Chapter 89. He has arrived. They strolled around, engaged in lively conversation. Cedric recounted the Quidditch match from the previous semester. "You played exceptionally well. I look forward to competing against you in this year's Quidditch match." Ling humbly replied, "It was perhaps a matter of luck. You have organized a formidable team in Hufflepuff. You still surpass me. I can sense your innate talent in Quidditch. Which team do you support?" Cedric was quite unaware of the humility displayed by the witch spirit, yet he held great admiration for her prowess. The witch spirit had also taken note of the Quidditch World Cup, remarking that Victor Crumb was indeed formidable, but he was but one individual. "I too believe that the Irish team shall triumph," she stated. Cedric responded with a smile. "Sylvia." The trio noticed the witch spirit in the distance and waved at her. The witch spirit bid farewell to Cedric and made her way towards them. "Is that Cedric Diggory?" Harry inquired, watching Cedric's retreating figure. The witch spirit nodded. "Indeed. It is he. What were you discussing just now?" "You seem quite cheerful," Hermione observed, curiosity piqued. The witch spirit was candid. "We were deliberating on which team would emerge victorious. Moreover, when I left today, I encountered a boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to Senior Cedric. And he was a vampire." "What? Identical? Twins would be marvelous." The Weasley twins approached her, excitement etched on their faces. Ron glanced at his brothers, suddenly feeling a twinge of fear. A vampire? How could he resemble Diggory so closely? "This is a question I too ponder," the witch spirit replied. "But they truly resemble you both even more." The twins were immensely intrigued. "Do you know where he is? We would love to see that vampire in person." They made their way towards the campsite, eager to return for breakfast. "Do not pursue that, lest you provoke the vampire and place yourselves in peril." Percy, who had arrived nearby at some point, disapproved of this suggestion. "Uff, no one takes Percy's words to heart," came the dismissive response. The groups parted ways, with the witch spirit and Harry returning to their tent. There, Creature had prepared a pot of seafood porridge, the aroma wafting enticingly, causing envy among the wizards still struggling to ignite their fires. After breakfast, several young witches and wizards gathered to play cards or ventured out to seek other friends, simply passing the time. As afternoon faded into evening, the entire campsite began to transform. Numerous vendors appeared, materializing through apparition. pushing their carts laden with an array of peculiar wares. Ron emptied his summer savings, carefully selecting souvenirs as he passed various stalls. The witch spirit's desire to purchase was modest. She acquired a magical telescope and a bag of nuts. However, considering her companions, she also purchased snacks, marinated delicacies, fruit platters, and beverages. Initially, Sirius had declined to try chicken feet, but after tasting them once, they found a place in his culinary repertoire. They followed Arthur into the premier box, where the view of the entire arena was splendid. The witch spirit observed the incessant advertisements with a sense of regret. The pregnancy potion had been developed rather late and lacked renown. By the time it garnered any recognition, the Quidditch World Cup would commence, rendering any financial investment too late. However, it matters not. How many individuals inhabit the Wizarding World? Even for such a grand event, accommodating merely 100,000 seems rather insufficient. Recently, the spirit of the witch has reached out to Yuan Kong, urging him to connect with clients within the upper echelons of the Muggle society. Particularly those grappling with infertility who fear their wealth may attract the covetous gaze of other families. They are indeed potential clients. It is important to recognize that the pregnancy potion signifies more than mere reproduction. It guarantees conception upon consumption. Those tormented by infertility, as well as individuals desiring children yet fearful of gender, would undoubtedly welcome such a potion. As time progressed, the number of attendees in the box increased. Arthur Weasley was incessantly shaking hands with those who were evidently distinguished wizards. Many among them recognized Sirius Black, yet for various reasons, they hesitated to approach him closely. Even though he had cleared his name, others could not help but harbor peculiar sentiments towards a man who had spent over a decade in Azkaban. Sirius appeared largely unfazed. Should they wish to greet him, he would not be inclined to reciprocate. Cornelius Fudge soon arrived, and the competition was nearing its commencement. Fudge introduced Harry to the Bulgarian Minister of Magic, and the two exchanged pleasantries while observing Harry with a sense of curiosity. This, however, incited a twinge of jealousy in Percy. The spirit of the witch, initially somewhat indifferent, froze in surprise upon witnessing the final arrival to the box. Wu Hong, adorned in an exquisitely crafted silver robe, entered, causing the proud-faced elderly wizards to shift from aloofness to astonishment, rising to their feet. Old friend, it has been many years. Merlin, 50 years have passed, and you remain so youthful. It is truly incredible. You look precisely as you did 60 years ago. The witch was momentarily taken aback. Was he not her uncle? Why was everyone referencing time and decades? Was he truly that old? This misunderstanding was not wholly her fault. The witching clan had never perceived this as a significant matter, nor had anyone broached the subject of Wu Hang's age before her. Consequently, she was unaware that Wu Hong was indeed over 120 years old. Indeed, he was 90 years her mother's senior. And Wu Yu and Regulus were involved in a romantic relationship. Wu Hong did not bestow much regard upon them, offering only a slight nod before taking a reserved seat in the last available spot. As for Fudge, who was he to them? What troubles you? Harry noticed the witch had suddenly adopted a very proper posture, akin to a student awaiting correction from a teacher. It is nothing. Have I not always sat this way? She thought, wishing for him to be silent. Hey, we are here to watch Quidditch, Fred remarked, having noticed her demeanor with a hint of discontent. George chuckled. It's not like we're in Snape's class. So, there is no need for such formality. Ling was exasperated by her uncooperative companions. Yet with Wu Hong watching from behind, she refrained from voicing her frustration, merely stating, look, the match is about to commence. Upon hearing this, they promptly shifted their focus to the game. Chapter 90. Is it really just a familiar face? Before the match began, there was a display of the mascots from both teams. Maiwa's dance caused the atmosphere to spiral out of control. Ling watched Harry and Ron's peculiar antics, suppressing her laughter and choosing not to remind them of their behavior. Once the teams took to the field, Ling gradually became engrossed in the match, temporarily overlooking Wu Hong's presence behind her. It was not until the game concluded, and they all stood up, that Ling caught a glimpse of Wu Hong's oddly amused expression. Suddenly, she stumbled, nearly losing her footing. How careless. Wu Hong steadied her. An elderly wizard who had previously known Wu Hong realized something unusual and approached, inquiring, and who might this be? This is my sister's child, Wu Hong replied, releasing her. Ah, I see. I thought that was your child. My apologies, I meant nephew, the wizard stammered. Wu Hong paid him little mind, and the man seemed unfazed, accustomed to Wu Hong's temperament. Wu Ling remained silent, reflecting, with such an unpleasant disposition, is it truly fair of you to meddle in my friendships? Upon learning of Wu Hong's identity, Sirius was exceedingly warm, expressing gratitude. I truly appreciate your care for my niece over the years. Wu Hong found his chatter tiresome and lightly responded. Her mother is still present. Sirius's face momentarily reflected embarrassment before he quickly regained composure. Indeed, I have not seen my sister-in-law in many years. You will soon, as she and Regulus will return to accompany you during the birth. Wu Hong's words caught him off guard once more. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Sirius was at a loss as to how to respond, whether to rejoice at Regulus's survival or to feel disheartened that the news of her pregnancy had spread so widely. Regardless, Sirius realized that he shared little common ground with this individual named Wu-Hing, akin to those insufferable Slytherins, excluding Wu-Ling, who seemed to have pride ingrained in their very being. Back inside the tent, Harry and Sirius expressed their concerns, as Wu-Ling had been taken aside by her uncle for a conversation. I never expected her uncle to be such a person. He comes across as a merciless old professor, much like those Slytherins, Sirius remarked, rubbing his stomach and feeling slightly queasy. Do not be so harsh, Bigfoot. He taught Sylvia remarkably well, Remus interjected, somewhat exasperated. On that note, you ought not to be overly critical of him. Harry refrained from joining their critique, recalling the look Wu-Hing had cast upon them earlier, which he found far more unsettling than his encounters with Voldemort in his first year or the figure in his dreams commanding a giant serpent to kill. Moreover, Wu-Hing seemed to discern something, casting a warning glance at him. He did not even dare to meet Wu-Hing's eyes, which left Harry feeling utterly frustrated. Uncle, I thought you would not leave the Wu clan until the next high priest was chosen. Why have you come out? Wu-Hing, with an all-seeing gaze, looked down at her and replied, what? As the high priest, do I not possess the right to roam freely? Or do you believe I would agree to take on this role knowing that the high priest must remain within the clan year-round? No, it's just that you haven't ventured out in over a decade, so I assumed. Wu-Ling hastily interjected. Is there a specific reason for your departure this time? Is it forbidden for me to come out without a purpose? You are right. I have not stepped outside in years, and it is indeed time for me to explore, lest I become a relic of a bygone era, Wu-Hing reflected. Wu-Ling, with righteous fervor, declared, you remain as beautiful as ever. How could you ever become a relic? Ah, Wu-Hing, unwilling to squander more time, continued, before I arrived here, I encountered your former boyfriend at Qingqing Mountain. Wu-Ling momentarily failed to grasp the implication, then exclaimed, Bruce? Qingqing Mountain. Indeed, he has changed somewhat. Sporting a beard to conceal his identity, Wu-Hing affirmed. Wu-Ling responded, no, that is not the point. The crucial matter is how you came to know him. Well, that was indeed a rather foolish question, as your possessiveness rivals that of Batman. We have not been in contact for over a year, Wu-Ling realized, feeling a pang of annoyance at Bruce for his year-long silence. While she could understand his need for secrecy, she concluded that he was no longer worth her time. The suppressed flames of frustration within her began to rekindle. Wu-Hing remained non-committal and swiftly shifted the topic, saying, today, I witnessed a pair of twins and two individuals who bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, despite having no connection. It was quite peculiar. Wu-Ling struggled to keep pace with his abrupt topic changes. Yes, I have seen them too. One is human, the other a vampire. I noticed them because they share many similarities with your boyfriend's current appearance, Wu-Hing remarked. Would you like to see a photograph of him now? All right, Wu-Ling replied. How do you even have a photo of Bruce? It wouldn't be a clandestine shot, would it? That's rather creepy. As she took the photograph, she found that the person within bore little resemblance to the Bruce she remembered at first glance. It seemed as though he had entirely changed his face. Yet, upon closer inspection, she could see traces of the familiar features she once knew. This was indeed strange. Wu-Ling began to suspect that Wu-Hing had deliberately altered the image to tease her. Indeed, Wu-Hing observed her reaction with satisfaction, nodding. I intended to use this photo to challenge your taste. In such a place, I encountered two individuals who remarkably resembled him. Do you not agree that you are drawn to a rather common face? The words of the witch lingered unspoken as she stood foolishly in place, lamenting the commonality of faces. How beautiful Bruce's visage had been, universally acknowledged as a gem of Gotham. And Cedric, too, possessed a countenance rare to find. Anything but ordinary would suffice. Thus, she discreetly tucked the photograph into her pocket, pondering her uncle's purpose for being there. Surely, he had not come solely to escort her parents. Of course not, Wu-Hing replied, casting her a curious glance. Why would you think that? My presence here is due to a divination I performed. I have heard whispers of merriment in England over the past 2 years. After spending so many years among the witches, China has become too tranquil, leaving me yearning for excitement. Hence, I have come here. The witch fell into a somber silence, her heart racing with the realization that he intended to remain for several more years. Chapter 91. Midnight Turmoil. Wu-Hing scrutinized her for a moment before suddenly inquiring. Have you been feeling off recently? What? The witch lifted her gaze, only to avert it upon meeting his, instinctively retorting, how could that be? I've merely been at home, going out at midnight to burn corpses and racing on the roads during the day. Is that not normal? Wu-Hing unflinchingly exposed her contradictions. Honestly, you and our headmaster should have plenty to discuss. Wu-Hing clasped his hands behind his back. Yet at your age, a little restlessness is quite typical. Even your mother occasionally acts without thinking. There was indeed a discomfort in her heart lately. All right, enough. I should have anticipated this. You treat both me and my mother as if we were mere children. Finding her current expression of suppressed frustration amusing, Wu-Hing showed mercy. Very well. You should return to rest. Your school term begins in a few days, and we have ample time for conversation. Upon returning to the tent, the witch discovered that both Harry and Sirius were already asleep, with only Remus remaining awake, waiting for her. She understood that sleep would elude her that night. She lay on her bed, fully clothed, attempting to find solace. After a while, the jubilant cheers from the Irish team were gradually overshadowed by sounds of terror. The witch reached for a handgun from her bedside and stashed 2 magazines in her pocket. Due to the regulations prohibiting underage witches from using magic off campus, she had not even brought her wand. Speaking of wands, she suddenly recalled that in the original tale, Harry's wand had been stolen on this very night. Thus, the rule against underage witchcraft off campus rendered a stick on her person rather futile. A voice called from outside, "Sylvia, are you awake? There's trouble outside. I heard. Please hurry and wake Sirius and Harry," the witch replied as she stepped outside. Sirius was placing an egg in a box, repeatedly casting protective charms over it. Damn it. It must be those Death Eaters. I knew the ministry should have apprehended them all. The sorceress observed Sirius's actions, astonished at how swiftly he adapted to this new identity. She then averted her gaze slightly and remarked, "This tent is imbued with special magic, offering considerable defensive capabilities. Are we truly to remain inside while the crowd departs? Given the peculiar circumstances, it seems unwise." Harry too recognized the peril of venturing out into the darkness, particularly for Sirius, whose face betrayed a flicker of hesitation. If this tent is indeed secure, he mused. "Hey, what do you mean? I don't require protection. I am perfectly well," Sirius exclaimed, displaying a commendable bravery. His audacity sometimes bordered on recklessness, yet now, with a box containing an egg in hand, he had to reconsider. Was this tent truly as sturdy as claimed? If the other tents had been incinerated, theirs would undoubtedly stand out and draw the attention of those bent on destruction. "Unless we first eliminate those troublemakers," the sorceress declared coldly, raising her firearm. The others, perceiving her serious demeanor, quickly restrained her hand. No, that's unnecessary. In times like these, it is wiser to proceed with caution." They collectively resolved to evacuate. Creature kept a protective watch over Sirius, while Harry walked alongside him. Ready to assist him, Lupin led the way, illuminating their path with a flickering light, while the sorceress brought up the rear. As they traversed the path, they encountered a throng of masked marauders. Had Sirius not been preoccupied with the box he carried, he might have been tempted to brandish his wand against them. The crowd was large, and using a firearm posed a risk of collateral damage. Should he strike one of them, they might retaliate by torturing their captive, leaving the sorceress feeling somewhat constrained. However, the audacity of the masked figures did not last long. Roots from the ground surged upward, and one root shot forth, violently tearing off a masked man's arm. "Ah!" he screamed, yet simultaneously attempted to retrieve his wand with his remaining hand. The other masked figures began to evade the encroaching roots, abandoning their torment of the Muggles, casting them aside as they raised their wands in defiance. The sorceress recognized this as the handiwork of an individual seeking amusement, momentarily alleviating her tension. Seizing the opportunity, she fired a shot, the bullet piercing the man's forehead and leaving a gaping wound before he collapsed. Using a Muggle weapon to slay a wizard would likely instill fear in these inhumane beings for some time. The skirmish concluded swiftly among the masked assailants. 2 cunning ones managed to escape via apparition, while the others remained. They regrouped beside the forest, joining the Weasley family. Ron and Harry embraced briefly before Ron lamented that the darkness obscured his path, causing him to stumble. Lucius, along with his wife and son, gazed towards this direction, their eyes catching the glimmer of a pistol held by the witch, recalling the hapless individuals they had just witnessed being easily captured. They felt relieved for heeding the witch's counsel and refraining from joining in their mischief at that moment. The witch soon heard footsteps approaching from not far away in the woods. The sound was quite pronounced, and Harry and his companions also took notice. The adventurous spirit of Gryffindor stirred within them, urging them to investigate further. However, the witch intervened, advising everyone to remain together in the darkness and avoid wandering off, lest they encounter some unsavory characters. Draco, too, had caught wind of their presence, and the thought of these reckless lions seeking trouble amused him. One day, when they truly experienced pain, they would come to understand the adage that curiosity killed the cat. Just then, a massive dark mark appeared in the sky. The witch beheld the grotesque symbol, finding its design utterly repugnant. That wretched bald man had not only rendered himself unsightly, but had also compelled others to bear his hideous tattoos. However, whose wand had young Barty Crouch appropriated this time? Barty Crouch swiftly encircled the area with a group of individuals, pointing their wands at those who had ventured close, deeming them as suspects. The wizards from the Ministry of Magic employed a spell that rendered onlookers incapable of resistance. The witch merely observed the spectacle, noting as they apprehended a house elf from behind a bush. Chapter 92, Reunion of Brothers. They returned to their tent and rested for several hours. The following morning, They began to pack up to depart. The witch noticed an extended Lincoln parked near her vehicle, stirring a sense of unease within her. When Wu Heng approached, flanked by Fudge and other ministry personnel, her apprehension peaked. "Come over and sit." Wu Heng beckoned as he reached the family Lincoln. "We can continue our conversation from last night." Under the gaze of the onlookers, the witch pointed at Sirius and the others, indicating, "I am the only one among us who can drive. If you take me away, they will merely be left to watch." With a hint of impatience, Wu Heng produced his wand and pointed it at a nearby Rolls-Royce, instantly shrinking it to a model size. "Come, let's all take a seat." The witch reluctantly picked up the miniature and ushered the others into the extended Lincoln. Though Fudge's face bore a trace of displeasure at being slighted, he dared not voice a complaint. The witch found amusement in the situation, yet once inside the vehicle, she sat upright, maintaining her composure, causing the other three to unconsciously gravitate towards her. Wu Heng kindly reminded them, "It will take 3 hours to drive back." Yes, yes. They all acknowledged, aware of the time required. 3 hours of sitting like this may prove taxing on your back, Wu Heng reiterated. "Indeed, there is nothing to be done. You appear quite formidable." After a moment of reflection, Wu Heng added, "Thus, for the sake of the egg you are holding, there is no need for you to overexert yourselves. Everything else is secondary. I find it utterly meaningless to sit up straight. Why is it always me?" Sirius lamented. Wu Heng opened the small refrigerator in the vehicle and retrieved a platter of fruits and beverages, akin to a gracious host welcoming guests. The others exchanged glances, uncertain whether to partake, but Wu Ling, understanding the unspoken cue, took a grape, prompting the others to follow suit. The atmosphere transformed into one of warmth and camaraderie. After a while of snacking, Wu Heng invited Lupin and Sirius to engage in a game of cards, excluding the 2 younger ones. Wu Ling and Harry sat together, pondering how to pass the remaining 2 hours. "Hey, Sylvia, let us play gobstones," Harry suggested, feeling that sitting idly was quite absurd. "I don't want to play." Wu Ling declined the game, only to realize, "Did you bring gobstones to watch a Quidditch match?" "Ah, yes. It is a fine way to pass the time before the match," Harry replied. Another silence ensued, and Wu Ling sighed as she observed Harry, who looked despondent in the corner. "If you truly find it unbearably dull, let us play chess," she proposed. "Wizard's chess?" Harry perked up. Wu Ling shook her head. "No, go." "Oh, it appears you are not familiar with it." 3 minutes later, Wu Ling placed a stone on the board, declaring, "Connect 5. You have lost." Harry finally comprehended her strategy, and, although he lost, he was not disheartened. "Let us play again." They continued their game of Go, with several adults occasionally joining in and expressing admiration for this form of entertainment. Eventually, the vehicle came to a stop, and Wu Ling and Harry were the first to leap out. Wu Ling then approached the figure standing at the entrance with joy. "Mom and Dad." Harry watched the family embrace, a tinge of envy in his eyes. Sirius hesitated to approach. Lupin stood beside him, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. After Sirius had steeled himself and taken several deep breaths, he finally approached Regulus. Regulus greeted him before he could speak, then glanced at the egg in Sirius's hands. "Is this my nephew?" The brothers navigated the initial silence and awkwardness, gradually rediscovering their former familiarity. "That child even deceived me into believing you were dragged into the lake by a ghoul. I thought I would never see you again." "Thankfully, that was a lie," Sirius said, giving Regulus's shoulder a friendly pat. "Not at all. I assure you, I spoke no falsehood back then," Wu Ling interjected, determined to clarify her position. Sirius looked at her in surprise, then turned to Regulus for confirmation. Regulus gently remarked, "Sylvia did not deceive you. After all, I have a wonderful wife who rescued me from the lake of infernal corpses and subsequently revived me through a unique method." "Revived? That is inconceivable," Sirius thought to himself, feeling the need to process this revelation slowly. "Who do you hold in such disdain?" Wu Heng, initially intent on selecting a room, paused on the staircase, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Sirius. Although Wu Heng stood impressively at a height of 185 meters, Sirius towered at 190 meters. Standing at the same level now created an undeniable aura of intimidation. Overwhelmed by this presence, Sirius suddenly comprehended why Wu Ling held such fear of him. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he stammered, I am not questioning your family's capabilities, merely struggling to come to terms with this." Only then did Wu Heng withdraw his gaze and resume his own affairs. It was not until Wu Heng's figure vanished from sight that Sirius exhaled in relief, muttering, "Your uncle is truly formidable." "Do not speak so," Wu Yu replied, frowning at him. "Ah, my apologies." Sirius recalled that Wu Yu was still present. Wu Yu waved her hand dismissively. "No need, but I must mention that he will know if you speak ill of him." Sirius was taken aback, turning to observe Wu Ling, who confirmed with a nod. Sirius swallowed hard, feeling as though his life hung by a thread. "Do not worry," Wu Yu reassured him, noticing his palpable fear. "My brother would not act against a pregnant woman, or rather, one in the postpartum period. You still have a reprieve." Did a death sentence being commuted to a suspended sentence count as good news for Sirius? Lupin noticed the sudden influx of guests in the house and suggested his departure. Now that there are so many people to care for you and the children, though something feels amiss, I can leave with a lighter heart, Lupin conveyed to Sirius. Reluctantly, Sirius responded. Moony, I know you have not fared well these past years. How about we find a larger house? It is rather cramped here, and my little pets have no space to roam. Out of nowhere, Wu Hung appeared. Before the two could react, Wu Ling shrieked, What pets? Did you bring out the giant lizard? Chapter 93. Am I furious? The giant lizard, Wu Heng's new pet, designated 682. Known as the immortal Sin Lizard, was hostile and aggressive towards almost all forms of life and possessed extraordinary vitality and regenerative capabilities. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that Wu Ling had witnessed Wu Hung pummel it for an extended duration, rendering it incapable of recovery. After which it lay motionless, akin to a newly born salted fish. Despite this, the destructive potential of 682 remained astonishing, with an exceedingly aggressive nature. If Wu Hung truly brought it here, then they would indeed need to seek a more spacious residence. Where on earth did he acquire those containment objects? Wu Ling quietly inquired of Wu Yu. It is said that it was stolen from an organization known as the Hand of Serpent, and I suspect it was merely a case of black eating black, a venture in which he has become quite adept, Wu Yue responded. Black eating black? Quite unsurprising indeed. Given that this family is anything but ordinary, their intended relocation to a secluded countryside estate, one of Bruce's breakup compensations, makes perfect sense. Your ex-boyfriend is rather generous, remarked Wu Hung, as he recognized the origin of the property. Ex-boyfriend? Wu Yue, Regulus, Sirius, and Lupin all turned in astonishment towards Wu Ling. What? Is it so difficult to comprehend that at my age one could have an ex-boyfriend? Wu Ling expressed her dissatisfaction with their reactions. Sirius was particularly animated. You are so young. Early romance is inappropriate. I did not even have a girlfriend at your age, nor did Harry experience any early romance, right? Called out. Harry replied, Indeed, I did not. Sirius, how did you manage to strike so accurately? Wu Yue added, When I was your age. Wu Ling preemptively cut her off. I was merely an ordinary priestess, expelled from the priesthood upon reaching a certain age. Wu Yue, feeling stabbed, retorted, You couldn't even be a regular priestess, you little brat. I refuse to believe that no one pursued you at my age. Wu Ling gestured towards Sirius and Regulus, asserting that everyone's thoughts vary. And it suffices to say that he has indeed become an ex-boyfriend. Sirius proudly lifted his chin. Not just anyone can be my girlfriend. Wu Ling inwardly scoffed, because your heart is filled with your dear buddies. Regulus then glanced at Wu Yue, stating, At that time, I had no such thoughts. I was infatuated with your mother at first sight. Regulus had lived a tranquil life among the witches in recent years, a lifestyle and rhythm starkly different from that of the Black family, which had quietly transformed his character. Now, he possessed an extraordinarily good temper and was well aware of how to confront life as perilous dilemmas. Indeed, Wu Yue expressed her satisfaction with his response, no longer fixating on whether he had an ex-girlfriend. In the remaining days, Wu Hung found himself with little to do, thus preparing to train the two children. Wu Ling managed to cope, while Harry was thoroughly exhausted. Wu Ling sympathized with him, offering guidance on how to alleviate fatigue after each training session, striving for him to be able to stand and assist her with the workload the next day. Amidst such intense training, Wu Ling had no inclination to seek trouble with Rita Skeeter, who had been spouting nonsense in the newspapers, merely noting her in her little book of grudges. As September 1st approached, the two awoke early, gathered their neatly packed belongings, and hastily consumed breakfast before preparing to catch the train. They boarded the train quite early, and it was only upon settling into their compartment that Harry finally relaxed. I understand you now. Your uncle is truly terrifying. Wu Ling casually nodded. I know this. It has not been a day or two. Harry continued. I suddenly feel as though I have matured overnight, shedding the trivial desires of the mundane world. The spirit perked up at this remark, saying, Do not speak so lightly, Potter. Your lineage must endure. However, if you wish to procure that potion for personal concoction, I shall offer you the most generous discount. Harry's lips twitched in response. I appreciate your offer. They nestled in the compartment for a brief respite. While the external sounds gradually intensified, the spirit remained with eyes closed, until a fuzzy creature lunged towards it, at which point it deftly grasped the scruff of its neck. What transpired? Harry had raised his wand the moment the creature burst into the compartment. The training of recent days had not gone to waste. Yet, when he opened his eyes, he was immediately met with the furry, ginger face of Crookshanks. Oh, has Hermione and the others boarded the train? Indeed, we have arrived. Hermione's voice echoed from outside the compartment, before she glanced at Crookshanks, who was crouching nearby, and remarked, Sylvia, it seems quite fond of you. It came over as soon as it caught your scent. Perhaps, the spirit replied with a hint of fastidiousness, but it ought to bathe before leaping onto me. Hermione appeared slightly embarrassed. I often bathe him, but, as you know, the rain today has been rather torrential. You ought to keep it in its cage, Ron chimed in. still less than fond of Crookshanks, adding, "Look how it has made the place so untidy. How will you sit here in a moment?" The atmosphere in the compartment grew lively as more people joined. Ron vented his frustration about Rita Skeeter's sensationalist journalism and mentioned that the adult wizards at home were aware of some significant event occurring at the school this year, yet remained tight-lipped about the details. Has Sirius mentioned anything? Ron sought answers from the two. Not much. He hardly ventures out these days. Harry scratched his head in thought. Hermione suddenly leaned closer to the spirit. Have you heard any news from your uncle? The spirit pondered for a moment before deciding to divulge some information. The Triwizard Tournament. Ron was baffled by the term, while Hermione gasped in excitement. Harry and Ron turned their attention to her as Hermione began explaining the Triwizard Tournament, recounting snippets she had gleaned from a book, though she expressed confusion as to why it had not been held for so long. The spirit elaborated. It was suspended due to the high mortality rate. Mortality rate? Hermione gazed at her in disbelief. The spirit admitted that her knowledge was limited, unable to provide further clarification, and then took out a novel to read. Hermione's attention was instantly diverted. Are you reading Betty White's Bloody Queen? I adore her books. But I've heard that Betty White is merely a pseudonym. I am so curious to know her true identity. Ron nodded in agreement. Your taste has improved. You no longer praise the works of someone like Lockhart. The spirit quipped. Am I on fire? Chapter 94. The Death of the Tailbiter. As they entered the campus, riding in the night bus, they were abruptly showered by a cascade of water from the ceiling, nearly drenching them completely. Damn it, move aside, Peeves. Who else but Peeves could perpetrate such a prank in this moment? The rain had already soaked them thoroughly from the train station, making Peeves' antics all the more infuriating. Professor McGonagall stormed out, admonishing Peeves, descend at once. Yet, Peeves was unyielding, tossing more water balloons aimed at the other years, reasoning that they were already drenched. So a little more wouldn't matter, would it? Witchling felt the restlessness that had been suppressed by Witch Hung for days surging forth with renewed vigor. The surrounding moisture was drawn in by her, crystallizing into icicles that transformed into slender, sharp arrows, which shot toward Peeves with precision. It was then that Peeves realized there was someone among the crowd he could not afford to offend, but it was too late. Professor McGonagall watched in astonishment as Peeves was pierced by the ice arrows, pinned against the wall. Were he any other person or creature, he might have been reduced to a ghostly state, yet Peeves was not so easily dispatched. He would merely remain affixed there. Well done, Miss Witch. Professor McGonagall rarely endorsed such a crude method of resolving issues, particularly after nearly slipping on the water-stained floor. Slytherin earned 5 points. Witchling nodded modestly, then cast a cold glance at Peeves when no one was watching, harboring a genuine desire for his demise. Ignoring the mixed looks of fear and admiration from the first years, she followed Professor McGonagall into the Great Hall. Witchling noticed the absence of the defense against the dark arts professor at the staff table. Listening to Draco and the others speculate, she recalled Ron's earlier comments about Moody's attack on the train, pondering how to deal with that little Barty Crouch. The Sorting Hat song, though it changed annually, was never particularly melodious. The annual sorting ceremony felt interminable to the impatient crowd. For those weary and cold, nothing could capture their attention more than a hot meal, and as they waited, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Once the sorting ceremony concluded, Dumbledore wasted no time in allowing the famished students to eat, only announcing matters of importance once they were well fed. Midway through his address, the grand doors of the hall swung open. Witchling turned her head, sharing the same thought as everyone else. This fellow was far uglier than the Moody from the movies. So, she turned away, lest her eyes be offended. Dumbledore introduced Moody, announcing that the Triwizard Tournament would take place this year. The students buzzed with excitement at the news. Chattering animatedly, Draco leaned closer to Witchling, saying, if you could participate, you would undoubtedly win the championship. Wooling stifled a yawn, questioning whether the upperclassmen were indeed lifeless. I do not believe that age signifies everything. If you cannot manage it, who else can? Scabhead. Draco curled his lips in disdain. Wooling gazed at him in mild astonishment. I thought your relationship had improved? Impossible. It's merely a tactic. Is it not something you taught me? Draco grimaced as if he had encountered something distasteful. Subsequently, Dumbledore elucidated the age restrictions for participating in the Triwizard Tournament, igniting yet another uproar among the students. Draco overheard the furious voices of the Weasley twins, pondering why those in their 6th or 7th year should be deemed incapable of handling the competition. Wooling chose to disregard him. The following morning during breakfast, the buzz surrounding the Triwizard Tournament was palpable, with many discussing ways to circumvent the age restriction. Draco remained reluctant to abandon his hopes of seeing Wooling compete, slicing his lamb chops while suggesting, you could give it a try. What do you think of an age potion? Wake up. Dumbledore isn't blind. Wooling feigned ignorance of the selection process for the tournament. But I doubt he would review each candidate individually, Draco remarked. With no classes during the first period, they attended care of magical creatures in the second, alongside Gryffindor. How revolting. The Slytherin students had not yet reached Hagrid's hut when a piercing scream echoed in the distance. As Wooling approached, she was met with the nauseating stench of decaying fish and shrimp. Hagrid continued, "You will get to raise them yourselves." Draco's face twisted in disgust as he coldly retorted, "Why should we nurture them? What purpose do they serve?" Hagrid was momentarily at a loss for words. And after a few seconds of contemplation, he could only respond, "That will be covered in the next lesson. For today, you simply need to feed them. I've prepared several kinds of food. You should try a bit of everything, as I've never raised them before." Wooling listened as Hagrid mentioned various items, including ant eggs, frog livers, and green snakes. Upon hearing the last mention, her pet snake, Xiaoqing, peeked out from her sleeve, raising its upper body and fixating on Hagrid, flicking its tongue as if poised to strike. Hagrid quickly noticed and awkwardly waved his hands. "No, I wasn't referring to you, Xiaoqing." Those acquainted with Wooling were aware of her pet snake, which was quite emblematic of Slytherin, albeit regarded by others as merely an ordinary serpent, devoid of any threat. Xiaoqing felt underestimated and disdainfully glanced at the explosive tail snails in the box, spitting at one of the wooden crates, perhaps releasing venom, before retreating back into Wooling's sleeve. The snails, tainted by the liquid, swiftly perished, their bodies corroded into a puddle of pus, leaving a conspicuous void in the box. "Oh no." Hagrid rested his arms on the wooden crate, his eyes wide with sorrow as he watched the dozen or so blast-ended Skrewts vanish in mere seconds. A sense of loss and heartache evident in his gaze. The remaining Skrewts seemed equally startled, their tails emitting sparks and producing a soft pop, creating quite a ruckus. Sparks had also splattered onto Hagrid's beard, causing him to fumble in an attempt to extinguish the flames. However, as the Skrewts darted about chaotically, some of the venom that had splashed onto the crate now clung to their bodies, leaving only a solitary Skrewt inside the box. Slytherin students erupted in laughter at the scene, while their Gryffindor counterparts looked on with trepidation at the sleeves of the witch's robe. With only Hagrid left to mourn his loss. Chapter 95, The Unforgivable Curse. Despite the loss of a crate of Skrewts, the number of students enrolling in care of magical creatures this semester was slightly less than the previous one, making the remaining supply barely sufficient. However, should any unfortunate accidents lead to the demise of a Skrewt, there would be no surplus left to nurture. If no points were to be deducted, students would undoubtedly seek ways to eliminate their Skrewts, as they were not only unsightly, but also emitted a foul odor, and crucially, no one understood their purpose. Just imagine their expressions upon discovering that what they had painstakingly cared for was rejected even by dogs. The witch, using a levitation spell, fed an ant egg to one of the Skrewts from a distance, unwilling to approach them directly. Hermione leaned closer to her and whispered, "While Hagrid's actions may have been somewhat offensive, it is indeed disheartening that little Ching destroyed an entire crate of Skrewts meant for class. If it weren't for your friendship, he might have deducted points." The witch understood Hermione's implication that she should apologize to Hagrid, but how could she possibly do that? "I swear. Little Ching acted entirely on its own accord. I did not incite it in the least. If you doubt me, you can ask Harry." Hermione merely suggested this, and while she had friends on both sides, she leaned more towards the reasoning of the witch. At last, when the bell rang for the end of class, the students, stifling their disgust, and the apprehensive Hagrid all breathed a sigh of relief as they hastily departed. During lunch, the witch received news that Moody had transformed Pansy into a dog after he caught her bullying a second-year Muggleborn from Ravenclaw. The witch felt something was amiss. She distinctly remembered that the person punished by Moody's transformation spell had been Draco, and the creature in question had been a white ferret. Though she could not recall the reason behind the imposter Moody's actions, it seemed that young Barty Crouch had always harbored animosity towards those who had not been completely loyal to Voldemort, especially those who had sought to evade imprisonment in the past. Perhaps this was why he maintained a harsh demeanor towards many Slytherin students, making him appear as an exceptionally principled teacher, a formidable former Auror. Pansy's predicament did not elicit widespread sympathy within the school, not even among her own Slytherin peers. Since Pansy lost her hair and faced punishment after repeatedly provoking the dark arts, her presence in Slytherin has diminished significantly. Even the little snakes understand which side to choose between her and the dark arts. However, the actions of the false Moody can be seen as a provocation to Slytherin, and they are unlikely to tolerate it. During the first defense against the dark arts lesson of the semester, Moody made a striking impression by demonstrating the 3 unforgivable curses. When he called on Pansy to answer a question about one of the curses, she shuddered, seemingly fearful that he would once again turn her into a poodle or something equally embarrassing. He appeared eager to select a student to test the effects of the Cruciatus curse, but ultimately, he retrieved a spider from a jar and commanded it to perform a tap dance. After calling on Zabini to answer a question about the Cruciatus curse, he began searching for the last student to respond. "Miss Black," he said, fixing his good eye on the dark arts, while the magical eye whirled incessantly. "You tell us about the last unforgivable curse." "My surname is Wraith, sir," she corrected him, adding, "and the other is the killing curse." Despite the dwindling numbers of the Black family, it was rumored that your father is still alive. How is it that you still carry your mother's name? His tone was somewhat peculiar. During the height of the Dark Lord's power, the Black family was his right hand. Nevertheless, it matters little what name you bear now. Miss Wraith, for you will inevitably adopt your husband's surname after marriage. Wraith wore a smile devoid of warmth. That may not necessarily be the case. No one can attach their name to mine. Moody, unwilling to waste time on the matter, produced a third spider and dispatched it with the killing curse. The blinding green light illuminating faces filled with fear. My killing curse requires a formidable amount of magical power as its foundation. You may take your wands and attempt to cast the incantation, but I suspect I will only suffer a slight nosebleed. He regarded the students with a hint of disdain. Wraith blinked. May I try, Professor? His gaze fixated on her, as if assessing her strength. He was not arrogant enough to grant her request outright. Very well. I acknowledge Miss Wraith's prowess. Although you cannot kill me, you certainly possess the ability to incapacitate me for several months. The Slytherin students erupted in cheers, as if they had won a significant victory. Moody appeared furious, his scarred face set in a grimace that rendered him even more fearsome. Silence. Just because Miss Wraith possesses such power does not mean you all share the same strength. Initially, I intended for you to remember the characteristics of the 3 unforgivable curses. But it seems you will need to learn a lesson. With that, he cast the Cruciatus curse on the most boisterous student, Millicent, forcing her hands tightly over her mouth, demonstrating what it meant to be quiet. The classroom fell silent immediately. Yet, within mere seconds, a voice whispered, "How can one use that curse on a student?" Ling raised her hand and spoke. "Professor, I believe you make a compelling point." She continued, "Having never encountered an incantation, we may find ourselves vulnerable and ensnared. Thus, I wish to experience what it feels like to be under the influence of the soul-snatching curse." Her classmates gazed at her in astonishment. Although Ling felt a twinge of discomfort and her heart raced slightly, it was a marked improvement from her previous experiences. Moody appeared intrigued. "Oh, you wish to feel the effects of the soul-snatching curse? It has been quite some time since I have encountered a student as courageous as you. Perhaps you do not belong in Slytherin." This statement displeased the Slytherin students, who glared at him in indignation. Undeterred, he aimed his wand at Ling and uttered, "Soul departure." Ling exhibited no reaction. The beam of light struck her but dissipated without consequence. "This is impossible. What did you do?" Moody began to show signs of agitation. "I did nothing, Professor," Ling replied, gazing at him innocently. "Do not lie to me." Legilimens. Moody cast another spell at her. Unfortunately, this incantation not only failed to have any effect, but was also rebounded. Chapter 96. Unmasking Identities. Ling suddenly glimpsed numerous memories from the young Barty Crouch. The overwhelming flood of information nearly rendered her unresponsive. However, she quickly regained her composure and launched an offensive. Petrificus Totalis. Stupefy. She cast 2 spells, but young Barty Crouch, well-versed in combat, swiftly countered, and the two engaged in a duel within the classroom. "Go find Dumbledore. He is not Moody, he is Barty Crouch." The classroom erupted in chaos. Regardless of the truth of Ling's claims, it was evident that remaining there would lead to disaster. As young Barty Crouch watched the students flee, he realized his predicament and sought to escape, but Ling was determined not to let him succeed. Nearby professors quickly arrived, and together they subdued young Barty Crouch. "Damn it! Can someone tell me what is happening?" Severus Snape arrived late, his expression grim. "From his memories, I saw that he is not Moody, he is Barty Crouch." Ling pointed at the imposter. "The real Professor Moody is concealed within a trunk in his office, and the flask he carries contains Polyjuice Potion." As the revelations unfolded, Snape's expression darkened further, for he held a deep apprehension of the real Moody. During this time, young Barty Crouch had been a source of irritation for Slytherin, and had it been anyone else, Snape would have unleashed his fury. However, out of concern for Moody, he had restrained himself. Now, Snape produced a vial of Veritaserum he had prepared, and while others were distracted, he administered a few drops to young Barty Crouch. The subsequent events bore little relevance to the witch spirit. However, Dumbledore still found a moment to summon her to the headmaster's office. "I have often pondered why young Barty Crouch suddenly employed the Cruciatus curse upon you in class." Beneath Dumbledore's spectacles lay a pair of discerning eyes. The reason was, of course, that the witch spirit had cast a hex upon him. That detestable fellow, after experiencing the incident with death itself, could scarcely tolerate Barty Crouch's antics within the school. Although the witch spirit later considered her actions somewhat impulsive, she held no regrets. "If I were to ascertain his thoughts, wouldn't that render me akin to him?" The witch spirit refrained from providing a definitive answer. Dumbledore seemed to sense that this matter was intricately linked to her. Yet, as a headmaster, he lacked the authority to compel her to divulge the truth through conventional means. The witch spirit did not touch those terrifyingly sweet treats. Who could ascertain whether they contained truth serum? After a few inquiries, Dumbledore relinquished his attempts to extract information from her and shifted to other topics. Before departing the headmaster's office, he lamented, "What a pity you do not indulge in these confections, not even a morsel." Perhaps I am incapable of appreciating such delicacies. But you, dear headmaster, might consider seeking companions of like mind. After all, if I were to invite you to partake in an infernally spicy hot pot, you too would find it unbearable. The salty faction shall never yield. The replacement of the esteemed former Moody at the commencement of the academic year stirred considerable commotion within the wizarding community. Though Rita Skeeter did not witness the event firsthand at the school, she infiltrated Azkaban, eager to acquire exclusive information. Just as she was brimming with excitement, prepared to seize her first-hand account, she was abruptly transformed at the gates of Azkaban. When Sirius shared his escape secrets, Fudge resolved to fortify the defenses there, particularly since Peter Pettigrew was also an animagus, a rather adept rodent at evasion. Thus, when Rita Skeeter recklessly sought sensational news, she was caught unawares. It's you, an illegal animagus. Huh, it seems you shall be residing here for a while. After fabricating tales for so many years, retribution has finally arrived. By the time news reached Hogwarts, rumors had morphed into the narrative that Rita transformed into an animagus to orchestrate a prison break, only to be apprehended before she could commence her scheme. Fudge had long harbored disdain for Rita Skeeter and would likely impose severe penalties upon her. The propagation of rumors bore the fingerprints of the witch spirit, who relished in the unfolding drama. The witch spirit remained largely indifferent, finding amusement in the spectacle before shifting her focus to the Quidditch matches and organizing recreational tournaments. Although Quidditch had been cancelled this year, the team could not forego training, and as one of the few sports in the school, it remained a popular pastime. Reminiscent of various ball games in Muggle schools, as the arrival of Boothbatten and Durmstrang was still some time away, the allure of Hogsmeade Village had begun to wane after several visits. Quidditch remained the more captivating pursuit. The upcoming exhibition match featured Slytherin against Hufflepuff. Initially, Wisp had no intention of participating, but upon hearing that Cedric would join, Slytherin insisted that Wisp should also take part. What was meant to be a light-hearted exhibition was likely to devolve into a fierce contest, and indeed, that proved to be the case. The chosen day was overcast. A typical occurrence in England, though fortunately, there was no rain or fierce winds. As the players soared into the sky, the atmosphere remained relatively tranquil at first. Slytherin and Hufflepuff had never been embroiled in significant conflict, and the exhibition match proceeded without any underhanded maneuvers. This makeshift team, cobbled together apart from the Seekers, engaged in a rather lackluster display of skill in the early stages of the match. Wisp and Cedric glided through the air, even engaging in casual conversation. Cedric remarked, "In these recent days, even this dreary weather can be deemed pleasant." Wisp replied, "Indeed, when the British have little else to discuss, the weather becomes the topic of choice. Last year's match against Gryffindor was a deluge. Had I been playing, I doubt I could have evaded even the bludgers, let alone the golden snitch." Their banter continued until Cedric suddenly interjected, "We chatted long enough. It's time to search for the golden snitch." Wisp smiled in agreement. Having noticed Cedric's gaze had momentarily flickered with suspicion, undoubtedly spotting the elusive snitch. With a playful glint in her eye, she and Cedric simultaneously veered in the same direction, startling the other players who quickly realized the urgency and provided cover for their seekers. The bludgers posed no threat to them as they sped towards the snitch, their speeds seemingly equal. However, Wisp had not yet laid eyes on the snitch, maintaining a steady pace alongside Cedric to avoid missing it. Initially oblivious to Wisp's true situation, Cedric only recognized the tension when Wisp finally caught sight of the snitch. It was moving slightly closer to Cedric, positioned about 3 or 4 meters beneath him. The decisive moment was upon them. Wisp pressed down on her broomstick and dove. Yet Cedric mirrored her actions. In comparison, Wisp found herself at a disadvantage. Cedric was closer and, crucially, taller with longer reach. Just as everyone anticipated Wisp's defeat, she executed an unexpected maneuver. The witch darted towards the golden snitch, propelling her broom forward with the strength of her body, seizing the elusive prize ahead of Cedric, who was lagging slightly behind. As he reached out, his hand merely grasped hers. The warmth of her touch caught him off guard. It was the first time he had felt a girl's hand so small. Even as it enveloped the golden snitch, his palm could encompass hers entirely. This sensation was fleeting, for soon the witch's hand succumbed to gravity and slipped away. The spectators were left in astonishment, for she was now precariously balanced on her broom, with only one slender leg gripping it, the majority of her body relying entirely on that leg's strength to prevent her from falling. Such a stance appeared perilous. Should her leg falter, she would likely plummet, headfirst to the ground. Yet, the witch remained unfazed, raising the golden snitch triumphantly for all to see, signaling her victory. "Oh, do you need assistance?" Cedric, regaining his composure, realized the danger of her position and wished to lend a hand. "Thank you," she replied, resting her hand upon his for support, utilizing a bit of strength before engaging her core muscles to reposition herself back onto the broom. The entertainment match had brought joy to all, but as the time for the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang representatives to arrive at Hogwarts was confirmed, the conversation shifted. Only Cedric continued to dwell on the match. The witch displayed little interest in the news, her sole focus being Hermione, who approached her with a badge inscribed with the message of joining the Society for the Promotion of House Elf Rights. Honestly, Hermione, what makes you think I am the sort who would advocate for reform when neither party is willing? The witch expressed her bewilderment. I can support you financially, but joining this Society for the Promotion of House Elf Rights is something I simply cannot do. Hermione appeared somewhat disheartened. Oh, I assumed you would not wish to utilize slaves. You keep Creature because he is too old to find other work. The witch felt reluctant to shatter Hermione's idealistic illusions, yet she was truly not that person. As a beneficiary of the current system, why would she assist house elves in advocating for their rights without any personal stake? If the house elves expressed dissatisfaction with their circumstances and sought her aid, she might consider it. But presently, the situation was one of mutual consent between wizards and house elves. Any rash interference would lead to misfortune for both sides. However, it was entirely unfathomable to her that at Hogwarts, over 100 house elves labored diligently every day, devoid of wages or the right to rest. They are quite content, Fred remarked. They believe it to be the best job in the world. Hermione replied passionately. That is because they have not received a proper education and have been indoctrinated with many erroneous beliefs. If you can help the house elves recognize their mistakes and advocate for their own rights, I shall assist you, declared the spirit. However, until that time, I shall refrain from taking any action. No one can claim absolute correctness, just as one cannot demand that others dedicate extensive hours to reading books they find uninteresting simply because one enjoys studying and taking exams. The spirit was aware that she was engaging in a fallacious argument, yet she was reluctant to invest further time in this matter. The afternoon potions class concluded half an hour early. After stowing away their bags and textbooks in the dormitory, everyone gathered in the foyer to await the arrival of representatives from the two schools. At 6 o'clock, a carriage drawn by 12 winged horses descended from the sky, eliciting gasps from the students of Hogwarts. Madame Maxime emerged from the carriage, her towering stature prompting the spirit to estimate her height, an imposing 3 meters, nearly comparable to Hagrid. Amidst the biting cold wind, the spirit observed a dozen men and women disembarking from the carriage. Their silk robes were exquisite, though ill-suited for the frigid weather, causing them to shiver visibly. Earlier that day, the spirit had donned a woolen sweater beneath her robe, for in such solemn circumstances, students were prohibited from using warming charms unless they could be certain that the heads of both schools would not detect any traces of their enchantments, an unlikely feat. Desiring to catch a glimpse of the beautiful Fleur, she scanned the crowd but found no particularly stunning girls among those revealing their faces. Those who were veiled in scarves rendered their features invisible. With no sight of Fleur, the spirit shifted her gaze toward the Black Lake, eager to assess the appearance of the boat. However, disappointment struck again. The vessel bore an odd resemblance to a skeleton, reminiscent of a ghost ship from a horror film she had seen in a past life. Yet even ghost ships were not so, well, gaunt. In contrast, the teachers and students from Durmstrang were warmly clad in fur cloaks, a sight that filled the spirit with envy. Karkaroff gestured for Krum to step forward. Yet his countenance was not one the spirit found appealing. Boredom crept in, but soon she heard Ron's excited shout. Harry, it's Krum. Ah, young Ron. Indeed your rival has arrived. The spirit chuckled inwardly at his expense. Had she been more interested, she would have urged Hermione to seek romance with other boys, thus dismantling the Ron-Hermione pairing. Such a dim-witted fellow. Chapter 98. The selection process with the addition of students from 2 more schools. The Great Hall appeared considerably more crowded than usual. The Beauxbatons students opted for seats beside the Ravenclaw table, while the Durmstrang students accepted Draco's invitation to sit alongside the Slytherin table. Draco, intrigued by the Quidditch star Victor Krum, engaged enthusiastically with their new guests, as did most of his classmates, eagerly striking up conversations with them. Rowling found little interest in the proceedings. Rather, she discovered more amusement in observing Ron at the Gryffindor table, whose expression had noticeably shifted. He was vociferously expressing his thoughts, his gaze fixed disdainfully upon Draco and his companions. After a few fleeting glances, Rowling's curiosity waned again. Her mind began to ponder whether she might devise a means to circumvent the age line drawn by Dumbledore, allowing her to partake in the Triwizard Tournament. Perhaps even engaging in a legitimate confrontation with the dragon, which might bring her some comfort. As Dumbledore and the other 2 headmasters settled into their seats, he wasted no time in allowing the feast to commence. The tables, as usual, overflowed with an abundance of food. Rowling noticed several new dishes, some bearing distinct foreign flavors, igniting a desire within her to sample them. Midway through the meal, her attention was drawn to a girl from Beauxbatons who approached Harry's table and retrieved a dish. This girl was one of those who had previously concealed her face with a scarf, but now she had removed it, revealing an exquisitely beautiful visage. Observing the dazed expressions of those around her, Rowling's mind conjured the name, Fleur. Her beauty was indeed captivating, yet what enchanted Rowling even more was her long, shimmering silver hair. Wooling's eating slowed as her gaze remained transfixed on Fleur's hair. So lovely and silky, she felt an impulse to touch it. It was not until Fleur returned to the Ravenclaw table that Wooling reluctantly averted her gaze, only to inadvertently catch Harry's eye. He quickly withdrew his gaze after their brief connection, leaving her feeling inexplicably puzzled. She continued to savor the delightful dishes before her. As the dining hour concluded, Dumbledore rose to introduce Ludo Bagman and Percy, the latter temporarily overseeing the affairs of the International Cooperation Department due to his superior Barty Crouch being under investigation. Percy did not exude the confidence one might expect. After all, it was a scandal of monumental proportions that his superior had allowed his wife to take the place of their criminal son, who had evaded justice for over a decade. This situation had inevitably cast a shadow over him. However, being freshly graduated and after a brief inquiry, no one suspected him, allowing him to manage the significant event of the Triwizard Tournament. Nevertheless, this entire affair warranted a period of discretion on his part. Dumbledore then instructed Filch to bring forth the wooden box containing the Goblet of Fire and proceeded to elucidate the rules for selecting champions. Wooling knew she would not be engaged in any activities that evening, her thoughts swirling with several ideas, including but not limited to using the Kuan Luan mirror to have her 17-year-old self submit her name, an endeavor she eagerly anticipated executing the next day. Before exiting the hall, Karkaroff noticed Harry. Without waiting for him to speak, the real Mad-Eye Moody approached, fixing Harry with a glare of animosity. Karkaroff, feeling the weight of Moody's presence, dared not be audacious. He ushered his students from his academy to depart the hall and return to their ship. The following morning, as the witch entered the hall, she stumbled upon the sight of Fred and George sprawled on the ground, sporting long white beards. What on earth happened here? The witch nearly burst into laughter. Those around her delighted in spreading the tale of how the twins had attempted to deceive the age line with an aging potion, only to end up in such a ridiculous state. The witch had planned to test the line after breakfast, but an unexpected interruption thwarted her thoughts. "Good morning, Miss Witch," came a familiar voice from just behind her. "Hello. I hope you bring no ill tidings," she replied, a foreboding sense creeping into her mind that she might not be able to partake in the upcoming competition. "This is a message from the High Priest," he said, extending a letter toward her. The witch's appetite vanished as she tore open the envelope, remarking, "You are quite remarkable. He only utilizes you as an owl. Your flattery is unwarranted, Mississippi." Upon perusing the letter, she discerned the following points. First, participation in the Triwizard Tournament was permitted, but it required acceptance of training from Siang, as he would find a way to observe the tournament at the school. Second, only a first-place finish would suffice. Ties were unacceptable, and failing to secure first would result in unspecified consequences. Third, upon reading the first point, the witch felt as though she had been struck by a sudden blow, her earlier restlessness ebbing away like the retreating tide. There was no need to read further. She mused that battling a dragon was no trivial feat, and perhaps it was best to wash up and sleep instead. "After breakfast, I shall compose a reply. Will you take it back?" she inquired. Yet he merely smiled and replied. "The High Priest stated that upon reading this letter, you would have but one choice." What? A sense of foreboding washed over her. To participate in the tournament, endure the training, and seize first place. The witch felt darkness closing in. She wished she could traverse back to the previous evening with the Kunlun mirror and silence her impulsive desire to compete. But alas, it was too late. Stepping outside the line, she was met with the astonished gazes of the crowd. Hermione approached her, asking, "Weren't you opposed to competing before?" Indeed, that was true at the start of term. After enduring Sihing's training, I felt quite at peace. Yet, how did I fail to maintain that resolve? The witch forced a stiff smile. People's thoughts can change, after all. Besides, even if I do not compete, challenging Dumbledore's age line is intriguing. Haha, indeed fascinating. Harry and Ron exchanged glances filled with anticipation, unsure if they hoped for her success. At some point, Draco had emerged from the crowd, cheering her on. "As long as you go, you will undoubtedly succeed." Beside her stood a group of Slytherin classmates, their expressions inscrutable as they gazed at the witchling. Most were merely curious onlookers, yet if she succeeded, it would undoubtedly become a significant event. Well, the witchling mused, if I fail today, I shall lose face entirely. With this thought, a small mirror appeared in her hand, its ancient exterior seemingly imbued with boundless power. Chapter 99. She had succeeded. In truth, the mirror she held, known as the Kunlun mirror, was not a divine artifact, but rather a replica crafted by previous high priests, considerably inferior to the genuine article and incapable of fully wielding time. Nonetheless, it sufficed. She would not yet be ready for the true Kunlun mirror. The witchling tossed the small mirror into the air, and instantly, it expanded to the size of a full-length mirror, its surface flowing like water, enticing one to attempt passage through it. The spectators watched in awe as the witchling stepped into the mirror, emerging on the other side as an adult version of herself, clad not in Hogwarts robes, but in a pale blue jean-style hanfu. Of course, The others were oblivious to the cultural significance of her attire, staring at her in a daze. The adult witchling exhibited a noticeable transformation from her 15-year-old self, having matured somewhat. The light fabric accentuated her gentler demeanor, and her allure was greater than before. Seemingly unfazed by the attention, she crossed the age line drawn by Dumbledore. 1 second, 2 seconds. She approached the goblet of fire and cast a parchment into its depths, watching as it was consumed by flames. This entire process faced no external hindrance, and the witchling calmly stepped back across the line, signaling her success. The crowd erupted in applause. She was the first underage wizard to have deceived the age line. The Slytherin students clapped particularly fervently. It was truly astonishing. The throng parted to allow Dumbledore to approach, but those who toy with time must ultimately pay a price. By submitting her name, still under the age of 15, should the Goblet of Fire select her as a champion, she could not withdraw midway. A smile blossomed on the witchling's face. But I merely submitted this name. Neither the school nor the name itself manipulated anything. If the goblet chooses me, it can only signify that I am the strongest among those whose names were submitted. This, after all, is a violation of the rules, Dumbledore sighed. The witchling, with a hint of insinuation, remarked, "It is far better than those who attempt to manipulate the school and cast powerful confusion charms on the goblet, leading it to mistakenly believe that a certain individual is the sole representative from the fourth school." The professors present exchanged glances, turning to scrutinize the goblet, seemingly wishing to discern which name, unfit to be submitted, had been reduced to ashes. Here, the witchling raised a piece of parchment, allowing everyone to clearly see the name Harry Potter inscribed upon it, alongside the name of an unfamiliar magical institution. "I have retrieved it," she announced, wondering aloud if anyone could recognize the handwriting. Dumbledore trembled as he received the note from the palm of the spirit. The adult spirit, having successfully diverted the situation, activated the Kunlun mirror once more to return to the correct timeline. "What has transpired?" The original spirit inquired upon reappearing, reclaiming the Kunlun mirror and sensing an unusual atmosphere. Hermione approached her, whispering of a plot against Harry. The spirit furrowed her brow, recognizing the gravity of the situation. If Harry Potter could not compete, it would completely disrupt the narrative of the fourth year. However, the method employed was undeniably crude yet effective. If no one else at the school was replaced, the most likely perpetrator would be Karkaroff. Was it he or the false Moody in the original text? Never mind. She had left such matters for Dumbledore to handle at 17 or 18. Why dwell on it? Soon after, Angelina Johnson from Gryffindor cast her name into the Goblet of Fire, inciting a wave of cheers. The spirit felt no thrill about her registration. She merely sought a place to pass the time. Yet, just as she was about to depart, she was called back by Harry. "Sylvia, we are going to visit Hagrid. Would you like to join us?" The spirit shook her head in refusal. "I only wish to go to the library." "Oh, I see." Harry hesitated, stammering, "Thank you. If it weren't for your help, I would likely have to participate in that competition. A 14-year-old like me, I mean, a regular 14-year-old, would stand no chance of winning." The spirit nodded in understanding. "I comprehend your sentiment. Although it was my adult self who orchestrated this, I will graciously accept your gratitude on her behalf." Harry gazed at her and said, "Well, goodbye." "Goodbye," she replied, making her way toward the library. Not far along her path, she encountered Draco and his entourage. "What did he just say to you? Is he coming to trouble you because you retrieved that paper with his name?" Draco looked displeased as he watched Harry's retreating figure. If he had any sense, he would realize he was utterly incapable of handling those tasks and ought to be thanking you instead. The spirit sighed inwardly and remarked, "He indeed came to express his gratitude. You need not worry." Draco cleared his throat, fist raised to his lips, acknowledging a trace of conscience. "Where are you headed?" The spirit attempted to extend an invitation. "The library. Do you wish to accompany us?" Draco showed no immediate reaction, and his companions, Crabbe and Goyle, shook their heads in unison. Not to mention, their bulky figures were rather comical. Thus, Draco declined the invitation, questioning why anyone would visit the library on a weekend when there was little homework and fewer patrons. The spirit relished the opportunity to read undisturbed. "Sylvia, is that you?" As she retrieved a book, she heard someone call her name from behind. Turning around, she saw Cedric, also cradling a book. "Good morning, Cedric. I see you are here as well." They casually selected a spot nearby and employed a silencing charm to avoid any trouble from Madame Pants. "I have heard that you two have placed your name in the Goblet of Fire. Quite impressive," Cedric remarked with a smile. The witch feigned regret, saying, "It seems we shall be rivals." She recalled Cedric's original fate and still hoped to be the valiant one. However, now that Harry's name had been chosen, perhaps Voldemort would not invest further effort in this matter. "You appear quite confident." Cedric suddenly felt a twinge of concern, considering he was 2 years her senior. Would he truly be outdone by the witch beyond Quidditch? "I merely wish to avoid defeat," she replied. "It would be rather embarrassing if Madame Hooch were to discover that despite having entered my name, I could not surpass others."